King Arthur, leader of the Demon King raid, sneered down at him, pathetic, like a squirming snake. I'll give you a round of applause for that. Damian flew into a rage, lunging forward. Juman, you bastard! But a blast of magic sent him flying back, roaring in pain. Arthur just laughed. What, me? Suddenly, a system window popped up. Warning. Player's stamina has dropped below the critical limit. You will be logged out. Damian desperately asked, Why? Arthur answered, full of pride. Why did I do it? A massive surge of energy erupted. System notifications began flashing, announcing the power of the Chaos King, Azaza. Arthur turned his back. Now this is getting fun. Arthur activated a skill. How dare you? The announcement appeared. Ultimate skill, world inversion. The skill activated. Countless magic circles opened, creating a blazing vortex of chaotic magic. Damian could only curse himself. Damn it. Even after seeing it so many times. This skill is still damn impressive. Arthur's voice cut through the noise. Humans. He vanished, reappearing right in front of Damian with a devastating punch. All have their place. Damian crumpled in agony. Arthur loomed over him, crushing his body and his spirit with every word. A failure like you should live a failure's life. Trash should know its place as trash, and the lower class should act like it. Damian was reeling, his body screaming in pain, but the insults cut deeper. For a pathetic loser like you to dream of being a hero? Arthur's voice was dripping with contempt. That's a serious flaw, don't you think? Damian's vision blurred, his eyes slowly closing. How did it all come to this? Let's rewind a bit. In a forest, a man clutched his injured leg. Damn it, I can't feel my leg anymore. Suddenly, another man came sprinting toward him like his life depended on it. The injured man called out, Dale, where is everyone? Dale was panicking. They're gone. Everyone's dead. He pointed behind him, screaming. They were all killed by that monster. Behind him, a tall figure in tribal gear approached, radiating an overwhelming pressure. The first man tried to calm Dale down, yelling, Stop talking nonsense. Our party is all level 40 pros professional PKers. There's no way they'd get wiped out by some half-naked lunatic. Before he could finish, 3 small, marble-like orbs hit Dale square in the face, logging him out instantly. Nearby, a chaotic battle was raging. Damian, level 904 and ranked number 1 in the arena, thought to himself, Damn it, I'm seriously injured. A flood of status notifications popped up, and he cursed under his breath. Seriously, why are there so many debuffs in this game? Status abnormality. Your character has been afflicted with petrification. Your character will be slowed. He felt a wave of self-pity. Not even Saint Magnus or the supreme immortal god could heal me at this point. Suddenly, a voice from behind, like a predator cornering its prey. Damn it. Why do you keep hiding? Let's go back 15 years. To the first ever virtual reality game, Asian Chronicles, or AC for short, had just been released. The game captivated players with its hyper-realistic graphics and lifelike NPCs. The main event was triggered. The Demon King would reward the first person to complete the quest with the power to establish a kingdom and become a world hero. AC and its massive prize money. Countless people poured everything they had into the game, and Damian was one of them. He remembered it all. His mother, heartbroken. Jin Sung, please. I need to live, too. His younger brother screaming, Get out, you addict. You're not my brother anymore. I spent 15 years pouring my entire life into that game. My family tried to stop me, but I wouldn't listen. This game was my life. I needed that reward. I needed it to fix my own rotten life. That's when I met King Arthur. His real name was Juman. He was a champion chosen by the goddess, Athena. He possessed the infinity orb, giving him limitless mana. He led our expedition with kindness and trust. Thanks to him, we made it all the way to the Demon King's castle dungeon. He thought back with regret. Just a little more, just a little bit closer. Arthur's voice snapped him out of it. Well, I guess the world needs people like you. Thanks to you, we were able to clear the dungeon and kill the Demon King. Damian was crushed. You planned to betray me from the very beginning? Arthur waved his hand dismissively. Of course. Then he unleashed another brutal attack on Damian, snarling, You useless piece of trash. You worthless insect. I hated you from the start. Die. Just die, you bastard. Damian lay motionless, his mind racing. Is this it? All because of that traitor. I couldn't do a single thing. But then, a voice echoed in his mind. Do you want revenge? A vortex of smoke appeared, and Damian's attention snapped to it. The voice continued. I understand how you feel. I, an ancient demon, and the Lord of Chaos, Azaza. Seeing Damian was still moving, Arthur was surprised. What? Ignoring everything else, Damian focused on the mysterious voice. I will continue the ancient demon's fight. Arthur sneered. You're still alive? Persistent, aren't you? Without hesitation, he moved to finish Damian off. I'm going to smash your skull in, just as Arthur's attack was about to land. Die, you bastard. The mysterious voice echoed again. You will bring the second age of chaos to this land. At that moment, in the real world, the morning sun was shining. Jin Sung shot up in bed, gasping for air. He frantically looked around. What? What happened? Just then, as he was trying to figure things out, his door opened. This is my room. Why am I here? It was his younger brother, Jin Hun. Hey, get up and come eat. Jin Sung was shocked. Are you? Jin Hun? His brother shot back. What the heck are you talking about? Jin Sung thought, shouldn't he be in the military right now, as an officer? Why is he in a school uniform? Jin Hun spoke up. You told me to wake you up early today, remember? With that, he turned and slammed the door. My job's done. Leaving Jin Sung completely bewildered, he grabbed his head. What, am I going crazy? Then he froze. He stared at the calendar on his wall. Wait, is today really July 28th, 2020? Jin Sung's mind raced. That was the day Asian Chronicles, or AC, was released. He was horrified. Did I really go back in time? A little later, Jin Sung was downstairs, eating with his family. His mom looked worried. Jin Hun, what's gotten into your brother? Jin Hun just watched Jin Sung wolfing down his food like a man starved. I have no idea. But Jin Sung was overwhelmed with happiness. It's been so long since I've tasted a home-cooked meal. He exclaimed, Mom's cooking is the best in the world. It's just like when I was a kid, back when she was still healthy. Then he realized he'd been eating for a while. The TV was on. What gets your blood boiling? What makes your heart race? Swords and magic. An endless journey. A grand story made just for you. The world's first virtual reality game. Play now. Jin Hun wasn't impressed. What's this? Jin Sung stared at the screen, stunned. It's AC. Jin Hun jumped. What? Why did you just curse out of nowhere? Jin Sung, what are you saying? That's the name of the game. But his brother, Jin Hun, just scoffs. Is he crazy? See, here's the thing. The game is called AC, which in Korean sounds a lot like a swear word. Jin Hun just looked like a mess, and Jin Sung couldn't help but think his poor brother was a slob. But no time for that. Today was the day the beta launch. He clenched his fists. His mom was already downstairs, waiting to see him off. I'm heading out now, Mom. She gave him that worried look. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? And please, call me more often. He just nodded. I will. But even after getting in the car, he leaned back out. You need to take care of yourself too, Mom. I'm leaving now. Then, he turned to the driver, his tone completely shifting. Jumjong Station. As fast as you can possibly get me there. As the car pulled away, the reality hit him. This was it. 15 years in the past. He pulls out his phone. A Galaxy M24. An absolute dinosaur in his original time. But right now, this thing was the best of the best. He remembered it all too clearly. This was the darkest time of his life. His father in the hospital, him working himself to the bone. The pressure of being the man of the house was just too much, so he ran, escaped into the game and cut off everyone. The regret was overwhelming. How could he have forgotten? And then a notification popped up. A system message. System rebooting. He blinked. What? And then came the flood of alerts. Notification. Countdown has begun. Time remaining. 167 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Notification. Be advised. Failure to log into the game will result in a permanent vegetative state. His blood ran cold. What the hell? I'm not even playing yet. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head, and a strange voice echoed in his mind. He knew that voice. He'd definitely heard it before. The driver glanced back, concerned. Hey, you all right back there, kid? Meanwhile, at the VR electronics store, a nervous receptionist greeted her next customer. How can I help you today, sir? And on the other side of the counter, Jin Sung, radiating pure killer instinct. Yeah. The clerk stammered. I'm so sorry, sir, but all of our gaming capsules have been sold out. We only have reservations left. She pointed to a display model. But, if you're interested, we do have a custom-calibrated test unit for sale. He cut her off, his voice grim. I don't care if there's a discount. Give me the newest model you have. Right now, her eyes widened. Oh, okay. Completely taken aback, she quickly replied. Right this way, please. She guided him over to the unit. This is a refurbished model, she explained. A customer canceled their order, So we've been using it as a floor display. He didn't hesitate. Not for a second. He just pulled out his card. I'll take it. Put it on the card. The receptionist's mind was reeling. Who is this guy? The son of some billionaire CEO? As he headed for the door, she called out, "Delivery and installation will be completed this afternoon. Is that all right?" He didn't even stop. "Fine. I'm leaving." And just like that, he was ready to log in. Notification. Player registration has begun. Jin Sung has successfully registered. He thought about his bank account, now almost completely empty. No point in worrying about it now. As the virtual world materialized around him, his resolve hardened. I've made my decision, that system window, and that voice. There was no doubt anymore. It was the Demon King. Azaza. System. The game will now commence. Meanwhile, at the top-secret Ozakol division, Operator Clovey stared at her screen in horror. Oh my god, what is happening? She slammed the alert button. All personnel, all departments. Ozakol, listen up. Code Black. I repeat, Code Black. The control room exploded into chaos. What the hell? What's going on? It's an emergency. Move it. Report, Clovey yelled. Manager, you need to see this, now. Department head Hugh sprinted over. What is it? The main monitor was a sea of red alerts. When did this start, Clovey? Just now, sir. We can't find the source. Her voice trembled. The Akashic records of the ego body. They're surging in the main scenario. If this continues, we'll lose all control over the story. The Akashic records, a god-tier AI that had spawned AC, an anonymous digital terrorist they still couldn't identify. Hugh and his team were supposed to be watching it, but something had gone horribly wrong. This thing, it could wipe the entire system. The whole game, gone in an instant. Notification. Main scenario control is in critical decline. The Akashic records are beginning to consume the entire server. Hugh's face was grim. Damn it all. He made the call. Main scenario control. We're abandoning it. Clovey couldn't believe it. But Manager Hugh was firm. Now. We can't afford to lose all of AC, can we? He slammed his hand down on the emergency override. To hell with it. Just do it. Notification. Akashic Records has aborted control sequence. Notification. Akashic Records has suspended the ego, body. Notification. Main scenario, rebooting. Hugh let out a breath. It's starting. Back in the game. Notification. You have successfully connected to the game. Player. Damian. Login date. July 29th, 2020. Damian's eyes fluttered open. Current location. Whispering Island. Notification. Welcome to Arcasia. He just sat there, taking it all in. I'm really back. He could still remember everything. 15 long years playing this game, and he especially remembered the moments right before he returned to the past. Juman's condescending voice. Every person has their place in this world. The image of Arthur, sneering down at him, was burned into his memory. And insects like you are only meant to be crushed. How does it feel to fail so completely? He clenched his fists so hard his knuckles turned white. I'm coming for you, Juman, he growled. And when I find you, I'll burn you to ash. Nothing will be left. The fire of vengeance roared within him. I swear I will make you regret the day you ever logged into this game. He shook his head, snapping back to reality. Wait, where am I? This isn't the starting village. And then, a new window appeared. Player Damian has been confirmed. Condition 1. Failure to log into the game within 168 hours will result in your death. Condition 2. If your character dies, you will also die. Condition 3. Failure to complete a mission within the given time limit will result in your death. What? Damian grabbed his head, a wave of nausea washing over him. What the hell is this even talking about? Notification. Sensory limitations are being removed. He collapsed to his knees. Sensory limitation removal complete. Notification. Player Damian's ultimate objective has been updated. Final goal. The Demon King's advent. Time remaining. 87,500 hours. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. He screamed. Pure agony and rage. You damn game. What have you done to my body? Notification. A class will be granted based on the conditions of the final objective. Plague Doctor. He stared blankly. What? What the hell is a Plague Doctor? The description popped up. Wielding primordial power. They are the closest beings to death itself, masters of ancient magic and curses. Their identities are shrouded in mystery, and they believe death to be a form of salvation. Are you kidding me? Damian cursed. Level 1. Class. Plague Doctor. Guild. None. And his humanity stat? Rock bottom. He scanned his stat sheet, his heart sinking. My stats are absolute garbage. Name: Damian. Class: Plague Doctor. Level 1. Plus, he muttered, poison damage is a special attack type. He ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Even if it's a hidden class, this build is completely useless for me. Just then, the system pinged again. A warning. Damian grit his teeth. What now? Warning. You have committed a great crime. Your humanity is critically low. Notification. Humanity penalty will now be enforced. He screamed, -9,999,999,999. He lunged at the screen, grabbing it as if he could strangle it. You'd have to kill 1 billion people to get a number like that. He was completely lost. What does this even mean? Is it a bug? But then, more system notifications began flooding his vision, one after another. He could only weep. You have got to be kidding me. He could only imagine what kind of penalty was coming. This path. It's going to turn me into a demon king, he thought cautiously. I got a second chance. But my life is on the line right now. Damian covered his face, thinking, should I hide my face? Damn it. At that moment, in the village of Junvaten, a tall figure pushed open the door to a small shop. The village chief began his usual greeting. Welcome, adventurer, to our he froze. Before him stood a towering man wearing a paper bag over his head. Confused, he asked, why the paper bag on your head? Damian hesitated, then put on a threatening act. Because it's cool. The old man was speechless. Damian cringed internally. Seriously, if this wasn't a mandatory quest, I'd never wear this thing. The chief cleared his throat. Right. Well, I respect your style. Damian just replied, yeah. Damian cut to the chase. More importantly, I need to get a quest, and fast. The village chief snapped back to reality. Right. What am I doing? Whispering Island is overrun with chicks. The problem is, they've cleaned out everything, so our warehouses are totally empty. He pushed a quest paper forward. Catch 10 of their chicks. That's the mission I'm giving you. Right then, on the mountain behind Runvatten village, a small chick was just waddling along. Suddenly, a shadow with glowing eyes loomed behind it. Thwip! A dart, coated in some kind of purple substance, slammed right into the chick's backside, and just like that, the little bird collapsed. Damian slumped to the ground, panting. Damn it, I forgot I only have 1 HP. I need to be much more careful. A quest notification popped up. Catch the chicks. You have just set foot on the continent of Azaza. Eliminate the chicks on Whispering Island and protect the warehouse. It was a tutorial quest. Objective. Catch 10 chicks and find 10 golden feathers. Progress. 10%. Prepare yourself and begin the mission. He sighed heavily. I've only caught 1. He scrolled through his menu, desperately looking for anything to help him, but finally gave up. There's nothing here for me. I can only use 1 skill. I won't be able to learn another until I reach level 10. Then he shot to his feet. All right. Break time is over. He steeled his resolve. Now that I know how this works, I'll be more precise. Thwip, thwip, thwip. A series of darts flew through the air, hitting one chick after another. A notification popped up. You have defeated a chick. Another followed. You have received experience. At that very moment, back in the real world at the Juman Corporation, a door slid open. Juman sat up inside his high-tech gaming pod. An assistant rushed over with a towel. How was it, sir? Taking the towel, Juman replied. It wasn't as bad as I thought. He immediately asked, what's the domestic customer response been like? The assistant reported. All of the gaming pods were sold out on the very first day of release, sir. The assistant was in the middle of saying, I believe the entire VR gaming landscape will change within a week when a call came in. Juman took the call as he walked away. I'm listening, manager, he asked. Have you prepared everything I need? The voice on the other end replied. Of course, young master. The voice on the line continued. The most suitable class for you, the fastest leveling path, and every type of accessory and item. I've prepared it all. A smirk spread across Juman's face. Thank you, manager. Now, it's time for me to shake up this game. He walked over to a chair and sat down. All right, I'll call you back later. He hung up, staring out the window with a calculating expression. The fourth son of the Dushin Corporation's chairman, and a professional player of the game Chaos of Spacetime, Juman. His in-game name in Ace was King Arthur. Meanwhile, Damian was completely exhausted. I was really looking forward to it. He checked his screen. Finally, I've caught all of them, right? A bright flash. Level up. Notification, you have reached level 2. Tears welled up in his eyes. Finally. I'm level 2. Suddenly something new appeared on his screen. Level 2. Class. Arcanist. Guild. None. And 5 unspent stat points. He was overjoyed. I have 5 whole stat points left over. He did the math in his head. Normally, you only get 2 stat points when you level up. To get an extra 3 points, you'd have to have a seriously powerful class, or be an amazing character. A thought struck him. Is it because I have a hidden class? This is even better than I thought. He clenched his fist. All right. A dark smile crept onto his face. Just you wait, Juman. He growled. I'll soon chop you up into 1,000 pieces. With his weapon in hand, Damian took off at a full sprint. Flying through the busy market like an arrow, the thundering of his footsteps made people turn their heads, wondering what was happening. By the time anyone realized what they were seeing, Damian was already gone, leaving them to stare around in total confusion. What the hell was that? Trailing right behind Damian was an angry mob of chickens, all chasing after him. Nearby warriors watched, whispering among themselves. What's with the guy in the bag? Is he a tamer? No way. Tamers only raise one super powerful pet. The chickens were furious, relentlessly chasing after him. One of the onlookers scoffed. At this rate, I'm guessing he's about to die. But then, Damian suddenly spun around and pulled out his blowgun. Without hesitating, he fired one dart, instantly taking down a chicken. However, that only seemed to make the others even angrier. Looking at their numbers, even Damian hesitated for a second. Ugh, there are so many. He thought for a moment, then started running again. But I want to complete Elmo's quest. Chicks, hens, and roosters, all of them. Gathering a whole mob of them like this is all part of the act. He started looking around. It should be somewhere around here, right? And just in time, the horde of chickens finally caught up. Damian smiled triumphantly, because as soon as their feet touched the ground, they all fell into a massive trap that he had painstakingly built. Standing above them, Damian was satisfied. All of them have been caught. Suddenly, his face turned ice cold. You little pests, prepare to become my experience points. A moment later, the entire flock had been wiped out. Notification. You have defeated a hen. Notification. You have received experience points. Notification. You have defeated a rooster. Notification. You have received experience points. Finally, the system announced he had reached level 9. Damian clenched his fist, thrilled. All right, he smiled, thinking about how close he was to level 10. If this keeps up, I'll hit level 10 soon and get a new skill. But then, a system notification popped up. Because you have engaged in combat, your experience gain has increased by 1. In a nearby forest, someone else was hunting the chickens. Notification. You have defeated a hen. Notification. You have received experience points. A player named Min Chang was excitedly killing chickens. Damn, this is amazing. Min Dong and Dong Chun were just as fired up. This is so easy. Is this for real? So easy. Nam So and Chim Song were getting cocky. Yeah, this is a piece of cake. Ace is nothing compared to us. They were completely stealing the kills from Damian's trap. I don't know who did this, but let's just enjoy it. That's right, someone else's food always tastes better. The system then announced that Min Chang had reached level 7, making everyone admire him. You leveled up again? He was so happy he had no idea disaster was about to strike. We'll become rankers in no time, right? A voice interrupted them. Hey, are you guys enjoying it? Min Chang naively turned his head and replied, Yeah, of course we are. Before he could finish his sentence, he took a punch straight from Damian. The fire of rage was burning bright in him. Notification. Status effect. Notification. Your character has been stunned. Notification. You will be unable to control your character for 5 seconds. The others frantically called out his name. Min. Dongchun ran over, violently shaking him. Wake up, man. But before anyone could panic, Damian stepped in. Hey, you guys. His voice went ice cold. You stole my kill, didn't you? The thieves started shaking like leaves. Hand it over while I'm still playing nice. But Chi Sang and Nam Sho weren't backing down. Excuse me? Stole it? Where's your proof, huh? Damian slowly turned his head toward the pile of dead chickens. Then he glared, hissing through gritted teeth. You rats really want to argue with proof staring you in the face? You asking to be deleted? He stepped forward, pure menace. Last chance to do this the easy way. Hand it over and get out. Suddenly, Min Chang gripped his sword from the ground. Screw off! He lunged forward with a high swing. You bastard! Damian just calmly pulled his weapon. I warned you. And just like that, pure power. Slammed right down on Min Chang's head. The others panicked but decided to go all in. He killed Min. Get him! They charged like madmen. Damian's eyes flared with rage. He swung his bamboo tube. Boom! Down they went. In the blink of an eye, everyone was wiped out without landing a single hit. Dongchun stood there, absolutely terrified. Damian raised his bamboo tube again, muttering through gritted teeth. I said, spit it out. The remaining 3 guys went pale as ghosts. Crap. Who the hell is this guy? And right as the system announced that a member was dead, Damian turned his gaze right at them, a true chaos-aligned player. Chi Sang and Nam Shou were too terrified to move. Run! Move! They bolted, but Damian wasn't about to let them escape that easily. See, he's a player who specializes in player killing, basically a game criminal. He raised his bamboo tube, took a deep breath, and bam! Instant poison. All 3 fell, foaming at the mouth before dropping dead. Damian slowly scanned the area. He looked around frantically, realizing someone was missing. Min Chang. Where did that guy go? Crap. Meanwhile, Min Chang was desperately trying to log out, but the system kept glitching, driving him absolutely insane. Crap, come on. The system locked him in for another 300 seconds. Min Chang was shaking in a corner, completely helpless. Of all the people to run into, a psycho chaos player. Then, he felt footsteps. Min Chang slowly looked back, only to find Damian smiling with his bamboo tube. Hello there. Min Chang's soul practically left his body. Yep, he was finished. Cue Min Chang's blood-curdling scream. Right after, the system tallied up the rewards, golden feathers and health potions galore. He popped those rewards immediately. Damian walked off, happily whistling. Well, that loot was way better than expected. Suddenly ding! The system congratulated him on reaching level 10. He looked at his new skills, totally hyped. Sweet! Finally, I can use those locked level 10 skills. But the celebration didn't last long. The screen flashed red. Warning, humanity points dropped by 1, putting him at -9 billion points. Damian just sighed. Well, I guess I'm officially at rock bottom. Trash is still useful sometimes. He clicked on the cruel title. Looking at those overpowered stats, he couldn't help but laugh. Haha, this is straight up cheating. Damian shut down the system window. The fire in his eyes was still burning bright. He walked away with pure determination. Time to grind some more levels. Next morning at a crowded convenience store, Minzon was working the counter when Damian walked in. They chatted casually. Oh, hey, it's you. Seeing him pile up food, Minzon got worried. Why are you buying so much instant food? You sick or something? Damian gave an awkward smile. Nah, nothing like that. Just been a bit busy. Minzon just sighed and rang him up. Fine, hand it over. But when Damian tried to pay, Minzon waved him off. Keep your wallet in your pocket, man. It's on me. Wait, what? This is over 50,000 won. Minzon just smiled. Don't worry about it. Just buy me a drink next time. Seriously, this guy. Suddenly, the TV broadcasted breaking news about the youngest pro player, Ju Min. The legend from Space Storm was retiring. Damian was completely shocked. Ju Min announced that he was just bored, playing basic games with a keyboard and mouse. Damian leaned in, listening intently. Ju Min's next target? The ultra-popular virtual reality game, Arcadia. Ju Min, huh? You know him? Damian hesitated, quickly making up an excuse. Well, yeah. He's pretty famous. He's from a massive conglomerate, tall, handsome, and a beast of a gamer. Minzon's next words made Damian flinch hard. The only way you wouldn't know him is if you're a spy. Back in a forest near Junvaten village, thinking about Ju Min made Damian absolutely furious. Is that bastard really coming here? He pushed himself to the limit, grinding all the way to level 15. No time to slack off. After wiping out the chickens, he looked for new prey. I need to get stronger. I know it's around here somewhere. Damian pulled up his system window. It showed a legendary quest. Predator of Quitbergy Island. The goal: defeat the mutant wild boar. Progress? 0%. The reward: Elmo's advice. Damian did the math. The final quest on this island: hunting that mutant boar. If I finish this, I can leave this place with Elmo's guidance. But thinking about that boar made him anxious. The only problem? These things move around, constantly, making them incredibly hard to track down. If I can't find their lair, within an hour, I'll have to wait another hour for the cooldown. He walked a bit further, and boom, he found it. Damian's eyes lit up as he started drooling. Right across the stream was the mutant wild boar. Found you. It was a level 30 elite natural beast. Damian ducked down, assessing the situation. Level 30 and elite? One wrong move and I'm toast. See, monsters in this game are ranked: normal, elite, high rank, and champion. Elites and above have special traits across 3 categories: attack, defense, and crowd control. That's 24 variants total. Damian decided to go for it, activating his corrosive poison skill as he lunged. Alright, let's see what this monster is made of. Boom! A direct hit to the boar's head. It shook its head, looking for the idiot who dared to attack it. Damian, casually sitting up in a tree, just waved. Hi. The boar's eyes turned blood red with rage. It leaped straight up toward his branch. But that was exactly what Damian wanted. That's it, come to me. He hurled a green potion bottle at it. Right in the eyes, pig. The beast roared in absolute agony. And right then, Damian realized something. No physical attack resistance. Not a summoner type. No magic resistance. Definitely not a defensive type. Nope. 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 The boar's defenses were crumbling, but its eyes blazed with a furious glare, like it wanted to tear Damian apart. He thought, man, this corrosive poison works like a charm. And it wasn't even expensive. In a flash, the enraged boar charged him. Damian barely managed to dodge. Too fast. Suddenly, the boar's eyes glowed crimson, and a powerful energy erupted around its entire body. Without a second's hesitation, it charged him again. Damian had no choice but to run as the beast rammed at him like a maniac. A classic, unstoppable monster. But then a blue shield appeared out of nowhere. Damian looked up, completely baffled. What the heck? Where did this blue barrier come from? He nervously looked back. Could this be one of the monster's special traits? Just then, the boar slammed into the shield right in front of him. Damian was pinned, his back pressed tight against the wall. Ah, damn it. No escape. The powerful blow shattered the wall into 1,000 pieces. Damian's paper bag was sent flying, and a voice straight from hell roared out, "You damn pig." Now, in a demonic form, Damian was overflowing with killing intent as he slowly stalked toward the boar. A notification window popped up. When HP hits 0, you will transform into a corpse. For 600 seconds, your health will not drop below 1. While in the corpse state, the user spreads a plague aura. Any target within a 3-meter radius will be infected, taking damage when the skill is triggered. No other skills can be used. The cooldown is 1,800 seconds. Once activated, no other skills are available until the cooldown of 1,800 seconds is over. Damian gritted his teeth. That hurt. His new aura was so terrifying, the boar actually started trembling with fear. Right now, he looked like a true demon. He hissed, "I almost died because of you, you piece of filth." The entire forest was thrown into chaos. Damian's glare was a death sentence. You are dead. The boar could only stand frozen, taking every single hit. Then, the system alert started rolling in. The boar was now poisoned and bleeding out simultaneously. Damian only had 10 minutes in this demonic form. 10 minutes? That's more than enough. He then activated his skill, Calamity. He slammed a powerful fist into the boar's head. "I'm going to grind you into paste." As the seconds ticked by, the boar endured a brutal beatdown, and the stone on its forehead glowed a fiery red. Damian pulled his arm back, preparing to end it with a final, crushing blow right on the boar's head. With this attack, only 4 seconds remained on his transformation timer. With just 3 seconds left, the boar collapsed, out cold. The moment the timer ended, he had defeated the beast and leveled up to 16. Completely drained, Damian immediately fell to the ground. Finally, his demonic form faded away. He looked up at the sky and breathed a sigh of relief. I won. The system flooded his screen with notifications of generous rewards, like the wild boar's fang, the wild boar's lair, wild boar's essence, and other items. Damian was thrilled. Nice. I'll take all the rewards and complete the quest. The system even granted him a new title, Solo Hog Hunter. It came with a huge boost to his stats for killing monsters alone. Damian looked it over carefully. Perfect. Now let's see the items I got. I can give the lair to Elmo. And the fang and essence too. Ho, you truly are a strange one. He whipped his head around. An adventurer from another world, one who has risen from the dead. A man stood there smiling at him. Strange. Very strange. Ha ha ha. Damian asked cautiously. Who are you? A nameless old man. It seemed this guy had lived for thousands of millennia, and he was extremely hot-tempered. Best not to get on his bad side. Damian was shocked he couldn't see any of the man's information. The man stepped closer and asked, "How can you move when you're already dead?" What? When Karun started touching him, he scowled. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The old man slowly explained. Based on the ancient script on your forehead, you are without a doubt an adventurer from another world. Damian pushed his hand away. Get away from me, you stink. I was just wondering. Suddenly, Karun's eyes lit up. Oh, I get it now. I get it. Get what? The old man's next words sent a shiver down his spine. You borrowed the power of darkness, didn't you? He continued, practically giddy with excitement. That has to be it. You use dark power to become temporarily undead. Not bad at all. If you become a true immortal, you won't die so easily. Then, his face darkened, his expression turning terrifying. But why would an adventurer from another world possess dark powers equal to the Demon King? Damian instinctively backed away. How can he see all of that so clearly? And just then, new information finally popped up on his screen. Karun, priest of the apocalypse, representative of the god Quenlang Saka and patriarch of the mystic cult. It seems he's lived for thousands of years. He is currently searching for talent to defeat Arya, the queen of the gods. Race, human. Age and level, unknown. Note, this old man is extremely hot-tempered. Damian wondered to himself, priest of the apocalypse? What the hell is that? Sounds like some kind of scam cult. The old man's brow furrowed in anger. Huh? A scam? He gritted his teeth and roared. I, Karun, am one of the 7 priests of the god, Saka, and I will spread the gospel of the apocalypse across this land after I defeat that wretched queen of the gods. Damian tried to explain, but the old man wasn't listening. No, wait. All right, I'll teach you a lesson. Calm down. Karun swung his fist and screamed, Shut your mouth. The punch was about to land. Thankfully, he was fast enough to dodge. Why is he attacking me? But before he could catch his breath, the old man attacked again. This geezer is insane. Every one of Karun's blows was incredibly destructive, and they even launched shockwaves that blew away everything in their path. Damian knew he had just stumbled upon a really tough opponent. What is this insane power? Huh, you dare to dodge? Damian shot back. Yeah, I have to. Do you want me to die or something? Hoo-hoo, you seem pretty relaxed, don't you? Karun's aura flared even brighter. Well then, let's see how good you really are at dodging. Looking at him, Damian could only curse under his breath. This old man is a complete lunatic. What do I do? The system chimed in. Karun, the priest of the apocalypse, has shown hostility towards you. Notification. The main quest, Karun's trial, has been activated. Quest. Karun's trial. The representative for the god Quenlang Saka has taken an interest in you. You must survive this old man's attacks. Classification. Main storyline quest. Survive the assault of Karun, the priest of the apocalypse. Progress, rewards, and warnings are now active. This quest cannot be abandoned. Damian was stunned. Huh? A main storyline quest? Main storyline? Those quests are only given out to a select few players, and they are always critically important. They have the power to change the future of the game. The world of Acre could be completely altered depending on a player's actions. The influence of a main storyline quest on the world is immeasurable. Damian bit his lip, thinking, but what does this crazy old man have to do with the main story? From a distance, Karun rushed toward him, shouting, Why are you just standing there like a log? All Damian could do was run for his life. This was clearly no ordinary old man. Back when I was the god of war, a main storyline quest was activated for me then too. It was to defeat Abath alongside the 6 masters. I had to enter the most terrifying dungeon in the entire world, the Abyss. After using every last bit of my strength and time to clear the dungeon, I finally faced the Demon King, Abraham. If you don't complete the main story quest, this entire world could get wiped out. Yeah, you could say it's the most important mission in the game. Damian quickly sized up the situation. Right. If this really is part of the main storyline, I have to finish it, no matter the cost. Right on his tail was K-Run, who just appeared out of nowhere. The old man leaped into the air, yelling, You've got some nerve! Damian immediately brought his hands together and began an incantation. As he chanted, he calmed himself. Don't let your mind wander. No miscalculations. His whole body flared with a crimson power. From now on, I have to rely on my own drive, and try to reach him through sheer sincerity. But K-Run just kept charging like a feral beast, and a second later, a world-shaking explosion went off. K-Run chased after him, roaring, You bastard, how long are you gonna run? Even in his dark-powered state, Damian didn't dare underestimate him. Damn it, he doesn't look like any martial artist I've ever seen. So how is he this strong? Suddenly, the old man screamed, Stand still, and Damian's perception sharpened immensely. Damian carefully watched his master's movements, allowing him to swiftly dodge K-Run's kick. He gritted his teeth, remembering his teacher's words, just survive. Behind him, K-Run started gathering energy. The more time I can buy. In a flash, a massive energy ball had already formed in the old man's hands as he yelled at Damian. Hey, let's see if you can take a single hit from me. Damian was so stunned he couldn't even react. What the hell? A terrifying wave of power, like a massive bomb, flew straight at him. All he could do was stare with wide, terrified eyes. In an instant, a colossal explosion rocked the area. When the dust finally settled, Damian was on his knees, collapsed on the ground. His body, surprisingly, seemed mostly unharmed. K-Run looked at him with approval. Your body is tough. Damian clenched his jaw as a notification popped up. 1 second left. Ha, still can't compare to you. Just as the counter hit 0, he reverted back to his human form. I thought I was dead for sure. A new message appeared. You have completed K-Run's challenge mission. K-Run let out a breath. I'm guessing you're still in one piece? Damian, exhausted, looked up at him. Do you have any idea how I even got this opportunity? Of course I have to be alive. K-Run reached out a hand and pulled Damian to his feet. Are you talking about that dark power? Yes, haven't you realized it yet? The old master crossed his arms with a smug grin. Haha, of course I have. There's no way the Apocalypse disciple of the seventh god, Sokka, wouldn't recognize it. The god Sokka, K-Run explained slowly, is the most powerful god in Asia. He is the Lord of Darkness and the Apocalypse. Damian rubbed his chin, thinking, you can't compare him to Asia, because he's the greatest god. The great gods. Asia, the supreme god of the dawn. Phoenix, the fire god. Nisa, the water god. Tennessee, the wood god. Ozite, the metal god. And Rao, the earth god. Aren't there only 6 gods? Damian scratched his head, confused. There's no way the system would lie. Aha, I see. K-Run sighed. Now that you're listening, I'll get straight to the point. He's only getting to the point now? All that fighting and running around was for nothing? Damian was not pleased. Suddenly, the old man asked, Do you want to become stronger? K-Run offered. I heard that adventurers from other worlds are seeking power. Is that right? Abruptly, he held out an inviting hand. Then you should become my disciple. Damian's jaw dropped in shock. Then he turned his back to leave. Have a nice day. What? You little brat? K-Run's hand smacked down hard on his head. Where do you think you're going, you punk? Damian cried out, rubbing his head. You crazy old man. What? You disrespectful kid. K-Run, furious, reminded him. The power of the great god Sokka is beyond anything you can imagine. He continued trying to persuade him. If you become my disciple, even a fool like you could become a ruler. No way, old man. If you were me, would you believe a single word coming out of your mouth? Hearing that, K-Run roared. What did you say? Seeing that force wasn't working, he lowered his voice. Well, if you want to know. He then placed a book on the table. Take a look at this. Damian stared in astonishment. A notification popped up. The Apocalypse Invitation. The Book of the Dark Covenant is glowing. What is this? Main event. The encounter with the seventh god has begun. K-Run laughed. Haha. This is a divine artifact that will allow you to meet the god Sokka. Meet him? How? The old man urged. Just open it. Open it? Damian thought for a second. It's just a book. Suddenly, K-Run's voice cut in. Don't move another step. Damian turned his head. Why? And saw the old man swinging his staff high in the air. A moment later, Damian finally opened his eyes. He shot up, terrified. Damian clutched his head in anger. Ugh, that perverted old man. Seriously. He muttered a curse. Did he just kill me to send me to meet a god? While he was distracted, a figure approached. Damn it, I'm not letting you off the hook when I get back. Damian looked up at the person in front of him. Asia looked back at him. Damian was confused. Who is this kid? Suddenly, Asia started dancing around him. Kid. Whoa, hey, stop messing around. Where am I? All of a sudden, Asia slammed his staff down. The boy spoke cheerfully. You smell nice. A very familiar scent. My scent? Then the kid made an offer. You. I like you. Want to be friends? Why so sudden? Damian stammered. Kid? His next words seemed to annoy Asia. You don't have any friends? No, I have plenty of friends. Lots of them, actually, the boy replied happily. My friends are just like me. I'll give you one of my friends. You're gonna give me a friend? Then Asia pointed off to the side. There, my friends. What the heck? It turned out to be chicks. Baby chickens. A chick? They suddenly rushed toward Damian. Why are there so many? He looked down at the chicks in his hands, completely bewildered. What is happening? See? They're all my friends. Cool, right? Yeah, really cool. Asia asked again. So, you want to be my friend? Finally, the two shook hands. All right, fine, Asia declared. From now on, We're friends. Suddenly, Damian's head started spinning. I can see. The image in front of him began to blur. It's getting foggy. Damian's eyes shot open. K-Run was sitting right behind him. You're finally awake. The old man was acting like nothing happened. So, how do you feel? Damian pointed a finger at him and shouted, You old geezer with one foot in the grave. Huh? K-Run shot back, just as angry. Give me some space, you bastard. You almost killed me. Why should I spare you? This just sent K-Run into a rage. He slammed his forehead directly into Damian's. The blow sent him reeling backward, and his character entered a stunned state, needing time to recover health. Ah, damn it. Not again. Opening his eyes once more, he saw the same image. K-Run. Awake yet? Damian rubbed his head, grumbling. Is your head made of rock or something? Freaking monster. K-Run shot back angrily. What was that? Nothing. But deep down, Damian was already terrified. This damn old man. He looks like just some random wanderer, but the old man is crazy strong. I need to swallow my pride for now. What's wrong? Damian asked, totally confused. What are you even talking about? What did you say to Lord Sokka? Well, he explained, he wants to be my friend. All right, so we're friends now? Friends? K-Run tilted his head, thinking, I suppose that's fine. What? The old man stroked his beard. So you're saying Lord Sokka wants to be your friend? That's right. K-Run let out a satisfied chuckle. Friendship is a deep bond, like brotherhood. This means the Lord has decided you will be my successor. Damian was just stunned. He couldn't accept it. No, how is that possible? You will follow me from now on, K-Run declared with a smug grin. What could be better? Ha ha ha. Wrong. But where was he wrong? Damian let out a sigh of relief. At least, I'm pretty sure this is a good thing. K-Run slapped the ground. All right, come and sit. Are we going to meditate now? The old man asked, his face suddenly serious. No. I'm going to tell you our plan for the future. Our plan? He looked just like a teacher about to start a lecture. This story begins a very, very long time ago. It's an old tale. Seriously? In this land, there were 7 gods, thanks to the god of creation and light, Arya, and the god of apocalypse, Sokka. The cycle of life and death was perfectly balanced. But one day, fearing Lord Sokka's destructive power, the god Arya approached the other 5 gods. Sokka's power is too great. It could easily swallow us all whole. Why don't we find a way to stop that from happening? And though opinions differed, nobody objected. They made their final decision. They had to seal his power. Because they feared Lord Sokka, but they also coveted that strength for themselves. And so began the war between Lord Sokka and the other 6 gods. The heavens trembled. The earth itself cracked under the strain. That war dragged on for a very long time. Even as the god of apocalypse, he couldn't fight off 6 other gods alone. Lord Sokka was ultimately defeated. He left everything to his clan and fell into an eternal slumber. All that remained of him was his divinity. The old man's voice grew heavy. And just like that, the 7 gods were slowly forgotten. Damian was finally starting to understand Lord Sokka's clan. This old man must be a member. Ever since Lord Sokka vanished, the 6 gods believed no other power could ever threaten them again. But after that, the world flooded with demons. Because with Lord Sokka gone, those who were supposed to die simply refused to. And that's how demons were born. Damian rested his chin on his hand, thinking. So Sokka was the source of darkness, but also the pillar of balance, keeping everything in check. And without him, demons were created. I get it now. K-Run continued his story with pride. For thousands of years, I have wandered this continent to resurrect the one true god I serve, Lord Sokka, and to find a force strong enough to defeat Arya and the other 5 gods. Suddenly, his tone became deadly serious. Perhaps the reason I've wandered for so long was for this very day. His words left Damian completely stunned. From now on, you will be my disciple and Lord Sokka's sword. You will defeat the 6 gods, including Arya and their clans. It was a proposal and a threat. Can you do it? A notification appeared. Main quest. K-Run's wish has been activated. Another window popped up. Do you wish to accept this quest? Yes or no? Looking at the system window, he hesitated. The forgotten 7th god. A sword of vengeance sharpened for 1,000 years, and the one person who could make it all happen. Suddenly, he remembered. Wait, that bastard Juman. I almost forgot about him, but he's from Arya's clan. Damian's resolve hardened. I see. So this is my revenge too. Then, he suddenly dropped to his knees. Reviving the 7th god to defeat the other 6. That's a crucial mission for me. Not a bad choice. Damian then shouted towards Kairun. Please accept this bow of deep respect, Master. Ha ha ha. Good. You are truly worthy of being my disciple. A notification chimed. You have formed a new relationship. Chiron, priest of the apocalypse. Damian smiled, satisfied. All right. Once I'm done training with this old geezer, I can finally shut that bastard up for good. Then Kairun stood up to leave. I'm going now. Yes, take care of yourself. Suddenly, Damian yelled out. No. Wait, Master. What is it now? He frowned, demanding an answer. Aren't you going to teach me anything? Like, a new skill? What are you talking about? I took you as my student and told you what needs to be done. My part is finished. Then he tossed a book at him. Huh? Oh, all right, here you go. Confused, Damian reached out and caught it. Huh? What's this? If you need anything, look in that book. Finally, the old man added, and if possible, don't look for me. What? Damian tried to chase him, but it was too late. What the hell? Kairun just waved. See you later. Damian fell to his knees, defeated. He's really gone. A system notification popped up, reminding him of the quest. That damn old man. The quest window read, Kairun's wish. Resurrect the god of darkness, Sokka, and defeat the 6 gods and their clans who rule this land. Looking at the list, Damian felt hopeless. I really have to do all this? By myself? He grabbed his head and screamed in frustration. How the hell am I supposed to finish this? Damian angrily kicked a nearby boulder. The more he thought, the more his head throbbed. Was there even a glimmer of hope to complete this quest? And not to mention, the clans of the 6 gods. He remembered them. They were my comrades who helped me defeat Araxes. And they're the strongest elites in the entire world. Annette the Crimson, Sigyn the Frost, Halo of the Mind, Sirius the Steel, and Luke the Rock. They were all members of the most powerful divine families, each one a disaster-level threat. And among them, from the clan of Arya, was Juman, the Radiant King. Athu, hailed as the god of magic after obtaining an item with infinite mana, the Infinity Circle. Can I really defeat Juman? Damian clenched his fists. Finally, his determination returned. No need to panic. He remembered that day clearly. I don't know why, but just when I thought it was all over, I saw what that bastard Juman did. I was given this chance. A chance to go back in time. His eyes burned with resolve. All right, I'll do it. I'll finish this damn quest. Damian was determined. I'll complete this mission and put an end to this sick fate. Suddenly, the system windows vanished, replaced by a new notification. Apocalypse is calling. The Book of the Dark Covenant has met its requirements. A new title will be added. Other titles included Return to Village, Prophet, Ancient Lexicon, Item Appraisal, Dismantle, Synchronize, and Craft. A notice appeared. Because your level is low, some titles cannot be activated. This window announced, Return to Village has been activated. Notification. Item Appraisal has been activated. Notification. Dismantle has been activated. Notification. Synchronize has been activated. Damian stared at his items, thrilled. Whoa, is this the all-in-one legendary item he'd only heard stories about? Jian, totally hyped, immediately opens it up. This thing is basically a cheat code with tons of skills. Awesome. This thing is just too good. Jian hesitates for a second. Talk about a lucky break. Maybe nothing can stop him now, right? So, should he test it out? And with that, Jian hits the button. First up, let's try the separate function. Instantly, a pighead item flies right out of the book as a magic circle glows to life beneath his feet. Next was Synchronize, and the whole sky flashed a brilliant blue. And finally, Craft. There it is. It's happening. A notification pops up. Item crafting complete. Jian just stares, totally dumbfounded, as a wild boar helmet materializes out of thin air. He takes a moment to check the stats. Plus 100 HP, plus 50 magic power, plus 3 to all stats, and plus 10 defense? Yeah, this is easily the best gear he has right now. Jian starts doing the math. On the game's global exchange bank, 100 gold is equal to about $1. A wild boar head like this one is worth around 500,000 gold. Jian rubs his head, hesitating. It would be amazing if he could make exclusive items for alchemists. But if he keeps crafting stuff while he's this broke, he's gonna end up homeless for real. Finally, Jian makes a call. Send the animal hide back to the village first. The next morning, the village chief eyes the hide skeptically. You seriously caught this? Alone? That's right, Jian confirms it. I'm positive. It's the hide of a wild boar. Hearing that, the chief finally agrees. All right then, I'll write you a letter of recommendation, but he also adds a warning. You're not the kind of person who should stay on this island. Thank you, sir. The chief continued. Go to the western port and catch a ship. It'll take you to the main continent. A notification pops up. Recommendation from Elmo received. The chief hands him the letter. This is from me. Give it to the branch master of the Adventurers Guild. Thank you. A short while later, Gian was at the port. Gian finds a spot to eat some bread while checking his stats. He strokes his chin, thinking, Level 16, huh? I've still got a long way to go. Then Gian flips to another page. The Vengeful Agent title. He shakes his head. This is just insane. It's basically forcing him to go around player killing, isn't it? But he hates killing people. Gian has no idea what to do with this. Besides, he knows this is all just a false religion. Suddenly a cry for help. Huh? What was that? A man, bruised and battered, is screaming, Somebody, help me. A hooded figure just scoffs. You should have listened when I was being nice. He leans in close, threatening, Just pay your damn debt. Got it? You're just making this hard on both of us when it could be so simple. Gian instantly recognizes them. They're killers. The leader smugly continues, Well, now things have gotten a lot worse for you. But hey, we're not the bad guys. He's clearly the one in charge. If you pay the fee, you're allowed to leave. Understand? This guy is strong, blocking the entire dock with just 20 men. A bystander nearby is shaking with pure rage. Without a second thought, he draws his sword and charges forward, screaming, Go to hell! The leader whips around, and a magic circle flares to life in his palm. Who is this foreigner? He unleashes a lightning strike, instantly snuffing out the man's life. The man is struck down, burned completely black. Did he not understand a word he said? The leader laughs contemptuously. I told you that you couldn't win. The poor man's body is just tossed aside. The crowd is furious. My God, those bastards. But the leader just smirks. Heh, what a beautiful scene. And they're not done yet. They're ready to attack again. Brothers, finish him. The thugs all summon their own magic circles in their hands. But right as they're about to strike, something completely unexpected happens. Suddenly, the leader is smashed to pieces. Jaws hit the floor. No one can believe it, his head just got blown off in a single hit. A terrified thug points. Huh? Over there? It's Gian, standing there in his wild boar helmet. Gian's eyes are blazing with pure rage. The thugs start to tremble. The new leader is wary. Who the hell is this guy? Suddenly, Gian yells, Pay up! What? He grinds his teeth. Pay the price with your lives. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you want to live, you pay. Gian stands in the middle of the confused mages and just laughs. One of them sputters, What is this psycho talking about? Gian raises his hand and calmly begins to count. 10, 9, 8. He continues raising his hand. 7, 6, 5. The count goes on. 4, 3, 2. The mages are finally starting to panic. One of them screams, This bastard wants to die. They start to charge. Hey, what are you waiting for? Let's take him out. Gian stands his ground, weapon in hand, as they surround him. Gian's expression darkens as he raises his sharp weapon. 1. And then he's gone. The mages are stunned. One of them can't believe it, yelling in confusion. What? He just vanished into thin air. They start to break out in a cold sweat. He really disappeared. What the? A mage looks up, his face filled with terror, and screams, Everyone, get back. A flash of light cuts through the air, and they all scream in agony. My eyes, help me. 4 mages stare in horror at the pile of charred bodies. What the hell is happening? Gian stands confidently among the fallen. 4 left. Gian remembers his skills: Blood Rush, Poison Dart, and Necrosis. And thanks to his Avenger title, his damage against other players is massively boosted. Gian flashes a confident smile. Not bad. Taking out a whole crowd with just 1 hit. A mage looks on, furious. You bastard. Gian looks at the Blood Rush vial in his hand, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Was this more than you expected? The potion bottle slowly falls from Gian's hand. He collapses to the ground, clutching his head and crying out in pain. Wendy looks on worried, rushing over to help him up. Gian, are you okay? He looks at her. Wendy, where am I? He flashes back to the scene of being electrocuted, screaming in pure agony. He stares at his own hands, utterly bewildered. That's right, he was attacked by those mages. Gian slams his fist into the ground. Damn it. Wendy anxiously tries to stop him. Gian, we're in the middle of a broadcast. Gian glares at the notification board, furious. Damn it, this is insane. The comments are flooding in. Just give up, dude. He totally missed his chance. Wendy holds up her hands, flustered. Jian, calm down. You saw how strong they are. We should just wait for a bit. He lets out a frustrated sigh. Wendy, when do you think a live streamer truly dies? Is it when they lose all their items, or when they drop back to level 1? He says seriously, no. It's when they decide to quit the game. She's left speechless, only able to ask, you? He answers her, that's why I'm going to wipe every single one of those bastards out. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, kicking up a cloud of dust. Both Wendy and Jian jump. What the hell was that? Mages come running out of the blast. Their faces are filled with terror as they flee. A cold laugh rings out. 3, 4. A mage falls backward, unable to react. Jian grabs 2 more by the collar with a contemptuous laugh. 5, 6. The mage stares at him, anxious. This lunatic. Can one person really achieve that level of control? Is that even possible? The other mages are concentrating, trying to channel their magic. The air is thick with tension. Suddenly, someone yells, "Hey, what are you idiots saving your mana for? Hurry up and cast your spells." Right. They continue channeling their magic with pure rage. You bastard. Let's see you get out of this one. Jian is already calculating his next move. Oh, I'll just use Blood Rush again. The mages unleash a powerful attack, causing a massive explosion. They're panting, staring at the area they just hit. Someone asks nervously, "Did we get him?" But then, one by one, the mages are hit by a surprise attack logged out before they even knew what was happening. The last mage standing stared in horror at his fallen comrades. You bastard, what does that even mean? Then, bam, Chi-Sung appeared right in front of him. That smug, sinister smirk on his face made the guy break out in a cold sweat. Chi-Sung looked totally confident, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. The effect was incredible. The mages were completely stunned, their faces dark with disbelief. Is he even human? Is he really on the same level as us? We've thrown so many skills at him, so how could he have dodged every single one? A nervous mage clasped his hands, preparing yet another spell. No, at this rate, we're all gonna die. I need some backup. Hey, you guys buy me about 3 minutes. Chi-Sung watched them, confused. Huh? What's this? The determined mage seethed. I'm gonna fry that bastard on a skewer with this lightning. The screen flashed, showing the whole scene. And oh man, the comment section absolutely exploded. Is that for real? Unbelievable. So cool. Ian stared at the screen, baffled. Is this even possible? Where did this madman come from? Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Ian! He just kept watching the screen, grinning with excitement. Go! Go! Behind him, the tanker, Wendy, just sighed. Seriously, she yelled, hands on her hips. Ian, what are you doing? This is no time to be fanboying over him. He jumped at her voice, quickly tapping on his screen. Ian beamed at his monitor. Hey everyone, looks like I'm done exploring this area. What do you all think? His eyes went wide. He glanced at the viewer count. Whoa, 236,442 viewers. His streamer instincts were tingling. This was a massive opportunity. He turned to Wendy with a confident smirk. You ready, Wendy? She looked at him seriously. For what? Suddenly, he pointed a finger straight at Chi-Sung on the screen. Ready to go catch that guy. Meanwhile, the mage felt the raw energy surging in his hands. He gripped his staff, his gaze turning cold. Chi-Sung closed his eyes, thinking, that guy is preparing something big. The mage was still desperately trying to cast the spell, a look of pure anxiety on his face. Chi-Sung immediately dashed forward. Should I go see what it is? The mage panicked. He's coming. One of the mages broke and ran. Screw this, I'm out. The spellcaster screamed after him. Huh? Hey, you idiots, where are you going? He thought nervously. Fine, whatever. I've gathered enough mana anyway. Chi-Sung charged in, his face set with determination. You're about to die by my hand. His hand reached for the casting mage. Pure panic flashed across the mage's face. Suddenly, he screamed. Corpus enchantment, summon lightning. He activated the spell, and a torrent of magical light shot towards Chi-Sung. But Chi-Sung leaped up, unleashing a counterattack. Lightning sparked around his body as he raised his arm high, roaring with power. I can't be stopped. Raw, overwhelming energy erupted from him. Ian watched the scene unfold, unable to believe his eyes. The mage was panting, his eyes wide with fear and strain. Then a twisted grin spread across his face. I did it. Chi-Sung lay motionless on the ground. The mage glared behind him, furious. Damn it. You bastards, I trusted you. He continued to taunt, his eyes filled with defiance. What, you fool? I already told you. Come on. Suddenly a flash of light shot past his face, and a voice echoed, "You might not want to celebrate just yet." He started to panic, having no idea what was happening. The mage saw Chi-sung's silhouette and broke into a cold sweat. Chi-sung spoke calmly. "Gotta admit, that actually hurt." The mage froze, his eyes bugging out. "No way!" Chi-sung smirked. "What do you mean, no way, you piece of trash?" He swung his weapon into a ready stance. "But I'll give you this. You've got good instincts and a sharp mind," he said, leaving the mage completely speechless. The mage's hand trembled as he raised it in surrender. Then another flash of light, and his hand went flying. The mage screamed in agony and fear. "My hand!" Chi-sung stood behind him, looking down. "You shouldn't have been wandering around like an idiot." The terrified mage collapsed to the ground. Both of his hands were gone. Chi-sung's voice was cold. "Don't even think about trying anything now, because you can't even run." Chi-sung brought his weapon to his lips and licked it. "When I repay a kindness, I do it 100 times over. But when I get revenge, I repay it 1,000 times over. That's my code." The mage's eyes filled with terror, tears streaming down his face. "Stay away!" Against the backdrop of a beautiful dawn, piercing screams echoed through the air. Ian saw it all and just muttered, "Holy crap." Wendy screamed in horror from behind him. "Ian, I can't watch anymore. It's too gruesome." The mage thought, "Damn it. I was going to send him to meet his maker, but not like this." Was that too much? With several teeth knocked out, he sobbed miserably. "Save me. I'm sorry." Chi-sung poured a potion over his head. "All right, as you wish." The mage screamed. He thought, "I figured he'd give me a chance to fight back, but no. This guy is a demon." Chi-sung coldly drew his weapon, then lunged at the mage. "Ah, that's refreshing. I feel great." He blew on his weapon. Phew, that took a while. A notification popped up. "You have committed a PK action. Current karma, infinitely negative." Chi-sung stretched as he looked down at the mage. "Why do you people love picking fights you can't win?" He then looked up at his notifications and grinned, satisfied. "You have received many new items." Chi-sung's eyes widened. "Whoa, I got so much stuff. I wonder how much this is all worth." Old rusted armor, cotton shirt. "Ooh, a wild core. How do you even eat this thing?" He was confused. Chi-sung's jaw dropped. "This is insane." He looked at the notification display. "You have received 3,429,325 gold." He paused, doing some quick mental math. If $1 is 100 gold, then this is about $34,000. "Wow, not bad at all," he muttered. "Awesome. I guess I'll sell it right now?" With that, he tapped the screen, selling 3 million gold. "Quick, easy sale, super cheap, message me." Chi-sung slammed the post button. Instantly, replies flooded in. "I'll buy it all. Can we negotiate? DM me." He stood before the screen, a confident smirk on his face. "Oh, they're responding right away. I knew there'd be a lot of people who wanted this. So many people were scrambling to buy it." He pointed at the screen with a sly grin, whispering, "Now, who should I choose?" Finally, he hit the select button with a decisive tap. Ding! A notification popped up. "Transaction complete. Your rank has been upgraded from normal to VIP." He was surprised. As expected from the game's bank, that was fast. System notification. "The funds from the transaction have been deposited into your selected account." Chi-sung just stared at the screen. Total sale price, 35,610,001. It hit me right then and there. AC was my future. Chi-sung jumped for joy, ecstatic. AC is the future. Elsewhere, William stood silently amidst the cityscape in America. Chairman Jacob was admiring the view. He took a sip of coffee and smiled. "The coffee tastes great today, doesn't it?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Chairman, are you in there?" An employee walked into the room. "Sir, William is here to see you." "Ah, I know. Let him in." The man turned to see the guest enter. "Hello, William. I trust you're doing well?" He looked back. "I'm fine, thank you, sir." William quietly picked up his teacup. "You seem to be in high spirits today, Mr. Jacob." He then asked, "So what's the current situation?" Hands intertwined, Jacob answered calmly, "Haha, it's all thanks to you. I'm just so curious. I can't contain myself. Let's see what you have for me today." The man took another sip of tea, clearly in a good mood. "Well then, that's perfect. I have news that will definitely surprise you." "Really? What is it?" Jacob looked at William, his expression turning serious. "Do you know what AC is?" "AC? Isn't that a game?" Sitting on the sofa, William held up a tablet. "So you've heard of it. It's the top trending game right now, with tons of streamers playing it live. But what about it? What's the issue?" William handed the tablet to Jacob. "You should take a look at this." Jacob took the tablet, his eyes widening in thought. Is this the hottest clip of the week? He asked William. William just smiled confidently. I think we're about to have a promising new streamer on our hands. What do you think, Jacob? Amidst the sunset and the bustling city streets, a voice cut through the noise. Hello? Yeah, it's me, Mom. The man glanced at a notification board. I just transferred some money to your account, you should check it. Oh, and I got a bonus too. A voice came back through the phone. I know, but you don't exactly look like you have a lot of money. Jin Sung just laughed as he walked. Come on, I told you I got a bonus. Anyway, I'll stop by the house soon. Take care of yourself, Mom. I have to go now. He looked at the notification and smiled to himself. Perfect. I sent Mom everything she needs. Now, should I invest the rest? After AC and Evertel launched, cryptocurrency has been skyrocketing for the past 15 days. Jin Sung wanted to ride this trend. He was going to build his own financial safety net. He looked at the board, happily humming to himself. All right, maybe I'll start with 3 million. I'll just pick one of the promising crypto stocks. Jin Sung confidently hit buy, and a flood of notifications appeared. Warning: the cryptocurrency you selected has plummeted to its lowest price due to your high loss rate. Your funds will be forcibly liquidated. He stared at the screen and screamed, What the hell is this? Drenched in a cold sweat, he couldn't believe it. $3 million, gone in 3 seconds. I need to check the charts again. A new notification showed the growth rate was now plus 7.63%, and he just froze. Tears streamed down his face. What the? Someone's definitely manipulating this. He clenched his fists, shaking with anger. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. There's only one way. Crying, he made his decision. All I have left is AC. The scene shifts to the city of Changchun, China, where skyscrapers gleam under the sun and traffic flows endlessly. Inside a tech startup building, someone rushed inside, shouting, Senior, Senior. A man in a dress shirt burst through the door holding a clipboard. Senior, something terrible has happened. Inside the office, Min Chen, with his ice-cold demeanor, lit a cigarette. His sharp eyes glared at the door. So bad that you had to break my door down? I'm pretty sure I've warned you about that, haven't I? He pointed angrily. So what the hell happened? His subordinate was sweating bullets. His voice trembled. Sir, it's about the game's bank. Min Chen's face darkened as the man screamed. 3,000 gold just appeared. The cigarette dropped from his lips. What did you say? Min Chen's face was a mask of panic. That's absurd. What do you think this even means? Trembling, the subordinate held out a device. It's real, sir. Please look. Min Chen's eyes were glued to the screen, his hand shaking slightly. Damn it. It's been only 2 weeks since I got involved with the game company called AC. He remembered standing before a huge screen, his eyes full of pride. With this business deal, I've handled all the hardware, and I've even secured massive investments from all the big shots I know. Before him stood rows of state-of-the-art gaming pods. He looked on with satisfaction. With this investment money, I even bought a huge number of Galaxy M24 model gaming pods. The phone screen lit up with a post. Selling 3,000 gold, easy and fast transaction, cheap price. He froze. Then, clenching his fist, he slammed it on the table. What the hell is this? 3,000 gold. That amount is even more than Chen Sang's entire output. Min Chen's face went pale, sweat beading on his forehead. He gritted his teeth. A single person, not a company, produced that much? And he's selling at the best price, too. If someone like him keeps posting, then the market price for gold and AC will plummet. He spun around and angrily slammed the device on his subordinate's head, screaming, Hey, you idiot! Why are you only telling me this now? Are you planning to make me go bankrupt? The subordinate trembled, stammering, I tried to tell you earlier. But his boss cut him off. Shut up, you fool! Min Chen yelled, his hand gripping the tablet tighter, eyes blazing with fury. At this rate, the value of Chen Sang will be worthless. It's only a matter of time before I go bankrupt, and I won't even make my initial investment back. He roared, his voice echoing through the room. Find me who this bastard is, now. Do you understand? The terrified subordinate scrambled away, stuttering. Yes, sir. Elsewhere, out on the open sea, a large ship sailed forward. A voice called out, and now, we set sail. On the deck, Jin Sung was relaxing, hands behind his head, casually looking up at the sky. That island was full of winding roads, and so many turns, but thanks to that guy Mandu, I got a ton of materials, which means a ton of items. He looked at his full inventory, muttering to himself, So, should I dismantle some of these items? He tapped around for a moment, and a notification popped up. You have reached level 8 low-grade blacksmithing. He let out a laugh, his eyes gleaming. This is insane. If I'm getting this much, am I making way more money than the players still stuck on the island? Demonic apothecary. He kept tapping until another notification appeared. You have reached level 20. He touched the screen with a wide grin. First off, gotta thank the brutality effect. I've leveled up so much. His eyes were still glued to the info screen. Maybe I should check my status. A window popped up showing the character Damian, a demonic apothecary with the title Brutal. He had 0 reserve stat points. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, so far, I've put all my skill points into Blood Rush and Necrotic Elixir. Should I check out the other skills? Jin Sung scrolled through the skill tree. Then he stopped on Voodoo Doll. He stared at it, a bead of sweat running down his temple. These skills are totally useless. Spirit Control could only summon chickens, and the Voodoo Doll needed an actual doll to even work. He slumped onto the deck, completely bummed out. Whatever, I'll figure out a use for them someday. Just then, a system notification popped up. A new location had been updated. Jin Sung shot to his feet, eyes blazing. Finally, we open at the port of the Tijia Kingdom. A huge ship cuts through the waves, docking in the sun-drenched harbor. On deck, a pirate waves our protagonist off. This is your stop. Farewell. Jin Sung waves right back. Thanks for everything. He breathes in the air. Ah, a familiar sight. He looks up at the towering buildings. This is one of the most vibrant kingdoms on the eastern side of the Asia continent, the very heart of East Tajia. He steps confidently onto the stone-paved road. His footsteps echo through the bustling crowd. And everyone here? They're all staring at their own status screens, with all kinds of emotions on their faces. Jin Sung thinks to himself, yup, nothing's changed. So many people, but not one of them is checking him out. Suddenly, he spots a group of recruiters. We're hiring for a dungeon run. Right now, we especially need a healer. Anyone want to be a temp mercenary for a week? Food and lodging provided. Jin Sung watches the scene unfold. Yeah, everything feels totally normal. Nothing out of the ordinary here, he keeps observing. Man, even the guild recruitment is exactly the same. So, where was I headed again? Then, he spots it and looks ahead. Ah, there it is. Inside, a man named Hassan is staring intently at a piece of paper, looking totally stressed out. The Adventurers Guild. 2 men are talking nervously. No, our schedule is. Sir Adventurer, this is a platinum-level quest. Please find another one. Jin Sung starts pushing through the crowd. If I just stand around, I'm going to be late. Excuse me, coming through. Hassan suddenly shouts, Maria! He bellows, totally furious. Bring me all of today's adventurer registration forms. Now, she immediately snaps to attention. Yes, of course. Jin Sung walks right up to Hassan's desk. Hello, sir. Hassan looks up, confused. Jin Sung just smiles right at him. I'd like to get a license. Hassan's mood instantly brightens. Welcome, you look like a new adventurer. You've got a good head on your shoulders. Coming straight to me, huh? Jin Sung replies smoothly. If I want to be a mercenary, this is the bare minimum I should know. Hassan rests his chin on his hand, thinking. True, that's just common sense. His inner thought? Oh, so he gets it. The Adventurers Guild has branches all across the Asia continent. Some people pay the guild to post quests, and others take on those quests to earn cash. The guild's main job is just to connect the two. Hassan thinks, this guy catches on fast. As Jin Sung grabs a pen, Hassan explains, that's right, you need a license to take on any jobs. Jin Sung's tone is cool. Yeah, that's what I heard. So, you want to register right now? Hassan turns to him with a serious expression. Jin Sung says with total confidence, of course. I can see you're a straight shooter. Maria, get me another guild registration form. Pen in hand, Jin Sung seriously checks the solo box. The man asks him, are you registering for a party, or just yourself? Just me. At the same time, a notification window pops up on his screen. He continues staring at the panel, choosing his own path. Hassan starts to explain the process. An Adventurers Guild license is issued after you pass a simple test. Behind this building is a 10-floor arena. Your rank is decided by how many floors you can clear. Got it? Jin Sung looks at Hassan. So if I wanted a high rank, you'd tell me to come back after I've prepared myself, right? Exactly. Seems I don't need to explain much more. Hassan continues. It's normal for people to take a few days to get ready, so you should come back prepared. Jin Sung calmly replies, nah, that's not necessary. He clenches his fist with a determined smile. I'll do it right now. It won't make much of a difference. Hassan grips his pen, sweating, his eyes full of doubt. Are you really going to be okay? It's tough to prepare once you're already inside. Jin Sung just smirks, his eyes darken. The whole point of the test is just to prove your basic skills. Hassan starts sweating, staring at him. That's some impressive confidence. Follow me. A notification window pops up, displaying the license test quest. It warns, if you forfeit this quest, you will automatically receive an Iron Rank license. He looks at the notification with a confident face. It's been a while. Should I get to it? His eyes suddenly dart upwards. He turns to see what's happening. Figures are moving in the distance. Maria, full of excitement, yells into a megaphone. Adventurer number 301400. Please prepare for your test. Hassan gives him a serious look. Good luck. I hope you fight well. All right, thanks. A loud noise erupts from the door. A summoning gate? A masterpiece from the Beast Magic Tower's master Asut himself. He poured everything he had into creating this. Maria stands on a platform high above. She shouts through the speaker, the test area is beyond that gate. You pass by defeating the summoned monsters. There are 10 floors in total. If you can't go on, just shout, I surrender. Hearing this, the crowd below starts to get scared. Someone asks, are they real monsters, Miss Maria? A voice pipes up, they're illusions created by the Magic Guild. Still, I doubt there's much of a difference between them and the real thing. Chinsung is deep in thought, hand on his chin. Most of the requests the Adventurers Guild gets are monster-related, so this is basically a training exercise. Maria shouts with a grin, okay, let's begin. An iron gate suddenly drops, blocking the exit and making everyone look back in fear. A voice cries out, what? We already started? Chinsung turns, looking worried. Outside, Maria has a sly grin on her face as she listens to the screams coming from inside. A monster appears inside and attacks with a deafening roar. The people at the front start to freak out, screaming in pure panic. Chinsung looks on, surprised. He asks, confused, has it started yet? A hazy scene appears, showing tons of people staring at the iron gate. A desperate scream rings out, take them down. I said take them down. The crowd watches in shock, murmuring, what is that? Isn't that dangerous? Maria stands above, looking around confidently. Nothing to be afraid of. It's just a type of illusion magic. All right, next. Contestants 401 to 500. Get ready for your test. The people around them start to panic. What? Is it our turn already? Chinsung just rolls his shoulders, cracking his neck. He thinks to himself, should I put a little more flair into it? At the same time, other challengers are screaming in terror. Are you trying to kill us? Are you trying to tell us this is some kind of test? Maria asked with a bright, confident smile. Please, don't misunderstand. For the Summoning Gate license exam, this is the test, she explained. After you've defeated all the monsters, you'll advance to the next stage, because everyone's time is incredibly precious. The tension in the air was thick, but she kept talking. For those of you unhappy with this testing method, please step outside the examination area. Of course, anyone who left would automatically fail the adventurer's license test. People nearby started whispering to each other. One guy spoke up. Staying should be fine, right? Another agreed. Yeah, it's just a game after all. We can just log out and come back in 60 hours if we need to. Finally, she raised her hand, pointing toward an iron gate. In that case, let the next test begin. The Adventurer License Exam. A 10-stage test. The requirement? Take down every single monster in each zone, or be eliminated. Especially for solo players. You had to be ready. Time until the next test. 9 minutes and 59 seconds. 9 minutes and 58. Jin Sung rested his chin on his hand, thinking. Including him, there were 10 people in this test zone, and I don't recognize a single face. Suddenly, an announcement blared. The test will begin shortly. He felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach, breaking a sweat. Wait, is that all the information we get? Jin Sung gritted his teeth, worried. He figured in a high-stakes test like this, it wasn't just about killing monsters. There had to be a player versus player survival element, too. Are they deliberately not telling us everything? A bunch of players started murmuring to each other. What's this? Are we supposed to clear this together? I guess so. A player named Aumju looked at her husband. Honey, I'm a little scared. Let's just get out of here. Her husband comforted her. My little baby's scared? It's okay. I'll make sure we get out of here safe and sound. Just then, a man approached the couple from a distance. Hello there, a pleasure to meet you. The well-dressed guy waved with a friendly smile. They say every meeting is decided by fate, he said smoothly. Would you two like to team up with me? We should all help each other out, right? He kept on smiling. If we clear the final stage, we can start with a silver rank instead of iron. Really? Jin Sung watched the guy, sizing him up. 5 pieces of iron armor. That stuff's super rare. Looks like this guy's dropped some serious cash on his gear. The man continued his introduction cheerily. Oh, and these are my party members. We've been together since the beta test. His friend chimed in with a warm smile. Hello. They all looked at each other, radiating confidence. Now that we've met, let's clear these stages together. Okay. Since we have you, Mr. Suave, I feel like I can really depend on you. Jin Sung thought to himself. His social skills are way above average. Is that silver tongue of his the real weapon here? The man turned to Gyumhwa, smiling. Ah, I almost forgot. There's one person I haven't met yet. She stood there in all black, her sharp eyes fixed on him as he smiled. Hello, let's. But Gyumhwa cut him off mid-sentence. You're running your mouth a little too much. He jumped. What did you just say? She bared her teeth, glaring at him with pure rage. Shut up. And get lost. I have no intention of joining a party full of morons. Gyumhwa stood in the shadows, turning away in disgust. He protested. Hold on, isn't that a little harsh? She shot back. Huh? What's this mama's boy saying now? Just then, an announcement echoed. The test will now commence. Everyone flinched, startled by the sudden sound. A horde of monsters appeared. They let out a vicious roar. The suave guy raised his sword, full of confidence. Monsters are coming! Everyone, get ready! He stared ahead, his eyes filled with determination. Let's give this a real shot. We'll fight together and earn that higher rank, but the Adventurers Guild standards aren't that low. He flashed a sharp smile. They said they'd give us all a license, but aren't they underestimating us just a little? A flash of light shot out, and a monster screamed in pain. Chaos erupted. The creature hit by the light was instantly logged out on the spot. The suave guy yelled in shock. What just happened? He gritted his teeth in fury. He was stunned to see Jin Sung dash past him. Got one. Jin Sung landed a powerful punch on a monster, sending it flying with a pained shriek. The suave guy saw it from behind, horrified. Wait, what the hell are you doing? Without answering, Jin Sung leaped into the air, ready to attack the next group of monsters. But the other guy just stood there, clutching his head in panic. Wait a second. A notification flashed. You have defeated 10 phantom goblins. Another message followed. The first stage has been cleared. Jin Sung let out a quiet sigh of relief. You have received 10 points. The suave guy watched him walk away and then exploded with rage, grinding his teeth. Damn it. I had a whole plan laid out, and then this rat just swoops in and steals the kill. Forget about monopolizing all the points. We're already losing to him. He yelled out, Hey, you shameless bastard. What kind of psycho kills all the monsters while people are still talking? You got a death wish? Jin Sung just casually cleaned his ear. Is that a dog barking somewhere? His expression darkened as he thought deeper. Going against the guy's plan was one thing, but the whole point of this test was to see who could kill the most monsters. The evaluation was based on combat ability, and the last one standing would get the highest rank. Powerless, the suave guy could only curse him. You bastard. He lunged, sword in hand, aiming for Jin Sung. I'm gonna kill you to feel better. In response, Jin Sung chucked a green potion right in his face, knocking him flat on the ground. The man stumbled around with his sword, clutching his eyes in agony. My eyes. Jin Sung had already made a quick escape. The suave guy swung his sword wildly, his face twisted in pain. Where are you, you coward? Where did you run? The blade swiped right past his face. Whoa, the guy flinched. Are you over there? He continued swinging his sword blindly. Jin Sung's eyes narrowed. He's not just swinging in a panic, he's actually reading my presence to attack. This might not be so easy after all. The guy yelled at his party members, frustrated. What are you all just standing there for? Are you gonna wait until I'm dead to attack? One by one, they started using their skills. Heal, Hawkeye, Fireball. A sudden, confident smile spread across the gentleman's face. He muttered to himself, Good. My vision is finally coming back. This bastard is finished. He activates his counter sword skill, a powerful, decisive swing. Time to meet your maker. Where he stood, now there was nothing but a blinding flash of light. He spun around, searching. Where did he go? From behind, Jin Sung appeared, slamming a powerful kick right into his back. Over here, you bastard. The gentleman crashed hard to the ground, but he immediately scrambled toward a couple standing nearby, lunging right for the girl. He grabbed her by the neck, giving her no chance to escape. Tears of pain streamed down her face, but he just laughed. Go on. I dare you to shoot. If you kill her, you're all dead. The girl's boyfriend screamed in panic. Let my love go. Someone else yelled in fury. That absolute piece of trash. He roared at his own team. Damn it, just shoot. The boyfriend's jaw dropped in disbelief. The gentleman glared up, his voice a furious command. I said fire now. His rage just kept building as he screamed. Stop hesitating and attack already. You could see the pure terror written all over the boyfriend's face. What are you even talking about? The man immediately shoved the boyfriend hard against a wall. What? Is one scumbag protecting another now? Do I look like a pushover to you? The boyfriend cried out in pain, caught completely off guard. The man kept screaming, Are you idiots deaf? Didn't you hear me say fire? But the boyfriend just kept pleading, Don't shoot, please don't shoot. The teammates were totally lost. What are we supposed to do now? They just looked at each other. I have no idea. It's that idiot again. Another woman glared at him, disgusted. What the hell do you think you're doing? Are you insane? He just grinned, a sinister look on his face as he eyed his own sharp blade. You pathetic fools. This is why you're all so damn useless. His own teammates could only watch in horror as the gentleman took the boyfriend's life right then and there. The girl, now being dragged away by Chin Sung, screamed in anguish. Honey! The gentleman lunged forward, his eyes flashing, sword aimed right at them. He roared, Log out, all of you! But Chin Sung just held the girl, a chilling smirk on his face. He pulled her aside, sneering, You people are even dumber than I thought. Chin Sung's mind went dark. These guys who act all high and mighty, they're always the most useless. A little praise, and they start thinking they own the world. He remembered seeing the man chatting happily with everyone earlier. I didn't want to deal with him while we waited, so I just ignored it, but it was no surprise. He finally showed his true colors. The gentleman was furious, swinging his blade wildly. Go back to where you came from. He slashed at Chin Sung, but our boy dodged it easily. Pure rage filled the man's eyes. Chin Sung's counter was a blur of kicks, ending with one right to the face that made him cry out in pain. As Chin Sung landed, he looked ahead, his face suddenly pale. What? His opponent's old teammates attacked all at once, twin arrows and a crackling energy bolt, but their attacks were instantly blocked. Chin Sung was already moving again, zipping behind them, kicking the man in the face with one foot and his chest with the other. He lost his balance, screaming as he toppled backward. As he fell, a voice yelled out, Hey, move it! He looked back, filled with pure hatred. That psycho. Then, a flash of light struck his back. He screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground and clenching his fists. Chin Sung's voice was cold. You're annoying. Just take the hit and log out. One final, brutal blow landed right on his face, and he went down for good. Chin Sung stared at the fallen man, a look of disgust on his face as he let out a sigh. He ran a hand through his hair, breathing out. I guess that's that. A system window appeared. The gentleman and a whole list of other members had logged out. He stood there, thinking. His entire party, and even the solo players who weren't involved, logged out too? Something isn't right here. Suddenly, a scream from the side cut through the silence. A terrified girl looked down at a sword piercing her chest. Help me, please! She collapsed, spitting up blood. Chin Sung stared in shock. What is happening? Hua was holding the girl by the collar, weapon in hand. A notification popped up. That girl had logged out. She held a knife, her face an emotionless mask, her eyes sharp as glass. So, now it's just you and me? Chin Sung's gaze fell to the sashimi knife in her hand as he thought. Yeah, I guess so. A +9 enhanced sashimi knife? That's insane. Hua stood there, sizing him up. You're pretty strong for a player with no items. You're definitely hiding your true strength. Chin Sung just smirked back, grabbing a sword off the ground. Look who's talking, a player who's geared to the teeth. This might be a little tough. I should hold on to this just in case. Hua let out a small, contemptuous laugh. I don't think you're a knight. What do you plan to do with that? Have you ever even held a sword before? His eyes narrowed, and the blade in his hand began to glow. You talk a lot. Just like the last guy. She raised her knife. What? Chin Sung gave the sword a few practice swings, his eyes locked on her weapon. Assassins are usually powerful in a one-on-one fight. Her skill level combined with that knife is probably no joke. He glanced at his own sword. We don't have much time. Shut up and bring it on. Hua lunged, her knife a silver blur. You bastard. You'll regret saying that. She closed the distance in an instant, unleashing her kunoichi skill. Tiger's Fang. The powerful strike forced him down to one knee. He held his ground, thinking, she's not kidding around. If I didn't have a title or gear, I'd already be logged out. He gave a disdainful smile. You've got the fighting spirit, but your arm strength is pretty weak. She pushed down harder, her mind racing in disbelief. What? He blocked my strongest skill, Tiger's Fang? With her weapon still locked, she stared with wide, angry eyes. Hey, what the hell are you? She leaped backward to create distance. I'm starting to wonder that myself. She performed another swift, dance-like move, and he tensed up. He looked around, sweat beading on his face, his mind racing. Is that an invisibility skill? So this is how she finished off the other players. He stood defensively, scanning his surroundings. Her mocking laughter echoed all around him. Now you can only stand there helplessly. I like seeing you like this. This suits you. He paused, his grip on the sword tightening. Even if she only appears for a split second, that skill doesn't make her completely invisible. There she is. 45-degree angle, upper right. Chin Sung quickly got into his own stance. All right, time to slowly start the counterattack. Jiumhua gritted her teeth in frustration, cursing loudly. You damn rat. You think you can keep dodging forever? And then, out of nowhere, Chin Sung appeared, landing a solid punch right on her. The blow was powerful. She cried out in pain. He crushes a green vial. The liquid splashes onto the girl, making her recoil in fear. What is this? Jin Sung swings his sword, sending Jiumhua flying, slamming her onto her back. My special move, what else? She winces in pain as smoke suddenly starts rising from her body. Looking down, she screams in terror. What's happening? She clutches herself, gritting her teeth in pure rage. You still don't get the situation, do you? Her face darkens. What? Jin Sung stares her down, his voice ice cold. Keep screaming like that, and I'll make sure you log out the hard way. But if you surrender and hand over all your gear, I'll let you go peacefully. He points his sword right at her face. She panics, terrified. What did you say? I said, surrender and give me your gear. Are you deaf? Jin Sung's glare is merciless, his blade unwavering. You have 10 seconds. Jin Sung looks over his new pile of loot, completely satisfied. Oh yeah, good stuff. He thinks to himself, a noble decked out in high-end gear. A regular player's equipment can't even compare. Sweet loot right at the entrance. Jin Sung picks up a belt, looking at it skeptically. Then, an announcement echoes. 1 minute until the next test begins. Time really flies, Jin Sung thinks. He grips the dagger he just looted. Okay, plan is to speedrun through these rat-faced demons. I'll clear this wave out in no time. Jin Sung skewers them one by one with absolute ease. In just a few moments, he's wiped out the entire horde. He moves on immediately to the next test. The system offers a 10-minute break before each trial. But Jin Sung doesn't hesitate. I don't need to wait. Start it now. He accepts the prompt to proceed. Skip the break time for all subsequent system tests? Yep, just like the first few times. Skip them all. Jin Sung confidently steps forward, dagger in hand. Let's go. He slashes. He cuts through the monsters like they're fruit, silencing them before they can even finish their roars. In a flash, Jin Sung hits level 8. He wonders to himself, all right, what's next after these guys? A horde of lizardmen charges out, brandishing their weapons to show off their strength. One of them, wielding an axe, rushes straight for Jin Sung. His eyes narrow, cold, and sharp. He counters with a single, clean, slash, heh. Even using someone else's weapon, I'm pretty damn effective. And of course Jin Sung has all his experience from his past life. Pretty sure it's because I cleared the gladiator mode, one of the test modes before I regressed. It was a mode that gave players a different weapon on each stage, and you had to clear the stage using only that weapon. He remembers earning the title of Weapons Master back then. He was the first person to clear it at level 100 or higher. Even though he's starting from scratch now, he knows one thing for sure. The body never forgets what you drill into it through sheer hard work. Everything I learned, all the mastery I gained over every weapon, it's all still etched into my very soul. A moment later, he's finished with the monstrous lizards. One by one, they fell without a fight. Jin Sung calmly advances to level 9. Elsewhere, Hassan is speaking to Maria. She's monitoring a magic orb. Maria, how are the tests going? Maria replies, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Nothing special. It's all just a bunch of newbies who have no idea what they're doing. Hearing this, Hassan presses on. Is that so? Nothing's changed then. Is anyone good enough to send straight to the front lines? Maria's reply is blunt. Not really. If there were, I would have told you already. Hassan wonders aloud. Could it be that your standards are just too high? Maria answers with a sigh of exhaustion. Well, there are a few who could work as meat shields, I guess, though they wouldn't last very long. Hassan sighs. Damn it. 10,000 people came here to get licensed, and we can't find a single person the guild actually needs. At this rate, NPCs are more useful than actual players. Maria tries to console him. At least it's better than the early days. Some of the previous ones claimed they were from another world. Hassan scoffs. True, but I don't feel anything but disappointment. Maria quickly reminds him. We're just picking out obedient fighting machines. Don't get too greedy. The Adventurers Guild accepts members regardless of age, past, or race, all to build a powerful organization. But all the really promising talent usually gets scooped up by the Royal Academy or the Magic Tower. So for quests and jobs above a certain level, there's no one to take them. Hassan lights a cigarette, looking grim. Looks like we'll have to train them from the ground up. And considering the pile of urgent missions we have, even with more people, it's never enough. Looks like another busy month ahead. Suddenly, Maria lets out a pleased laugh. Ah, there is one. Very special individual. Hassan's interest is piqued. Special, you say? Hassan is a little surprised. Now this is unexpected, he thinks. For someone as strict and meticulous as her with years of combat experience as a mercenary, for Black Rose Maria to give that kind of praise? This person must be the real deal. He leans in, curious. What's so special about this individual, Maria? She turns with a fascinated smile. 9 people died in the level 1 test, but the last one standing cleared all the following levels by himself, and he's already entering the level 9 test. What do you think? Isn't that pretty special? Hassan is stunned, asking again just to be sure. 9 people died in the level 1 test? Even a grown man can handle a few goblins. But 9 deaths? That's just bizarre. Did anyone quit? Maria answers instantly. No. And what's more, his average clear time for each test is 2 minutes and 58 seconds. That's fast enough to put him in the top 3 of all candidates today. Oh, and those 9 people, they weren't killed by goblins. Hearing this, Hassan jumps to his feet in shock. What? Then who was it? Maria looks absolutely thrilled as she says, and besides me, no one can interfere with the tests. What do you think that means? Hassan hesitates. Don't tell me. Maria, her eyes glued to the orb with excitement, confirms it. Yes, the person I'm talking about killed all of them, in the very first test, and now, he's already clearing level 9. Meanwhile, Jin Sung finishes the level with ease, scoring a perfect 10. He sits down, lost in thought. He felt something was off. This is weird. Jin Sung rests his chin on his hand, thinking. According to my memories, level 8 was supposed to be orcs, and level 9 should be skeleton mages, but instead, I got higher difficulty orc warriors and horned lizard men. The earlier tests were tougher than I remembered too. After a moment, he stands up, unfazed. Well, whatever. As long as I get the rewards. Jin Sung walks to the gate, thinking, level 10, the final test. If I remember right, the boss should be a king slime, or a mud golem, or maybe a red goblin. Should be an easy win. Jin Sung grins, excited. Man, I was just thinking about what adventurer rank I'll get. Just then, the level 10 monster appears, and Jin Sung freezes. Huh? What? His eyes go wide with disbelief as he shouts, No way, because standing before him is a perfect copy of a minotaur. Jin Sung stares at the beast, wanting to curse out loud. These bastards, are they insane? This was the kind of monster most adventurers wouldn't even dare to face. But Jin Sung? He just calmly accepted it. Fine. He'd take this thing down first, and then settle the score with the ones who set him up. Jin Sung summoned his red energy, giving a warning. Watch closely, this will be quick and painless. The Minotaur didn't understand, it just roared. Jin Sung channeled the energy into his legs, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. The Minotaur looked around, completely lost. Suddenly, Jin Sung appeared right behind it, whispering, You know, your meat is way too tough if you cook it normally. So, I need to tenderize you first. The Minotaur glanced over and saw a vial of flesh-eating acid in Jin Sung's hand. Jin Sung hit it with 3 vials, and the beast's defenses dropped like a rock. He quickly backed off while the Minotaur was still reeling from the attack. After a moment, it went berserk, just swinging wildly at the air. Jin Sung leaped, using the wall as a springboard, and flew straight into the Minotaur's face with a punch that made it howl in pain. Jin Sung just smirked. You're nothing but a slab of beef, you bull-headed idiot. The Minotaur collapsed, but as it turned its head, enraged, Jin Sung was already charging in, knife at the ready. He unleashed a storm of slashes, triggering a system alert. The Minotaur has entered an uncontrollable state. Its legs could barely hold its weight anymore. Jin Sung was about to unleash a poison dart. Right as the Minotaur slammed its massive arm into the ground, the earth shattered. A cloud of dust and rock flew towards Jin Sung, stopping his attack. The Minotaur let out a massive roar, then it grabbed a huge boulder and started hurling it right at him. Jin Sung dodged, cursing under his breath. This stupid cow. You think those slow punches can actually take me down? But Jin Sung felt a thrill. What is this? Even on the brink of death, The warrior's blood inside him was boiling. Witnessing the Minotaur's power was only making him more excited. That's right, this heartbeat, this exact moment. His fighting instincts were taking over. Jin Sung clenched his fists with a grin. Let's see how easy you really are. The Minotaur threw a punch with its long arm, but Jin Sung just leaped right onto it. He used his sashimi knife to slice the arm to ribbons, then jumped onto its head. He leaned in, taunting. Still want to chase me? Let's see about that. He analyzed it, thinking, the Minotaur's weak spot is right here. 2 quick slashes to the back of the neck. A critical hit. The beast buckled, bleeding out. Jin Sung landed in a super cool pose. One final blow, and the Minotaur logged out of existence. Permanently. Only then did Jin Sung relax. Is it over? The system tallied his points. And of course, he got a perfect score. Jin Sung was a little surprised by the monster's power, or lack thereof. I wasn't expecting much from this thing, he thought. But it was even weaker than I imagined. I seriously don't know how much stronger I've gotten. The growth since I started. It's unbelievable. Jin Sung was definitely satisfied with his progress. Good. I need to keep pushing forward. After finishing the test, Jin Sung returned to where he started and called out, Hassan, Hassan, I'm here. Hassan's eyes lit up when he saw him. There you are. He asked, how was the trial? Jin Sung just raised a hand nonchalantly. Yeah, not easy at all. Hassan studied him carefully. He cleared the gate in record time, earning first place. First in combat skills, first in judgment, first in situational awareness. And on top of that, he took out every single challenger. Because of that, he'd become the hot topic among all the recruiters. Now I get why Maria called him a special case. Maria had told Hassan excitedly, we have to get him, no matter the cost. Someone with combat skills like that is incredibly rare. Hassan had hesitated. Is that really a good idea? But Maria's excitement was contagious. Of course it is. He's my top target. Back in the present, Hassan praised Jin Sung. Your results were seriously impressive. Although I feel a little bad that you took out all the other players who joined the challenge. Jin Sung answered honestly. I like to think I'm a good judge of character, and those guys were total scum. I don't normally kill people. It's not my thing. Hearing this, Hassan chuckled in agreement. Haha, well, you're not wrong there. Jin Sung just smiled back. I tend to just say what I think, but inside, he was thinking something else. That wasn't just an excuse. I've played this game so much I can practically read people's minds. If Hassan still doesn't accept me, then I can kiss that mercenary license goodbye. Hassan advised him. You don't seem like the type to just cause trouble, but you still need to watch your actions. You can't just go around killing people whenever you feel like it. The swords of this guild are meant for monsters, not for people. Jin Sung gave a slight nod. Understood. I'll be careful. Hassan clasped his hands, looking serious. All right, final question. He asked Jin Sung. Do you want to receive your license and join this expedition team as a mercenary? Jin Sung agreed instantly. Of course. Hassan was delighted. He shook his hand with a satisfied smile. All right then. As of now, you're officially part of the team. I'll be watching you. The system sent the official license to Jin Sung. He stretched, satisfied. Phew, finally done. The result was a 5-year gold license, and honestly, he was proud of himself. Now that I'm part of the team, I can finally take on missions, and get access to news from all over the continent. Jin Sung also got a new notification for finishing the quest in record time, and just like that, he earned a new title. Hassan asked him, do you like your rank? I hope you do. Jin Sung nodded, pleased. Oh, definitely. Seeing his reaction, Hassan thought to himself, of course he does. A 5-year gold card is only given to those who can clear missions of a certain insane difficulty, or pass Maria's ridiculously harsh test. The old folks would call this an unprecedented achievement. Hassan then explained the missions. Gold missions are only for those who've completed at least 10 iron and 3 silver missions, and you've already achieved a high rank on your first one. Jin Sung nodded. I know. Hassan presented the quest board. Well then, pick one that suits you. Make sure you choose your first mission wisely. Jin Sung scanned the list. These were all gold rank quests. Exploring the royal palace's underground waterways, cultivating dragon's breath fruit. This one. Suddenly, a picture caught his eye, and he pointed. Hassan, what's this one about? Hassan leaned in to explain. Ah, you mean the case of the disappearing sheep? It's happening in a village called Konio. The local authorities sent us the request. It's located between the Noke territories, so they don't want to risk their own precious knights on it. Jin Sung caught on immediately. So, it's better if I just spend the money? Hassan smirked, impressed. Exactly. You're a sharp one. He then started to explain the details. I've heard the local sheep are still disappearing. My guess? Wolves. The authorities are pretty desperate to get this handled. Hearing this, Chinsung cut to the chase. Meaning what? I can do whatever it takes, as long as I solve the problem? Chinsung rested his chin on his hand, thinking it over. This mission didn't actually sound too hard. Maybe someone in the village was just stealing them. If he solved the real problem, he could probably cook up a reasonable story for the report, right? Hassan held out the contract. Of course. Do what you need to do. Just make sure the government and the villagers are both happy with the results. So? You in or out? Chinsung didn't hesitate. I'll take it. He thought to himself, completely pumped. Okay, I'm already getting a taste for these gold rank quests. Chinsung got up to leave immediately. I'll be back soon. Hassan wished him well. Good luck. Full of energy, Chinsung waved goodbye. See you later, Hassan. All right, let's go. With the map in hand, Chinsung looked around. Is this the right way? As he moved, the system updated his location in real time. He checked the destination. Let's see here. Konio village was right between the Terra Kingdom and the Fama Duchy, near a place called the Ivory Tower of Truth. He sighed, thinking, damn, I thought I was already close. But there was still a long way to go, and that's probably why no other knight wanted to take this job. It hit him then. Wait a second. I accepted a gold rank quest, but I don't have any gear. Or teammates. A thought crossed his mind. It's been a while since I started playing this game, and I don't even have basic equipment. Heck, I can't even party up with mercenaries because the first thing they look at is your gear. Chinsung tried to hype himself up. Better to just do it myself than waste time finding a team. It's definitely not because I can't find anyone. Where is it? Suddenly, an idea sparked. If I can't find teammates, I can just make them. And that's when he decided to use his spirit control skill. The skill lets him summon dead monsters with 50% of their original stats. The number he could summon depended on his own mana pool. He activated it, his heart pounding. Is this gonna work? The system notified him. Successful summon. A tiny voice chirped. Are you my master? A little chick appeared, flapping its wings. It's a pleasure to meet you, master. Chinsung just stared at the baby bird. What the hell is this? The chick replied cheerfully. I am your summon. Chinsung's jaw dropped. Whoa, it can talk. He poked the little guy, muttering to himself. Can I even use this for anything? I can't believe something this useless is what I summoned. Hearing that, the chick puffed up its chest in anger. What? I'll kill you. The system prompted Chinsung to give it a name. He scratched his head. A name? For this tiny, useless thing? Chinsung said lazily. Don't you already have a name or something? The chick sounded helpless. I was just born. How could I have a name? After thinking for a moment, Chinsung finally came up with something. What name would fit? Let's call you Bao. The chick tilted its head. Bao? Chinsung explained. Yeah, like a bag. A trash bag. I mean, like a fluffy little bag of feathers. It's cute, right? Bao furiously jumped up and started pecking Chinsung's head repeatedly. I heard that, master. Chinsung was totally surprised by its reaction. Why are you so hot-headed? And just like that, his very first summon was born. Chinsung gave a warning. Hey Bao, stick close to me. If you get too far away, I'm leaving you behind. Bao immediately obeyed. Okay, master, and promptly made a nest on top of Chinsung's head. While his summon got comfy, Chinsung checked the map. This is Sela Valley 6, so there should be a side path around here somewhere. This way. Following the map, he found the hidden trail. Without a second thought, he jumped down. Bao chirped curiously. Where are you going, master? Chinsung replied as he landed. There's a place I need to get to. The dark, gloomy forest made Bao nervous. Where on earth are we, master? Chinsung scanned the area. It's still the same. He thought to himself, this place isn't popular. It's too far from the village, and there's nothing really valuable here. Comments left by previous players had warned him about this very forest. He looked around for a long moment. The biggest reason players avoided this area. He looked up and saw a swarm of faps. It was because of the monsters that lived here. They were cocoon-like creatures living deep in the sealess valley, shaped like green bananas and covered in a sticky silk as strong as beeswax. Chinsung eyed them, calculating. They're high up, so attacking and defending will be tough. But then he cracked his knuckles, ready for a challenge. I'll give them a shot. He pulled out a blight potion and walked toward the mutated grubs. Chinsung wound up like a pro baseball player. Ready. He launched the vial at the biggest one, scoring a direct hit. The faps writhed in pain. Bao cheered from his head. Bullseye! Chinsung pumped his fist. Nice. One by one, The giant grubs started thudding to the ground. Chinsung walked over calmly. Just like ripe fruit falling from a tree. Huh? Suddenly, an enraged Faps spat a glob of sticky silk right at him. Chinsung dodged to the side with ease. Too slow. He then blew 3 poison darts straight into its body. The creature rolled on the ground, twitching in agony. Chinsung and Bao just smirked. Thanks for the meal. After wiping out the entire group, a hard outer shell dropped from one of them. It was a high-grade material, hard as a rock but light as a feather. Oh, sweet, Chinsung exclaimed. He looked at the item in his hand, a satisfied smile on his face. A material with high demand but very limited supply. The experience is great, but this is what I came all this way for. He thought confidently. People try to buy these in vain, and the number of buyers just keeps growing. And with that, the price is only going to go up. I'm going to be a millionaire, if I can get a monopoly on the supply. Excited by the idea, Chinsung immediately put his plan into action. I need to gather as many of these as I can. Let's go. He and Bao ventured deeper into the forest. Time for a gold rush. Right behind you, master. They soon found a whole cluster of Faps sleeping soundly in the trees. Chinsung's eyes widened. Holy crap, we hit the jackpot. Bao asked curiously, Are they all money, master? Chinsung started counting under his breath. 1, 2, 3, 4. Each one is worth hundreds, maybe thousands of gold. He then boldly yelled up at the Faps. From now on, I'm the new boss around here. Come down and peel your own shells off, and I might just spare you. Naturally, this just pissed them off. The entire swarm unleashed a barrage of silk at Chinsung. He activated Blood Rush, boosting his movement speed. He thought with absolute confidence, I can see all of their attacks. I can clearly see the trajectory of every shot and how many there are. He pulled out another yellow potion. Get down here, you arrogant little bugs. He threw it into the cluster, and just like before, they began dropping to the ground. It was the same scene all over again, plump Faps raining from the sky. Chinsung grinned, walking toward his payday with excitement. The Faps monsters suddenly looked off, almost sick. Chinsung had no idea what was happening. Huh? What's with their faces? A second later, they all opened fire, unleashing a storm of webs right at him. Chinsung was caught completely off guard. What the hell? All at once? He'd let his guard down. Big mistake. Panic set in. He scrambled for a plan. Damn it, too late to dodge. No matter where he moved, he was gonna get hit. Just then, his eyes locked onto Bao. If he couldn't dodge, he'd have to block. With a shield, Bao let out a terrified chirp. Cheap? Why are you looking at me? As the webs closed in, Chinsung grabbed Bao and started spinning him like a top, creating a makeshift shield before launching him into the air. Just like that, Bao soaked up the entire barrage of webs. Chinsung let out a sigh of relief. Perfect. It absorbed everything. That was way too close. Now, time for a counterattack. In a flash, Chinsung closed the distance. All right, let's go. He charged forward, sword raised, as the web-mouthed monsters just stared in confusion. Chinsung's voice was cold. Checkmate. After wiping them all out, Chinsung was completely gassed, panting heavily. But he'd hit level 25. He leaned against a tree, catching his breath. That was way too close to being game over. As he panted, he thought to himself, It's been a while since I've been pushed to my limit. Had to use everything I had. Just then, Bao struggled his way out of the sticky mess. He was furious, pecking at Chinsung repeatedly. What the hell, master? Why'd you throw me? Chinsung could only sigh, helpless. Hey, I didn't have any other choice. If I die, I don't get to respawn. But Bao was still fuming. I still can't forgive you for that. Just then, a system notification popped up. Item acquired, hardened shell, and a whole pile of them rained down from the sky. While Chinsung was busy counting them out 1, 2, 3, 4, Bao started chirping excitedly. A mountain of cash. Suddenly, Chinsung called out, Hey! The call immediately put Bao on high alert. What is it, master? Chinsung laid out the deal. 1 grain of rice for every shell you pick up. Bao's eyes lit up as he screeched. Really, master? Chinsung confirmed it with a nod. Of course. Now get to it. Pick 'em all up. Fired up, Bao started gathering the hardened shells with every ounce of speed he had. Chinsung watched him with a smug grin. He's way faster than me. He realized that a single Faps monster could drop 2 of these shells. He thought for a moment. Considering their value, these things were definitely worth the fight. Even with the danger, they were currently worth over 500 gold. And if my memory is right, the price is about to double unless there's a huge shift in supply. Not much has changed from when I used to play the game. I got through that summoning gate thanks to my game knowledge. In other words, My survival depends on using my past experience. Jin Sung stood there, muttering his calculations. The FAPs are around level 25, which is my level now, so I probably won't get any level penalties. Bao waddled over, struggling with his haul, and looked at him with a confused stare. What are you talking about, master? Jin Sung finalized his plan. I was going to head to Canal Village in 4 days, but plans change. I'm going to farm as many shells as I can for 2 days straight, then I'll make a run for the village in the next 2. Jin Sung's eyes gleamed with excitement. Let's go make some money. Bao was just as hyped. Okay, master. Meanwhile, on a nearby cliff, a man was watching the series of explosions Jin Sung was causing. He mumbled to himself, "What's that sound?" Suddenly, his boss smacked him on the back of the head. "Where's your head at?" The guy told his boss. "Sir, I think I just heard something." But his boss just snapped back at him. "Are you crazy? Who else would be out here besides us?" The boss was Liang Chaoming, the ace team leader for the Zhengba Startups patrol team. But his subordinate was still sure about it. "But I definitely heard something," Liang Chaoming said casually. "If there was anyone, they're probably dead by now." With that, he called his team together. "All right, enough messing around, gather up. We've got a long way to go." The subordinate obeyed. "Yes, sir." Liang Chaoming rallied the group. "We need to hit our quota for today, so move it." The whole team shouted in unison. "Yes, sir." The same subordinate spoke up again. "Sir, are you sure we can hit the quota today?" Liang Chaoming was getting annoyed. "Possible or not, we find a way to make it happen. Are you going to keep spewing nonsense?" The subordinate flinched. "Ah, my apologies." As they walked, Liang Chaoming thought, "This forest is dark and dangerous. That's why most players don't risk coming here. But in terms of value, these hardened shells are the main source of profit for the Zhengba company." The more he thought, the more worried he got. "Hunting FAPs is harder than I thought. But what matters is that we can farm them. If I don't hit my quota, I'll be the one taking the heat. So we gotta be quick," he urged the team on. "I'm exhausted. Let's get this done and log out." "Where are those bugs anyway?" A bald-headed subordinate screamed out. "Huh? They're all dead." Liang Chaoming's temper flared. "Are you an idiot? What nonsense are you talking about?" He got even angrier. "Are you blind? How could all the FAPs?" He didn't even finish his sentence. Liang Chaoming froze, staring at the dead monsters scattered on the ground. Huh? His farm spot had been poached. He was furious. What the hell happened here? What bastard got here before us? He thought to himself, confused. Isn't this our company's territory? We killed every player we came across to monopolize the supply. So how did this happen? Liang Chaoming grabbed one of his lackeys by the collar. "Find the bastard who killed them. Find whoever trespassed on our turf. Now," the subordinate stammered. "Yes, sir." Right then, Jin Sung appeared just behind them, casually picking up the shells that Bao had missed. "Oh, there it is." Liang Chaoming just stood there, stunned. "What the?" He looked at Jin Sung, completely baffled. "A boar's head?" Jin Sung paid them no mind, just focused on grabbing as many shells as he could. Almost forgot this spot. Gotta search more carefully. "Oh, there's one here too." Watching Jin Sung, Liang Chaoming's expression suddenly shifted. "What is this?" He looked closer at Jin Sung's gear, questioning everything. "All he's got is some rags and a boar's head? How did a guy who looks like an NPC even get in here?" Liang Chaoming finally yelled, "Hey, boarhead, what do you think you're doing? You got a death wish?" Jin Sung turned his head, perfectly calm. "Is there a problem?" The whole group started seeing red, shouting at him. "You have any idea where you're standing? Cough up everything you took, or we'll gut you." Jin Sung just gave them a blank stare, completely lost. "What's this all about? I can't even tell. Are they Korean or Chinese?" Liang Chaoming shouted, his patience gone. "Do you know who we are?" Jin Sung just shot the question right back. "Huh? Well, who are you?" Liang Chaoming proudly introduced himself. "I am Liang Chaoming." Jin Sung thought for a second. That name sounds familiar. Who's Liang Chaoming? He muttered to himself for a moment before it clicked. Liang Chaoming. Liang Chao? He pointed right at the guy. The leader of that scummy startup. Liang Chaoming was stunned. "What?" Jin Sung continued. "I've read about you on the community forums. You guys showed up in the Celis Valley. You're that Chinese company that does nothing but farm items. The kind of scum who'd kill other players without a second thought. Total trash. I can't believe I ran into you guys here." Silas and his goons just laughed. "Figured it out, have you?" A little too late. They swarmed Jin Sung, cutting off his escape. "You're dead meat. This is your end. Game over." Silas sneered. "Get the picture now?" Jin Sung calmly cleans out his ear and says, "What is it now?" Then he shouts, "Hey, did you guys even pay the rent for this place?" Liang Chaoming just stares blankly for a second. What? Chin Sung says it again. I asked if you paid the rent for this spot. He gives the whole crew an ice-cold glare. Play nice before I have to get violent. Unless you're looking to die. Liang Chaoming grits his teeth, absolutely furious, and screams at his men. Get him! One of his guys didn't hear him right. Huh? He roars the order again. Kill him. Chin Sung smoothly dodges the arrow. Damn it. He instantly dashes toward Liang Chaoming, grabbing him by the hair. Then he twists the guy's arm back, locking him in place. It's obvious, isn't it? Chin Sung smirks. You guys ganged up on me thinking numbers would win. My strategy? He says, I'm just overwhelmingly strong. Pinned down, Liang Chaoming can only signal his crew with his eyes. His men grit their teeth. You bastard, let him go. Then, they unleash a volley of arrows right at Chin Sung. So Chin Sung just yanks Liang Chaoming's head up, using him as a human shield. The guy gets hit and screams in agony. Why are you shooting me too? Chin Sung uses him as a shield to close the distance, then shoves him aside, snatching his sword in the same smooth motion. He gives each guy one clean hit, logging them out permanently. The few left start to panic. He's coming. One guy with a sword yells, You damn wild boar, but his blade just bounces off Chin Sung's ironclad defense skill. Seeing that his attack did nothing, the guy completely freezes up. A second later, 2 more heads hit the floor. From behind, Liang Chaoming struggles to his feet, aiming his crossbow at Chin Sung. You bastard! He snarls, pulling back the string. I'll kill you. Just as Chin Sung turns his head, he leaps over the remaining thugs, flying right at him. But by then, Liang Chaoming was already motionless on the ground, taken out by the arrows from his own men. Chin Sung declares coldly, Don't think you can walk away from this alive, got it? Meanwhile, at the Zhengba factory, a panicked voice rings out. Boss! A guy bursts through the door, completely out of breath. The boss, Min Chen, was about to light a smoke and gets pissed at the interruption. The hell is this? He hurls an ashtray right at the employee's head and bellows. How many times have I told you to knock before you enter? Min Chen asks, annoyed. What are you doing here? If this isn't an emergency, I'm gonna kill you. The guy swallows the pain and reports. Sir, it's a huge problem. Min Chen asks. What is it? The guy replies, Team 1 has been completely wiped out. Min Chen is so shocked he's speechless. What? He demands again. Say that again. What did you just say? The guy stammers in fear, yes. It was Team 1. Min Chen slams his hand on the table, enraged. How is that even possible? We had so many people in that unit. He pounds the desk again. Was it the Japanese guild? Are they trying to start an all-out war with us? The guy frantically waves his hands to deny it. No, it wasn't them, boss. Min Chen yells. Then who was it? He grabs the guy by the collar, desperate. Spit it out. What bastard dared to attack us? The guy stutters. It was. Sir, do you remember that guy who deposited 3 million gold into the game's bank? Hearing this, Min Chen asks, what about him? He's Korean, and his user ID is Chinsung123. He's the one who did this. The second he finishes, the employee gets a hard slap across the face. Min Chen still can't believe it. You moron! Are you trying to die? Does that even make any sense to you? The employee insists. But it's the truth. Min Chen repeats it, just to be sure. Are you telling me one person did all of this? Dumping all those high-level items on the market, and wiping out our entire first team? The employee nods quickly. Yes, that's right. The boss orders him, his voice laced with venom. You better explain everything. Don't you dare leave out a single detail. Back with Chin Sung, he's celebrating hitting level 30 and gaining a ton of experience. Oh, I earned a nice chunk of EXP. He glances over at the pile of bodies and says casually, well, I guess that makes sense. I did take down about 50 players. He grins. Plus, I got some pretty rare items out of it. Chin Sung looks at his haul, completely satisfied. Getting this much from a single fight, now that's rare. Of course, a lot of this is just stuff I looted off them, but it's still amazing. Chin Sung checks his inventory, a massive grin spreading across his face. Seeing the amount of gold and items, he just can't stop smiling. I would never have been able to get this much gold and loot without just taking it from others. Then he starts thinking about the future. I could probably make millions of dollars if I cash this out right now. Maybe even hundreds of millions, if I can just wait for the current exchange rate to change. I won't have to worry about sending money home for a long, long time. Then Chin Sung picks out a few items to sell. All right, I'll turn these better pieces into cash. As for the other items, Bao, the Book of the Dark Covenant, asks curiously, what is it, master? Chin Sung replies, excited. We're about to craft some gear. He decides to start dismantling items, thinking to himself, selling them all would be nice, but I also need some high-grade materials for myself. He carefully selects them, this one, and this one. Now where was that other cool item I saw earlier? Just then, a system notification pops up, telling him he's earned the title Solitary Jackal, which startles him. Huh? What's this? I've never seen this title before, but the next second, his jaw drops when he reads the description. Holy crap, the requirement is to pick up over 9,999 items? A moment later, his expression turns serious as he thinks it over. Okay, that explains why I've never seen this before. Before I returned to the past, I was always fighting in huge battles with my alliance. We fought as a team, so I never had time to actually pick up dropped items. I mean, I never really needed this stuff anyway. But the effect of this title is actually pretty decent. Still, after thinking for a bit, he gets suspicious. But wait, I haven't picked up nearly that many items. This is weird. Bao chimes in, Master, you've been picking things up, off the ground this whole time and you're acting like you don't know? Chinsung snaps. Shut up, you brat. Suddenly, an idea hits him. Wait a minute. So if I use this title, a wicked smile spreads across his face. Doesn't that mean hunting other players is way more profitable than hunting monsters? Chinsung looks around, calculating. There were about 50 of them here. If they work in shifts, day and night, they must have over 100 people. That's a lot. And if that farming factory can produce thousands of items a week, then the amount of money I could make it's just incalculable. This is perfect. With that thought, Chinsung walks over to the edge of a cliff. Besides, he thinks, after taking a hit this big, the Zhongba Guild is definitely going to send people after me. I need to be ready to deal with them anyway. At this, Chinsung rubs his hands together with a smug grin. Well then, I guess I'll just have to get to work on them, too. Elsewhere, a voice laughs. Ha, this is insane. Just then, Zhang Tingbao, the night shift leader for Team 1, is sent out to find Chinsung. The men behind him keep asking questions. Boss, are we there yet? One of the guys whined. There's nobody out here. I haven't even seen an ant. But inside Zhang Dingbao's head, things were different. How much longer until we get to that damn Korean bastard? Out loud, he just kept his team moving. Just a little further. All we gotta do is take out that one Korean guy. The henchman started to hesitate. Yeah, but Zhang Dingbao cut him off instantly. One more word and the big boss will kill you. Got it? The guy immediately shut up. Yes, boss. Another one piped up. Why don't we just use a teleport scroll? Wouldn't that be easier? Zhang Dingbao shot him a dirty look. Because they're expensive, you idiot. Use your brain for once, he snapped. Enough stupid questions. Just watch your surroundings. This is the point where we have to. He suddenly froze. Huh. Something's weird. That voice just now. I've never heard that voice before. A sense of dread washed over him. And why is everything so quiet all of a sudden? He whipped his head around, and his men were gone. Vanished. Zhang Dingbao immediately drew his sword, getting into a defensive stance. I didn't even hear anything happen. How did that cunning bastard pull this off? Then a voice echoed from above, sending a shiver down his spine. If I were you, I wouldn't have drawn that sword. And there he was. Chinsung casually perched on a tree branch, grinning down at him. Why couldn't you just walk on by quietly? He asked, raising a fist. Since you came all this way, why don't you take a little nap? Zhang Dingbao's eyes fluttered open. A single leaf drifted past his face, and then he realized. He was tied up by a flock of tiny baby chicks. A gag muffled his voice. What is this? Why am I tied up like this? And what's the deal with these weird little chicks? The moment they saw he was awake, they started chirping. Chirp, the prisoner's awake. They squawked in perfect human language. Go tell the captain. On it. Then another voice cut in. Hey, you guys sure you tied him up tight? Zhang Dingbao snapped his head toward the sound. That voice. Before he even saw the face, he knew exactly who it was. The Korean. And there was Chinsung, casually scrolling through a status window, having a relaxed chat. You know, he almost recognized my voice back there. Another voice replied. You need to come up with some newer, more creative lines. Chinsung shot back without even looking up. That's only because your acting sucks. Zhang Dingbao was shaking in the corner. Damn it, I have to get out of here. But his tiny movement didn't go unnoticed. Oh, look, it seems our prisoner is finally awake. Chinsung gave an order. Chick, go roll up our patient's sleeve for me. The little bird flew over with a deadpan look. Sure thing, master. His sleeve was rolled up, revealing 3 wooden needles coated in a strange, purple liquid. Zhang Dingbao started shaking and whimpering. Now, don't be scared, Chin Sung cooed, holding the needles. We haven't even started yet. He leaned in, whispering that all too familiar line. This will only hurt like a little ant bite. And then he stabbed them straight in. All the guy could do was cover his face and take the pain. A notification popped up. Abnormal status. Poisoned. Your health is steadily decreasing. Zhang Dingbao's eyes rolled back as he collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Chin Sung, now holding 6 needles, just shrugged. See? It wasn't that bad. He flashed a wicked grin. And that was just the beginning. Get ready. A new window appeared. Item acquired. Warrior's Greaves. Item acquired. Worn Belt. You have obtained 3 to 1,008 to 188 gold. And with that, Chin Sung collapsed onto the ground, totally spent, as the bodies of his attackers dissolved into cubes of data. I finally dealt with all of them. Hundreds of guild members hunting me day and night, non-stop, for 48 hours straight. Okay, time to check my status window again. Man, summoning all those chicks was even more exhausting than the fight. But hey, I got a new skill. Soul Summoning. Description. Summons one undead spirit with 50% of its original stats. The number of undead can be increased by using more mana. Chin Sung was panting, but a massive grin spread across his face. I never would have thought that the stats on summoned monsters could be this low. But here's the kicker, there's no limit on how many I can actually summon. See, most summoning skills have a time limit, or a long cooldown. Or maybe the summons just vanish once the user's mana pool runs dry. But this skill? It has none of those restrictions. The summons don't disappear unless their HP hits 0. Chin Sung sat up and told his little army, "Alright, you guys can go home. We're done here." But the chicks weren't having it. No way. The spirit realm is super gloomy. It's way more fun out here. They started climbing all over his shoulders, one even in his hand. These little guys are almost useless, Chin Sung thought, a bit annoyed. But, with enough time and mana, I could summon a nearly infinite number of them. And in large enough numbers, they're actually pretty useful. Like how I used them to pinpoint the location of every single one of those pursuers. The sun broke through the clouds, warm and bright. Chin Sung sat there, reflecting. Well, at least they're not around to bother me anymore. Those guys that were tailing him. Besides, he smirked. Killing them and taking their stuff was pretty fun. He remembered it fondly himself, surrounding the entire group as they screamed, "Save me! I'm sorry." That evil grin crept back onto his face. Yeah, their terrified reactions were absolutely priceless. "Master, what are you talking about?" one of the chicks asked. But Chin Sung was still lost in the moment. All it took was my decaying poison. I didn't even need to use the necrotic elixir or congestion. It's probably better to just use soul summoning from now on, since the penalty for slaughtering other players is unavoidable. He pulled up his status window. Tapping on an item, he selected it. It materialized before him in a flash of dazzling, high-tech light. The Apocalyptic Grimoire, a tome containing dark contracts. He reached out and took the book in his hands. The chick on his shoulder piped up. Items created from that book are way more expensive, but they also have much higher stats and better effects. Chin Sung flipped through the pages. "Where's that formula?" he muttered. "Ah, there it is. Found it." He called out, "Hey cheap, and the rest of you little guys." A chick turned its head. "Yes, master?" Chin Sung pointed to a page in the book and asked them, "You guys want to try this out?" The scene then cuts away, to a place where skyscrapers claw at the sky, the city lights burning as bright as stars, the bustling streets of Shanghai. A man walks through a pristine office, speaking in Mandarin. "So, that's what's been happening in there?" We see his face, a handsome, cool-looking middle-aged man. This is Jiang Kui, the CEO of a unicorn corporation and the master of the Jiang Kui Guild. He stared out the window. "That's a bit concerning, isn't it?" He lit a cigarette, the flare of the lighter briefly illuminating a long scar that ran from his forehead down past his left eye. "The Zhengba startup, one of my little money laundering operations. One of my sworn brothers was the one spearheading the development of my shares over there, so I just left my capital as an investment. But that entire team got wiped out by a single guy in a leather loincloth. The money itself is pocket change, nothing for me to worry about. But for just one guy to take down an entire pursuit team?" Jiang Kui reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. Now that's a different story. A very, very concerning one. He started dialing. With ice in his eyes, he made the call. "I'll have to take him down myself." From a high-rise tower, Jin Gyu barked orders to his men on the ground. "It's me. I've got a new command." "Yes, sir, go ahead." Somewhere else, a man was running for his life, gasping for every single breath. He was terrified, completely panicked. An image was burned into his mind, a monster, His entire team wiped out in a flash of red lightning. Dozens of his comrades, all taken down by a single player. I have to get out of here. But from above, a bolt of crimson lightning came crashing down. A tingling sensation warned him of the danger. He whipped his head around, pure instinct. He dove out of the way, narrowly avoiding the lightning that obliterated the spot where he just stood. But his knee was still hit, and his pursuer was already right in front of him. I didn't think you'd actually dodge that. With a wicked smile, the red light from his staff glowing, the hunter spoke. Pretty impressive. I guess that captain title isn't just for show, huh? The hunted man scrambled backward on the ground in terror. Don't come any closer. But the man just raised his staff, magic already swirling, his voice dripping with demonic glee. Why so scared? Isn't this exactly what you guys wanted? He held a +12 Tetra's staff, a hero-grade weapon. When using lightning magic, its hold power increases by 50%, and skill stun time is cut in half. Seeing the pure panic on his victim's face, he got excited. I love that look on your face. With a low growl, he raised the staff, crackling with immense power. He looked like a god of thunder descending to earth. If they want to defeat me, King A-Suit, they'll have to bring the entire Blood Guild. Red lightning crashed down. The man could only scream in terror. Meanwhile, in a much happier place, Jin Sung was just casually cleaning his ear. Is someone talking trash about me behind my back? Chirp, the little guy on his shoulder asked. Are you digging for gold, master? Jin Sung just said it was itchy, drawing out the word. A system window popped up. New location information has been added. Looks like we're here. Standing on a mountain path, he looked down at the village nestled below. Current location, Konyo Village. Jin Sung took it all in. Man, the air here is really fresh. Another notification. World map has been updated. As he walked into the village, his unique style made more than a few heads turn. Chirp asked from his head. Where are we now, master? Our new workplace. And let me tell you, I can feel a lot of tension in the air here. I almost didn't make it in time. Wasted a good chunk of it dealing with the Zhengba crew. Climbing up to a house perched high on a hill, Jin Sung was confused. Why is the village chief's house so high up? Sure, he got tons of items and experience, but being late for his very first mission? Not a good look. Finally, he reached the top. He knocked on the wooden door. Anyone home? An old man cautiously opened it. Who is it? Jin Sung introduced himself. I'm from the Adventurers Guild. Did you send a request for aid to the government? Hearing this, the old man paused for a second, then burst with happiness. You're finally here. Come in, come in. This was the village chief, Elbert. He immediately poured a full glass, showing some serious hospitality. Please, sit down. I have to offer you something. You must be tired after such a long journey. Jin Sung was speechless. All the suspicion this guy should have for a stranger vanished instantly. Okay, he thought, this problem must be pretty serious. Elbert began his story, while the two mice happily feasted on a fruit bowl. The village sheep. They just keep disappearing, day after day. We're in a terrible situation, with our flock getting smaller and smaller. Please, you have to understand. Things are getting desperate. Jin Sung got serious. How many have you lost so far? 20 sheep. Every single week. I have no idea where they could have gone. When did this start? Jin Sung asked. About a month ago. Who normally watches the flock? Is there a rotation? There's an orphan kid named Dot who usually takes care of them. He's a very mischievous child. So we never know if he's actually herding the sheep or just lying about something. Elbert sighed. According to him, it's wolves. Losing 20 a week? That actually sounds plausible. The chief continued, explaining that when the kid was younger, he loved to cry wolf just to mess with people. Because of that, nobody trusts him. So now, they've locked the boy up, thinking he stole the sheep himself. Suddenly, raising his voice, the chief grabbed Jin Sung's hand, but the sheep are still disappearing even with the boy behind bars. Something else is happening, I'm sure of it. Please, you have to do something. At this rate, the villagers are going to starve. Jin Sung spoke up. All right. Can I see the boy? Elbert blinked. The boy? Jin Sung smiled confidently. Yeah. The kid named Dot. I'll get this sorted out quickly. But arriving at the scene, Jin Sung looked around, confused. How did things end up like this? Chirp asked curiously. Where are we, master? Jin Sung wondered the same thing. Two men were standing guard in front of a tiny little house, and the door was locked. This had to be the house. Then, a sound. A young voice, desperately banging from inside. Open up, sirs, please. It really wasn't me. But his captors just shot back. Annoyed. Shut your mouth. Elder Elbert told us to keep you under guard, not until this whole mess is sorted out. Chirp was having an existential crisis. What is wrong with the people here, Master? Are all humans like this? Jin Sung figured it out. They're convinced Dot is the one who stole the sheep. He frowned, a little annoyed. Well, all I really care about is the reward, but this is a little more complicated than I thought. Jin Sung reviewed the situation. Dot's guardian had recently died from an illness, so the kid's been doing odd jobs and herding sheep just to get by. For an orphan shepherd whose flock vanishes, honestly, just being locked up is probably the kindest treatment he could have hoped for. He started walking towards the shed. It seemed this village, for all its weirdness, was still acting with the kind of simple reason you'd expect from a rural town. Only one thing to do then. Time to get friendly. Jin Sung approached one of the guards. Hello. The man looked up, surprised. Ah, what brings you here? I thought you were talking with Chief Elbert. Jin Sung gave a friendly smile. Just finished. How's Dot holding up? The guard replied. Dot? Ah. Well, he's been the same ever since we locked him in. And right on cue, the kid started screaming again. Open the door, I'm begging you. The sheer volume made both guards jump. Dot yelled, there's no time left. The guards just sighed. See? The kid's fine. He just keeps screaming like he's got endless energy. Honestly, we're getting tired just listening to him. Jin Sung's expression turned serious. He realized he might be running out of time. He spoke up. All right, I need to see him. Could you please step aside? Before the dazed guard could even react, Jin Sung was already at the door. You hear me, Dot? Back away from the door for a second. The boy yelled out in shock. What was that? Who are you? The heavy door was smashed down in a single blow. Tim's jaw dropped in pure terror. The stranger smiled warmly. Aha, so you must be Tim, right? His companion, a chicken, chirped excitedly. Looks like it, Master. Jin Sung spoke up. I need to ask you a few things, if you've got a minute. But Tim just cowered in the corner. Who are you? He grinned. Oh, right. I haven't even introduced myself. Jin Sung proudly pointed a thumb at his chest. The name's Damian, a mercenary from the Adventurers Guild. I'm in a rush. So don't worry about the talking chicken or the busted door, he declared casually. Tim was frozen solid. What in the world is even happening right now? A little later, once things calmed down, Jin Sung started his questions. I heard that wolves have been hunting your flock of sheep, Tim confirmed, his voice laced with sorrow. Yes, that's right, the boy confessed. It was a giant wolf. Way bigger than a man. When I saw it, it was hunting a full-grown bear. Now, that got Damian's attention. A wolf that hunts bears? Tim's voice filled with despair. Yes, you probably won't believe me. The villagers refused to listen. Sir Adventurer, don't listen to him. A wolf bigger than a man that hunts bears? That's just impossible. Tim looked flustered. But I'm telling the truth. Jin Sung frowned, thinking. Not entirely impossible. These mountains are full of all kinds of monsters and beasts. He pressed on. All right, where did you see this wolf? Tim recalled the memory, his voice shaking. At the summit of the Calip Mountains, I saw a whole pack of them. If you head up the peak and go north, you'll find a huge plateau. It's right at the edge of the forest, you can't miss it. Jin Sung was clearly interested. Really? Okay. And just like that, a system notification popped up. Quest generated, the Wolves of Calip Summit. Will you accept this quest? He started moving at blinding speed. Calip Summit, huh? At this rate, I'll be there in no time. Jin Sung was thrilled as he bolted forward. High-tier items really make all the difference. Money makes the world go round. Peck, his chicken companion, agreed. Indeed it does, Master. Jin Sung thought to himself. I have the complete item set of the Necromancer. He had the Apocalypse Calling, the Book of the Dark Covenant, and the Bracelet of the Fire Fortress. By using just one durability point, the Fire Fortress could create a flame rite that lasted for 30 seconds. It dealt continuous damage to any enemy, and his Dragon Dance Pants could cast Dark Blessing for a full minute, casting speed, mana regen, and stamina regen all boosted by 100%. Finally, the Golden Rabbit Slippers. They could use Golden Flash, jacking up his movement speed by a staggering 10,000%. Jin Sung was beyond satisfied. Gear this good isn't something you can just buy. He grit his teeth. It cost me hundreds of thousands of gold just to craft all of it, and I had to use rare materials you can't even find on the open market. But from here on out, having top-tier equipment is what's going to matter most, Jin Sung calculated. Plus, where I'm headed, there will be tons of monsters well over level 30. Suddenly, a majestic view opened up before him. Found it. A system notification appeared. New location data has been generated. Current location. Calip Mountain Summit. World map information updated. Jin Sung scanned the area. Looks like a wolf den. All right. Peck whistled. Whoa, it's enormous. He noticed countless blind spots created by the giant rocks and cliffs that were easily over 10 meters high. Jin Sung was a bit skeptical, but those gaps look a little small for a wolf bigger than a man to squeeze through. Well, Tim did say he saw them with his own 2 eyes. He threw out his hand. Come forth. An immense power began to stir as Jin Sung activated a necromancer skill, corpse summoning. At that exact moment, another party was approaching the summit. We're close. Everyone, get ready. Their leader, Huna, called out. We're almost there, just a little further. Got it. But one member asked doubtfully, Are you sure no one else is here? Huna nodded. I've never seen any reports of anyone successfully conquering this place. In other words, this quest has never been cleared. God Forma Alpha's spirits lifted. Excellent. Then we'll be the first ones to do it. Suddenly, a teammate asked timidly, But, can we really defeat the Great Wolf King? God Forma Alpha frowned in annoyance. Of course we can. That's why we're here, isn't it? Celine, their healer, spoke up nervously. Yeah, but I heard it's really strong. God Forma Alpha just laughed. Don't you worry. Celine looked confused. Huh? He flashed a pearly white smile, oozing confidence. Because I'm here. I've got tons of combat experience, and my skills are pretty damn good. God Forma Alpha smirked dismissively. It's not the legendary monster everyone makes it out to be, and it's a big target. All you need to do is focus on healing us. Huna cut the two of them off. Pick up the pace. Enough chatting. We're going to be late otherwise. Another member, Gabunit, reminded them, just because no one's completed it, doesn't mean no one's trying. Someone else could be attempting this very same quest right now. His grandstanding interrupted. God Forma Alpha cursed under his breath. Damn it, you're so impatient. Provoked, Gabunit spun around. What did you just say? God Forma Alpha played it cool. Nothing. Just talking to myself. Watch your mouth, Gabunit warned. God Forma Alpha just grinned. Yeah. But inside he was thinking, just wait. I'll deal with you later. Huna tried to break the tension. You two can fight it out later. The important thing right now is... She stopped dead. The summit ahead was being rocked by constant explosions. The whole team's eyes went wide. That sound. It's a fight. Massive claws swiped through the air. A swarm of wolves, a truly staggering number of them, had Jin Sung completely surrounded. And him? He was actually excited. So the whole pack really does gather here. Well, I'm not complaining. In fact, this is thrilling. A huge number of wolves circled Jin Sung as he carefully surveyed the scene. This is... unexpected. So many of them. All from just a few small cracks in the rock? Jin Sung began to theorize. Do they live inside these cliffs? If that's the case, then the base of this cliff is basically a giant anthill, but filled with wolves instead of ants. He was amazed. And this is already a huge number. Are there even more of them down below? Jin Sung smirked. Look at you all. I was just doing a little scouting. These were the legendary Calip wolves. The wolves of Calip Peak are never loners. They move in huge packs of 20 to 30, but they send out smaller hunting parties, usually 5 or 6 at a time. These things are relentless. Once they bite down, they never let go, so you gotta be careful. The first group charges forward. Jin Sung just grins, ready for the fun to start. He pulls out a poison vial. You guys are still just a bunch of wolves. Jin Sung hurls it at the lead beast, which lets out a pained yelp. The system window pops up. An abnormal status has been inflicted. The Calip wolf's defense has dropped. The Calip wolf's health is slowly draining. He's satisfied. Heh, this stuff actually works. Jin Sung gets hyped. God's embrace. The flames from his fire right skill. They combine perfectly with the decomposition elixir. This synergy is insane because it melts the enemy's health bar. Plus, his own stats have changed a bit. Jin Sung, level 34, with the class Magic Pharmacist. His titles? Brutal, Solo Pig Hunter, and the Avenger. After clearing the 6th stage, Lone Hyena, all his stats got a pretty nice boost. Jin Sung figures at level 34. He can definitely handle this pack of wolves himself. And besides, his gear is seriously top tier now. The growling from behind reminds him they're still there. Oh, right. You guys are still around? Jin Sung glares. All troops, prepare to fire. The wolves actually seem to understand, hesitating for a second. Every single one of them is startled by the sudden appearance of little yellow puffballs. Peck, leading a whole army of chicks into battle. The support has arrived. The chicks' chirps echo across the mountain. Peck gives the order. All units, weapons at the ready. The chicks pull out tiny blowguns and take aim. Jin Sung is pleased, just as he expected, worth every penny. He's holding Bonlight's poison arrow, a rooster artifact that Bonlight once treasured dearly. It said that this thing can copy the owner's actions. Jin Sung marvels at it. This is the most expensive item I can possibly create. It took using the Apocalypse Summoning and the Dark Contract Scroll, but it was absolutely worth it. It converts all the chick's attacks into level 10 poison arrows. What better item could there be for wiping out a massive group of enemies? He grins. Of course, I could probably handle these guys myself. But honestly, I'm feeling a little too lazy for that. Peck immediately agrees. That's right, Master. Jin Sung points directly at the wolf pack, and we can't let a single one of them get away. He excitedly makes a finger gun. Bang! A rain of arrows pours down, and the wolves howl in agony. The system notifications just keep rolling and Calip Wolf has been poisoned, followed by, "You have defeated the Calip Wolf." Their bodies vanish in a flash. Even Jin Sung is impressed. Whoa, that's insane. I didn't think I'd wipe them all out, without even lifting a finger. He's even casting another skill on them, Hemorrhage. The description? Every 180 seconds, the target's attack and movement speed are slashed by 200%. 1% of their max health is drained every second. And the best part? By casting this on the chicks, I can make up for their weak attack power. Jin Sung thinks about the skills he's mastered, like Poison Dart, Decomposition Elixir, and Hemorrhage. At first, he thought they were all useless or had crazy side effects, but turns out, they're incredibly useful at higher levels. Peck reports in. We've eliminated them all, Master. Jin Sung nods. Good work. Another system message. You have obtained wolf fangs, gray wolf eyes, and gray wolf fur. Jin Sung figures there must be an alpha wolf somewhere around here. Peck hops on his shoulder. An alpha? Jin Sung explains. Dot mentioned a really, really big wolf around here. So, guess I'll double check the quest details one more time. It says to deal with the wolves on Calip Peak. According to Village Chief Dot, the reason sheep have been disappearing is because of them. Eliminate all the wolves hiding on Calip Peak. The reward is a completion package from the Adventurers Guild. But there's a warning. If you fail this quest, and the people of Neo Village die, the nation of Terra might hold you responsible. He breaks into a cold sweat. Yeah, this isn't going to be easy. Looks like I have to kill every last one of them. Suddenly, a notification. Chick number 34 has died. Jin Sung's face goes pale. What? A massive shadow falls over him. The chicks start panicking. Jin Sung feels a chill. Speak of the devil. Notification. The Great Wolf King has appeared. This thing looks like it could hunt a grizzly bear for a light snack. It roars. The Great Wolf King has summoned its pack. Prepare for the wolf pack's assault. Jin Sung's face drains of color. You've got to be kidding me. All of them at once? Peck is freaking out. Master, what do we do now? A little bit of info pops up. The Great Wolf King, ruler of Calip Peak. For some unknown reason, it has grown to an abnormal size. It's the alpha of the entire Calip wolf pack, strong enough to hunt bears. As for its special trait, he decides to face it head-on. Well, only one way to find out, right? Jin Sung gives the order. Peck, I'll take the boss. You handle the mobs for me. The chick waves his little flag. Yes, master. Peck shouts to his troops. All units, get ready. The army eagerly gets into position. On my signal. Fire. The rain of poison arrows starts all over again. Same as before. Jin Sung thinks. Alright, looks like the minions aren't going to be a problem. Jin Sung lowers his stance, the golden rabbit slippers he's wearing glowing hot. He activates Golden Flash and launches forward like a bullet. Jin Sung quickly cleans up the smaller wolves in his path. He aims right for the Great Wolf King. Where do you think you're looking? Jin Sung leaps into the air. Your fight is with me. He starts stacking defensive skills, activating the Blessing of the Dark Green. Skill casting speed increased by 100%. Mana recovery speed increased by 100%. Stamina recovery speed increased by 100%. Jin Sung smirks. Isn't this a little overkill? I feel like I can do anything right now. A system warning appears. The Great Wolf King has identified you as a dangerous enemy. Be careful of the Great Wolf King's attack. It roars, slashing with its massive claws, but he dodges easily. Jin Sung pulls out 2 more poison vials. First, let's get rid of all that fur. The massive beast is instantly engulfed in raging flames. System notification. The Great Wolf King's defense has been reduced. The Great Wolf King's defense is down. The Great Wolf King is burning. He wonders. Something feels a little off. This thing is supposed to be a high-level monster. Shouldn't it be using some kind of powerful attack, or a defense skill, or at least commanding its pack to do something? Why hasn't it used a single skill yet? Jin Sung confidently grips his knife. Well, not that I'm worried or anything. I've already dealt enough damage to kill it before it can even try. So, he decisively brings the knife down. I'm ending this as fast as possible. The Great Wolf King lets out a ferocious howl. Jin Sung guesses, based on its behavior, its special trait is probably focused on attack power or pack control. Whatever it is, I need to finish this quick. He springs high into the air. Time to speed things up a bit. Like a bloodthirsty predator, Jin Sung zeroes in on his target. He glances down to see the chicks still massacring the wolf pack. A moment of relief. At least I don't have to worry about what's happening down there. Jin Sung glares. Now then, it's my turn, right? He slashed straight across its chest. Hyun and his party stared, completely stunned by the scene unfolding. They saw a pack of wolves getting overwhelmed by tiny chickens, and everyone was just baffled. Are the monsters attacking each other? Wait. Celine Hio spotted something. There was a figure moving in the mist. It was unsettling, hard to believe. Did someone get here before us? God asked. Formafa couldn't help but curse. Damn it, what the hell is going on? He knew it couldn't be another player. The quest had literally just appeared, and we were the first ones to head out this morning. The other player agreed. Right, it's probably just monsters fighting over territory. Hyun tried to get the team back on track. It's not too late, healer. My cooldowns aren't finished yet. Everyone, get ready to fight, Seolin screamed in panic. Look, the mist is clearing. We can see someone. How is that possible? Everyone could now clearly see Chin Sung in the middle of the fight. A human? All by himself? Gabunik gritted his teeth. Is he fighting the Great Wolf King? Alone? Godform Alpha cursed. Damn it all. Hyun could see exactly where this was heading. He's about to kill it? Suddenly, Hyun charged straight into the battle. Everyone watched in horror as he rushed wildly toward the other player. Godform Alpha. Chin Sung's fight should have been over by now, but the beast just wouldn't fall. He clicked his tongue, annoyed. Typical regional boss. I can only burn its defense and health using a disintegration elixir, followed by a combo of Dark Green Blessing and Flame Ritual, and it still has half its health. The Great Wolf King's eyes were bloodshot as it clawed madly at Chin Sung. He had to roll aside just to dodge it. Based on how things were going, he knew dodging was getting harder. It keeps closing the distance. But it's still doable. First, I need to switch to a long-range weapon. The Great Wolf King kept charging. Chin Sung casually dodged while firing off poison arrows, thinking to himself, I need to stay alert since I still don't know its special traits. But attacking from a distance is definitely easier. He even had time for a taunt. Is that all you've got? It just growled. Chin Sung wondered. What are you looking at? The Great Wolf King let out a massive roar. He was surprised as a heavy aura began to envelop its body. Smaller wolves materialized from the shadows, latching onto Chin Sung's body. He couldn't react. It was too late. Chin Sung was torn apart by the pack. That was its trait, Great Wolf, Pack Summon. A system notification popped up. Abnormal status. Your character has been inflicted with the bleed effect. He trembled, looking at the Great Wolf King's twisted grin. Damn it. A mechanical voice rang in his ears. Your character has been inflicted with the weakness effect. Warning, character's health has dropped below a critical level. Logout warning. He refused to accept it. I'm gonna die at this rate. Chin Sung forced his hands together, using his last bit of strength. A strange power surged, making even the Great Wolf King hesitate. Chin Sung shredded the entire pack clinging to his body. Demonic human skill. When your HP reaches 0, you become an undead for 600 seconds. Your HP will not drop below 1 while in the undead state. Chin Sung clicked his tongue. Bright red circles appeared on his body as the system began its countdown. Demonic human state remaining. 599. 598 seconds. The Great Wolf King's fur bristled with caution. Chin Sung cursed. You noisy mutt, shut your mouth before I tear it off. This form hurts like hell, but now. I'm definitely killing you. Chin Sung pointed as he advanced. It's been a while since I've been in this much pain, you dog. A smaller wolf snarled and lunged. He punched it square in the mouth. These damn mutts. Chin Sung slammed it to the ground with overwhelming force. Are you tired of living? The wolf couldn't fight back, only whimpering in pain before it died. The system kept spamming alerts. Cali Peak Wolf is bleeding. Cali Peak Wolf is poisoned. This state also had a disaster effect, dealing damage based on the user's mana, and can be nullified by targets of a much higher level. Annoyed, he slammed his fist together. I don't have time for this. Bring it on. Chin Sung glared. Or should I come to you? Meanwhile, Godform Alpha was sprinting at full speed. That bastard. He kept asking himself. Based on his weapon, he looks like a melee class. Should I give up? No. I'm not sure, but I don't want to. Give up? After coming all this way without getting anything? Godform Alpha readied his weapon, gritting his teeth. I can't accept that. No, I won't accept that. Just as he arrived. What the hell? The Great Wolf King was getting pummeled by Qin Sung. Godform Alpha only caught a glimpse of the final blow that finished it off. System notification. You have defeated the Great Wolf King. You have received experience points. Level up. You have reached level 36. You have received Wild Essence, Great Fang, Wolfskin Hood, and the Heretic's Mark. You have completed the Kali Peak Wolfpack quest. Return to Kali Village and see Village Chief Elbert for your reward. Qin Sung smiled, collecting his 10 loot drops. Finally killed it. Qin Sung admired the rare items in his hand. I even got a valuable drop like Wild Essence. This was a huge score. He laughed out loud. And I gained a ton of levels, too, all thanks to those chickens taking care of the remaining wolves. Guess they were useful after all. Qin Sung was enjoying his victory. Now that the quest is done, I'm out of here. An arrow suddenly shot past, scaring his chickens. He noted, that's an arrow. Was it aimed at my head? Looks like I've been letting my guard down. They must be high-level players. Qin Sung gritted his teeth. Show yourselves while I'm still asking nicely. Godform Alpha stepped out without hesitation. You've got fast reflexes. He then threatened, don't try anything unless you want to die. Annoyed, Qin Sung snapped the arrow. Who the hell are you? God. Form Alpha and Qin Sung were now face to face. He observed the other guy. That weapon looks familiar. It's like the one Zheng Ba's crew used. A crossbow and 2 semi-automatic catapults. So his class is definitely a marksman. He easily dodged a second arrow. Marksmen focus on speed over pure destruction, so this shouldn't be too hard. The man brazenly ordered, I told you to stand still, learn to listen. Qin Sung frowned. Looks like he's right. This guy is faster and stronger than I thought. He has to be at least level 30. Seeing Qin Sung stand still, Godform Alpha smugly adjusted his gear. That's right, good boy. He could tell the guy's gear was also 1 or 2 tiers higher than Zheng Ba's. On top of that, the system countdown hit. 1, 0. The demonic human state expired. Qin Sung thought to himself, he purposely waited until my demonic human state ran out. This guy's no amateur. The player gave a nasty smirk. I don't know how you managed to kill the Great Wolf King, but killing a boss as a melee fighter isn't easy. You're pretty skilled. Qin Sung glared at him. What do you want? Turns out, Godform Alpha really was a total jerk. What do I want? You really don't know? He grew angry. You bastard, you wasted my time and effort. That wolf should have been mine, don't you get it? Hand over everything you got from the Wolf King. And your gear, too. Do that, and I'll spare your life. Of course, Qin Sung's answer was blunt. In your dreams. Seeing the guy's shocked face, he added one more thing. I said no. Qin Sung stood his ground and shot back. I'm not crazy. I'm the one who put in the work to kill it. Would you just hand it over? The answer was obvious. Godform Alpha trembled with pure rage and humiliation. Just die. Qin Sung feigned confusion. Huh? I can't quite hear you. The guy unleashed a frantic barrage of arrows, screaming, Die, you bastard. Qin Sung's plan was working perfectly. Nice. He's agitated. Time to use Blood Rush. A system window popped up. You have activated Blood Rush. Attack power and movement speed increased by 200%. A new alert appeared. 178 seconds remaining. 177 seconds. He already had the perfect counter strategy lined up. I'll pop a healing vial and activate all 6 blessing buffs, along with the Fire Festival. Another battle kicks off. I need to use this adrenaline rush to stack my buffs for max effect. Just then, Qin Sung starts moving, calculating. He has to inflict as much damage as possible while his opponent's still seeing. Qin Sung openly scoffs at Godform Alpha. His attack pattern? So simple. Reload every 10 shots. A 1 or 2 second delay between each shot. Pathetic. But he keeps attacking like a madman. What a punk. The more Godform Alpha fires, the more he questions reality. Qin Sung dodges everything. A chill runs down his spine. But it gets worse. Godform Alpha feels Qin Sung's eyes on him, a constant, analytical stare. He panics. At this rate, I'm gonna lose. I need to, but it's too late. Qin Sung is already in his face. I can see right through every one of your attacks. Godform Alpha takes a direct hit from a skill flask, the Divine Disintegration Elixir. He's dazed. Cough, cough. What the hell? The damage wasn't as high as he expected, but a system alert pops up. Anomaly detected. You have been poisoned. Armor is corroding. Armor durability decreased. Godform Alpha is terrified, trying to wipe it off. What is this stuff? Damn it! While his enemy is in a panic, Chin Sung closes the distance fast. He has damage over time and armor reduction skills. Wait, isn't he just a melee fighter? I think you need another dose of poison. Chin Sung states it like a fact. You're dead if you can't block this next one. God Formafa desperately tries to shield his body, but it's useless. Notifications flash. Armor corroded. Anomaly detected. You are burned. Hunter's crossbow has been destroyed. God Formafa curses under his breath. Damn you. But Chin Sung has no intention of letting up. Ready to die yet? Of course. A scumbag like him would never surrender. He grabs the crossbow from his back. You bastard. God Formafa is radiating pure killing intent. I will kill you. Chin Sung's brows furrow. A heavy-duty hunting crossbow. If I remember right, a high ranker used one of those. Never thought I'd see a weapon focused on pure destructive power right here. Chin Sung offers a bit of friendly advice. Are you sure about that? The guy just stares, confused. Huh? Chin Sung continues. An archer like you who specializes in speed. Can you even handle that thing? God Formafa gets triggered again. You bastard. Let's see how long that arrogance lasts. His attack is unbelievably fast. Even Chin Sung is shocked it almost hit him. And not only that, the arrow explodes mid-air. What the hell? He grinds his teeth. This is different from the heavy crossbow, I know. I can't even see the arrows he's firing, and the system can't track them either. God Formafa boasts. What are you looking at? Chin Sung flinches in shock, his body instinctively scrambling to get away. God Formafa hunts him down relentlessly. You idiot! Look at you running for your life! God Formafa scoffs. What's wrong? Surprised you can't see me? Chin Sung runs through the possibilities. It's not an invisibility cloak or some kind of potion. No alchemist is skilled enough to create those yet. So, it has to be a unique class skill. The guy gloats. You should have stabbed me instead of just punching, and because of that, you're about to die. Chin Sung grits his teeth. You talk way too much. God Formafa doesn't care. So what? You won't have to hear me anymore once you're dead. He vanishes again. Try to last a little longer. Though I doubt you can. It's the Dark Hunter skill. Invisible arrow. Explosions erupt right at Chin Sung's heels. Damn it, he grunts. Invisible arrow lets the user turn invisible while tumbling on the ground. Plus, he has passives like Invisible Hunter and the hunt begins. Those skills let him fire way faster. This is getting seriously annoying. And with that, Chin Sung reaches a conclusion. The only solution is to get in close. And fast. God Formafa, still drunk on his victory, starts to lower his guard. Don't waste your energy, you're already dead. Chin Sung raises his defense. Golden Rabbit Slippers. He activates the Golden Flash skill. The sheer speed leaves his opponent horrified. In a single blink, God Formafa loses a very important chunk of his hair. He screams, What the my sideburns? You bastard. Chin Sung glares. Hey, I'll give you one last chance to apologize. Think carefully. This is it. God Formafa, shameless and furious, shouts. What the hell? Are you crazy? Why would I apologize to you? You think you can run your mouth when suddenly, he's racked with pain. God. Formafa's face goes pale. What is this? My heart. Chin Sung gives a chilling smile. Ah, its effect is pretty fun. He pulls out a small doll. Now, where should I poke? God Formafa is terrified. What the hell is that? Chin Sung holds up the creepy thing for him to see, asking pleasantly, Isn't it beautiful? It's your body. Meanwhile, Hyun's team reaches the mountain peak. They're all worried. God Formafa just fired a dozen arrows. I wonder what's happening to him. I'm not sure. It's too quiet. Suddenly, a scream of agony makes them all jump. The whole team is in shock. God Formafa's energy. It's dropping fast. Gebunit can't believe it. Damn it, what's going on? Why is his life force plummeting like that? At this rate, he's going to die. Hyun speaks up. I have to go check. He quickly stops her. Hyun, you should rethink that. It's too dangerous. But she's determined. You want me to just stand here and watch him die? Gebunit is the last sane one left. Has she lost her mind? God Formafa isn't weak enough to be killed that easily. If his life force is draining that fast, it means his opponent is insanely strong. And she's right. God Formafa is getting warning notifications. Hostility from a player has been detected. Power level. Immeasurable. Warning. Dangerous player. You should be careful. They're all stunned. Immeasurable power? Gebunit sticks to his point. Hyun, you're being too reckless. He killed the giant wolf king by himself, and his power is. But Hyun is stubborn. Prepare for battle. She draws her sword. Healer, give us buffs. He obeys. Right, God Formafa is slamming his head on the ground, completely baffled. What the hell is it doing to my body? Chin Sung casually walks over. Curious why you're in so much pain. The guy just curses. You bastard. Chin Sung explains, I used your hair to curse this doll, and by extension, you. Now, this doll is you, and you are it. Get it? Godformafa screams. What kind of ridiculous magic is that? Fearing his opponent still doesn't get it, Chin Sung kindly demonstrates. Here, watch again, buddy. If I break its arm. Right here. Immediately the guy cries out in agony. Chin Sung smiles. See? You feel that too, don't you? But obviously, the fun isn't over yet. So, should we try something else? Chin Sung slyly moves his hand towards the area between the doll's legs. If I give it a little flick right here, what do you think will happen? Godformafa's face turns ghost white. He clutches the cloth covering his lower body. Stop. Godformafa begs pathetically. Please, I'll do anything. I'm sorry. Please just give me a chance. Just one more. But Kim Sung is obviously not that kind. Goodbye. The man foams at the mouth, clutching his groin, and surprisingly, he goes limp. What the hell? He passed out instantly. Kim Sung pokes his cheek. Are you dead? You can't be. Your health isn't at 0 yet. There's no response. Get away from him. Just then, a woman's voice cut through the air. It was Hyun, and her party had arrived. You bastard. Celine Hyo cursed, rushing to her teammate's side. Senior Dark Hunter. Are you okay? She asked, quickly checking his condition. He's not dead. Just unconscious, Damian stated coolly. He sized up their gear. Looks like you're all mid-level at best, so that was it. He nodded, finally understanding. I was wondering why he was so confident. Turns out, he had backup. Damian narrowed his eyes. Are you guys with him? A warning flashed for Hyun. Mysterious player. Power. Immeasurable. Her decision was instant. Everyone, prepare for battle. At the same time, Damian's system lit up. Player Hyun has identified you as an enemy. Beware of death penalties. He was floored. What the hell does that even mean? He thought to himself, damn it, are they really going to attack me? This was not good. At that exact moment, his blessing effect wore off, and his health regeneration stopped cold. I burned through a ton of resources fighting that last guy. I need to stall for my cooldowns. Damian tried to reason with them. Hey, why don't we just talk about this? Hyun wasn't listening. Shut up, you murderer. How many innocent people have you killed? He sighed. Looks like talking is out. That's enough, she screamed. Enough of what? Damian shot back, pointing directly at her friend. Your party member is the one who's in the wrong here. He demanded I hand over everything from the Direwolf King, plus all of my own items. He asked them straight up. I think fighting back was a pretty reasonable response. Considering what he did, I think you guys should take some responsibility too. Or are you saying I should have just handed everything over? Hyun stubbornly refused to believe it. What are you talking about? We're not those kinds of people. Suddenly, a cry of pain came from behind her. Godformafa had tried to fire a sneak attack. Godformafa, are you okay? Celine Hyo cried out. Damian was stunned. Was that a stealth arrow? He had no time to dodge it. Damn it. With no other choice, Damian knew he couldn't dodge. He had to disable the archer's arm. Fast. But the damage he dealt was just enough to force the player to log out. The whole party was in shock. A system notification popped up. You have committed player killing. He was baffled. I didn't mean to do that. Your humanity has decreased by 1. Your humanity cannot be lowered any further. This only fueled Hyun's rage. I knew it. You used a spell to make him kill himself. You planned on murdering him from the very beginning, didn't you? Celine Hyo was horrified. That's monstrous. He didn't even get to say anything before he died. Damian tried to explain. What the hell are you talking about? It's not what you think, it's... But he was cut off. Silence. Hyun leaped forward. No more of your lies. She was seeing red now. You can apologize to him in hell. Looks like he was being dragged into another fight. I guess I have no other choice. Whatever. My health is recovered, and my skills are off cooldown. Activate Bloodlust, Flame Tears, and Dark Green Blessing. Damian was officially pissed off. You guys started this, so don't blame me for what happens next. The sudden pressure made Hyun flinch. Celine Hyo reacted instantly. Weapon enhancement! Her blade lit up with a powerful glow. She easily blocked his attack. Damian was shocked. She blocked that with such a tiny sword? Hyun taunted him. How disappointing. Is this pathetic set of skills what you use to run around killing people? She batted Damian away with ease. Their teamwork was perfect. Healer, keep buffing me. Aura of the Holy Spirit, recovery. Haste the buffs kept coming. Damian sighed. The guy in the back is just spamming her with support skills. I can't win unless I take him out first. Hyun charged in again, overflowing with confidence. Piercing light sword. Damian was impressed. What the hell? I never expected her sword skills to be this incredible. Gabunit was also providing support. Will of Unity, physical defense up, Knight's Faith, recovery up, glorious combat, magic resistance up. Damian couldn't believe it. That knight has buff skills too? He retreated. This is too much with all those buffs stacked on him. There's only one option left. Hyun chased after him. Where do you think you're looking? She was getting ready to unleash a final blow. So impatient. He threw another vial, this one filled with poison. Hyun was caught completely by surprise. She looked around, stunned. Poison gas? Where did he go? Hiding in the cloud, Damian switched to his daggers and offered a friendly greeting. He grinned. You fell right into my trap. You bastard! Hyun screamed. She swung her sword, preparing a finishing move. I'll end you in one strike. Using a flash step, she shot forward like the wind. Damian countered. He dodged the strike, then slammed a potion to the ground, causing it to explode. The blast sent Hyun flying. Her teammates cried out her name. Hyun! Gabunit rushed over. Hyun, are you okay? Just then, they noticed the strange liquid was eating away at her outfit. When Gabunit ran to check on her, she slapped him hard across the face. Don't look. I told you not to look. Hyun was panicking. Why is it melting? Damian just chuckled. Is that all it did? I was hoping the whole thing would dissolve. You piece of trash, Hyun yelled. Damian laughed. Hey, it's just self-defense. Then his expression changed completely. Ah, the support I was aiming for is completely unprotected. He raised a blowgun and aimed right at the healer. One shot. Celine Heo begged him. Don't shoot. I said don't shoot. But ignoring their pleas, he fired. Notification. Your character has been poisoned. Notification. HP is continuously decreasing. Notification. Party member Celine Heo has been defeated. He raised the blowgun again, locking on to his next target. It was Gabunit. The knight was shaking. Damn it, this is bad. I told them we were outmatched. Gabunit's mind was racing. This wouldn't have happened if we'd just abandoned Godform Alpha. Damn it. I have to log out. A notification popped up. You cannot log out during combat. He started to panic. Why can't I log out? Notification. 300 seconds until logout. Notification. 299 seconds until logout. Notification. 298 seconds. Damian appeared right behind him. Hey, what are you up to? Gabunit was terrified. I can't beat him. This bastard is just too strong. Throwing away all his pride, he dropped to his knees. Big brother, I'm sorry. Please, just spare me, he babbled. If you want me to strip, I'll strip. If you want me to crawl on all fours, I'll do that too. Damian was speechless. What a weirdo. He was decked out in full plate armor and a massive shield. I probably can't even hit him with my darts. I could try, but is he seriously begging for his life like this? It was just awkward. Meanwhile, Gabunit was thinking, I'll give him anything to survive. An idea sparked in Damian's mind. Well, I can't let a good opportunity go to waste. Give me everything you have. Gabunit was stunned. I'm sorry? Damian didn't hesitate for a second. Hand over every piece of equipment and every item you own. Don't leave a single thing. The knight cursed him internally. This monster. Later, in a house on a mountaintop, a group of people stared in awe at a giant wolf's body in the middle of the room. A wolf this big really exists? I honestly didn't think that kid was telling the truth. Damian just smiled. Sometimes, people can do some pretty surprising things. Elbert was amazed. A wolf this size could probably take down a bear. He added, It seems we were wrong to jump to conclusions and call Damian a criminal. It's terrible to treat a young man that way. Damian replied, Just treat him better from now on. He's not the type to hold a grudge. The old man hoped so. I hope you're right. Thank you. System notification. First Adventurers Guild quest. Completed. Time to report back. Elbert explains. Here you go, just as promised. It's not much, he says. The village is struggling right now, so I hope you understand. Damian just grins. Of course. The elder adds, You can visit anytime you want. After all, you're our hero. Damian, all business, asks, All right, am I good to go now? Of course, Elbert replies. See you again. Then, he's lost in thought. I have to apologize to Pip and figure out the damages from the wolf attack. I also need to call a meeting about the village's future. I've got a mountain of work to do, but that young man, he really lit a fire under me. Suddenly, a frantic voice screams from outside. Sir Adventurer. It's Pip, sprinting for his life. He pants. You haven't left yet, have you? Damian smiles. I took care of those wolves you were talking about. The sheep won't be disappearing anymore. Pip's face lights up. That's amazing. Then Damian leans in with a playful threat. Good luck with the shepherding, and you better not lie anymore. There's an old man who said he'd chop off your hand if he catches you lying again. Pip stammers. Chop off my hand. Yep. Anyway, I'm busy. Gotta go. But Pip chases after him, shouting, Sir Adventurer. He bows deeply. Thank you so much for saving our village. Damian just chuckles, waving as he walks off. No problem. I'm out of here. Live a good life. And just like that, we cut to the Terra Kingdom. Inside the Golden Goblet Inn, our hero is stretched out comfortably on a bed. Ah, this is the life. 4-star inns are the best. A system notification dings. You feel comfortable in the cozy bed. Your fatigue has been significantly reduced. Damian is in heaven. How do they even get blankets this good? Sting, his companion, chirps in. So soft, master. He pulls up his stats, watching them recover like crazy while doing some quick calculations. I also picked up a ton of loot, he thinks. The final monster item from that area, the quest completion reward, and all the gear from that other party. Plus I got a bunch of new titles. He opens the shop menu. After a quick appraisal, iron armor, a tower shield, a recovery staff, a hunting crossbow. All of it together has to be worth hundreds of thousands of gold. Sting pipes up. Is this the stuff you looted from that party? Damian scoffs. What? I never looted them. I just accidentally absorbed too much of it into my own inventory. With this much cash, he won't have to worry about room and board for months. Just then, system notice. You have an unread message. Damian wonders, from who? Wait a second. This is from Wish Entertainment. At that exact moment, somewhere else entirely, a mysterious masked figure stares at a monitor. It's finished. A voice echoes from the darkness. Status report. The masked man replies, there was a minor issue. I couldn't take over the body, but we were able to control it enough to launch an attack. Sensory conversion is also possible. The voice continues. Worth observing. Anything else? The masked man explains. It would be better if I could control it directly, without a medium, but I can't do that yet. Then continue development. The voice commands. The avatar authority granted by the god, which allows you to create and control monster bodies, will be essential for the future. The voice echoes ominously. This project is the most important thing in the world. We are the ones who chase after God, and we are the chosen. Let us offer our prayers to the God once more. Oh, my brothers, let us pray in this joyous moment. The masked man clasps his hands and bows his head. A new era is upon us. It won't be long until the Messiah descends. The chilling conversation continues. My trusted brother, do not be afraid. The Messiah will be with us, and the flame of salvation will save us from the fallen gods, from our own families and friends. Our solemn duty is to sow poverty, ruin, and suffering upon this world. The masked man replies, I remember. Remember that everything we do is to prepare for that day. I've reviewed your progress today. We cannot afford any mistakes. The voice asks, do you have anything else to report? Yes, he says. There was one thing that caught my attention. And what is that? An image of Damian appears on the screen. This man. A particularly special adventurer. I saw him through the prototype. Back in the real world, Wish Entertainment's message pops up on Chinsung's phone. Hello, this is Wish Entertainment in Korea. Would it be possible to arrange a meeting? He thinks, wait, is this the place I think it is? Wish Entertainment is a massive deal. They're a subsidiary that manages the biggest live streaming platform in the world, and they have deep connections to major social media networks. They also dominate the marketing scene. Before his regression, countless streamers and top rankers in Korea were connected to this company. The pioneers charting the new continents. A window shows the current progress, 80, 4.2 to 2%. A pop-up ad plays. Professor Cat streamed for 126 hours straight in the Diamond Tier Super Territory. Don't try this at home, kids. This is for professionals only. Chinsung thinks, basically, it's the place everyone wants to be. He's confused. But why are they contacting me out of the blue? I can't think of a single reason. He's suspicious. He's never recorded his gameplay, and he never parties up with anyone. He stares at his phone. The only people he ever meets are bandits or players looking for a fight. Since they know he's a chaotic player with a negative reputation score, he racks his brain. Did I run into a famous gamer? One of their players, maybe? A cold realization hits him. This doesn't seem right. He slams his hand down. Now that I think about it, Wish is famous for being extremely protective of their talent. A shiver runs down his spine. That's why any player who picks a fight with a Wish member usually ends up having a very, very bad time. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. Hello, this is Seo Hun from Wish Entertainment in Korea. Are you Damian? The scene shifts. We're now in Seo Hun's office in Gangnam. Mr. Hun speaks first. That must have been quite a surprise, right? Thank you for responding to my message. Was the dessert I sent over okay? I hope you didn't have any trouble getting here, Chinsung replies. Ah, yes, everything was fine. I'm so glad to hear that, Mr. Hun says with a polished smile. I was worried you might not meet me after such a sudden invitation. I'm glad I reached out. Chinsung gets straight to the point. I agreed to this meeting because I'm a bit curious myself. I see. Then please, ask me anything you'd like to know. He looks him dead in the eye. How did you find my in-game account? Mr. Hun explains. Ah, there must have been a misunderstanding in the message. We didn't find your game name through any shady means, and we certainly have no ill intentions toward you. His words take Chinsung by surprise. We were simply analyzing the login and logout patterns of a player named Jaeyoon. In the process, we happened to come across your in-game handle. Chinsung's eyes narrow. Jaeyoon, you say? Yes, Mr. Hun confirms. He's affiliated with our company. Seo Hun slides a tablet across the desk. Have you ever seen this footage before? Chinsung leans in, his eyes fixed on the screen. This was from the hottest clip of the week, the one where Jia En and Wendy were desperately struggling to escape from the howling winds. Thanks to some ruthless user, 165,000 people saw that scene. Seong-hoon explained. We wanted to contact you, so we asked him. We asked Jia En about your login schedule. He agreed because he wanted to see you, too. He continued, pulling out a piece of paper. The reason I wanted to meet you is to thank you for your help on Howling Winds Island and to ask if you'd be interested in joining us. Seong-hoon pushed the contract towards him. If you're interested, that is. Seong-hoon made his offer. How would you like to try being a streamer? Sometime later, after everything was settled, Jin-sung held the contract, smiling. Well then, goodbye for now. He looked at Seong-hoon. Yes, thank you for everything. He thought to himself, this is super convenient. He explained all the contract terms, offered full support, and will even manage my content for me. He was ecstatic. I've been unimpressed with most management contracts from other companies, but this one? It's almost impossibly good. I'd have to be an idiot not to take this deal right now. He pulled his phone out of his pocket. All right, that's one thing taken care of. Now to deal with the rest. Jin-sung called someone. Hey, are you busy? The voice on the other end replied. What's up? Jin-sung thought. It's time to pay back my debts. A flood of notifications appeared. Sale complete. Common breastplate. Sale complete. Eagle Eye shield. And finally, deposit confirmed from the exchange center. He grinned. All this from just 1 month, grinding in the game. That's almost 10 million won right there, no joke. Then, a memory hit him. Right. This is why I got so addicted into the game and completely ignored my family's financial problems, wasn't it? Just then, a series of warnings popped onto his screen. Condition 1. If you do not log into the game within 168 hours, you will die. Condition 2. If your character dies, you will also die. A chill ran down his spine. Damn it, not this again. Condition 3. If your character fails to complete the objective before midnight, you will die. Warning. If you attempt to remove the system, you and your character will perish together. He stared at the screen, thinking. Now that I think about it, I know nothing about this system, or how I managed to go back 15 years in time. He shook his head, trying to clear it. No, forget about it. That's not important right now. Besides, I'm not going to abandon my family again. Never. But I still have a few problems to solve. He started searching. King Arthur, her recent activity feed. 200,827 registered fans. Reviews, interviews, and a ton of trending news about Arthur. Juman's information was also all over the web. His growth rate is higher than I thought. Much higher. He thought to himself, if he's already topping the magic rankings now, he's already millions of steps ahead of everyone else. Veins popped on his forehead. As far as I know, he created the Blood Alliance about half a year after the game launched. It took him less than a year to hit the top 10, create the Alliance, and even form the Six Greats. He got his hands on a hidden class called Dragon Mage, and from there he became one of the Six Greats, known as the Blazing King Arthur. I need to keep a close eye on what this Dong Juman guy is doing, and predict when the other members of the Six Greats will appear, he calculated. Knowing what happened in the past is important, sure. But now that I have the hidden class, Demonic Pharmacist, and the 9 wishes from the Jun Tree, I also have to account for the growth of the Six Greats. He remembered something. I always felt like there were things I didn't know back then. That day when only Juman and I survived, with only the Demon King Azaza left to defeat. The moment Juman stabbed me in the back, his reason couldn't have been that simple. Not just because he was some psychopath. He remembered that disgusting look on his face. If I hadn't returned 15 years and just lived my old life, would Juman have ever faced the consequences for betraying the entire raid party? He grit his teeth. No way in hell. Not unless that damn rat had 0 brain cells. He would have gotten tons of fame for being the last one standing against the final boss. But there would definitely be questions. Questions about the team that went into the dungeon with him. If I were living my old life, I probably would have held a press conference with the other raid members. Or maybe I'd be suing the headquarters for their non-interference policy between players, since I'd already lost everything and was living at rock bottom. Jin Sung clenched his fists. Either way, there's no way I'm letting this betrayal slide. His eyes burned with resolve. I will find out the real reason he betrayed us, no matter what it takes. Later, at a convenience store, Jin Sung was eating while negotiating item sales. Why are there so many? He muttered. What's that? His friend asked. Oh, just purchase messages for items I listed on the in-game exchange. Minjun was confused. I don't get why you're even looking at that. Does it really make that much money? Jin Sung explained. Tons of people are trying to buy, and now I don't know who to sell to. Transaction complete. A new notification appeared. Funds have been transferred to your account. He joyfully chugged his drink. Ah, that's good. He thought, okay, with this, I can pay for my dad's nursing home fees, and the rest should be more than enough for our family's living expenses. His phone rang. Huh? Mom? What's wrong? She replied. Nothing. I just wanted to hear your voice, that's all. It's been a while since we've seen each other. He answered. I'm a little busy right now, Mom. He thought, hearing her voice just makes me even more determined. I'll be home soon, he said. Take care of yourself, Mom. I love you. He made a promise to himself. He would never, ever go back to the life he lived before. He continued talking with Minjun. Oh right, you said you wanted to try out for AC, didn't you? Minjun nodded. Yeah, I'm thinking of cutting my hours at the convenience store to try something new. Might as well see how it goes. Seems like it pays pretty damn well. Jin Sung then offered, so, you want to buy a virtual reality gaming pod? You're gonna need one to play the game. Minjun looked confused. A virtual reality pod? I have no idea how much those things cost. Besides, aren't you just as broke as I am? Jin Sung just shrugged. Don't worry about it. Just think of it as me paying you back for something. Minjun finally agreed. All right then. The two of them kept chatting, their spirits high. There's no such thing as debt between us. Enough talk. Let's drink. His friend simply replied, all right. Damian resolved to keep helping those who were good to him before he regressed in time. Meanwhile, on a lone mountain, he examined his loot, whispering, a heretic's mark. He studied it. Something about this feels off. He figured it had to be a supernatural item, maybe something in a totally different class. Damian just smirked, but its hidden level is pretty damn interesting. Items like this usually need a professional appraiser or a special artifact just to figure out what they're truly worth. He checked his screen. There was a chance this thing could be insanely valuable, so he decided to hang on to it for now. He'd use his contract scroll later to figure it out. I really hope this thing is good. Suddenly, a voice appeared right behind him. Now that's an interesting item. Damian jumped. No way! Kaerun let out a hearty laugh. Hey there, how have you been, my foolish disciple? Damian's mind raced. What the hell is he doing here? Why are you here? You tucked tail and ran. So why come back now? Kaerun just roared back. What did you say? Damian quickly tried to play it cool. Nothing, just been a while. I kinda missed you. His master pointed a finger at him. Watch your tone. Anyway, where'd you pick that thing up? The one in your hand. Damian explained. Oh, this? I took a gold rank quest from the Adventurers Guild that led me to the mountains. I got it after taking down the monster there. His master seemed impressed. Oh? I thought you were useless. Not bad. Damian shot back. Still not as useless as you. Kaerun just ordered. Whatever. Hand it over. He took the item. Oh, I see. So it's this type of artifact. Then he looked Damian over. Guess I should take a look at you too. After a moment he cleared his throat. You're worthy of being my disciple. I'll give you that. But you still have a long, long way to go. Damian was shocked. Aren't your standards a little too high? Kaerun continued. Also, you need to get to a level where you can take 3 of my punches without kicking the bucket. He held up his hand, making a sign. I mean, come on, it's been a while. How can you even call yourself human if you can't protect your own life? Huh? If you don't make the thing inside your body your own, It'll swallow you whole. Damian followed his master's gaze. The thing inside me? Kyrun kept going. A darkness that could rival a demon king. That right there? That's the foundation of your power. Damian's eyes widened. He finally understood what he meant. The system he got, all the stats from his regression, it was all because of Azaza. His master saw right through it all. What an incredible old man. The most important thing for you right now isn't getting stronger, his master said. It's figuring out how to reconstruct your body. Damian was confused. Reconstruct my body? That's right, Karen continued. Either you kick everything inside you out, or you make it all yours. He handed the item back. This might be your answer. Damian took it. He was skeptical. This can actually help? In the present, Damian was messaging Minjin on a virtual screen. Oh, looks like he just logged in. That's right, he typed. You need to hunt the weak mobs to get stronger, and don't turn down the villager quests. They're the fastest way to level up. Oh, really? Alright, I'll level up fast. See you at the 6 major sites, Minjun replied. Okay, I'm gonna go play. Good luck. Damian paused his thoughts. I've told him everything he needs to know. Now, back to this. He recalled the text on the card. What was it? Ancient language of Dominion. His master had explained. To be precise, it's a power similar to what you already possess. This thing can amplify a spell's power, or it can complete an imperfect one. Damian pulled up his interface. If what he was suffering from was a type of curse, the solution was to find its source and destroy it. He didn't get how a curse from a game could affect him in reality, but if Kaerun said it, he could trust it. He checked his quest log. This was the next critical mission Kaerun left him after the main scenario. He was determined. This might be my ticket out of this stupid penalty, and maybe, just maybe, it'll tell me how I regressed 15 years into the past. Back in the starting village, people were buzzing. Look, it's the new guy. Hassan from the guild greeted him. Because you finished your first mission and came back so quickly, everyone in the guild knows your name now. Damian felt a little awkward. That's pretty embarrassing. Hassan handed him a document. I hope you like the reward. The higher-ups were also impressed with how you handled the quest. Would you be interested in working with them? Damian was polite. Thanks for the offer, but I'm just a gold-rank adventurer. Hassan just kept pushing. Don't say that. A gold-rank adventurer is anything but just. If you wanted, I could introduce you to a prestigious family, maybe even the royal palace. The entire nation is desperate to hire gold-rank adventurers. Damian thought about it. Was the pay really that good? Then again, he figured he deserved to experience it after everything. Hassan added, in any case, you've had a very smooth start here at the guild. With your skills, you could get a job anywhere, even the high-risk ones. Damian took the reward. Sounds perfect for me. Hassan smiled. I knew it. It's a pleasure to know you. The guildmaster was calculating. This kid had incredible potential. A combat sense so sharp it would make Maria jealous, and all that swordsmanship experience on top. Sure, there were people who outclassed him in pure martial arts, but martial arts isn't the only thing that brings success in this line of work. Damian then asked, by the way, have you heard any interesting rumors or news lately? Hassan thought for a moment. News and rumors? Let's see. Then he remembered. Ah, there is one thing. An expedition team went to the swamp region. None of them made it back. Damian's interest was piqued. The swamp? You mean the Kizi Kozum swamp? Hassan nodded. Yes, the one on the route between Harbat City to the east and the Atnos Kingdom to the south. Damian's gut told him something was up. There's no way an experienced expedition team gets wiped out in a place like a simple swamp. Hassan continued. It's not usually a dangerous place. The problem might be zombies or skeletons. He checked the report. There were 20 people on that team. Most of them were silver rank adventurers. Everyone said I sent a team that was too strong for a simple expedition. Damian frowned. That is strange. Yes, Hassan warned. A dungeon might have appeared. Damian agreed. You're right. All the major incidents start from something small like this. So, Damian asked, what about sending another expedition? That's still up in the air. We'd have to gather an even stronger team this time. But before he could finish, Damian interrupted. Hassan, can I take this job? The man was completely lost, but he beamed with excitement. Leave investigating what's happening in this swamp to me. And just like that, Damian arrived at the swamp, checking his screen as he moved. This is weird, he thought to himself. Even the system is saying this quest is difficult and requires a team. Well, before my regression, this swamp was a hotspot for hidden routes and dungeons. He made his choice. All right. What needs to be done, has to be done. Fiddling with the screen, he muttered, does this thing even work? At that exact moment, Somewhere else, a synthetic voice echoed. Trial werewolf defeated. Player level cleared. Calculating results. A man walked past the werewolf's corpse with total arrogance. Too easy. Everyone around him bowed in praise. Congratulations, Director Jiang Kui. The first dragon of the 5 Eastern Dragons from the Qilin Corporation, a young man reported. The trial is over. The result is… Ah, wait a second. Another voice cut in. It was Lu Lei, the second in command of the Qilin Guild. The young man began to tremble. This guy was definitely a high-level executive. The young man reported. You cleared the test faster than anyone. If we calculate the group's overall results, the score might change a little, the man continued. But looking at the captain's leadership and the team's condition, I don't think it'll change by much. Do you want to register immediately? Lu Lei spoke up. Yes, we'll send a team with you. The bald guy next to Lu Lei grunted. Let's go. The young man was terrified. Right away. The confirmation won't take long. Sweat beaded on his forehead. We just need to confirm that you'll be joining our guild. But he was thinking, there's no way these guys are rookies. They all followed orders with absolute obedience and had an incredibly precise teamwork system, but the most important thing was their combat style. The captain didn't cooperate with anyone. His only goal seemed to be racking up as much combat experience as possible. While he focused on the boss, the rest of the team wiped out all the remaining monsters. I just don't understand Lu Lei's method. He only uses gauntlets for hunting. The young man was horrified. These are definitely not your average adventurers. Lu Lei asked Jiang Kui, how did it feel, sir? Jiang Kui clenched his fist. It's just like he said. A friend gave me this gear, so I thought I'd try this game for fun. It was a new experience, but an unsettling one. The feeling of finishing off a monster was way too real. He could barely tell the difference between the game and reality. And here he thought games were just for kids. Just then, Lu Lei reported, Boss, we have news. Jiang Kui looked over. News? Liu Lei confirmed. Yes. It seems all members of the Ascending Dragon Guild have been wiped out. A vein pulsed on Jiang Kui's temple. You mean the grunts under the Azure Dragon Guild? They're all dead? Jiang Kui immediately suspected a rival. Did the Black Tortoise Guild hunt them down? The 5th dragon isn't strong enough to take out the 4th. Lu Lei corrected him. Apologies, sir. But I don't mean in the real world. This happened inside the game. Jiang Kui lit a cigarette. Hilarious. Are you kidding me? All of the Eastern Dragons, wiped out in a game? You don't understand what wiped out means, Lu Lei continued. The saying the dragon has reached its end perfectly describes the 4th dragon and his Azure Dragon Guild right now. The Azure Dragon Guild recently moved into the virtual reality sector and had already built up its own forces. After they stopped all outside activities, they put Wang Yiwei in charge of the Ascending Dragon Guild and invested 70% of their funds into their VR forces. But not long after they expanded, the entire Ascending Dragon Guild was annihilated. But what would you think, Lu Lei leaned in, if I told you it wasn't one of the other Eastern Dragons who did this, but just one person? Jiang Kui crushed his cigarette. What? The Azure Dragon Guild was wiped out by a single person? Jiang Kui processed it. So that's how the 4th dragon fell? Lu Lei nodded. Yes. A grim smile spread across Jiang Kui's face. His reputation is completely shot now. 10 years ago, the various Triad factions bled each other dry in constant turf wars. Eventually, they consolidated into 5 main, powerful forces, including the Qilin Corporation. That's how the 5 Eastern Dragons were born. In just a short time, they reclaimed their territories and recovered their losses. Today, they've grown stronger than ever before. Jiang Kui was calculating. One of the 5 Eastern Dragons, defeated by some no-name bastard? After this, the reputation of the 5 Eastern Dragons has taken a serious hit. The 4th dragon. He's furious. His hobbies are gambling and entertainment. This failed investment must have cost him a fortune. I wonder what his face looked like when he got the news. Jiang Kui dropped the mangled cigarette. Never saw this coming. 2 of the 5 dragons suffering consequences like this. I'm quite curious about the one who caused all this damage. And you? Lu Lei just replied. Yes, sir. A vein pulsed on Jiang Kui's forehead. The failure of Zhengba's startup and the fall of the Ascending Dragon Guild. There's no way it's the same person. But my gut is telling me this is bad. I need to investigate this more thoroughly. Jiang Kui let out a savage laugh. Who caused this mess, Lu Lei? Tell me. At Xiadong, Gadosu Street, the director called out. All right, that's a wrap. Everyone worked hard. Great job today. It was the final scene of the hit K-drama that aired on Fridays and Saturdays, titled, Why Am I the Only One Without Love? The show had made its actors famous, turning them into A-list stars in the entertainment industry. Among the actors, one man benefited the most. Fans swarmed him. Juman, I love you, director Kang Misit commented. I don't know who's backing him, but this show really made him famous. Assistant director Kang Zeha replied, it's simple. He's got a face that sells tickets. Look at the director. He's smiling like that because the show is a hit, and his reputation is soaring. He used to be frowning on set all the time. Now that Juman was a certified star, even the director had to show him some respect. After all, he was the golden ticket to the Juman Entertainment Group. The director and his assistant were still chatting. Honestly, I'm surprised by him. 15-hour days on set, and the guy adapted like it was nothing. I heard he used to be a pro League of Legends player, a jungler, no less. Now he's a talented actor from a crazy rich family. Seriously, the guy's got it all. So jealous. He's won at life already. All right, let's call it a day. Time for a few drinks. The director announced. Okay, great work today, everyone. Let's go drink till we drop. The crew turned to Juman and his co-star. Thanks for your hard work. Today went incredibly smooth. Keep up the amazing work. Seizing the moment, Dahi approached him. You worked so hard today, Juman. Are you planning on going to the rap party after we finish the movie? Juman paused, thinking. A rap party, huh? When is it? Dahi beamed. I'll let you know the details later. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. She thought to herself. Wait, did I just get struck by lightning? Why have I never felt this way about any other actor on set before? Juman just smiled. Oh, really? Is it as fun as you say? Well then, of course I have to go. But honestly, I'm not great in big crowds, so it's a little intimidating. Dahi pressed. So you'll come with me? Juman leaned in closer. What's wrong? You really want me to be there, don't you? To be honest. I'd like to see you at the party too. She blushed. Huh? Hey, stop teasing me. Juman replied. I'm serious. With that, Juman pulled a business card from his pocket. This is my number. Call me when you get the details for the party. Dahi was completely stunned. Wait, this is really your number? Jumin nodded. Yep. But hey, if you feel weird about it, you don't have to take it. No pressure. But Dahi was overjoyed. No, I'm really happy. Juman brought a finger to his lips, signaling a secret. Good. Let's keep it that way then. See you later. I'm actually looking forward to that party now. Dahi felt like she was about to explode with happiness, but as he turned away, Juman's entire expression changed. Such a naive girl, he thought. Having a little fun with her could be interesting. Climbing into his car, Juman asked his secretary, what's next on the schedule? Secretary Kim replied, glad you're here. We've got a few things. There's a contract signing with the Sungha Corporation, a new movie audition, and a commercial shoot for a sportswear brand. Juman let out a long sigh. Is there a fan meeting scheduled? The secretary answered, not right now, but there's one in about 15 days in Sangnam-dong. An entertainment company booked us for it. Juman just sounded tired. Got it. He then pulled out a pair VR headset. I'm gonna log into the game for a bit. Just wake me when we get there. His secretary nodded. Yes, sir. Juman then added, oh, and by the way, did you find those guys I asked you about? Who are they? Secretary Kim began his report. They belong to a pretty well-known guild called the Rising Dragon Guild. It's an organization with ties to the Three Emperors Guild. They run their business by farming and selling in-game items, and it seems like everything is controlled by the Three Emperors Guild. He continued, these groups do whatever it takes to expand their influence. They're trying to control every corner of this game. They probably attacked you hoping to get some of your high-end gear when they killed you. Juman understood immediately. So they attacked me for my expensive equipment? That's my guess, the secretary said. I don't know if they plan to sell it or use it to boost their own power. Juman just scoffed. A bunch of idiots. But I guess you can't blame them. No matter how many of them show up, I'll just send them to their graves. Greed is a hard habit to kick. His secretary warned him, you should still be careful, sir. They're a massive organization. After failing so many times, they've probably learned a thing or two. They'll come up with a better way to deal with you. Juman tapped his fingers. All right, I get it, he thought. A group that sells in-game items. Connected to the Three Emperors Guild. I doubt even the Juman Corporation stepping in would scare these guys off. They're just too big. The Three Emperors Guild in China is full of shady characters, but their financial power is on par with any major global corporation. A grin spread across Juman's face, but that's what makes it fun. The bigger the challenge, the more exciting it gets. This is why I got into this game after retiring as a pro. Putting on the headset, Juman said, let's go. Secretary Kim replied, yes, sir. Meanwhile, in a remote mountainous region of the game, Chinsung was starting a live stream. Hey everyone, I'm Damian. This is my first time streaming live. so please give me some feedback, he announced excitedly. Today, we're going to explore the Kiziko Zoom Swamp. This is the best place to grind, experience for anyone under level 50. His little companion, Chip, asked, Master, what is this? Chinsung explained, You silly bird, can't you tell? This is a live broadcast for everyone to watch. Chip asked again, Are those the people who live out there? He replied, That's right, now let's go. And with that, Chinsung took off running. I'll review the contract on the way there. He remembered the terms. It's a valuable exclusive contract. I think about 40 hours of streaming a week and uploading. Around 3 videos should be good. It's a lot of work, but don't worry. Your effort will be rewarded. You're a talented guy. He thought, signing this sweet contract was a total jackpot. Now I have to work even harder. He addressed his viewers. Okay guys, the swamp is super easy to find. If you get lost, you can just buy a map. You can find them at the Training Academy or the Adventurers Guild. But you won't need one if you're watching my stream. He pointed towards a distant mountain range. If you go around the big mountain range, head down a bit, and look straight across from the highest peak, you'll find the swamp hidden in the northwest. But be careful. Do not go into the mountain range itself. That's a high-level zone. That mountain range was the largest on the continent, known as the Roof of Asia, stretching right through its center. It was a place few could ever cross because of the harsh weather and treacherous terrain. And the deeper you went, the stronger the monsters became. Even before my rebirth, I knew this mountain range was incredibly dangerous. It's basically a forbidden zone on the continent of Asia. He recalled, Someone even spotted an ancient dragon there. Chip chirped nervously. Master, where are we going? It looks so scary. Chinsung reassured him. Don't worry. The place we're heading to isn't nearly this frightening. Finally, he arrived. A notification popped up. A new landmark has been saved. The swamp's location has been added to the map. He let out a sigh of relief. Finally, we made it to the shortcut. He explained to his stream. Most players have a hard time getting here, but once you make it, this place is an amazing spot for leveling up, Chip reminded him. You trying to drown? This water looks pretty deep, but Chinsung steps right in, completely casual. He reassures his viewers, it's just an illusion, don't worry. Nothing but a reflection on the surface. The real spot is projected from somewhere else. Once you know the route, getting here is actually simple. Still, he thought, this place is a real pain to find since it's so hidden. You have to cut through a dense forest just to reach it. Sure, there's a shortcut, but almost no one knows it exists. The monster spawns are great here, but the item drops? Absolute trash. Suddenly, a noise. Chinsung spins around. He lashes out with a kick, sending something flying. Monsters here will ambush you without warning. And this one? A giant gator. The gator leaps, launching itself straight at Chinsung. In a flash, he summons his weapon. A grin spreads across his face. Yep, just like the game guide described. And with that, he plunges the blade straight through its skull. He follows up by smashing a vial of poison against it, sending the beast flying. Skill activated. Alchemist's Blood Rush. He taunts it. You messed with the wrong guy, lizard. A notification pops up. You have defeated the swamp gator. Experience points gained. He holds his hands up, proudly addressing his audience. And there you have it, folks. That's how they hunt, and that's how I take them down. Simple, right? One of his familiars shivers. Simple? Are you kidding? That was horrifying. Chinsung just laughs it off. All right, warm-up's over. Now, for the main event, in a dark room somewhere else, a man curses under his breath as he furiously types on his keyboard. God, I'm so damn tired. This is Chemi, a programmer. With a cigarette hanging from his lips, he glares at the screen. Can't heaven just grant me one single day off? I'm gonna have a stroke at this rate. 4 massive monitors blast his face with endless lines of code, and absolutely none of it is interesting to look at. I just want a little entertainment. Is there seriously nothing good on? Then suddenly, ping, messages flood his inbox. Chemi, bad news. A client wants a last-minute change. The online meeting starts at 3 o'clock. Please don't forget. I also need you to walk me through the pilot project in detail. Chemi's eye twitches, he's about to snap. How much longer do I have to live this miserable life? Just then, a new notification pops up on his screen. Chinsung123 has started a live stream. Chemi pushes his glasses up, squinting. Huh? Chinsung? Who the hell is that? I don't remember subscribing to a channel like this. It's broadcasting on the main recommended bar. Must be a new streamer. Chemi moves his mouse over the pop-up. Why is my PC suggesting a random nobody I've never even heard of? I should probably just turn these notifications off. But before he can click, a grotesque zombie face fills his screen. Chemi flies back in his chair. What the hell? A zombie? He nearly passes out on the spot. He scrambles back to his feet, fuming. How is this kind of content even allowed on a live stream? And wait, 23,435 viewers. If he was this popular, there's no way I wouldn't already know about him. Seriously, who is this guy? On the stream, Chinsung is chatting away casually, and that's all there is to it. Not hard at all, right? He cleaves through another zombie with a smile. Did everyone get that? Kemi stares in disbelief, muttering, "What the hell?" The comment section is absolutely exploding. Everyone is in total awe of Chinsung. On the other side, Chinsung himself is surprised. Whoa, why are there so many people watching all of a sudden? Did someone post my stream on social media or something? He keeps the broadcast going smoothly. Welcome everyone. Sorry, I was just a little shocked for a moment. This is my first time ever streaming, so I didn't expect this kind of crowd. He gives them some details. For those wondering, I'm currently farming in the Kido-ko swamp. There are a few small islands scattered around this area. One of his small familiars panics as zombies shamble closer. Master, they're coming, but Chinsung is completely unfazed. By the way, a huge shout out to my top 3 supporters, Acer, CN Jang, and Otaku Xem. Thanks for sticking with me for the last 6 months. He swings his massive blade, taking their heads clean off. The chat explodes again with pure shock and excitement. Notification. You have defeated a swamp zombie. Your experience has increased. Chinsung does some quick mental math. Man, these mobs from level 30 onwards are getting seriously tough. It's insane. And compared to the cost of gear and potions, the profit margin is just awful. He thinks to himself, this is exactly why trying to fight named and elite monsters with items alone is nearly impossible. But that's okay. My personal stats more than make up for the difference. Suddenly, a rattling sound from behind him. Swamp skeletons have appeared. Level 36 mobs. Their hits inflict both shock and bleed. Chinsung looks intrigued. Alright, let's get the real warm-up started with these guys. He begins fighting while narrating every move. Duck down like this. Then drive your weapon straight up into its skull. He adds a little tip. Oh, by the way, undead monsters are immune to all status effects except for burn. He pauses, surprised by his own observation. Now that I think about it, my sixth sense feels a little sharper now. He can clearly see his opponent's weak points. This is going to be incredibly useful. He continues the lesson. So, unless you've got a wholly enchanted weapon, pure physical damage is going to be much more effective. The skeletons crumble into a pile of bones. See? Dealing with swamp zombies is just that simple. Then, Chinsung flashes a wicked grin. And now, I'm going to present a free horror movie for you all, to celebrate all the new support. So be sure to hit that like button and subscribe to my channel. A notification pops up. Your experience has increased. And the final message. Chinsung has reached level 40. He chugs a recovery potion. Ah, much better. Standing right here. So that's the gist of it. Each wave has about 200 to 300 monsters. He points into the distance. If you run back to that starting point over there, all the monsters will respawn. And all you have to do is clear them out for another round. Just then, a gnarled hand bursts from the murky water. A whole new wave of zombies appears. The chat goes absolutely wild. Chinsung smiles, satisfied. The audience's reaction seems pretty good. He muses. Most streamers these days get famous by pointing out monster mechanics, exploring new regions, or crafting unique items. He continues to fight as he thinks. If I just keep explaining the best hunting spots and giving out solid tips, I'll definitely get more viewers. Meanwhile, back in his room, Chemi is utterly speechless. The comments are flooded with people praising the stream. Chinsung looks at his little familiar and grins. Perfect! One by one, viewers start subscribing to his channel. He's ecstatic. This is the perfect opportunity to show off my hunting skills. The familiar chirps, Master, are you finished yet? Yep. It puffs out its chest. Me and the others have already gathered some useful items. Chinsung nods, impressed. Excellent work. The viewers on the stream are loving the cute little familiar. Chinsung thinks to himself. At first, I only raised these things because they're super efficient at looting items. But now they're great for audience interaction, too. Guess I killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Is it time to log out already? He sounds a bit disappointed. Man, time flies when you're grinding. Today's loot was insane, and for a first stream, this was a fantastic result. He waves to the virtual camera. Alright everyone, that's all for today's live stream. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. The comments fill up with goodbyes. He dismisses the virtual screen. A heavy sigh escapes him. Damn, I'm exhausted. He collapses into a chair, lost in thought. Sure, this hunting ground is good, but the monsters here are on a whole different level. Plus, they literally regenerate from the mud. A notification pops up. Special trait if they hit you. You could get slammed with a shock or hemorrhage effect. Chin Sung considered this. Even their basic attacks could cause a confusion status. So, I've got to be more careful with blood rush next time. Chip chirped from his shoulder. Master, are you tired? Why not give us the weapons? He explained. Your attacks are useless against them. Besides, you can't just show off all your best tricks to everyone. This world is a dangerous place, little guy. You've got to keep a few aces up your sleeve. He opened his status screen, thinking, I can't let anyone find out about my secret class. Don't want a repeat of the betrayal from his past life. Still, his level had already doubled, and he'd scored a ton of sweet items. Didn't expect to get this much, honestly. The system announced he'd obtained a swamp crocodile hide, followed by a flood of other item alerts. Not bad, he thought. Way better than other dungeons. He closed the window, but how did Hassan's expedition team get wiped out, anyway? All it took was meeting a few conditions to hunt here alone. An anonymous message was sent to Chin Sung. Besides you, I really can't think of anyone better for this mission. Please, find out the truth. What really happened in that swamp? He wondered. Was it not a dungeon? Was I wrong? He pulled out the seal, this heretic's emblem, and Kairun's warning. It doesn't seem related to the quest. Chin Sung stared at it. Did I come here for nothing? No. At the very least, I have to check it out once. Suddenly, he got a bad feeling. Something appeared. A phantom. What the? It wasn't there a second ago. He realized the moment he took out the seal, the entire atmosphere changed. Something's wrong. The spirits floated around, then began to laugh loudly. Chin Sung's eyes scanned the area. Wraiths. His eyes widened in shock. What are they doing here? Tritch panicked. Master, who are they? He held up the item in his hand. They started reacting the second you took that out. Even Trick could see them. He thought to himself, so Tritch can see this too. But what is this thing even for? Chin Sung's eyes were wide with shock. First things first, prepare for an attack. But then, the wraiths rushed right past him and Tritch. What the? He looked around, completely baffled. What just happened? Wraiths are supposed to instantly attack anything with a life force, but that's only if someone drags them down into the swamp. He watched them closely. Something is very strange. Before I came back, I spent time in this swamp, and I never saw anything like this. In fact, there aren't any ghost-type monsters in this swamp at all. Chin Sung was stunned. This is suspicious. I need to follow them. He raised his weapon, his gaze firm. Let's go. If anything happens, be ready to fight. Tritch immediately responded. Understood, Master. He took a step back to get a running start, then dashed after the wraiths. Come to think of it, Hassan said something similar. He recalled Hassan's words. The explorers from that expedition said they weren't killed by monsters or traps. They were possessed by ghosts. One or two would vanish at a time, and those who were left behind said they'd lost consciousness, like they were drugged. The memory made Chin Sung grit his teeth. So that's why. That's why the expeditions never knew why they failed. Seeing these wraiths, he also remembered what his master, Kairun, once said. Kairun's words echoed in his mind. You must be extremely careful on this mission. Evil is like a stonefish. If you don't defeat it, it will come back to devour you. Remember that. Then, his master had frowned, adding that if you can't handle it, you must run. Fast. A moment's hesitation, and the demon could reach out its claws and tear you to shreds without a trace. As he replayed the words, he rushed forward, his mind racing. If the old master was that serious, this is no joke. Gotta check my inventory first. The system window popped up. Chin Sung glanced at it. Looks like I have enough mana potions. A new alert appeared. The heretic's medallion is glowing. Death energy is reacting to it. He was shocked. The death energy is rising. Suddenly, he stopped, making Trick jump. Where is it pointing me? Wait a second. A stream of magical energy was flowing deeper into the forest. He froze, stunned by the incredible scene before him, the Lake of Oblivion. The water's surface was littered with human bones and floating corpses. From above, a figure leaped down without a second thought. Found it. It was Jumwa. Her eyes scanned everything, her mind certain. He was definitely here. Her hand brushed against a tree trunk. Good thing. I came as soon as I got the news. I can still feel that bastard's energy. She pulled her hand back from the tree, frowning. I'm sure he left less than 30 minutes ago. Jumhua lifted her hand to her nose, and her eyes went wide, pupils shrinking. I can smell his scent so clearly. Then, terror struck her. Damn it. The memories came flooding back. Chin Sung appeared, a short sword in his hand, his face dead serious. It seems you still don't understand the situation. If you don't shut your mouth, this won't end well for you, he'd said, his eyes glaring. If you hand over everything you have, I'll give you a clean death. Everything you own. Junhua gritted her teeth, a flicker of fear in her mind. How dare he insult me like that? I will never forgive you. She threw her hand out, power swirling around it, and yelled, Human! Her hand slammed onto the ground. Insect! Junhua stared ahead, confident. I see it. He went northwest, toward the deepest part of the swamp. She gritted her teeth. Her fists clenched so tight they trembled. Just you wait, you son of a bitch, her voice dropped to a low growl. This time, I will kill you. Meanwhile, Chin Sung was picking his ear with his pinky finger. Is someone cursing me? Why is my ear so itchy? He walked deeper into the woods, analyzing. How much longer? I've been walking for 30 minutes already. Suddenly, Chin Sung stopped. He was frozen by an enchanting melody. What is this music? The more I listen, the sleepier I get. On his shoulder, Tritch was also dazed by the tune. Master, Tritch is tired. How much longer till we get there? His voice was sluggish. Hold on, I have to check the minimap. A system notification appeared. In this area, you cannot perform this action. Seeing it, Chin Sung was bewildered. What the hell? Why won't the minimap open? He froze again. Wait a minute, something's not right. He looked around, on high alert. Where am I? Chin Sung gritted his teeth, worry creeping in. We've been walking for ages. Shouldn't we have reached the island by now? But the sky kept getting darker, like we were in a forest at midnight. He glanced over at Tritch, his brow furrowed. I need to scout around. Find some kind of clue about where we are. Then he saw the fast-moving stream. This current. Chin Sung paused, thinking, why is it flowing the wrong way? If this really leads to the Lake of Oblivion, the water should be flowing in, not out. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed out of nowhere, startling them both. Tritch jumped back in fright, while Chin Sung tensed up, clenching his jaw. Strange spirits started circling in the sky above. Tritch stammered, Master Shin. Chin Sung quickly opened his system window, hissing, I hear it too. Stay quiet. His fingers tapped on 2 items in the corner of the screen. Time to use these. A small sphere appeared in his hand. He glanced at it, thinking, if I hold this, it'll be just like last time. The system sent him a notification, but he still couldn't see his location in this area. Just then, a poisoned dart shot out from behind them, barely missing him and Tritch. A grin spread across Chin Sung's face. That's right, he thought. He clenched his fist, a surge of confidence hitting him. If my calculations are correct, it's coming back. I knew it. Chin Sung was now certain. They weren't heading to the Lake of Oblivion at all. No, they were walking right into the Forest of Death. A thrilled smile played on his lips. Been a while since I've seen this skill, he mused. They've got an interesting style. Then, he turned to his companion. Tritch, cover your ears. Tritch did as he was told, quickly covering his ears and panicking. Why do I have to cover my ears, Master? You should be figuring a way out of here. Before he could finish, he yelped in pain as Chin Sung plucked a feather from his tail. If you don't cover your ears, Chin Sung said calmly, you'll fall asleep and tumble over. He then stuffed Tritch's feather into his own ears. His eyes narrowed. That song from before. It didn't have enough mana for a shield or a hypnosis spell. This has to be some kind of mind-based attack. He dragged his weapon across the water's surface. It's the only way to bypass my 6th sense and mess with my head. The more I hesitate, the more danger I'm in. I have to turn back. Now. The spirits mindlessly charged him again, but this time, he charged right back without a shred of fear. Damn it. He cursed under his breath as the system pinged again. Skill, Elemental Paralysis Feast. Skill, Ice Disintegration Pill. He lobbed the bombs upwards, aiming straight for the spirits in the sky, causing them to shriek in agony. As the skills activated, he couldn't help but praise himself. Nice. Oh? Another system notification. Current location confirmed. The Lake of Oblivion. Chin Sung didn't hesitate for a second, slowly approaching a shadowy figure in the distance. The system pinged again. Map information has been updated. He saw the person and thought, there it is. I found it. Chin Sung took the feathers out. He could hear again, and the spirits were fading away. But what kind of bastard set this whole thing up? Suddenly, the figure spoke. You. Both he and Trick froze in terror. The figure continued. That disgusting energy. So I finally found you. I knew it. The body of a mutant, it hissed, but the energy of a false god. That thing inside you is an insult to the holy gods. You're repulsive, mutant, it then screamed. An abomination that should not exist. Chin Sung was stunned by its words. What does that mean? I've found it, but what is this thing? Right in front of him was a mutated mermaid, arms outstretched. He immediately got into a fighting stance, gritting his teeth. What the hell? This thing looks so weird. Is it some kind of dimensional walker? A parasite? It just stared back at him. A haunting, raspy voice echoed out, "It's nothing. You've simply learned too much." The creature declared, "And for that, I will punish you." A massive axe began to form in the mutated mermaid's hands. That same creepy voice rang out again. "Regret ever coming here, heretic." The lake's surface began to churn into a small whirlpool. Then, the system window flashed red. "Warning, a monster is about to appear." Chin Sung looked up in horror at the thing now moving toward him. Crap, he thought, the ground is shaking too. What kind of monster is this? The monster's head rose with a small wave, its blank face slowly advancing on him. Another system pop-up. Mutated mermaid. Mermaids can be found on sea, rocks, or lakes, luring men with their sorrowful voices. But due to an unknown power, they have mutated, losing their original form. A Namekian-type fairy species with superior physical abilities and skills compared to normal mermaids. Be careful when confronting them. His pupils constricted, his face a mask of tension and shock at the system's warning. Mutated mermaid, he thought frantically. How the hell is this thing a mermaid? It lunged toward Chin Sung with unbelievable speed. The system flashed again. Mutated mermaid is preparing to attack. A huge blast of water shot from its mouth, splitting into 4 different directions, sending Chin Sung scrambling. The notification was blunt. Warning. Do not die. Mutated mermaid. System notification. High-pressure technique. Chin Sung dodged just in time, narrowly avoiding the blast. He glared at it, his eyes cold as ice. Damn you. The mermaid's powerful attack shot towards him again, but Chin Sung managed to dodge it once more. Seriously, he thought, completely stressed out. What is this ridiculous power? The creature's hand trembled slightly. That creepy, raspy voice spoke again. Although it's incomplete, this is proof of my research. It raised its arm. Its eyes began to glow a brilliant, menacing red. Someone like you cannot possibly stand against it. Chin Sung's eyes went wide, unable to believe what he was seeing. He's using both hands now. What's he planning? As Chin Sung dodged another attack, he couldn't help but analyze the situation. The monster itself wasn't moving to attack him. Instead, it was just standing still, using its hands to cast spells. Chin Sung replayed the image in his mind. When it moved its fingers, the color of the surrounding mana changed. He pictured that monstrous face again, thinking about the water attacks. Every time the mermaid's hand gestures changed, the mana it was using shifted as well. A thought suddenly sparked in Chin Sung's mind. If that's the case, this monster can't move on its own. It's being controlled by some kind of magic. So that's what he meant by incomplete. The water around it began to bend and churn violently, preparing another attack. Chin Sung watched it, thinking, well, even knowing this, it's not a monster I can take on directly. However, if his magic just keeps getting stronger, I have to do something now. Another idea flashed in his head. If that monster is being controlled, then I have only one chance. He suddenly stopped, planting both hands on the ground as his eyes lit up. Chohei Sung, Blood God's Disintegration Elixir, Black Six's Blessed Flame Right. The creature seized the opportunity, unleashing a massive blast of power from its mouth. But luckily, he dodged it. Right now, he thought. No matter how much power it threw at him, Chin Sung avoided every attack. His entire demeanor shifted. 35 degrees, 22 degrees, 47 degrees, 81 degrees. He could see at the angle, the path of the water magic. A smirk crept across his face, his eyes lighting up with that pure, chaotic thrill of not knowing what happens next. This is why he could never quit this game. Suddenly, he slowed down. Some kind of force shot right at him, but he dodged it in a flash. A mocking smile on his face, he muttered, "Just a sec." Chin Sung stomped his foot hard, launching himself into the air to face the monster head-on. It was completely stunned by his move. A potion in hand, he shot towards it. Skill, Flame Tears. Skill, Divine Elixir Decomposition, times 22. A massive wave of power erupted from him, blasting straight at his target. It let out a terrified shriek. Ping! A system notification popped up. The mutated mermaid took a direct hit. Chin Sung thought to himself, looks like it worked. Another system alert followed. The mermaid's health was plummeting as a series of burn effects kicked in, continuously chipping away at the monster's life force. Chin Sung landed, bracing for the final assault. But the mermaid recovered. The disintegration and burn effects, totally useless against it. Chin Sung commanded, "Tritch, attack." The Tritch swarmed forward to face the mermaid. Provoked, it ready to strike against the minions. The cultist controlling it finally noticed Chin Sung and the Tritch, and in an instant, the water erupted into a raging tornado. Chin Sung plunged his own hand into the water, unleashing his flame ceremony from beneath the surface. A swarm of smaller monsters nearby suddenly raised their blowpipes, aiming their darts at the mermaid and its vortex. The water shield around the mermaid shattered, and its form began to dissolve. The monster controlling it realized its plan was falling apart, its focus wavering. From above, Chin Sung dove in for the kill. His blade pierced the mask, releasing a horrifying screech. But he couldn't push it any deeper. The monster gathered its strength, screaming right in his face, "Get off!" Chin Sung was thrown back. A flurry of tentacles lashed out at Chin Sung, an attack he never saw coming. He managed to escape the trap, but it was too late. The mutated mermaid was already back to its original state. It turned its attention back to Chin Sung. He'd used up all his strength trying to finish it off. Now, he had no way left to deal any real damage. The monster ordered the freshly healed mermaid to attack. It hurled its body toward Chin Sung as a wave of magic spread across the entire lake's surface. The mermaid started letting out these chilling, unearthly cries. Chin Sung's eyes widened in realization. He immediately sprinted toward the smaller monsters, yelling at them to cover their ears. It was time. The mermaid's song had officially begun a truly terrifying sound wave. The debuffs from the song immediately hit Chin Sung as he clutched his head in agony. This feeling, it was the same effect he'd suffered back in the Forest of Death. The system confirmed it. Chin Sung's energy was dropping. Fast. His Tritch minions were hit too, staggering before collapsing one by one. "Stupid master, I'm sleepy," he cursed under his breath. Damn it, he realized it too late. Almost the entire flock of his minions was already down. Chin Sung struggled to his feet, trying to fight back. Me too. Did I cover my ears too late? No. He had to stay awake. If he fell asleep here, he was dead. The mermaid was right behind him. It prepared to lunge. He took his dagger and stabbed it deep into his own thigh. "No, I'm not going down here." The controller just smirked, a wicked grin on its face. "How foolish." It sneered, looking down on him. "You really think that's going to save you?" Chin Sung wondered to himself, what is he talking about? He'd been questioning why this mermaid was even here. Now he saw it. A swarm of ghostly figures was gathering around the two monsters. He finally understood. It was absorbing them. It was absorbing the evil spirits from the swamp. The controller spoke in a dark voice. "Normally, to absorb a soul, you must first purify its resentment. However, for me, such things are simple. Let all souls be cleansed by kneeling at the feet of our Savior. In that moment, even the filthiest soul can find salvation. On the final day, we will destroy the false gods, and our Savior will usher in a new era for humanity." It finally clicked for Chin Sung. So that's how the mermaid kept regenerating. The cultist was using the souls it absorbed to heal and empower his pet. The song of the dead might have stopped. But how am I supposed to damage it if it just keeps healing like that? Chin Sung finally figured out their attack pattern. A confident smile spread across his face. "That's right. I can do that." The controller continued to lure more souls toward the mermaid. "Give up and accept your fate. Even for a heretic like you, you could offer your soul to our Savior." From the side, Chin Sung slowly spoke up. "The hell are you talking about?" His words clearly caught the cultist off guard. Chin Sung flashed a wicked grin and pulled something out from his inventory. "I said, you can shut up now. You really think I've lost?" The dark sorcerer's expression didn't change. "You must be insane. Your fate was sealed the moment this began." Suddenly, the creature flinched. The item Chin Sung had revealed? A small straw man. He muttered, "So this thing still works here." The voodoo control doll skill. The controller stood there, completely baffled. "What is that? How are you doing that?" In response, Chin Sung took a sharp needle and jabbed it into the doll. The controller screamed in pain. Turns out, Chin Sung had snagged a piece of its clothing earlier to activate the doll's power. He kept stabbing the doll, again and again. The connection made the monster writhe in agony as blood began to pour from its body. Chin Sung walked toward it, holding the doll high. "I don't know what your body is made of, but this isn't some simple magic you can just resist. I hope you don't die too quickly." The creature raised its arm, preparing to counterattack. Chin Sung squeezed one of the doll's arms. The monster froze, convulsing in pain. Chin Sung mocked it. "Are you stupid? I told you this wasn't simple magic." Just then, his army of Tritch minions began to stir, finally waking up. Chin Sung prepared his assault. He pointed at the monsters and raised his voice. "While you can't control that mutated mermaid, You guys are awake now, right? Grab your weapons. Flame ceremony ready? Attack. Now. He commanded the trick to unleash a massive, simultaneous attack on the wetlands. A creepy, ominous vibe. Jiumhua was alone in the forest, seemingly lost. I've passed this place before. Something's wrong. She'd walked right into a trap. At the same time, she heard a strange, bizarre song. A chill ran down her spine as she recognized the weird melody. Damn it, am I imagining things? To think I'd fall for such a stupid trap. I was too focused on him. Jiumhua gathered her power. I can't waste any more time. This kind of illusion magic is nothing to me. She unleashed an attack toward the water's surface and discovered a trail leading to where the song was coming from. Jiumhua prepared to move out. I have to get there, no matter what. Once again, she took off, moving with the same lightning speed she used in battle. The Trich army was still relentlessly attacking the mermaid. Jiumhua finally found him. Sung turned his head, just as she leaped in, ready to strike him down. He dodged the attack. His trick minions scattered in a panic. Sung quickly pulled out his own weapon to engage. Who is this? Where did she come from? He felt like he'd seen her somewhere before. Jiumhua readied another attack. He wondered, but why is she here? A combo of slashes came flying at Sung by mistake. He gritted his teeth, pissed off. I'm in the middle of something. How dare you interfere right now? He took several hits before kicking the female assassin away. The woman screamed curses at him. Thrown back, she thought furiously. That bastard. He blocked that move? Sung walked closer to Jiumhua. Hey, what the hell is your problem? Why are you butting into my fight? The assassin's hands tremble as she grips her weapon. I've been waiting for this. You're going to die by my hand today. He's pissed. This assassin just had to interrupt his monster fight. Seriously? Just when he was about to beat the boss, this psycho shows up. And the puppet master behind it all? He's recovered his strength. Sung knew he had to finish this annoying woman fast and get back to business. He points towards the boss. He warns her, get lost while I'm still being nice. I'm busy dealing with this, you see? If you don't want to end up like them, scram. Just then, the mermaid recovers. It's preparing a terrifying attack. But Jiumhua? She couldn't care less. Eyes blazing with murderous intent, all she wants is to destroy him. She lunges forward. Sung, ready, parries the blow. The assassin curls into a ball, her strike ringing out with a loud clang against his blade. While defending, Sung throws a punch. He's furious. Seriously, what is wrong with these people? The assassin gets thrown back, and he needs this fight over now. He needs to get back to the real monster. So he uses an attack item, even though it pains him to waste it. And just like that, the monster breaks free from the voodoo doll's curse. The mermaid has recovered all of its power. The monster reveals a disgusting face. How amusing. Is this the true strength of a heretic like you? The pain inflicted by mere mortals can't make me turn my back on our savior. The mermaid attacks on command. I, a later, sentence you, heretic, in the name of the savior. Your death will be a warning to all the lost sheep in this land. The controller behind it begins to transform. You should be happy. Heretic, your soul and body will become living proof of my faith. Sung stands his ground, on high alert. Is this guy insane? I never heard of an elator before I came back. There's absolutely no info on him, and I've already used everything I've got. The odds of me winning this? Less than 10%. Still, he prepares to channel his power. But retreating isn't an option. Not if I want to break the curse on my body. Even with odds this bad, I have to fight. He raises his weapon, ready to end this monster. I have to finish this myself. All of it. Right here. The battle rages on, incredibly tense. Sung is calculating, how do I beat this guy? Suddenly, he notices something. Jiumhua, still fuming, threatens, I'll kill you no matter what. Sung drops down, thinking, she's interfering again. If this keeps up, the mermaid form will reactivate. I need to prepare. Then he calls out, hey crazy lady, now's not the time, you get it? The assassin snaps back. What did you say? Sung points at the two sluggish monsters. I'm not kidding. You see them? You better get out of here. Fast. Unconvinced, Jiumhua explodes. I thought I told you, I don't care about that thing. Stop stalling with your pathetic bluffs. Just then, an announcement. The mermaid's song begins. Both of them whip their heads around. Instantly, Jiumhua collapses to her knees, completely drained. She's completely powerless. What is this? She asks, confused. Sung just sighs. See? What did I tell you? Good thing I plugged my ears, so it didn't affect me. He turns, ready to plan his counterattack. First, check the mana reserves. Then, activate every single buff he's got. He dashes forward, his eyes locking onto a knife on the ground, and I need to use every item possible. Suddenly, he whips his leg towards Jianhua, who's still helpless on the ground. That's right, her gear. Shinsung snatches her knife, shocking her. Are you insane? And while he's at it, he loots the rest of her stuff too. Shinsung quickly checks his haul. She has a lot of useful stuff. Ooh, a timer bomb? This thing is expensive. And in scroll form? I just hit the jackpot. Preparations complete. Shinsung's face goes ice cold as he puts his plan into motion. The monster, refusing to admit defeat, raises an arm and scoffs. You've thrown away your weapon. Finally giving up? If that's your wish, I will gladly grant it. The creature's hideous face roars right in front of Shinsung, who stands there, unflinching. Shinsung walks closer. Hey, he says, a smirk playing on his lips. Want to hear something fun? I've been supercharging my mana. My mana core is literally swelling up, about to burst. Normally, if anyone tried to concentrate this much power, their core would shatter, and they'd explode from the inside out. Shinsung's eyes blaze with killing intent as he yells, "But what if my mana core is way bigger than anyone else's?" The monster looks confused. What are you talking about? Stepping onto a rock, Shinsung activates the skill, Magic Pharmacist. Blood activation. He moves like a flash of red lightning, hurtling towards the monster. He throws a potion. Take this bomb. A toxic explosion erupts, engulfing the mermaid. It starts to disintegrate. Shinsung stands opposite, satisfied. Good. Now the warm-up's over. Shinsung pulls out the scroll he looted from the assassin, turning it into a timer bomb. The explosion is like a fireworks show from hell. The transformed mermaid shrieks in agony. Jianhua watches, completely stunned. How can he use a timer bomb? He's not a ninjutsu practitioner. Only masters of the art can use those scrolls. Shinsung moves through the water like he's flying. The transformed mermaid curses. You son of a, his face is pure ice. Well, that was useless. The mermaid's power flickers, and it screams in agony. Shinsung's eyes are glowing. I knew it would be, he says. His feet touch solid ground, the water parting around him. He teleports right behind the beast. It spins around, shocked, letting out another curse. Shinsung unleashes a relentless assault. Don't you get how this simple trick works? He asks while striking. The knife's durability plummets. The blade shatters. A moment of surprise. Shinsung doesn't hesitate. He grabs the broken shard, his hand bleeding freely, and plunges it deep into the monster. He summons 2 more blades and continues the attack. He's furious, muttering, "This thing just won't die." He keeps stabbing, relentlessly. The monster's mask cracks, and it looks a little worried. Even a creature that has shed all emotion can feel a flicker of fear. And what it's seeing now? Pure, undiluted malice. Shinsung pulls his knife back for another strike, but he's at his limit. I've gathered too much mana. My body's about to detonate. The monster summons something hideous, chanting over and over, "Die, die." Suddenly, disgusting tentacles shoot out, wrapping around him tight. Shinsung is shocked. I can't dodge this. They pierce right through him, straight through his chest. The monster grins. Finally, but its victory laugh is cut short. Shinsung grabs the tentacle. Tightly. Now it's the monster's turn to be shocked. Huh? What are you doing? Shinsung seems to enter a full-on berserker rage as he speaks. Checkmate. Jianhua, watching from the sidelines, is in absolute shock. What the hell is this? What am I seeing? This isn't a human fight anymore. This is a bloodbath between 2 monsters. By now, the mutated merman was getting absolutely pulverized by Shinsung. All he could do was curse. You bastard! But our guy? Still full of energy, he shot back. You think that last attack actually did anything to me? You son of a bitch. With one heavy punch, Shinsung sent the creature flying. The merman couldn't believe it. He's still moving after taking all of my attacks head on. Just who is this guy? With a demonic grin, Shinsung just laughed. Damn it, you better clench your jaw. He drew his fist back, charging up a devastating blow. I'm gonna crush you to pieces before I go. The entire forest started to shake violently, terrifying Ge Hoa. After the battle, a twisted expression appeared on Shinsung's face as he just kept wailing on the mutated merman. The creature's mask shattered, revealing an eye even more disgusting than before. He just kept attacking, like a demon that had lost all its humanity. The merman knew it was over. Is this really how I'm going to die? A notification popped up. The creature was about to self-destruct. It was going to take Shinsung down with it. Suddenly, the demon inside Shinsung vanished, revealing the pure fear on his face. He screamed at it, "You crazy bastard!" A countdown timer appeared. Then boom! A massive explosion rocked the area. The merman was blown to bits, but Chim Sung survived. To withstand the blast, Chim Sung had to fully transform into his demon form. Then, a voice echoed out, "I suppose I underestimated you." Chim Sung's blood-red eyes snapped over as something shot down from the sky. It looked like a disgusting, slimy puddle of mud, but with the exact same red eyes as Chim Sung's demon form. He was furious, wanting to tear it to shreds. "You bastard, get down here now." I thought he blew himself up. But he's still alive somehow? The mud demon admitted that this was its failure. Facing Chim Sung's demon form head-on, it showed no fear, saying, "I didn't even recognize that thing inside you. I was far too hasty. Besides," it continued, "with your pathetic power, you can't possibly stop the coming dawn. The day the Savior descends. Your fate is nothing but a speck of dust, about to be blown away." Hearing this, pure rage flashed across Chim Sung's face. The demon let out a horrifying laugh, its face somehow even more grotesque than the merman's was without its mask. "In the days to come, I will sit beside the Savior and watch you be destroyed, because she will become the key, joyfully heralding the salvation of this land." It kept launching something down into the water below. A notification appeared. Chim Sung had defeated both the demon and the merman. But now, his body was becoming unstable. He collapsed, falling into the water. He cursed himself after all that. It was still useless. Trick and the baby chicks ran over to their master, worried sick. "Are you okay, you idiot master?" Chim Sung had completed the quest and received a ton of rewards for it. He changed back into his human form, already planning his next move. This was no time to celebrate finishing a quest. I almost died back there. Thinking back on the fight, that was the strongest mutated merman he had ever faced. Chim Sung's body was covered in wounds. And that wasn't even the creature's real body. Who in the world was that guy? Suddenly, a scream cut through the air. Hoa was terrified, telling Chim Sung to stay away from her. He was confused, having no idea what was wrong with her. The little assassin scrambled to get away, tripping and falling to the ground. Chim Sung approached her, his face and Trich's now looking more evil than any demon. She just kept letting out blood-curdling screams. But then she realized nothing was happening. Chim Sung, back in his demon form, growled, "I swear I will actually kill you if you ever chase me down and piss me off like that again. Got it?" Hoa was completely stunned into silence. He immediately turned to leave, leaving the assassin totally bewildered. "Go home and get some rest." The shock on her face was priceless. She had no clue what was even going on. Chim Sung called his little goblin chicks to prepare for teleportation. They chirped back, "Right away, you idiot master." A pillar of water shot up, and they were gone, leaving Hoa all alone. The shock finally wore off. She screamed, "Chim Sung took my weapon and never gave it back." Back in the Terra Kingdom, Chim Sung and Trick saw a familiar face. It was his master, Run, looking ridiculous as always. His master just waltzed into the room without even asking. Chim Sung wondered why the old man was even here. Turns out, he had a good reason. Trich also wanted an apple and started nagging Chim Sung, who just kept a straight face. Looks like Trick and his master get along just fine. Suddenly, the old master pointed at Chim Sung and the object he was holding. Chim Sung decided to check its item information. He had almost died fighting that mutated merman and the demon. His master listened calmly to the story, then lay down and explained that creature was a member of the Knights of the Dawn. Their goal is to summon the savior of this land. Chim Sung was shocked. He asked, "Are they some kind of heretical cult?" His master's face grew serious. "They are an extremely dangerous cult, full of fanatics. They believe the world is ruled by 6 gods. So, who do they worship?" Chim Sung shot back. His master began to speak of an evil god, a demon, the very first demon born from the great god of darkness, Sokka. In the ancient tongue, his name means destruction. He was sealed away in the underworld, never to appear in this world again. Chim Sung was scared. This was getting way deeper than he ever imagined. Chim Sung thought for a moment about this ancient evil entity. Then, something clicked. He blurted out, "Wait a minute. That's not right." Chim Sung asked, "You said before that all the evil spreading everywhere is because of Sokka's absence. Are you saying the source of all evil is this Balak?" Run gave a slight nod. "That's right. So my disciple isn't as dumb as he looks." His face hardened as he pointed at Chim Sung. "And that thing inside you, they share the same origin." Hearing that, Chim Sung's expression instantly changed. "The Demon King. Abrazas," he thought. While he was still processing, Run spoke again. "But don't get them confused. They simply worship the first evil, which began to expand in Sokka's absence. and they are just thieves who only know a fraction of the truth about the end. They are the enemies of Sokka. In other words, they are our enemies, and also the enemies of our enemies. The more Chim Sung listened, the more confused he got. A second ago, you said the goddess of light was your enemy. How does Sokka have so many enemies? Just then, K-Run suddenly asked a question. You're not complaining that we have another enemy, are you? Chim Sung flinched and denied it. Of course not, but inside, he was cursing. This crazy old man. How is he so sharp? K-Run smiled, satisfied. You don't need to worry. After all, they're just getting started. They thrive by using the power of treacherous darkness, and they are trash who reject the gods and kill their creations. Their corruption will become your courage, and their dependence on that power will one day become your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly grabbed Chim Sung's hand. As long as your connection to Sokka remains. A burst of dark light shot out, instantly wrapping around Chin Sung and making him scream in panic. Ah, what the hell is this? Beside him, Cheap chirped in alarm. Chin Sung shot back. What are you doing to me? K-Run just told him to calm down. A completely alien feeling was taking over Chin Sung's entire body. He thought to himself, this sensation. I can't even begin to understand what's happening to me. K-Run yelled, focus, like I told you. In the end, it's the same darkness they use. You need to absorb all of it, use it as fuel, use it to make yourself stronger. But the waves of pain were unbearable. Chin Sung gritted his teeth, cursing, you crazy old bastard. He let out a massive scream as a notification popped up. A fragment of darkness is merging with you. Despite the agony, Chin Sung focused on absorbing the power. A moment later, new strength flooded his muscles. His entire nervous system felt rewired. He got a massive XP boost, jumping straight to level 45. Just like that, his body returned to normal. Sweat dripped down his forehead. He glared at K-Run, teeth clenched. A new notification. 2 new spells, Prophecy and Ancient Scripture, have been activated. Chin Sung was a little stunned by the names of these new skills. Prophecy, Ancient Scripture. And not only that, but a pale blue light was now glowing around his hand. He frowned, staring at his palm. What is this notification about? A strange circle appeared inside his hand, making him even more confused. A mark? Is this some kind of charm? But it wasn't over. The ancient scripture opened right in front of him. Chin Sung's eyes went wide with shock. Is that the Sephiroth tree? But after a closer look, he realized he was mistaken. No, it's a little different. Seeing this, K-Run spoke up. Sephiroth, what? I have no idea what you're talking about, but you're wrong. He then began to explain slowly. Its name is the 7 deadly sins. They are all servants of Balak, and they are the first 7 sins. Unlike Balak, who's trapped in another dimension, they exist freely in this world, scheming through their disciples. Their goal? To bring him from that other dimension, over to ours. Chin Sung thought for a second, then asked, so that bastard I just fought was a disciple? Yes, K-Run answered. He is one of the 7 apostles of the Twilight Cross, those who receive power from the 7 deadly sins. Hearing this, Chin Sung muttered to himself, the 7 deadly sins. Where have I heard that name before? Then, it clicked. Oh right, Abraham, the Lord of Hell. The Demon King Abraham also had apostles with a similar name, the 7, Duke Devils. He gritted his teeth. Is this just a coincidence? K-Run suddenly cut through his thoughts. From now on, you need to defeat every single one of them, and you will absorb the power of each one you beat. Chin Sung frowned. Just dealing with the goddess of light was hard enough. When am I supposed to catch all of them? Hearing this, K-Run replied flatly. Complaining is useless, because if you don't go looking for them, they will come looking for you. Chin Sung's jaw dropped. What? K-Run's face was serious. To them, this little incident was nothing. If anything, it just put you on their radar. And that wasn't even his real body. Chin Sung grabbed his head in frustration. Oh, come on. He turned back to K-Run. So what happens if I actually manage to do it? K-Run's reply was slow and deliberate. You will gain power that can match the lords of the other world. Then, a sinister smile spread across his face. Of course, you'll have to be very careful not to be eaten alive by the thing inside you. The nature of darkness is to absorb and be absorbed to gain power. After saying that, K-Run turned his back and laughed. Haha, looks like you've got a pretty tough journey ahead of you. Chin Sung sighed in defeat. Yeah, it seems so. Thanks to a certain someone who threw me straight to death's door. Hearing that, K-Run immediately whipped his head back around, annoyed. Your tongue is like a snake. You know that? Are you implying my way was wrong? Seeing that look, Chin Sung immediately got into a fighting stance. He thought, this stubborn old fool. I'm not backing down this time. Seeing Chin Sung's expression, K-Run just smiled. Compared to when this brat first started, he's… Mid-thought, he suddenly threw something at Chin Sung. Take it. Chin Sung was confused. What is this? As the old man prepared to climb out the window, he answered casually. It's an item for detecting evil energy. If there's any unclean power source nearby, it will react. That way, you'll know if they're close. Chin Sung's face lit up. Oh, you finally gave me something useful for once. Are you really giving me this? No takebacks? By the time he finished speaking, the window was empty. K-Run had already vanished. He was already running like the wind through the streets below. Chin Sung watched from the window, muttering, "What a weirdo." He flopped onto his bed, satisfied. But I guess he still has to look out for me, since he is my master. He held up the item to inspect it. It was a silver ring, the Testar ring. It would glow red whenever it sensed evil energy. Chin Sung was shocked. What the hell? I thought the old man was broke. How did he get his hands on a rare item like this? Just then, Cheap hopped onto him asking, "Is it expensive?" "Stupid master?" Chin Sung replied. "If I sold this, I could buy a whole sedan." Cheap tilted his head. "What's a sedan, stupid master?" Chin Sung just told him. Never mind. Suddenly he remembered. Oh, right. I unlocked something, didn't I? He summoned the item, the ancient scripture. He also called forth the greed scripture. He looked at the icon in the book, astonished. Huh? What's this? Life drain? And mana drain too? His eyes went wide as he yelled, "The very first ability is this broken?" Seeing his reaction, Cheap asked doubtfully, "Isn't being broken a good thing, stupid master?" Chin Sung gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, it's a problem because it's too good. If the first tier reward is a power this insane, just how strong will the next opponent be? He hung his head, lost in thought. Can I really beat them all by myself? While he was thinking, the system chimed with a message notification. It was a letter from Min Chun. He had arrived on the main continent. He was asking where to go now. After getting the message, Chin Sung replied instantly. What? He asked again. Did you just say Joseph? Are you serious, man? Min Chun hesitated, then replied, Yeah, that's what the system window said. He described the place. They're all wandering around in ancient-style clothes. I see some Chinese characters and old tile-roofed houses. It's almost like half historical drama, half martial arts world. The more Chin Sung heard, the more suspicious he got. A moment later he spoke up. Bro, I think you just hit the jackpot. Min Chun asked, confused. What do you mean? Chin Sung explained slowly. That's the Eastern continent. You're probably the very first player to ever reach it. Hearing this, Min Chun practically shouted, Nani? This isn't the main continent, but the Eastern one? Chin Sung pressed him. So how'd you even get here? Min Chun thought back to that day. Well, some old guys were digging for clams, and I helped them out. They gave me a ride. That's it. Chin Sung immediately saw an opportunity. Dude, you need to start a live stream. Right now. This is basically a sign from the gods telling you to become a streamer. Min Chun instantly agreed. Okay, I get it. Thanks. But Chin Sung wasn't done. And hey, if you're curious about anything, just ask. Or if you need help setting up the stream, I can totally help you out. Min Chun smiled. Alright, I'll leave it to you. After saying that, Chin Sung scratched his head. But if I'm the first player here, to the Eastern continent, isn't that a little weird? How did that old man even know about this place? Chin Sung just chuckled casually. Well now, just imagine it. Min Chun, the very first player to reach the Eastern continent, Yushin, the land where the sun rises, a place that was considered a new discovery after a full year. The legendary martial arts master, Rising Thunder, was from Yushin. In his past life, Chin Sung, a simple brawler class, was taught an incredible internal energy technique by that very NPC, an unbelievable martial power. He knew so much because that NPC was from the Eastern continent. Thanks to him, he'd crushed all the rookies on the main continent and earned his title. Chin Sung recalled the past. Ah, the glory days. All in the past now. Then he got mad. And now look at me. Stuck with these boring healing witch skills. And these damn chickens. Hearing that, Chich chirped in protest. Chirp, chirp. Are you insulting Bao? How could you say that? Chin Sung's face went blank. What the? Chich, annoyed, started pecking Chin Sung's head repeatedly. Bao heard everything. Chin Sung yelled, Ow! Stop pecking my head, you little pest. Later, at the Terra Kingdom's Adventurers Guild branch, Chin Sung arrived to pick up a new mission. Maria spotted him and immediately started teasing. Well, if it isn't the pride of the Terra branch. I heard you were injured, but you look fine to me. Chin Sung ignored her jab and got straight to the point. Where's Hastan? Why are you here? Maria simply replied, Hastan's away on business. While she's gone, I'm filling in. Chin Sung sighed. Fine. Just give me a job that pays well. Maria looked him over. Already spent all your money? Even with your recent high paychecks? Chin Sung thought grimly. I wish I could rest, but I have no choice. All my gear got wrecked in the last battle. He mulled it over, Kadu said. He doesn't know when that bastard from the Seven Sins will strike again. That's why I need to repair my equipment as soon as possible. He did some mental math. I have that contract payment from Wish Entertainment, but I can't touch a cent of it. I need that for my parents' hospital bills and for Daihan's living expenses too. Chin Sung clutched his head. I can't make the same mistakes I made before. Maria watched him think, staying quiet. After a moment, she finally spoke. Since it's a request from our ace, I guess I'll have to oblige. Chin Sung felt a little spooked. I've thought this before, he mused, but this woman is actually kinda terrifying. Maria handed him a sheet of paper. Read it. Chin Sung's eyes widened a bit. Maria licked her lips, looking at him. It's not an easy job, but for you, my love, I think it's possible. They were at the Veritas Plateau, a land completely covered in ice and snow. A huge crowd had already gathered in the main hall. Chin Sung shivered, cursing under his breath. Damn, does she really have to send me to a place like this? This place brings back some bad memories. Chich asked curiously. Ignorant master, have you been here before? Chin Sung denied it. Not this exact place, but his mind drifted to the real world, to Gangwon province. There's a place just like this back in my world. Just then, a soldier shouted with authority. All volunteers for the defense of Fort Andean, gather in the central plaza. The soldier continued. I repeat, in 30 minutes, Commander Michael will begin the briefing. So all volunteers for the defense of Fort Andean, please assemble in the central plaza. As soon as he finished, the crowd started moving. Chin Sung thought, so, it's starting. He contemplated the situation. Fort Andean, a place where monsters appear almost daily. Not to mention, the location itself is a total nightmare. The desertion and death rates are sky high. That's why most mercenaries refuse to come anywhere near this place. Maria's words echoed in his head. From the capital's perspective, it's a vital location that must be defended, to prevent monsters from crossing the border. Chin Sung had asked, a bit hesitant. Sounds pretty dangerous. Is the pay any good? Maria had replied. The base pay is 200,000 gold, and you can earn more based on performance. Among all the quests currently available, this one pays the best. She had also warned him, I'll say it again, this won't be easy. Chin Sung took it in stride, muttering to himself now, what is ever easy in this world? Whatever it is, I'll just have to face it my way. At that exact moment, an angry voice shouted from behind him. Hey, it's you! Chin Sung jumped and turned around to see Hyun. She was pointing right at him, yelling, It's you! That pervert from before! Hearing that, Chin Sung blankly recalled the incident. Oh, the person I met during the Great Wolf King raid, right? Seeing his casual attitude only made Hyun angrier. How can a scumbag like you be here? Chin Sung shot back, annoyed. Don't you think you're being a little harsh? He then teased her. Hey, you got some new gear. Looks like you spent a pretty penny, huh? Hyun trembled, hugging herself and trying to stay calm. Don't be scared. So what? Hyun, you can't let a pervert like him intimidate you. She remembered her training slacking off lately. Fixing this is going to be tough. I need money to repair my gear. The more she thought about it, the more she shook with rage. Remembering the humiliation she suffered because of this jerk, Hyun drew her sword, her eyes filled with fury. Prepare yourself. Today is the day you die. Chin Sung calmly cleaned out his ear and warned her. You're going to regret this. Hyun was shocked. What? He warned her again. If you don't lower your sword, you will regret it. In a flash, Hyun charged. Knight, she yelled, thrusting her sword at Chin Sung in a full-on attack, but he easily dodged. She spun around, staring at him in disbelief. He dodged, but then she charged forward again, furious. I won't let you get away, Chin Sung said with contempt. Have you lost your mind? As he spoke, he kicked Hyun square in the stomach. She gasped in pain. She was sent flying backward, clearly trying to hold back the agony. She couldn't stop herself from spitting up a strange green liquid. In an instant, Hyun had collapsed to the ground, Seeing this, Chin Sung smirked. See? I told you you'd regret it. Just as he said that, Chin Sung noticed someone else approaching. In an instant, Hyun collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Chin Sung laughed mockingly. See? I told you you'd regret it. But as the words left his mouth, he noticed someone approaching. It was him. The man who protects the frontier and Andio fortress with absolute defense. The Night Crow Knight. Draped in a cloak of crow feathers, the man spoke. Anyone who fights inside Andio fortress will be executed on the spot. Then, his voice dropped, cold as ice. Are you two looking to die? This was Jono Dzepka, platoon leader of the Night Crow Knight's 6th platoon. Dressed in black armor and that signature feather cloak, he commanded the defense of the border and Andio fortress. With their absolute defense, every single member here was stronger than the royal guard commanders of most kingdoms. That was the power of the Night Crow Knights. Right now, Jono's eyes were on Hyun. He recognized the crest on her, a member of the Uslia family. After a moment, he spoke slowly. It seems the Uslia family's power has weakened considerably. Hearing that, Hyun instantly flared up. What? How dare you say that? Jono just turned away coldly, warning her. If you're a member of one of the great families representing the Taita kingdom, then act like it. He glanced back at Hyun. If you weren't from the Uslia family, I would have killed you right here. Hyun froze, completely speechless. After a beat, Chin Sung spoke up. Ah, I hadn't considered that, but I guess you've got some pretty solid connections, huh? Who knew the Night Crow Knights wouldn't draw their swords in a situation like this? Lucky you, he said, twisting the knife. Looks like your status just saved your life. Oh, and I know you're developing a little crush on me, he teased, but could you maybe focus on the mission? Just like the good knight asked. We're not on vacation, are we? His words made Hyun want to explode, but she couldn't say a thing. You. Chin Sung gave her a provoking look. Nope, you won't have time to keep staring at me. You'll be too busy just trying to stay alive, right? And with that, he turned to leave, waving casually. So, good luck. I'm heading out. Hyun screamed in pure rage. Hey, she yelled after him. What the hell is wrong with that guy? Meanwhile, in the changing room, Chin Sung put on a high-grade set of armor, enchanted with status-balancing magic. It was designed to maintain body temperature and stamina, perfect for long-term reconnaissance missions. This is the best protection I can get at my current level. He had changed into the Shadow Chaser set. I can't believe the supplies for the border force out here in the middle of nowhere are this good. Now, no matter how cold it gets, I think I'll be fine. Even Chip was geared up. The little guy was quick to comment. This outfit is pretty warm, you dumb master. Chin Sung looked him over, impressed. Hey, you actually look pretty good. Chip, of course, fired back a joke. Chip, are you a chicken now, too? Chin Sung immediately corrected him. Huh? I'm a crow. Just then, a man's voice cut through the air. You seem to like the supplies. It was Jono, standing behind him with a frown. But once you're dead, it all becomes meaningless. Don't you think? Chin Sung just smirked. Haha, of course. If I die, everything is meaningless. It was the guy from before. Jono continued. Looking at your energy, you're no rookie like that girl from earlier. Then came the warning. However, don't forget, this place is filled with danger. A place where even the most experienced warrior can die overnight, and the only thing cleaning up your corpse will be the monsters. Chin Sung nodded with a strained smile. Ah, yes. But inside, he was thinking, talk about arrogant. Seeing his expression, Jono ordered, get outside, you're the last one. The commander is about to issue the defense order. Chin Sung snapped to attention. Yes, sir. Outside, in the central square, a crowd had gathered. A moment later, a figure stepped onto the highest platform. His voice boomed. Welcome, warriors. I am Michael Sinister, the commander here. First, I want to praise your courage for making it to this place on your own 2 feet. Some of you are here for growth. Others, for reasons you can't speak of. And some are here out of duty, to protect humanity from the monsters beyond the border. But make no mistake, this land is cursed. It's home to things you never want to see. This is a place where you kill so you don't get killed. It has always been the monsters' land, and it still is. From today on, you will follow the fortress's regulations, prepare for the day of the twin moons, and defend this fort with absolute defense, even if it's only for half a month. But it will be a brutal fight. It might even be the fortress's last stand. But never forget, the most important thing you have to protect is yourselves. That is all. After today, you'll be fighting non-stop, so if you have questions, ask them now. Any questions? As soon as he finished, someone raised their hand. So what do we do from now on? Sinister slowly explained. As you all know, Andean Fortress is on the edge of the Veritas Plateau. It was built right on a mountain peak, spreading out like a fan. It's this geographical advantage that has allowed us to block monster attacks from the frontier until now. But on the flip side, it's also why this fortress is constantly being attacked. And that's why you must always be ready. Before the day of the twin moons arrives, you'll be assigned to combat teams, intelligence teams, and vanguard teams. And on the day of the twin moons, you must use every ounce of strength you have to hold back the monster horde. After that, another person hesitated before asking, "What? What kind of monsters will we be facing?" Sinister's face grew grim. Even after fighting them for so long, we're still not entirely sure of their identities. They're not one size, and they vary in type. They don't have specific skills or consistent forms. If I had to name one thing they have in common, it's that they are all incredibly good at killing. With that, he snapped his fingers. Now, we will divide you into groups. Follow the established procedures. The moment he finished speaking, the crowd erupted. What? That rule? One adventurer scoffed. I'm a gold rank from the Adventurers Guild. Another one pointed aggressively. You think we're here to clean up your mess, old man? Dream on, you bastards. He jabbed his finger. You're just tools for us to level up. Without us, who the hell would even need you? But just as he said it, he felt something was wrong and turned his head. A massive figure was standing right behind him, his voice cold as ice. Keep talking. The guy just blinked. What? The word barely left his mouth before a fist clenched tight. The loudmouth was still running his mouth. You're just a worthless NPC who doesn't know his place, but he never finished the sentence. A single punch turned his head into mush. Every player in the crowd stared, absolutely terrified. The commander's voice boomed out a warning. Defy an order, you will be executed. Resist, you will be executed. Try to escape, and you will be executed. Any act against Fort Andean is punishable by immediate death. If you want to end your life now, just keep talking like that dead son of a bitch. It's not help. Hearing this, Chinsung felt a wave of regret. He whispered to his companion, Chip, maybe we should have run. Chip could only let out a helpless chirp. The missions at Fort Andean were split between 3 teams. The vanguard handled supplies and repairs, while the sweepers defended the fort from monster attacks. And then there was the recon team. Their job? Scout outside the walls and track the monster's movements. It was, by far, the most dangerous team. And of course, that's exactly where I got assigned. Chinsung thought with a sigh. Why'd it have to be the recon team? Just then, someone walked up to him. You must be the last member of Group 6. Chinsung snapped out of it. Ah, yeah. The man introduced himself cheerfully. Welcome. I'm Amo Bacon. Then he pointed to the others. Over there's the suave No One, Lucky Day, I Love Chuko, and Sel-Hisan. Seeing a familiar face, Chinsung was stunned. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. She's here too? Hyun recognized him instantly, pointing a finger. You! Chinsung quickly introduced himself to the group. Name's Damian. Hope we can all get along. Suddenly, the tent flap opened. A deep voice echoed through the tent. Is everyone here? The man was Jono. He scanned the group with a frown. Nice to meet you all. I'm Jono, leader of Recon Group 6 and a Black Crow Knight. Our mission is simple. I'll explain it now, so listen carefully. He began the briefing. First, we analyze the movement, scale, strength, and habits of the monsters outside the border. Second, we'll follow the patrol route to check for damaged equipment and make sure the outposts are secure. Just then, a system window popped up with the mission details. A wave of relief washed over Chinsung. Finally, a quest notification. He quickly scanned the mission. This is simpler than I thought. There are a lot of mutated monsters, sure. But if I'm careful while hunting and wait for the double moon, I can gain a ton of levels and a decent reward. Just then, Jono spoke again. From now on, we'll carry out our duties from the 3 shelters along the route. You'll be working in pairs. He gave the final command. Everyone moves out in 5 minutes. Get your gear ready. A little later, at the second shelter to the west, Damian Chinsung's team was paired with Hyun's. He let out a deep sigh. Ugh, this is exhausting. Why are we not only on the same team, but in the same damn pair? Hearing that, Hyun spun on him, furious. What? Hey, that's my line. Do you have any idea what I went through because of you? Chinsung just raised an eyebrow. What you went through? His calm reaction caught her off guard. Seeing her hesitate, Chinsung pressed on. Honestly, aren't I the one who should be complaining about what I had to deal with? He brought up the past. If you're talking about the time we hunted the Great Wolf King, weren't you the one who threatened me, then teamed up with those other guys to screw me over? Hyun looked away, embarrassed. That was a mistake on our part. Chinsung let out a cold laugh. Whatever. No point in bringing it up now. You attacked me first, so you should have been prepared to win. I'm sure you agree. Lady Seo Hyun. The one who was about to die but got saved by her family's reputation? Hyun, who had just been sharpening her weapon, shot up, fuming. You! Have you said enough? But just then, Chin Sung spotted something flying toward them. A corpse ghoul. A flying-type monster. But this type of monster shouldn't be here. Thinking fast, he warned her, "Hey, stand still for a second." In the next moment, his dagger was in his hand. Before he could even move, a flash of purple light cut through the air. A mage holding a staff had already attacked, firing a bolt of energy straight at the ghoul. One shot. The corpse ghoul slammed into the ground, defeated. The attacker? Amo Bacon. He landed swiftly, his voice filled with concern. "Are you all right, Miss Hyun?" Seeing him, Hyun looked confused. "Mr. Amo Bacon?" Chin Sung, on the other hand, was deeply suspicious. What is this? Why is a guy who's supposed to be at another shelter here? Almost as if he knew this ghoul would appear, Amo Bacon was still fussing over Hyun. "You're not hurt, are you?" Hyun shook her head. "I'm fine, but what was that thing?" Amo shrugged. "Who knows? Looks like some kind of vampire," he guessed. That's when Chin Sung decided to clear things up for them. A Veritas corpse ghoul. One of the most annoying monsters that can spawn in this area. Hyun looked at him, puzzled. "Corpse ghoul?" Chin Sung then dropped the bombshell. "And by the way, it's still alive." Both their faces went pale. "What?" The ghoul suddenly sat up, let out a piercing scream, and in a flash, its body warped into a new, grotesque form. Hyun gasped. "You were right." Chin Sung shoved her aside, annoyed. "Get back. Hitting it with a tickle attack like that just pisses it off." Just then, the monster charged. A blur of rage. Chin Sung rushed forward to meet it, his voice full of confidence. "Watch and learn. I'll show you how to kill a corpse ghoul." The words barely left his mouth and he was already in front of it. First, he aimed for the head. The stab made it screech in agony. Then, a quick slash across one shoulder. Then the other. Chin Sung moved with deadly speed, down to its leg, its ankle, then methodically striking every single one of its remaining joints. The relentless cuts gave the ghoul no chance to fight back. It just writhed in pain. It slowly weakened, dropping to its knees. Its whole body began to tremble violently, as if something was about to erupt from within. Seeing this, a knowing smile spread across Chin Sung's face. That was the sign. The ghoul was about to fire a spray of shattered bone from its mouth. He rushed forward. Still trying to struggle, even at death's door? Model? The ghoul was spitting out shards of bone. Chin Sung watched, completely unfazed, then made his move. He clenched his fist. This is the end. He unleashed his Sung Blood X-99, sending the creature flying. One shot. That's all it took to completely obliterate its head. The hit was so powerful, all that was left was a disgusting puddle of gore. Chin Sung let out a sigh of relief. He turned to the other two, a cocky look on his face. "You see that? If you want to kill a ghoul, always aim for the head." His little companion chirped in agreement, while Hyun was just speechless. Amo Bacon gasped in amazement. "My God, how did you know that?" Chin Sung didn't say a word. He just pressed his blade against the man's throat, his voice like ice. "Amo Bacon, I'm going to be direct. How did you know exactly when that ghoul would appear?" Behind them, Hyun protested, "What are you doing?" "He just fought beside us." Amoeba King, as he called himself, quickly tried to explain. "Calm down. I saw a flock of Gao flying over, and one of them just happened to break off this way." He trailed off, but Chin Sung had already pieced it together. The Gao flock was a setup. A sinister smile spread across his face. The Gao Veritas don't have a pack instinct. They never travel in groups, unless someone is pulling the strings. The truth hit Hyun. She glared at Amoeba King. "Who are you?" But Chin Sung wasn't giving him a chance to answer. Blade at the ready, he lunged forward. "Want a beating before you explain yourself?" Just then, a voice echoed from the cliffs above. "What's all that noise down there?" It was Yuno, standing on the ridge, looking down. "Why are you trying to attack your own teammate?" Chin Sung thought to himself. "Perfect timing, Captain." Yuno's gaze then shifted, fixing on Amoeba King with suspicion. "Amoeba King, you're supposed to be in shelter number 3. What are you doing here?" See, NPCs get real serious when players disrupt a quest, so Amoeba King started sweating. I saw a monster coming. I thought it was a Gao Veritas, so I came to check it out." Before he could finish his flimsy excuse, Chin Sung cut him right off. "We have someone here who abandoned their post. Someone who knows way too much about the Gao." He laid out his theory. "I think he's here for a different reason. I think he's a spy trying to sabotage Andean Fortress. Captain, Hearing this, Amoeba King's face twisted with rage. This guy is a real pain in the ass. And then, he just confessed. The quest reward is too good. I wanted to eliminate you and make it look like a monster attack. He held up a glowing red orb, a wicked smile on his face. Any objections? To hell with the mission. I'll just kill all of you right now. At that exact moment, the ring on Chinsung's hand began to pulse with a bright red light. Chinsung's eyes narrowed. What? Why is the Testarossa ring? Already, a horde of ghouls was charging straight for them. He wondered why so many Gao were being drawn here all of a sudden. Amoeba King just laughed. You're not surviving this. Someone paid me to kill you, even if you got lucky with that one Gao. You'll never kill them all. The words barely left his mouth before his head left his shoulders. One clean slice from Chinsung. Our boy just scoffed with contempt. He talked way too much. How can a random scrub act so tough? Just then, with the ghouls closing in, Yuno roared his command. The Gao are coming! Everyone! Fall back to Andean Fortress and prepare for battle. Right on cue, a quest notification popped for Chinsung. He checked it and cursed. Damn it! That orb is attracting the Gao. While the two of them were still frozen, Yuno was already moving, shouting over his shoulder, If you want to live, run! They didn't need to be told twice, and scrambled to follow. As they ran, Hyun yelled, What did you do to make Amoeba King want you dead so badly? Chinsung answered casually, Who knows? A lot of people want me dead. He glanced over his shoulder, his expression hardening. Crap. At this rate, they'll catch us. I need to thin them out. Chinsung turned to Hyun. You said you wanted to show me what you've got, right? On my signal, attack immediately. She stared at him, completely lost. What? What signal? Right then, Chinsung spun around to face the oncoming horde. Several vials of herbs clutched in his hands. He hurled the vials into the thick of the ghouls, then shouted to Hyun, This signal, detonate every single one of those potions. Startled, Hyun still charged forward without a second thought. Her sword struck the herbal vials, setting off a massive chain reaction. A rain of ghoul parts fell from the sky, leaving Chinsung and Hyun dangling from the side of the cliff. He grabbed Hyun's hand and pulled her up, then looked to Yuno. The rest are all yours, Captain. Yuno gave a slight nod, then activated a flurry of skills, slicing through the remaining ghouls. Watching from the side, Chinsung couldn't help but grin. Incredible. Nothing like some free EXP right when you need it. After the last monster fell, Yuno turned to them with a look of praise. You two were brilliant, he added. We need to leave now, before other monsters arrive. With that, the three of them sprinted towards the shelter. But they didn't get far. Up ahead, another explosion erupted, followed by a scream of pain. Looking at the person in front of them, Hyun cried out in relief, Isolcheon. Just then, a cold voice spoke from behind them. Man, what took you so long? The guy sounded bored and arrogant. I thought I was going to fall asleep waiting. Chinsung shot him a sharp look. It was you? You're the one who tried to have me killed? The man's voice filled with rage. Because of you, we lost all trust from our higher-ups and our startup. Jong-san is in huge trouble. He raised his hand to give a signal. So, don't you think I deserve some payback? The second he finished speaking, dozens of people appeared on the cliffs on both sides. In each of their hands was a glowing red orb. Hyun whispered, Aren't those the same things Amoeba King had? As soon as the orbs appeared, Chinsung's ring began to glow again. He thought to himself, is he planning on summoning more monsters with those things? He immediately drew his blade, on high alert. But just then, something else appeared from behind them. Chinsung muttered, What is that? It was a hideous, multi-headed monster, and it was lumbering straight toward them. For a split second, he felt a bit of anxiety. I thought this was just a simple search mission, so why the hell did a champion-level monster suddenly pop up? Back at the massive headquarters nestled in the mountains, a voice called out, Has Yuno's Scout Team 6 returned yet? The deputy commander replied, No, sir, they have not. The other teams reported nothing unusual about the monsters. The commander, Senator, felt uneasy. But Yuno's is the only team that hasn't returned. That's strange. He then asked, What's the status on the Twin Moon Day defenses? The deputy commander reported, We're about 85% complete. Even if we had to fight right now, it wouldn't be an issue. Senator paused, lost in thought. Is it possible for Twin Moon Day to be moved up? Peterson hesitated for a moment before responding. While I am worried about Team 6, something like that has never happened before. Senator's face grew serious. Then there must be another reason they aren't back yet, something we haven't considered. He said, I have a very bad feeling about this. Back on Chinsung's battlefield, the field was swarming with massive, grotesque monsters. He looked towards the horde and suddenly stopped. Wait a second. There, clutched in a giant monster's hand, was a person, struggling wildly. Chinsung recognized him. Lucky Day! Boss, save me! Lucky Day screamed. The monster raised him high into the air. Its jagged maw gaped open. Pure panic. Lucky Day lost his grip. The tooth-filled mouth snapped shut, crushing its prey as blood shot up like a grotesque fountain. Chinsung stared, completely stunned. A monster that actually devours players. Just then, Yuno threw his arm out, blocking the squad's path. Chinsung was taken aback. Yuno barked his order. I'll handle this thing. You all get back to Fort Andean now. Yuno's tone was dead serious, telling Vice Commander Peterson to prep for a battle as if the fabled Twin Moon Day had arrived. Hearing those words, Chinsung gritted his teeth. Even Captain Yuno couldn't face this monster alone. Not to mention they were surrounded. Escaping was going to be next to impossible. Thinking fast, Chinsung spoke up again. Even if we leave this to you and run, I'm not sure we'd make it back safely. Shouldn't we at least try and fight together? His words hit home, and the trembling squad members found their will to fight again. But then, a figure emerged from the horde, holding a red gem. He sneered. Still haven't grasped the situation? You really think you can run away? He held up the red gem with a smug grin. This is a sphere of destruction. I brought it here just to catch you. With that, he raised it high, and streams of energy began to pour out. That energy sent the monster behind him into a total frenzy. Let's see if you can beat this bastard now. But Chinsung cut him off. Are you an idiot? The guy looked confused. What? Our boy just smirked. I don't know where you got that little cheat item, but it's obviously an experimental weapon. One that might just cost you your life. Do you even know who gave it to you? Their name? Their organization? Their goal? You don't know a damn thing, and here you are, running around all excited, right? Chinsung grinned. It's the basic law of the universe. Equivalent exchange. You really think you can wield that much power without any risk? His words hit a nerve with the whole gem-holding crew. You think you're pathetic? Failed company will be revived just by messing with us? Chinsung ignored the jab and kept pushing. Did they promise you a big reward for this suicide mission? Whoosh. A beam of light shot right past his head. So what do you actually get out of this? Come on, use your brains for once, you idiots. Inside his head, the plan was simple. First, make them lose their cool. That'll make their moves predictable. And it worked. The leader was grinding his teeth in pure rage. It doesn't matter. He raised the sphere. I don't care who they are or how big the risk is. I, Min Chen, can handle it. All I have to do is take you down, right? Min Chen roared. I'm gonna slice your tongue to pieces. But just before, Chinsung smirked. Ha, so predictable. Min Chen commanded the monster to charge, its colossal body sweeping across the battlefield. Skill, Patchwork Predator. It slammed its tentacle, covered hand down. Collapse. The Black Crow Legion scattered just as the ground erupted with a mass of writhing tentacles. Skill, Patchwork Predator, Death Thorns. Chinsung was shocked. What the hell is this? Tentacles sprouting from the ground? Yuno braced himself, his sword glowing with a purple aura. Skill, Night Crow. In a single flash of his blade, every tentacle near Chinsung was sliced clean in two. The sun, the moon, and the stars. Seeing that, Chinsung was in awe. Whoa, that's our captain for you. A true monster slayer. He got ready, feeling confident. Awesome. I'll let the captain handle this. I'll just focus on analyzing its patterns. But of course, it was never that easy. From behind him, a yellow streak of light shot past his face. He whipped his head around to see Min Chen's goons, armed with crossbows. The archer laughed. These weaklings are only confident because they're in a group. Huddle up like that and you just become a bigger target. As he was thinking, Stinger chimed in. You foolish master, look over there. The grotesque monster now had a mouth on its stomach. Yuno stood before it, caught completely off guard. Skill, Patchwork Predator, Rotten Flesh Rain. Seeing that, Chinsung knew instantly. It has an area of effect attack too? Damn it. Analysis complete. He immediately started shouting orders. Hyun, watch your back. Everyone, spread out now. Hyun was stunned. What? Where are you going by yourself? But Min Chen's men started jeering at her. Oh look, your buddy abandoned you. She bit her lip in anger, that bastard. But they just kept on laughing. And that was the last straw. Hyun's expression turned to pure fury. In the next moment, a flash of steel cut through the air. Flower petals scattered on the wind as Hyun moved like lightning, appearing right above them. Min Chen's lackeys were stunned, speechless. Her rapier glowed with a brilliant pink light as Hyun yelled, Still want to run your mouths? Let me help you speak a little more fluently. Chevalier, one move, one kill. A cherry blossom aura exploded outwards, dazzling the other guy as he aimed his crossbow. The arrowhead glinted. He cursed, "You bitch!" He barely got the word out before Hyun's sword struck again. "Balastrazos!" He dropped on the spot. Then she turned and shouted over her shoulder. "You're coming up with some kind of plan, right? If you fail, I'll kill you myself." Down below, Chinsung praised her silently. "Nice one. Hyun's already wrecking those bastards on the cliff." He opened the game's message window. "In a one-on-one fight, these guys are nothing." Hyun received the notification, surprised. The two other members fighting back-to-back got the message, too. No Kon and I Love Choco were finally steady. Watching Yuno fight, Chinsung noticed the monster's patterns weren't evolving anymore. So, he pulled an item from his inventory. "All right, time to grab this win." A Kruger dagger appeared in his hand. Dagger type, one-handed, very fast attack speed. Rarity, common rare. Attack power plus 104. 50% chance to make the target bleed. And if you attack a bleeding target, you trigger hemorrhage. Blood curse. Hemorrhage. The blood curse debuff continuously drops the target's level for a full 180 seconds. Switching to livestream mode, Chinsong spoke up. "Mic check, 1, 2. Can everybody hear me? Has anyone here ever captured a champion-class monster before? If not, I'll take the lead, so let's get started." 2 daggers, 1 in each hand. Chinsung activated a mage skill. A flash of red light, and one of the monster's tentacles was severed clean off. Congestion times 99. Seeing this, Hyun's eyes went wide in disbelief. Yuno just smiled, a little exasperated. "No other choice. I'll just have to trust you." Meanwhile, Chinsung had already closed in on Min Chen, landing a solid kick to his gut. He glanced back at the monster, which was getting even weirder, and felt his annoyance grow. The more we hit it, the stranger it gets. This thing is not normal. And now, the other gem holders were just standing there, completely dazed. Drool was dripping from their mouths. Chinsung knew. These gems from the Gensan startup? Only one group could have made them. He remembered a place where all hell breaks loose. Chinsung was certain. The mastermind had to be the Crucifix Eston Guild. He used his livestream to contact his team. "Keep attacking. The more we force the champion monster to use its power, the harder it'll be for them to control it. We need to make it focus on us." He gave the order, "Hyun, support Captain Yuno and keep up the attack. Regrouping is the priority right now. Finding the mastermind could wait." Yuno slipped behind the monster's leg, delivering a sharp, clean slash. Hyun wasn't slacking either, leaping up to a higher vantage point. Hyun aimed her rapier down at the beast below. Chinsung gave another command. "Stinger, fire," and it answered instantly. "Yes, master." Leading his summoned creatures, a player orders them to prepare a toxic assault. A volley of poison-laced gas shoots forward. The monstrous freak sees it coming, but it doesn't care. It's lost in a frenzy, attacking everything in sight. One guy gets snatched up and shoved right into its mouth. System notification: your teammate, Liang Chaoming, has been eliminated. Another notification: your teammate, Liang Chaoming, has logged out. Ming Chen is on the ground, paralyzed by pure terror. His face twists in horror. What in the hell is happening? Watching the brutal fight unfold, Ming Chen trembles with rage. Meanwhile, Chinsung is actually satisfied with how this is going. Perfect, he thinks. Looks like they've lost control of it. He keeps leading his own team. "Hyun, lead them towards the cliff. Since they can't control it anymore, the monster will only focus on us." Then he checks in. Nokia owner, I Love Choco, is the trap ready? The two of them look at each other and nod. This has to end in a single blow. The three of them, Chinsung's group, are now running for their lives. He lays out the final part of the plan. "I'll be the bait." At the last second, you two get on the cliff and stand in front of the trap. Just as he says, Jono and Hyun split off, heading for the cliffside. Chinsung glances back. He starts the countdown. "All right, activate the trap in 14, 13. But just then his face twists in agony. A sudden, sharp pain he never saw coming. Chinsung looks down. An arrow is sticking right through his chest. Ming Chen's mocking voice rings out. "Gotcha." He aims his crossbow at Chinsung, veins popping on his face. "You really think I'd let you get away?" Hit by the arrow, Chinsung can't run anymore. He collapses to the ground. Jono and Hyun are in position, but they see no one behind them. Where is he, Damian? Chinsung gets grabbed by the monster, but there's no panic in his eyes. He'd successfully lured it to the cliff, right where the trap was. Coughing up blood, he screams, "Don't worry about me, stick to the plan." "Do it now," Choco frowns and begins chanting. "All right, fine. I don't know about this." A brilliant aura explodes around her, covering the entire cliff face and making the very rock begin to tremble. Nokia owner leaps up, activating his skill. He slashes twice at the cliff face. The trap springs. A field of immense force erupts, and the entire cliff begins to crumble. Boulders rain down like meteors, smashing into the ground below. Hundreds of tons of rock and earth crash down, and in a blink, the whole area is covered in a thick cloud of dust. On the cliff, Hyun falls to her knees, a look of pure dread on her face. The spot where Chinsung was captured is now completely buried, along with that grotesque monster. She whispers his name, Damian. But Jano has already turned to leave, hardened by seeing comrades die in every battle. There's something more important, he says grimly. We can't wait for him. More monsters will be here soon. We have to find another way back. Hearing his words, the rest of the group starts to follow. Hyun goes too, but she keeps glancing back at the trap, at the mountain of rubble, holding on to a tiny sliver of hope. He's definitely still alive. The system panel flashes with notifications. You have eliminated a player. You have eliminated a player. You have eliminated a player. A moment later, a figure emerges from the ruins, completely unnoticed by Ming Chen. He's still frantically trying to contact his own team. Damn it! Zhang Ting, Bao Lifeng, why aren't you answering me? And it's while he's searching that he spots the lone figure. You're raising the orb of destruction again? Ming Chen demands. How are you still alive? But he quickly regains his composure. He raises the orb high, and a new swarm of monsters appears. He laughs, triumphant. Get lost! I said get lost. The system announces, Bomb, M, a monster from the treacherous Veritas Plateau. They are extremely aggressive, willing to devour both humans and other monsters. A common type demon, level 71. This monster has a habit of leaping several meters into the air before slamming down with incredible force. A warning flashes. The Ring of Tessa has detected powerful evil energy, but while admiring his handiwork, Ming Chen freezes. Chinsung appeared out of nowhere, towering over him like a bear, and shoves his hand straight through his chest. With blood-red eyes, he growls. The reason I'm still here is a trade secret, you bastard. And just because I didn't die doesn't mean it didn't hurt. But after dealing with that scumbag, the mess he left behind is still here. The new monsters are closing in, and Chinsung's undead state is about to wear off. If he wants to wipe out this horde, without a second thought, Chinsung makes a decision. Maybe I should show off my skills a little? He slams his hand on the ground, activating some kind of summoning magic. A brilliant aura glows. Come forth. A massive magic circle forms on the ground. A new sorcerer skill activates. More magic circles appear. The Creed of the Dead. Before long, monsters begin crawling out from the circles. Chinsung grins. You thought you were the only one who could do that? Summoning monsters, huh? Let's have a fair fight. The summoned ghouls leap down from above, aiming straight for the bomb M's below. The first one gets its shoulder bitten into, blood spraying everywhere. Seeing their kind attacked, another bomb M leaps high into the air, preparing to strike. It slams down hard, shattering the ground and sending a shockwave that knocks the other ghouls back. A brutal battle breaks out. Off to the side, Chinsung watches, dagger in hand. He thinks to himself, from the very beginning, I never even considered losing. These things truly are the top predators of the plateau. Suddenly, a bomb M breaks off and charges him. Chinsung turns, his expression tense. But as it lunges, it's intercepted by the ghouls Chinsung summoned. He holds up several vials of poison. Their attacks are too wide, leaving plenty of openings. He throws the vials like daggers, tossing more than 10 in the blink of an eye. Sorcerer skill, decomposition poison. Chinsung smiles confidently. Destroy them all. The vials soar towards the monster and explode in unison. The ghouls are mostly unaffected. But then, from behind, another monster approaches. The leader of the bomb M's has descended from the cliffs. Chinsung readies his dagger to counter. I'll end this in a single blow. Sorcerer skill. Blood surge. Chinsung manages to stab the dagger deep into the bomb M leader's head, but the blade unexpectedly shatters in two. He looks surprised. Huh, did I use too much force? Oh well. But the broken dagger doesn't matter. The bomb M leader is defeated and vanishes. You have defeated a named bomb M. You have received experience. A monster skull appears in his hand. You have received the skull of the destroyer. A blue light surrounds his hand. 6 effects, Luna, Greed, and Violent Tax have been activated. Looking at his hand, Chinsung says to himself, time to recharge my health and mana. He places his hand on the corpse of the bomb M leader, and a circle of light appears. Notification. Absorbing HP from the named bomb M. Notification. absorbing MP from the named bomb M. Chinsung looks up, thinking, the rest of them are heading straight for the fortress. I have to catch up to them, fast. Inside the fortress, Jono stands to give his report. I, ZKJ, captain of Scout Team 6, have returned to Fort Eldian. The commander asks, I heard you wanted to see me as soon as I arrived. What is it? I am deeply ashamed to say this, but yes. Model. After a moment, the commander offered, do you need our forces? Jono didn't hesitate. Yes, absolutely. This was an emergency on par with the day of the twin moons. The commander's face went pale, just as we feared. Then, he roared his orders. All units to highest alert, effective immediately. Prepare formations for engagement. The soldiers moved out, heading for the front lines, with a grim-faced Peterson leading the charge. Jono went along to get a look at the situation himself. Soldiers packed the Great Wall, forming a black line across its massive length. Suddenly, a voice piped up, Whoa, this is awesome. Some weirdo was standing on a high point, live streaming the whole thing. Hey everyone, he said into his device. The Elden Fortress defense event you've all been waiting for has finally begun. The chat was already blowing up. Chilly, this is insane, one user typed. Going Ban Sun wrote, This transforming fortress is sick. Then Squirrel Meow Meow asked, Wait, is no one else streaming this defense? It was a total frenzy. Someone replied, Probably only the guy streaming from on top of the fortress. Just then, Peterson raised his sword high. Everyone to your positions, he roared. Prepare for battle. The monsters will be here any second. While waiting for the order, Choco suddenly spoke up. Too bad Damian has to miss this. Right next to her, Hyun replied. He probably logged out and is watching the stream right now. A lookout from high above screamed down. The monsters are approaching. Instantly, everyone snapped to high alert. Countless creatures were swarming towards them, gathering right below the fortress walls. The soldiers were ready, some hyped, others nervous. The roar of the monsters was suddenly silenced by a massive thud. A giant ape-like foot slammed into the ground. A massive gloom bomber stood there, staring down at them from its towering height. Choco raised her hand, a blue light beginning to glow. Skill, Night Crow Sweep. She closed her eyes, sensing everything. Report. The monster front line is roughly 798 meters out, now 791 meters. Peterson laid out the strategy. The Nike Rose Knights Special Task Force will charge when they're 500 meters out to break their line. Prepare to attack. The soldiers gripped their swords, 1 foot already on the ramparts. Everyone was poised, ready to leap into the fray. But Choco suddenly yelled, Wait! Something's closing in on the fortress at a terrifying speed. 650 meters. 580. Jono was shocked. Are you sure? There aren't any monsters on this plateau that are that fast. Someone shouted. Look, he was skeptical. Huh? But seeing a gloom bomber leapfrogging closer, Jono recognized its movement. This monster had to be the leader of the gloom bombers. Jono drew his sword, and it erupted in a violet light. I'll handle this one. And riding on its back? Chin Sung completely naked, surfing the monster like a living board. Jono launched himself forward, his sword glowing deep purple. Skill, Night Crow, Full Moon. With a fierce look, a brilliant arc of violet energy sliced the gloom bomber leader clean in two. The sword strike was like a crescent moon. Jono landed gracefully, the attack having flown right past Chin Sung, who dodged aside just in time to avoid being cut in half. He landed too, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing Jono's wide-eyed shock at his natural look, Chin Sung asked, You charged in to attack without any hesitation, huh? He was smiling, having the time of his life. My bad. The people watching from above were speechless, their minds just blank. Seeing him standing there so casually, Jono just said, Welcome back, warrior. Trusting his back to the other man, Chin Sung grinned. So, should I go for another round? Jono just smiled back. Yeah, I was hoping you'd say that. Chin Sung grinned right back. He then opened his control panel, quickly tapping away. Before we start, I need to stream this. He figured, since this is a huge battle, the viewership would be massive. Peterson's command thundered across the field. When the monsters are in range, the Nike Rose Special Forces will charge. Down below, Chin Sung was still just focused on his livestream. Unlike the others streaming from a safe distance, his chat immediately went wild. Kuzanbo, a point of view of Nike Rose charging straight in? This is peak, wrote Juhiyu Kismai. As expected, this streamer's angle is the best, Good Lenivia commented. I need more real-time streams like this. Another user, Immersingapuppy, typed, This is hilarious. Whoa, the Nike Rose guys are so cool. I'm dying laughing. Shot Powder. Let's go, people, speed it up. Chin Sung thought to himself, I'm gonna give them the best view of Nike Rose in action. A huge purple-blue monster suddenly charged forward. Chin Sung and Jano, standing back to back, both spotted it instantly. The monster gave them zero time to react. Chin Sung blurted out, "Whoa," didn't even get a chance to greet the audience. He glanced at his stream window with an apology. "Hey everyone, I'll say hi properly later." Jano turned and yelled, "Soldier Kazan!" The two men he called looked at each other and nodded. They knew what to do. He shot forward like a madman, screaming, "I'm coming for you!" Kazan followed right behind him. Chin Sung brought a blowpipe to his lips, taking a deep breath. Skill, Pharmacia. Kazan was just as fast, lightning crackling along his sword. His eyes glowed with electrical energy. Skill, Night Crow. Chin Sung launched a poison dart. Kazan unleashed a lightning storm, piercing straight through the monster. The combo attack engulfed the target, which let out a horrific scream. And just like that, one monster down. It collapsed to the ground with a thud. The entire monster horde surged forward as one. They moved in massive waves. Jano placed a hand on his sword. "Hold steady, soldier." As he prepared to draw his blade, a purple aura enveloped his entire body. He added, "A bomb is coming." Skill, Nightcrow Draw. He unleashed a slash of pure purple light, aimed straight at the monster swarm. The beam of dreamy energy sliced right through the air in front of the two fighters. The sheer pressure from the attack blasted Chin Sung's cheeks back, forcing his eyes shut. But as the pressure faded, he adjusted and slowly opened his eyes. Chin Sung was absolutely stunned by the skill. Whoa, my new moon slash is nothing compared to this. A monster that was a twisted mix of human and spider appeared behind him. He thought, I can't be outdone. With incredible speed, he used his short knife to slice off one of its legs, then spun and cut the creature clean in half. Chin Sung glanced back, worried. Anyway, a bomb? Where? There were tons of Nightcrow soldiers here, elite troops. One attack had just finished off a monster with ease. And a whole squad of Nike Rose was here too. Even the biggest monsters were being handled quickly, their teamwork absolutely flawless. But then, Chin Sung realized something. He looked toward the fortress. Wait a second. The monsters were focusing their attack, but the Nightcrow squad was taking them down easily. Chin Sung stared up at the fortress, wondering. Waiting for the right moment? A voice next to him suddenly yelled, "Waiting is the greatest enemy, you idiot master." The voice then shouted a warning. "Look in front of you, you dense master." 4 monsters were charging at Chin Sung at the same time. They opened their mouths, revealing bizarre, long, purple tongues. He leaped into the air, zipping through their encirclement, leaving behind a series of lightning-fast slashes. His mind was still racing. They're really planning to order a large-scale bomb? The commander? In a place with 11 top-tier fighters, right in the middle of the Nike Rose squad? Chin Sung landed and said it out loud. That makes absolutely no sense. His viewers were amazed too. Nit, those moves are top-tier, as expected, commented Imgudat making. Sir Freebox, he still got it, what a legend, Hersey added. He's on the same level as the Nike Rose. Chin Sung glanced back. If that's true, he looked at the Nightcrow soldiers, finding it hard to believe. Does he really think everyone will survive a massive bomb blast? Chin Sung shook his head. I don't need to know the details. He got into a ready stance, his face grim, but it was seriously frustrating trying to figure it all out. Meanwhile, on the cliffside, a chilling wind blew, carrying flurries of snow with it. Jano waved his hand, giving an order. Everyone, retreat to the trenches in front of the fortress. Now. Hearing the command, the Nightcrow squad immediately started falling back. Yes, sir. Chin Sung gritted his teeth as he watched them go. The bomb's about to be activated? He thought. Hiding is useless for me. I'm not one of the Nike Rose. I'll just die right here on the spot. Above, the fortress shimmered under a massive protective shield. Chin Sung scanned the horizon from a distance. Monsters. Nothing but an endless sea of monsters. Then, someone yelled, "The bomb is activating." Magic circles flared to life around the fortress, unleashing arcs of lightning that fried the front lines before the main blast even hit. Chin Sung went rigid. The little creature on his shoulder panicked, its eyes wide with terror. He braced himself, pouring every last drop of mana into surviving the explosion that was about to wipe the entire area clean. A wave of fire consumed everything, turning the ground into a hellscape. And after the blast, the system notifications flooded in. Experience gained. You have reached level 60. Through the smoke, Chin Sung was on the ground, wounded but alive. He let out a shaky breath. That was way too close. Pushing himself up, he wondered, is anyone else still alive? Down in the trenches, Zono and his Nightcrow squad were still in one piece. He called out to his men. "Everyone okay?" A soldier reported back. "All 11 of us are here, sir. No casualties, no one missing. We're clear." But when Zono looked up, he was horrified. The massive ones. Some of the biggest monsters were still standing. Zono's sword hand trembled. Damn it. It wasn't enough. Just then, a voice cut through the chaos. "Rest a little longer, Zono." He whipped his head around. Zono broke into a cold sweat. "What are you planning to do?" It was Peterson and Snyder. Snyder just grinned and said, "Isn't this the exact moment you were saving us for?" At the sight of them, the Nightcrow's fighting spirit roared back to life. Smiles all around. The legends were here to join the fight, and with this kind of firepower, finishing off the survivors suddenly seemed easy. Zono was completely stunned by the scene. Siniter then dropped a bombshell announcement. "We are the force that will protect Andean Fortress." He turned and roared, "Everyone, advance!" The morale was explosive. The entire army charged, screaming, "Forward! We'll wipe out every last one of these hideous monsters." Meanwhile, on what looked like a digital news feed, the headlines were all about Chinsung's live stream. The massive, scale defense of Andean Fortress. One article even featured a picture of him with a confident smirk. "Defense of Andean. How will he handle the siege?" Another headline read, "An analysis of the NPC Nike Rose's abilities. Pre-explosion screenshots. The Azaza money shot." For the viewers watching live, the very last thing they saw was the moment the fortress bomb went off. And right then, the screen went black. The live chat went absolutely wild. "Losterman, turn it back on. Open the damn stream." One user, Turkish Power, wrote, "I bet he's getting his ass kicked and is too embarrassed to show us, right?" Bang A typed, "Damn it. Can you all stop spamming?" Koro Saichiro asked, "Wait, TKG's live is off? What's going on?" And Very Rotten chimed in, "Gotta be a serious emergency, laugh my ass off." In an office somewhere, a man set his phone down and whispered, "That's right." It was William, leaning back in his chair with a smug little smile. "How did anyone think he could survive that?" he mused, shaking his head. "Even I can't believe it." But he couldn't hide the raw excitement on his face. If this video didn't exist, to upload something with that kind of speed, hitting tens of millions of views would be nothing. William rested his chin in his hand, genuinely impressed. "I have never seen a streamer with this much impact before." He wondered, just how big is he going to get? Outside, the afternoon sun cast a beautiful golden light over the trees. In another part of the world, a player slammed to his knees, his sword digging into the dirt. He knelt before Juman, defeated and bitter. Damn it. His body shook. How could you single-handedly defeat our entire guild? He glared at the man before him, absolutely certain. From the Vising Dragon Assembly to As the Dragons. This is impossible unless you're hacking. The player struggled to his feet, refusing to give up. Damn it. Our guild, as the Dragons, will never surrender to a hacker. Juman's follower couldn't stand it. That arrogant punk. Let me finish him. But Juman raised a hand. No. His scepter crackled with electricity. I'll be the one to end this. Lightning exploded. A blinding red light erupted from his staff, and a massive bolt crashed down, obliterating the sore loser. Juman just scoffed. Humph. Nothing to worry about. Just then, his follower called out, "Young master, there's an urgent call from Secretary Kim Kusung." Juman logged out. I know. Back in the real world, his eyes opened, leaving the virtual realm completely. Kusung handed him a report. "My apologies for the interruption, young master. I have the information you requested about the AC community." Taking the tablet, Jumin looked intrigued. "What is it?" "Balateo. Balateo, the leader of the Emperor Brad Lion Guild. A true legend. Pistachio Frappuccino. Is that clip on YouTube? Emperor is the real deal." The tablet displayed 2 articles. Switch, recommends. As Dragon vs Emperor, aiming for the top 50. Juman's interest was piqued. Damian. Switch recommends. The spectacular defense at Andean Fortress. This might be the most epic battle yet. Below were the comments. Vita, 1000 cocktails. What kind of comparison is this? Laugh my ass off. Damian is Goman. Rabbit Bunny Kitty. For real though, Damian carries even without Bradley. He muttered to himself. He's a rookie, and already the hottest streamer out there. Kusung reported, Wish Entertainment Korea is backing him with a very unique marketing strategy. Juman stared at the post with a look of contempt. Damian. More interesting than I thought. I get the feeling we'll be meeting somewhere else one day. Is someone talking about me? Chinsung racked his weights and took a break, scratching his ear. Why's my ear itching all of a sudden? He wiped the sweat off his face and glanced at his phone. And yeah, his phone was absolutely blowing up. As Chinsung scrolled through the messages, he thought, this many notifications. My YouTube revenue is going to be insane. As he was reading, someone popped up beside him. What are you looking at? Startled, Chinsung shoved his phone in his pocket and stammered. Oh, just AC news. He went back to lifting, casually asking, leveled up much? You switched to Justin's server, right? Minjun looked puzzled. Huh? AC? I don't know, man. I'm stuck in a really weird place. All I hear is stuff like 3 flowers converge and 5 elements true chi. He stared at his friend, dumbfounded. Dude, you're a monster. How is that weight nothing to you? Chinsung kept lifting, his mind racing. An Eastern-style world? Those phrases weren't unfamiliar at all. Minjun had to be at least a hero class by now. But his mind jumped to an even crazier conclusion. No way. He might even be legend class, Minjun went on. Anyway, they just make me train all day, like they're trying to beat me to death. Chinsung stopped his workout again. Hey, don't worry about being slower than others. It'll all work out. You are recording it, right? Minjun sighed. Yeah, but I'm terrible at editing. Chinsung handed him a piece of paper. Here, take this. Contact them and mention my name, and they'll handle the editing for you. Minjun hesitated. Okay, thanks. Chinsung just shrugged. Just buy me dinner sometime. Immediately, they slipped into their usual banter. What? I'd rather feed an elephant. You eat as much as I do. Just then, Chinsung noticed someone else across the gym. Staring at their back, he realized he recognized them. The person seemed to feel his gaze. To his shock, they turned around, revealing a beautiful and very familiar face. He points. The girl on the treadmill loses focus and faceplants right onto the moving belt with a painful cry. She clutches her head, her face twisted in agony, as the menacing silhouette of a game character materializes behind her. Chi-sung confronts her. It's you, isn't it? She flinches, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yep. They definitely know each other. The girl, whose name is Dahi, leaps to her feet and fires back. You're that jerk I met in AC, right? What are you doing here? Before he can answer, she jumps to a conclusion. Are you following me to the gym? You stalker. He's just stunned. Stalker? Chi-sung crosses his arms, shooting back. Look, I know you think highly of yourself, but I'm not interested enough to follow you in real life, okay? I'm here to work out, and I know someone here. Minjun pops in with a smile, confirming, yeah, that's right. Chi-sung lays down the law. If you have a problem in AC, let's solve it there. Don't drag it into the real world. Dahi repeats his words. Solve it in AC? A light bulb goes off. She whips out her phone, agreeing instantly. Fine. Game problems stay in the game. Chi-sung raises an eyebrow. What now? What do you want? Shoving her phone in his face, Dahi demands. Here. Her face is a little red. Give me your number so we can meet up in AC. Chi-sung is completely lost, a series of question marks practically appearing over his head. My number? Later, on his way home, weighed down by 2 heavy bags, he's still trying to process it all. Walking along, he suddenly remembers her attitude. Weird, right? A flashback hits him, Dahi's voice echoing in his head. Hey, stop. I'm only saying this once. She had followed him into every nook and cranny. Are you ignoring me? He'd thought to himself. She's been clinging to me all day. Finally, Dahi couldn't take it anymore, deciding, from now on, you're going to pay for this. He groans to himself. She even threatened me for my real number. Lost in thought, Chi-sung finally gets home, still baffled. So strange. He lets out a long, exhausted sigh. He opens the gate and steps inside, but an uneasy feeling lingers. The last thing he wants is people he fought in AC showing up in his real life. But then, a familiar figure in apartment B02 catches his eye. Chi-sung's eyes go wide. He has to look again. From the eyes to the lips, the resemblance is uncanny. To be sure, he has to ask. Miss Hyun? After hearing her name, she turns and replies, Damian? Chi-sung freezes. What is happening? Is this entire building some kind of hub for AC players? He can't believe it. How do you look exactly like your in-game character? Dayi just deadpans, says the guy who looks exactly like his. But why are you here? Suddenly she shrieks, dropping her bags. Don't tell me you followed me home. He sighs. Why does everyone think I have that much free time? Chi-sung bends down to pick up his things, casually pointing to the door right in front of them. This is my apartment. The realization hits Dahi like a truck. Right next to my place. Just leave it there. But Chi-sung isn't letting his guard down yet. How do I know you're really my neighbor? After gathering her things, he hands them back to his newly discovered neighbor, warning her to stop jumping to conclusions. Chi-sung heads straight to his room. Still, who would have guessed she lived right here? But there's one more thing Chi-sung has to say. Even if we don't greet each other every time we meet, can we at least not be enemies? Dahi says nothing, just watches him leave, stunned. Her face flushes bright red. What? Turns out, he wasn't such a bad guy after all. Chi-sung is so tired he can barely move. What a weird day. He heads straight for the shower. Finally, a moment to rest. But just then, a system alert blares to life. Time remaining: 11 hours, 49 minutes, 57 seconds. If you do not enter the game, you will die. Be careful. Seeing the warning makes Chi-sung's blood boil. Damn it, can't you let me rest for a second? He storms into his room, fuming. Are you trying to kill me in this game for real? He protests, but he knows he has to comply. Fine, I'm logging in. A notification screen pops up immediately. The next destination: Asia. Chi-sung is now lying neatly on a bed in-game as a series of notifications flash before him. You have completed the Aden Fortress Defense Mission and the Mysterious Wrath Mission. You have received the title Battlefield Survivor and the title Escape Artist. In his avatar as Damian, Chi-sung stretches and sits up. Having a place to rest feels amazing. But just then, a threatening message from Maria arrives. If you don't get here right now, I'll personally send you to your final resting place. He reads the letter out loud. Maria says to find her now. But I'm wiped out after that Aden Fortress mission. He shivers, remembering the murderous look in her eyes. Resting here is way better than dragging himself over to her. After regaining his strength and healing up at the inn, it's time to check the system window. Current level, 60. Class, Mage. No guild. A whole list of titles follows. Besides strength, agility, intellect, talent, and luck going up, all his other stats are still at 0. Next up, level 10 skills. Poison Dart and Control the Dead. Bloody Conflict, Rotten Elixir, and lower down, Voodoo Doll and Zombify. Finally, for equipment, Greedy Gauntlets and Hand of Deprivation progress 1 out of 4. Damian does the math. Good thing I pushed myself to finish all those quests, especially considering his current gear. The system immediately compiles his equipment from head to toe. His gear is trash, but the biggest problem is his level. He needs to check the level requirements for his current equipment right away. His eyes are glued to the system's message board. Normally, at this level, I should be able to get a class change or a promotion, right? But the system just says he's encountered an unforeseen barrier. Further development impossible. Damian scoffs. Ugh, this vague phrasing just keeps popping up over and over again. He grips the edge of the system window, trembling slightly. Don't tell me. I can only change my class after completing the 7 Deadly Sins tree quest? No way, it can't be that bad. Right as he hits a dead end, the system notifies him of an unchecked item in his inventory. Damian thinks he misheard and has to see it for himself. A notification pops up above him. What? I haven't even opened it. Why did it activate on its own? A mysterious item materializes in a strange red smoke. It's the fragment of the Orb of Destruction, pulsing with the power of the 7 Deadly Sins, and it might be dangerous to the user. Damian grabs the fragment. Isn't this from that shattered Orb of Destruction I picked up before? Why is it appearing now? The aura radiating from it feels familiar. I've felt this energy before. Could it be just as he suspected? Is the mastermind Josie Fitman? This energy, it feels exactly like his. Damian is so deep in thought he doesn't notice his surroundings. An ancient book appears, followed by a notification. Call of the Apocalypse activated. The Black Covenant book begins to emit a bizarre light. Ancient symbols flare up, blinding Damian. What is this? His small companion, Trich, is panicking. Master, why is it appearing now? Damian has no idea, but seeing how these two items react to each other, there has to be a reason. He holds the fragment of the Orb of Destruction towards the ancient book. Let's check this out. The two artifacts were resonating so intensely the whole room lit up. It looked like Damian's body couldn't take it anymore. Then, it was over. A massive force sucked Damian right in, leaving Trich alone in the room with the notebook. The connection between worlds made him flicker into existence like a distant star, and just like that, bam, Damian appeared in a strange forest. Master, where did you go? A voice whined. I thought I was going to die from motion sickness. Damian looked around, totally dazed. Where am I? This place looks familiar. The system chimed in. Location cannot be determined. Unable to return until the prophecy is fulfilled. Damian had no idea what that meant. A prophecy? He pushed himself up. Then he heard a sound coming from deeper in the woods. What was that? Was it Tritch? No. The more he thought about it, the more it felt wrong. Yeah, definitely not Tritch's voice. Damian crept toward the bushes where the sound was coming from. Better be careful and check this out. Behind the thicket was the dying embers of a campfire. Sounds like a person, he thought. The moment he peeked through the leaves, a young, dark-skinned boy popped up right in front of his face. Hey, friend. The kid's sudden appearance made him stumble backward in shock. Huh? You? The boy's eyes lit up with pure joy when he saw Damian. What took you so long? And then it hit him. Damian remembered this was Sokka, the god of the apocalypse. Sokka threw his arms around Damian in a happy hug, complaining, I thought I was going to die of boredom. Sokka jumped onto Damian's back, whooping with joy. Damian suddenly realized. So this is Sokka's personal space? Then, a horrifying memory flashed through his mind, making him tremble. Wait a second. If I made it here, while Sokka was dancing around like a maniac, Damian's mind was racing. Meanwhile, the system kept spamming the same notification. Prophecy has been activated. Please try again immediately. He racked his brain but couldn't figure it out. Why does this message keep popping up? He remembered that usually, a prophecy is activated when a human wants to ask a god for something. This is weird, he thought. It feels like the complete opposite is happening right now. Seeing Damian just sitting there, Sokka ran over. Hey buddy, why are you just sitting there? Damian jumped to his feet. Sorry, just thinking about something, he thought to himself. Well, at least I met Sokka without having to fight him. But Sokka couldn't take it anymore. He demanded, You better explain yourself. Why haven't you visited us lately? Seeing the god of the apocalypse scrunch up his face like an angry monkey was actually kind of funny to Damian. And it was still hard to believe that this kid was a being on the same level as Asia, the queen of gods, in the main timeline. In the near future, this kid becomes the god of darkness. Damian tried to make an excuse. I was a little busy. Sokka wasn't having it. Liar, you're a liar, he shouted. I was so bored. I waited and waited for you. Damian knelt down beside him. I'm sorry, I'll visit more often. He figured that no matter how powerful you are, nobody can fight off loneliness. Sokka's anger vanished instantly. Just don't do it again from now on. Damian chuckled. All right, I promise. He was relieved. Good thing he had these chickens to keep him company. Sokka grinned. Hey friend, did you bring a present? Damian froze. A present? Right on cue, a system quest popped up, a mandatory one. It was to give a gift that the target will like. As he read the quest, Damian was speechless. Are they seriously trying to take all my stuff? His entire inventory, every weapon, every item materialized in a holographic panel. Even Damian was shocked. Why did all my loot just? Sokka's eyes went wide with glee. Friend, why did you bring so much stuff? Damian never expected the system to just broadcast his entire private stash. Sokka, wait a second, but it was too late. The kid wasn't listening. He literally grabbed the system panel with his hands and took off running. Damian yelled in despair, Wait! How can he just take someone else's stuff like that? In just a few seconds, Sokka had completely ransacked Damian's inventory. He was grabbing everything: frozen bear meat, red poison stingers, the acceleration thorn trident, the stalker's blade, and the cannibal's bone. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Damian fell to his knees in agony. That's robbery. Stop! He scrambled to his feet and sprinted after Sokka. Hey, how dare you take everything? So there they were. One kid running for his life with a shopping cart of stolen goods, and Damian chasing him in a blind panic. Then, a notification appeared. The seventh god, Sokka, likes your gift and wishes you to present it to him. Damian was out of breath. What? I don't want to give him a gift. I guess this quest really is mandatory, he sighed. Which means I have to press yes. Just then, Sokka's eyes lit up as he found something special. Whoa, this thing is cool. Damian's heart sank. What did you grab now? Nope. Sokka was totally in love with his new find. Friend, can you give me this one, please? And then Damian saw it. He fell silent. The fragment of the orb of destruction. He seriously wants that? Let me think about it. But Sokka was already mesmerized by the fragment. His eyes were glued to it, waiting for Damian's answer. Is there some reason for this? Prophecy disguised robbery? He wondered. Something has to be causing all this. He thought it over, but in the end, he had no other choice. He had to agree. This sucks, getting robbed like this. The second he hit accept, the system announced the quest was complete. Sokka's affection stat shot up to 100%. The kid's over-the-top reaction just made Damian sigh. Is he a track and field athlete or something? Sokka pushed off the ground, launched himself toward Damian, and laughed. Hey friend, since you gave me a gift, I'll give you one back. Damian had no idea what was happening. He just stared, confused. Suddenly, Sokka shoved his hand straight into Damian's energy core. Here, take this. A massive torrent of power began surging into Damian's body. He couldn't process it, couldn't even think to counterattack. Hey, what are you doing? In that moment, Damian felt it clearly. Wait, this feeling. Could it be? Sokka gave a wicked grin and touched the center of the power flow. And just like that, Damian was back in his room, standing in the exact same spot. He was panting, unable to believe his eyes. I'm back? Tritch flew over, scolding him. You idiot, master, where did you go? Damian quickly asked. Wait, how long was I gone? Tritch puffed up angrily. What are you talking about? It's been maybe 10 seconds since you disappeared into that book. Damian froze. What? Apparently, Tritch could tell his master didn't believe him. He flew up and started pecking him furiously. Why would Tritch lie? You stupid, stupid master. This pain. It wasn't fake. That made Damian absolutely certain. So was all of that just a dream? No. He could still feel it. That powerful energy Sokka gave him. Still swirling in his core. But everything felt way too real to be a dream. The moment he touched it, Sokka's power activated. It started merging with Damian's mana, and the pain came roaring back, bringing a dark purple aura with it. Oh no, not again. His mana was completing itself. The progress bar skyrocketed, but the pain was unbearable, like it was crushing his very heart. And then, success. His body shattered its limits, reaching a whole new level. Damian screamed, "Damn it!" Seeing his master like this, Trick panicked. What's wrong, you dumb master? But Damian just clenched his fists, feeling the change. I could feel the change inside my body, breaking through the level 60 barrier and jumping straight to 70. Every single one of my stats shot through the roof. No more stat points to assign. Damian was stunned. The option was just gone. Even his skill list had changed so drastically it was only just hitting him. That's right, this is what the prophecy meant. Damian's face lit up with understanding. This was a brand new start, and he wanted to test it out right now. He quickly switched his class to Demon Sorcerer, and man, the new outfits, weapons, and skills were perfect. Damian scanned the skill list again, his certainty growing. Yes, this was it, the true meaning of the prophecy. He smirked. A new beginning. And with that, he initiated the class change. As the system worked, he could barely contain his excitement for the new gear and abilities. His excitement was off the charts. Time to try out a few moves. The second his feet hit the floor, Damian shot forward like a bullet, scaring the daylights out of Trick. He could feel the mana surging through him. His limbs felt faster, more flexible. Every punch he threw felt completely different than before. His power had broken through to a whole new dimension. So strong. It's unbelievable. This has to be S rank. No, maybe even SSS rank. I just created a new magic circle. If my sixth sense works here, I can enhance it just like before. Seeing his master standing frozen in the middle of the room, Trick asked with concern, You big dummy, what are you doing? Why are you so light when you're barely wearing anything? Damian answered with total confidence. Yep, this body is amazing. He then plopped right down on the floor, making Trick panic. Hey, you idiot, move. There's no room for you to lie down here. But Damian stayed put, lost in thought. Looks like I'm gonna need some new equipment. He wasn't lying there for long before a messenger bird arrived. It landed outside the window, tapping for his attention. He sat up straight, peering at it, then threw the window open. Yep, it was a letter. Damian opened it. What's this? The first thing he saw was Maria's familiar handwriting. If you don't get here right now, I will chop you into pieces that no one will ever find. Both Trick and Damian froze in terror. Oh man, I totally forgot about that. Meanwhile, in the holy city of Ozanat, the domain of a supreme being, Asia, the goddess of light, she gazed up at the galaxy. A black star, the star of darkness, was swallowing everything around it even though it had died once before. How is this possible? And that's when Asia noticed the anomaly. Huh? The dark star was actively pulling in energy from all around, consuming the neighboring stars. The goddess of light bowed her head slightly. There is nothing left to see. If I'm not mistaken, I sealed that star away 10 million years ago. I can't believe it's still emitting such powerful energy. Asia began to gather her light. I must prepare. Her entire body began to glow with immense power. A massive well of energy was about to be unleashed. Light of evocation, vow of white. Voice from the world's dawn. Oh, hear me, my ancient kin. After getting the letter from Maria, Damian made a mad dash straight to her room. I'm back. The first thing to greet him was her pen, which shot right past his throat. Whoops. My hand slipped. The fountain pen was now embedded deep in the wall. A quick glance told him it belonged to a member of the Explorers Guild. Hatsan gave Maria a look. I know. A murderous aura poured off Hatsan as she glared. So, you're here. Damian pleaded in desperation. Hatsan, can't you do something? The old man just laughed, giving him a thumbs-up gesture. You're on your own, kid. I have no idea what's happening here. Maria grabbed him by the throat. What are you looking at? It's been a while. You should probably focus on me. Yes, ma'am. Looks like Damian was still in one piece. Maria's rage quickly cooled down. But, you came back alive. You never contacted me, so I thought you were dead. He breathed a sigh of relief. I'm sorry. I was going to contact you right away, but with what happened. Damian felt a pang of guilt. Maria was the one who sent me to Fort Aden, so I feel responsible for this. He took a careful step closer. Have you been waiting long? Even though Maria was still pouting, she didn't forget to answer. As you know, I'm not a very patient person. Her attitude left him both relieved and worried. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, worried that the person I care about got hurt. In a flash, Maria pushed her anger aside and threw an arm around Damian's shoulder. Don't let it happen again, okay? Got it. Her expression shifted instantly. Good. Now, let's go settle your mission account. With that, she led Damian towards the dungeon-like entrance to the vault. Follow me. He followed Maria, his heart pounding with anxiety. The hallway seemed to stretch on forever. This place. It's the heart of the Explorers Guild. It boasts a defense system far superior to most entire kingdoms. Their final destination, the very center of the adventurers' home base. To ease Damian's obvious nerves, Maria asked. First time here, right? Ah yeah, my first time. Since I came back in time. Normally this place is just called the Treasury, where rewards and goods for each department are managed. Maria led the way. This way. Damian followed, realizing it was a path that only opened for mercenaries receiving rewards far above the standard rate. He was about to have his mind blown when they finally stopped in front of a single room. This is? Maria didn't hesitate to introduce it. Warehouse 1492. This one is yours. Damian was overjoyed. Oh man, seeing this brings back memories of my past life before the regression. Maria hasn't changed a bit. But what did you do? He just stared at her, completely confused. What? What did you do to make those weirdos at Fort Aden like you so much? Maria's question forced him to rack his brain. Weirdos? Who do you mean? She placed her hand on the symbol carved into the vault door. If you're curious, put your hand here. You'll understand when it opens. Damian carefully did as she said, and his mana resonated perfectly with the door's magic. A moment later, the vault door began to slide open. A brilliant light poured out, forcing Damian to squint. Huh? This. I could swim in here. A hoard of treasure so vast he couldn't even count, it all made his eyes spin. This isn't a dream, right? He grinned wickedly. Is all this money mine? Even Trick was worried about his master's reaction. Whoa, your eyes look crazy. Calm down, dude. Not wanting to keep Damian waiting, Maria got straight to the point. All right, I'll give you the quick rundown on your reward. A total of 7 million gold, and that's not even counting the commander's special bonus. Looking at the result, she was pretty damn confident in her ability to judge talent, just as I predicted. I'm really good at picking people. But all Damian could see was 7 million gold. If you cashed that out, it'd be tens of millions of dollars. He knew the reward would be big, but this was beyond his wildest imagination. Seeing his master's greedy expression get worse, Trick kicked him hard. Hey, you big dummy. Are you still daydreaming? Snapping out of his fantasy, he noticed a suit of bird-like armor in the center of the vault. Ah, wait a second. Who sent this right when I needed new gear? The answer was tucked into the armor's belt. There's a letter in the waistband. Read it. Damian decisively pulled out the letter. Inside was a message for Damian from a dear comrade. It was an honor to fight alongside you on the battlefield. From ZK, copy that. He never expected the stoic captain he knew to be so sentimental. Man, this old guy is really getting to me. A round of applause snapped Damian to attention. All right, is this the last thing? What is it? A box she had hidden so carefully. This was probably the best gift he'd ever get from Marion. Tritch and Damian stared, their eyes glued to it. And Damian just yelled, "Oh my God. Congratulations. You have entered the top 20% of mercenaries. A platinum rank adventurer certification." He was ecstatic. I'm platinum rank? He and Tritch were absolutely overjoyed when they got the badge. Damian sat outside, still in a daze, unable to believe what just happened. He actually made it to Platinum. He admired the badge. The missions will get harder, he said, but my own abilities are way more versatile now. He gripped it tightly, speaking with new resolve. This isn't even all I've got. With his last Survivor title, he gets a 5% damage boost for 30 seconds on attack, plus a 5% resistance buff for 30 seconds when hit. On top of that, his near-death experience title gave all his skills a significant boost. Damian nodded, satisfied. Yeah, this should be enough. Tritch was confused. Enough for what, you dumb master? Damian just stroked Tritch's head. It's time to slowly get out of here. Tritch was still lost. Huh? What do you mean? Damian ignored the question. I think my work here is done. He thought to himself. It didn't take long to hit level 70. He looked at his system window, comparing himself to a normal character. At this level, it meant his third-class change was due. He checked the map, calculating. Grinding here had its limits. Staying longer was pointless. All right, let's head to the central hub. Damian was still messing with the screen. Should I reorganize my inventory? He asked. Trick chimed in. Of course, you dumb master. And while he was lost in his virtual menu, scrolling to see if he had any good loot, a group of people walked by. They were all dressed impeccably. Suddenly, one of them tripped on a rock. And, well, you know what happens next. He face-planted, startling Damian, who turned to see what all the noise was about. Embarrassed by his own clumsiness, the guy snapped, Hey, where are you looking? He was being completely unreasonable. Didn't you see me walking past? Then, hearing a noise from behind, they both turned. To save face, the guy pinned the blame on Damian. Ha, this guy's playing dumb, isn't he? Just then, his buddy walked up. Hey, what's going on? The guy pointed a finger right at Damian and yelled, This guy tripped me as I was walking past. Damian just calmly watched them. Huh? Judging by the symbol on their chests, they were from a famous organization. The teammate looked annoyed. Wait a minute, and that's when Damian recognized it. The crest of the Imperial Blood Federation. His eyes widened in pure rage. That's the symbol of the Imperial Blood Federation. So their leader was that guy, Juman. He cursed inwardly. This dude had some nerve, looking like a total newbie, but acting completely fearless. Another one of them egged him on. Looking for a fight? You scared? Then you better watch yourself next time. The first guy mimicked him. Yeah. You scared? Better be careful next time. Damian had enough. He grabbed the guy's hand and squeezed. Hard. Keep walking, he warned, his voice low. Don't pick a fight with the wrong person. He glared at him, absolutely furious. The Imperial Blood Federation. He held back the urge to crush the guy's hand right then and there. He took a breath, calming himself. Not yet. I don't have the right gear. I have to hold back. He let go. I think there's been a misunderstanding, he said calmly. You tripped on that rock by yourself. The guy yanked his hand back, shouting, Let go, you bastard. Another teammate praised him, thinking he was cool. Whoa, Koha, amazing. And he just pretended to be intimidated. Damian repeated his warning. Let me say it again. Just keep walking. But Koha, still trying to look tough, drew his sword. This guy just wouldn't quit. Then, a couple of knights stepped in. Hey, you. They approached Koha. Using weapons in the square is forbidden. Seeing trouble brewing, his friend tried to de-escalate. Come on, Koha. You want to get beat down by the guards? Damian scoffed. Guards? He thought with contempt. They're just regular knights. Koha was grumbling something, but Damian figured they were just backing down because they were afraid of their superiors. Koha turned back and yelled, Hey, you bastard, follow me to the Grand Hall. Damian knew exactly what that meant. No point in playing dumb. He calmly started walking towards the hall. Everyone was watching. How ridiculous. After the fight with the Azure Dragon, the Imperial Blood Federation was getting a lot more attention. Damian glanced around, guessing that a lot of curious people were following to watch the show. He strolled in casually. I don't want any more trouble. So let's end this quick. The guy sneered. Keep talking, kid, if you want to get crushed. His teammate put a hand on his shoulder. Koha, hey, calm down. We can't do this here. If you want to fight, take it to the gate. But Koha was stubborn, turning back to threaten him. Follow me. You're dying here today. Seeing the glare in his eyes, Damian just sighed. Should I really bother with this kid? He decided to mess with him a bit, playing dumb. Man, you're like one of those tryhards from high school, always desperate for attention. Damian thought to himself, this guy probably thinks he's the main character in some movie. Koha was still grinning, thinking he was about to get an easy win. You can't run now. Damian just continued his train of thought as he stepped into the teleportation gate. And it's not even a funny movie. A notification popped up. You have been challenged. Location: the endless road of battle, a new area. Tritch asked innocently. Where are we, dumb master? Damian's eyes lit up with excitement. It's been a while. He remembered this place. A neutral zone that adventurers could enter through a gate. He grinned. This is also the battlefield for ranked matches. He remembered the brutal fights here. You damn bastard, someone yelled. A place where only the strongest could reach the top of the tower. This, he thought, is the place that turned me into a battle junkie in my past life. Koha was still posturing. Such bad manners. Leaving without answering me? Damian ignored him and kept walking. The guy screamed, Hey, you bastard! Welcome to the Endless Hall. A lot of people came here to test their skills. Damian glanced back at Koha, and a lot of people use it as a loophole to legally kill others. Koha was getting impatient, challenging Damian to a duel. Hurry up and accept, you bastard. Don't just stand there. Damian read the prompt and shot back. You talk too much. Seriously, shut up. Koha screamed. What did you say, you bastard? Damian raised his hand to accept. I have no reason to refuse, he thought. But then he said out loud, But I do. The system announced. Both fighters have been teleported to the match. Damian was already fiddling with his virtual screen. Is this thing still working right? Koha was losing his mind. What are you doing? Damian just smirked. What do you think? I'm recording this, just in case you try to back out. He clicks the button. There, it's on. The guy glares. Who the hell are you? Shinsung just smirks back, full of challenge. A big shot from the Crimson Blood Alliance. Scared of losing to a rookie like me? Kuha snaps, absolutely furious. What did you say? He roars back. You think we're scared? Hilarious. This guy's got issues. Shinsung grins, completely satisfied. The fish took the bait. So, we're good? I can record this, right? Kuha scoffs. Do whatever you want. Just get ready to be crushed. Shinsung shoots back. That's a line you should be telling yourself. Kuha's hand immediately goes to his sword hilt. You bastard, I'm done playing games. But as he lunges, Shinsung vanishes. Just gone. Kuha whips his head around, only to find Shinsung's fist already cocked back, right behind him. And with a single blow, Koha collapses to his knees. Shinsung flips the switch into battle mode. Get up, stop the act, member of the Royal Blood Alliance. That punch wasn't just a show of force from Shinsung, it was a warning shot for Koha. He strides forward, an almost demonic aura radiating from him as he speaks. On your feet. That was nothing. Member of the Blood Emperor Alliance. Koha, trembling, thinks to himself, since when could he move so fast? I didn't even see him. Suddenly, Shinsung's hand blurs, aiming right for Koha's head as he warns him, you'll lose if you just keep blocking, you know. Before he can even process it, Koha takes an almost critical hit. Shinsung wonders, what class is this guy? But after stumbling, Koha finally starts to fight back. Watching his opponent's movements, Shinsung makes a quick analysis. Judging by how he tanks hits, he's a pure physical strength type. Koha backs into a defensive stance, snarling, I'm going to end you. He then pulls two gleaming swords from behind his back, the dual blade skill. A vortex of energy kicks up as he spins them, and from the eye of that storm, he shoots forward, ready to strike. Shinsung doesn't even flinch, instantly recognizing it as an innate skill for dual blade users. As Koha closes in, he makes a split-second decision. Trying to block that would be insane. I need to dodge. In a flash, he leaps into the air, narrowly avoiding Koha's attack. While airborne, he taunts, too slow. And I thought you were supposed to be an assassin type. Koha loses it, roaring in pure rage. What? How did you dodge that? Shinsung, meanwhile, is already pulling up an info panel as he lands. He thinks to himself, my skills have evolved since my class change. Should I test one out? A new skill suddenly appears right before his eyes. A grin spreads across Shinsung's face. Now this looks interesting. On the screen is the skill, Bloodthirst, Level 1. The description for this Level 1 blood attribute skill reads, upon attacking a target, the user absorbs blood and activates a blood shield. Each time blood is absorbed, the shield's duration is reset. After his last attack hit nothing but air, Koha's rage boils over. How dare you look away? When you're facing me, you bastard. Like a cornered beast, he lunges forward in a fury, determined to land the finishing blow. His impossibly fast and unpredictable movements cause a stir among the spectators. What the hell? Is he getting serious now? In that same moment, Shinsung figures it out. These are afterimages, not like a Kunoichi's shadow clones, which have actual substance. Koha screams as he swings his blades. You're done for, you bastard. Chinsung just smirks. We'll see who's really done for. The very instant Koha is about to make contact, he activates his new mage skill, Bloodthirst. He uses the skill to its full potential, wiping out all of Koha's illusions in one go. A massive sound cracks through the air as multiple beams of light descend like moths to a flame. They slam directly into Koha. He coughs up blood, unable to believe his eyes. No way. Chinsung, on the other hand, calmly checks his system window with a triumphant look. A notification pops up. HP absorption in progress. Another follows. Blood shield has been activated. He smugly walks forward, saying, I think it's about time we wrap this up. Koha gasps for air, his face a twisted mask of pain. He thinks to himself, I can't take much more of this. He's definitely going to finish me. Just then, murmurs start spreading through the crowd. Didn't you just say he was guaranteed to win? How can a member of the Blood Emperor Alliance not beat some random adventurer? At the same time, Koha's so-called teammates are fuming. Hey, you, get up. If you lose here, you'll make us all look like idiots. Get up now. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the crowd. Wait a second. Look closely at his gear. Another voice chimes in. Is that the Night Hunter set? Don't tell me that's Teacher D from the Elden Fortress. The crowd of spectators is growing by the second, and the live stream is blowing up. Breaking news. A member of the Blood Emperor Alliance is fighting Teacher D and getting absolutely destroyed. This is insane. And he's a platinum rank adventurer too. Koha's teammate screams, You piece of crap, stop the broadcast right now. Back in the fight, Chinsung is now right in front of Koha. He raises a hand towards him. Hey, I thought you were so confident. Are you all out of tricks? Koha stays silent. Without hesitation, Chinsung slaps him across the face. I asked you a question. Are you not going to answer? Koha grits his teeth in pain and humiliation. His hand trembles, gripping his sword tighter. Just a little more. Chinsung scoffs. Hey, are you crying right now, Koha? He glares, his eyes glowing with an unhinged light. The sight even surprises Chinsung. Koha activates his dual blade skill again, swinging them towards him. From where his swords point, multiple chains burst from the ground, launching Chinsung into the air. Sharp arrowheads at the end of the chains give chase. As Chinsung dodges the chains, he gives his opponent some credit. Not bad. He's trying to buy time so he can recover. Koha is using every last bit of his strength. He's indirectly controlling the chains through his twin swords. As the chains relentlessly pursue him, Chinsung dodges and weaves, thinking to himself, but there are only 30 seconds left. According to his calculations, this would be over very soon. He was actually amused by the chain stalling tactic, watching them dance through the air. Chinsung lets out an excited bingo. He keeps observing, saying aloud, Hey, this is pretty fun. As he backs away, he suddenly realizes something. Huh? My back's against the wall. That bastard. Was this his plan all along? Losing all control, Koha screams, It's over. A glowing symbol begins to form on his forehead. He channels his dual blade skill again, and 4 new arms sprout from his back. He looks like a literal Asura, a demon god of war clawing its way up from the underworld. But instead of fear, Chinsung's reaction is one of sheer amusement. He calls out, Seriously? Are you crazy? This is what you were preparing? He quickly analyzes the situation. By burning his own mana, he's boosted his physical abilities. A desperate, all-out fighting style where the blades won't stop, until one of them stops breathing. In the blink of an eye, Koha vanishes from his spot. Chinsung's eyes dart around. He's behind him. Koha brings his dual blades down, aiming right for him. His face is a mask of pure carnage. He moves with insane, reckless speed. But Chinsung is right there with him, his own eyes glowing intensely. He raises an arm, positioning it to intercept. I get it now. This is your high-damage move. A massive crack echoes as Chinsung's fist connects squarely with Koha's jaw. Koha goes flying. Chinsung continues, but against me. It's completely useless. Without stopping, he rushes towards him again. Koha tries to think. Is it because he's in Asura mode? Koha watches as Chinsung moves so fast it looks like he's creating afterimages of his own. Panic sets in. His arms and legs feel like they're moving on their own, like he's a puppet on strings. Chinsung closes the distance in an instant, a grin on his face. Hey, I'm pretty confident in my own durability too. In a flash, he's right there. His voice is low, like a predator toying with its prey. See? He winds up for a decisive blow. Is your last stand over already? Koha spins around, shock written all over his face. They clash like 2 wild animals in a death match, fighting for pride, throwing everything they have at each other. As the battle heats up, Shin Sung and Kuha just keep charging, relentless, like moths drawn to a deadly flame. The crowd goes wild. What the hell is this? They can't believe what they're seeing. Is this fight actually happening? Wait, is he going on the offensive now? Someone in the crowd notices. Nope. Kuha unleashes a whirlwind of sword strikes, and Shin Sung blocks every single one, leaving everyone completely stunned. This fight is just weird. The audience is on the edge of their seats. Kuha's weapon, the Wrath of Akasa, isn't something you can just parry on a whim. The commentary keeps flying. With one blade, it's manageable. But with two, he has a 100% armor-piercing effect. Red fluid starts leaking from Kuha's eyes. He roars, going absolutely berserk. The crowd is still analyzing the fight, barely able to process Kuha's attacks now that he's in this powered-up state. But it's almost like he's taunting him. Shin Sung starts getting used to the flurry of attacks and begins to dance around them, making the whole thing look like a joke. An onlooker shouts in disbelief. But this guy, he's blocking everything. Then, out of nowhere, bam! Shin Sung lands a clean shot right on Kuha's face. He taunts. More. The next punch sinks right into his gut. Shin Sung keeps mocking him. "You're not done yet, are you?" Roars echo through the arena, mixing with the sharp clang of metal, a brutal symphony of battle. Shin Sung is just getting fired up. More, give me more. Then comes a merciless barrage of strikes against Kuha. Down in the audience, people are getting sick. I can't watch this. Shouldn't somebody stop him? Meanwhile, Kuha's own teammate is freaking out. That monster. The fight is nearing its brutal end. Shin Sung has completely lost it. He screams more and delivers a final devastating blow that sends Kuha flying straight up. Kuha can't even react. He spits out a mouthful of bile and hits the ground in the most humiliating way imaginable. The system notifications pop up on everyone's screen. Player 1 wins. Player Shin Sung is victorious. The match is over. Shin Sung raises a fist to the sky, a triumphant silhouette. His powerful stance just radiates pure dominance. After the fight, Shin Sung gets teleported back to the main lobby. He rolls his shoulders. Man, it's been a while since a fight got my blood pumping like that. I guess I went all out without even thinking. A little companion, Chip, lands on his shoulder. Good job, you idiot master. Shin Sung pulls up his status window, thinking. Still, should I even use this video? Chip wonders why he's watching the replay. Shin Sung answers, I just feel like. Maybe I was too brutal. Chip agrees. Yeah, you kinda went overboard. Shin Sung nods. Right? If I upload this to YouTube, it could seriously damage my reputation. The comment section below the clip is already blowing up. Whoa, this is intense. Shin Sung is terrifying. Get caught by him and you're leaving with every bone broken. But wait, didn't they challenge him first? He's a top 50 ranker, but guys like that need to learn their place. Man, this is hard to watch. Nah, you should have heard what the other guy was saying. Welcome to the Blood Emperor Alliance, rookie. Shin Sung is shocked. The video's already uploaded? The community forum is exploding with comments. He figures someone in the audience must have posted it, and just laughs. Guess all that worrying was for nothing. Shin Sung hits upload on his own recording anyway. This is probably going to cause a headache for Wish Entertainment though. I have my ambitions, and I'm determined. My core principles won't ever change. Shin Sung's expression turns serious. Repay kindness 100 times over, and repay grudges 1,000 times more. With that, he walks off. Anyway, if there's a problem, Wish will contact me directly. Maybe they'll spin it for educational purposes or something. Shin Sung scoffs. How did I even get into this mess? He stares off into the distance. This place. It feels more like home than anywhere else. Glancing back, he thinks to himself, I wish I could issue a challenge right now. But ironically, the situation makes it impossible. Shin Sung thinks ahead. Even if it's just some random knight getting his pride hurt, it'll eventually lead to a direct confrontation with Iba. He continues his train of thought. Even if he doesn't move right away, he'll start something soon. He muses, 4 hours from now. Still too early to challenge him. Chip chirps up, what's on your mind, you idiot master? Shin Sung pets his little companion. Nothing much. Chip seems satisfied. But then Shin Sung adds, just that I have a lot of preparing to do. His voice drops. I think we're here. Chip looks confused. And just like that, we cut to the real world. Night has fallen. A luxury car is parked in an alley. Inside are Juman and Dahi. He speaks first. Looks like we're here. Dahi replies shyly. Oh, we are? She adds. I had a really great time today. I've been a fan of yours since before you even debuted, she continues. Getting to act in the same movie as you, it honestly feels like a dream. He feigns surprise. Is that so? She nods. Yes. Juman's eyes scan her body as he thinks to himself. Kim Da-hee. You're not so bad yourself, he thinks. You act all innocent, but I didn't think you'd be this easy. Glancing at his watch, he says aloud, Hey, look at the time. It's getting late. You should head inside. Da-hee looks disappointed. Do I really have to go now? She opens the door, telling him, Drive safe, okay? But then, he suddenly stops her. Wait. Da-hee turns back, curious. Oh, she thinks he's going to kiss her goodbye. Da-hee closes her eyes and puckers up. Then Juman's voice cuts in. There we go. She opens her eyes, confused. He points. You, forgot to unbuckle your seatbelt. She's mortified. Oh, I see. What is wrong with me? Blushing like crazy, she says, Thanks again. She turns and gives a quick bow. See you on set. Juman leans out the window. You too. Get home safe. From inside the car, he watches Da-hee hurry inside. He muses to himself, That girl's already. A small smile plays on his lips. Then again, I'm not much different. Is it because we're not human? His expression darkens for a moment. Shaking it off, he glances at his phone with annoyance. I told them to stop sending so many damn texts. On the screen is a new message. Apologies for contacting you so late. Young Master. Urgent matter regarding the Imperial Blood Federation. Please check the link below. He grumbled. Jia-sung? He's supposed to be managing AC? Why is he contacting me now? He read on. Seriously, you gamed all night? You posted this at 4 a.m. Heard you had a match yesterday. Nice job. He muttered to himself. This is so annoying. He taps the link. A battle recording between Shin-sung and Ku-ha pops up. He cursed. That bastard. In an instant, he fired up his bike and took off, the wheels screaming on the pavement. Speeding down the road, he yelled into his comms. Get me Jia-sung, now. Meanwhile, after leaving the arena, Shin-sung was just chilling out in a horse-drawn carriage. As he relaxed, he scrolled through the assistant screen, frustrated. Is there really nothing to buy? He remembered having to rent this carriage just to get back to the village after leaving the hall. Teleport fees and gate usage fees are way too expensive. He sighed, heartbroken. And I have to use this outdated carriage. So depressing. The assistant screen just kept refreshing. Item not found. Please try another search. The message drove Shin-sung closer and closer to the edge. He couldn't take it anymore and just screamed. It's driving me insane that I can't buy anything. Chirp jumped in alarm. Hey, why'd you scare me like that, you dumb master? Shin-sung took a breath. Sorry. It's just, nothing's going my way. He thought to himself. This game's only been open for less than 100 days. A big update must be coming soon. They're probably planning something for the 100-day anniversary. He started calculating, digging through his memories from before he traveled back in time. He recalled a week-long dungeon event. The Sealed Demon Altar. It's set to open around the 100-day mark. If he was right, the reward for clearing it was the exact thing he was looking for, a sealed mana stone fragment. But here's the problem. He didn't have time to wait for the Sealed Demon Altar to open. He remembered a recent chat he had with Sung-hun. Sung-hun had messaged him, Sir, are you okay? This is basically a declaration of war from the Imperial Blood Federation. Shin-sung had replied, Can't be helped. Based on all the clips of the Infinite Hall spreading online, I knew they wouldn't just leave me alone. Sung-hun messaged back, So what if you claim it was all just a big misunderstanding? Shin-sung's response, No. If anything, this is actually good for me. It's tough to create content worth posting, so getting all these views is a plus. But right now, Shin-sung was at his limit. Back then, I figured I'd get all the items I need, then I'd post some tutorial videos. He made up his mind. Damn it, there's no other way. He started typing like a madman. If the item isn't for sale, I'll just have to make it myself. The screen exploded with search results. A notification. 884,231 results for half-burnt charcoal. 766,543 results for illusory flower petals. 617,241 for mana dust. 917,241 for ore. Shin-sung's fingers were a blur. If it's not for sale, I'll make it myself. Just then, in a certain forest, a young man was searching for something. Is it around here? From behind him, a few others called out. See anything yet, Chehan? Chehan, I'm starving. The mysterious young man turned, pulling back his hood while speaking. I think I found a trail. Nice work. Che-rong and Che-huk shouted in unison. It was the three Che brothers, warriors from the divine nation of Ozanat. The eldest among them was Kim Chae-rong. Known as the bulletin board master, he'd posted countless tips and was a pioneer for the warrior class. The guy had a massive fan base, a content creator with hundreds of thousands of subscribers and huge influence in the AC community. He patted Chae-han on the shoulder and said, "You did all the work." Chae-han simply replied, "Yes, sir. Still, you're not exactly the type to go wandering through a forest like this," he continued. "It's fine, little brother. Just finish explaining, Chae-han." "Right. I think we're in the correct location." But suddenly, a loud noise from behind cut him off. It was Chae-huk. He was starving and desperate, slamming his fist into a nearby tree. "I'm going to die of hunger." He was hoping some food would magically fall out. And just like that, something did fall from above. A gigantic spider. It was hideous, aggressive, and baring its fangs. Chae-rong activated his temple monk skill. He unleashed a 6-punch combo, instantly finishing the spider. As soon as it was over, he turned to Chae-huk and yelled, "Hey, you blockhead! Why are you screaming your head off like that?" Chae-huk whined, "But I'm so hungry." His gaze shifted towards the spider's corpse. At that moment, Chae-rong scolded him. "Hey, does that look like food to you? Get rid of that thing," Chae-huk said wistfully. "It looks pretty tasty, though." "You're so mean. You never feed me anything." He tossed the spider's corpse away. Chae-han spoke up. "But I don't think you need to worry anymore, Chae-huk." Chae-huk's eyes lit up. "Huh? Why not? Is it finally time to eat?" Just then, he held it up. It was the tail from the spider. "That's right, I got the tail." Chae-huk's eyes gleamed as his mouth began to water. He started showering him with praise. "Our youngest brother is the best," and he hoisted Chae-han onto his shoulders. Chae-rong was exasperated. "Is food really that important to you?" He thought to himself. "This long journey is no joke. What exactly started this whole thing?" A quick flashback to the beginning of the three brothers' journey. It all started with a quest from the Holy Order of Salinas, a place that worships Asia, the goddess of light. For anyone else, this was a quest they couldn't even dream of getting. But we were sure this would lead us to the main scenario quest, because the story we heard that day was a story about the stars. That's why, unlike everyone else, we were able to take the next step. Chae-rong urged Chae-han, "Keep following the trail." Chae-han replied, "Got it, brother." The temple monk skill was activated. The three brothers continued on their path, filled with ambition and desire. Back to Shin Sung, Chirp was complaining again. "How much longer, you stupid master? I'm gonna pass out from hunger," Da Qian's voice replied. Approximately 36 minutes and 27 seconds remaining. Chirp went crazy, shoving his beak in Shin Sung's face. "I'm gonna peck you, you stupid master." Shin Sung squirmed. "Stop it. That tickles." Chirp continued to insult Shin Sung with a series of chirps. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. Chirp asked, "Are we here?" He replied, "Not yet, but they should be showing up right about now." Chirp asked again, "What's going to show up in a place like this, you stupid master?" He grinned. "Right? It's not like something is about to happen," he continued. "Like a dragon or some giant monster is about to appear." And then Shin Sung spotted it. Yep, there it is. A level 72 Naboogian spider. Even as it charged at them, he just casually raised a hand to wave. "Long time no see, huh?" Chirp reminded him. "This isn't the time to be so relaxed, you stupid master." He reassured Chirp. "Don't worry, this will be its first greeting, and its last." Shin Sung activated his bloodthirsty warlock skill. He raised his hand to cast, but suddenly he had to move fast. What the hell? He leaped up, dodging the attack. The monster spider was ambushed and collapsed to the ground. He instinctively fell back into a defensive stance, observing the situation. Chirp and him were completely shocked. He thought to himself, he took down a level 72 Naboozian spider in a single hit. Who in the world is that? From the distance, a figure approaches and calls out, "Whoops, almost got into some trouble there." Chun Sam continued, "Sorry about that. I didn't see anyone and accidentally sent my cart flying your way." Damian was stunned. He sized the man up. "I can feel it, just instinctively. This guy could probably hit for at least 500 on the big three stats. He's like me," Damian thought in awe. "Wait a second." His eyes locked onto the man's weapon. "Is that the weapon I think it is?" Chun Sam glanced down, understanding the look. "Oh, this thing?" Damian's eyes lit up. If he wasn't mistaken, that was the legendary warhammer he'd only ever heard stories about, a hammer strong enough to shatter bones blessed by ancient magic. It was a weapon that was virtually indestructible and impossible to repair. Chun Sam held the hammer out in front of him and asked, "What's the matter? Never seen anything like this before?" Damian's mind raced with excitement. "I was right. This was the legendary hammer from the tales, the monster's crusher, a weapon so powerful it could pulverize enchanted bones, forged with ancient magic. Practically indestructible and completely irreparable. Chun Sam asked, a little amused. Why the long face? You act like you've never seen one of these. Damian was buzzing. Yeah, this is my first time seeing it in person. He was looking at a national treasure that every player knew. The hammer was an item that boosted your power by 500 plus, so for a regular user, it made them about 500 levels stronger. Even before the level cap was dropped, this thing was a priceless treasure. Chun Sam just chuckled. Is that so? I guess it works pretty well for me. A lot of people have tried to buy it off me, he said, but I've turned them all down. It was then Damian realized, had he just forgotten how to talk to people? Yeah, now he remembered. He'd probably kept his distance because of his personality, but just talking to this old guy for a minute, he actually liked him. Suddenly, Chun Sam stepped closer and clapped him on the shoulder. Hey, young man. Damian was a bit thrown off. Chun Sam looked a little embarrassed. If you're not busy, could you help me out? I'm a little bit lost. Damian froze. Sorry, you're lost? Chun Sam explained. Yeah, my buddies told me to head to some place called Farmar or Pizami, so I started walking. He continued. But I just looked at the map and headed straight east. And now I'm lost. Damian was baffled. You just walked? Seriously? This place, the Valley of Sloth, was crawling with that monster he just saw. Which is why most players just use the shop's teleport gate, Ziply. Damian was certain. Even if you got lucky and avoided the monsters, it was a full day's walk. He did the math. If he's going that way anyway, shouldn't he use this chance to level up? Especially if he's with a guy who can one-shot monsters. An idea sparked in Damian's mind. You're heading there too, sir? Then why don't we travel together? Chun Sam looked confused. Sir? What are you talking about? He patted Damian's shoulder again. Just call me Uncle, Damian asked. But I don't even know your name yet. Chun Sam smacked his forehead. Oh my goodness. I completely forgot to introduce myself. He held out a hand. I'm Kim Chun Sam. Just call me Uncle Chun Sam. Damian smiled. All right, I got it. Kim Chun Sam. Then the name hit him. His eyes widened. What? For real? His mind was reeling. Is this person the Kim Chun Sam? The great general Kim Chun Sam? Before the level drop, he wasn't just a master blacksmith, he was the leader of the top production guild. Isengard, the #1 crafting organization in the game. The 10 great generals were on the same level as the 10 biggest blood alliances. You couldn't even begin to explain how huge his status was. He led a legendary crafting alliance, and that person was standing right in front of him. Damian's expression shifted. He could not miss this opportunity. He dropped to one knee. Then, he bowed his head low. Uncle, please take me as your disciple. The old man was shocked. What are you doing, kid? Damian smoothly replied. This is just how a nephew respectfully greets his uncle. Chun Sam was amused. A nephew? Suddenly, Damian grabbed his hand, his face beaming. That's right, uncle. I'll show you the way. It'll be quick. The old man's good mood was infectious. Huh? Oh, all right then. If Damian remembered correctly, this man was destined to forge a legendary grade weapon, and that weapon was Azaza, the one used by the King of Spades. He recalled it clearly. Before his regression, he could only dream of seeing that weapon. Damian's fist clenched, but this time, he thought with determination, I'll stop it from ever falling into that bastard's hands. Turning back, his whole demeanor changed. Uncle, the road is pretty tough, so let's form a party. The old man was confused. A party? Damian pulled up his system window. Right, you just need to accept this. Instantly, a notification popped up on Chun Sam's screen. User Damian has invited you to a party. The old man's eyes lit up. Oh, so that's how this works. He hit accept. Damian grinned. All right, let's get ready. He called out, let's go. Later, in a forest as the sun began to set, Damian was sprinting and yelling in a panic. Uncle Chun, Sam! The old man called back, startled. What is it, nephew? Damian screamed. The spider is coming. Turns out, a giant spider monster was hot on their heels. The old man just looked excited. Excellent. You're all set then. With that, he hefted his hammer and brought it crashing down right on the monster's head. Damian said happily, It was nothing, all thanks to you. Trick chimed in. See? This is why you need to build good relationships, you dumb master. Damian replied. Yeah, you're right. While he and Tritch were chatting, Uncle Chun Sam had already finished the monster off cleanly. A system notification appeared. Obtained monster spider, fang, and hide. Damian gleefully gathered them up. All thanks to this awesome connection. The notifications kept rolling in. You have obtained a powerful acidic corrosion solution. Damian looked through the items, thinking, I'm literally making money without doing a thing. He turned to Trick. I really should have started party hunting sooner. Trick replied, How could you dumb master? Trick pointed to the screen. It showed his tendency. Endless decline. Damian was speechless. Right. With my personality, there's no way I could have worked with anyone else. Just then, Chun Sam spoke up. Hey nephew. Damian answered. Yes? The old man pointed to his chest. What's that badge you've got there? Damian puffed out his chest with pride. Oh, this? It's my explorer's certificate. This one's a silver badge, Chun Sam repeated. Explorer's certificate? Damian explained. Yup. If you pass the guild's qualification exam, they issue you one. Then it hit him. Wait, you're telling me you don't have an explorer's certificate? Chun Sam shook his head. Nope. I just played with my friends and worked with metal. Damian was shocked. Oh my god. He thought for a second. It's going to be tough to get things done without a certificate. The uncle asked. Why? Is it like a license to operate an excavator? Damian quickly corrected him. No, it's not like that. He explained. You need one to easily create a blood alliance. The old man's interest was piqued. Really? My friends are waiting for me, so I have to create a blood alliance first. Damian thought to himself. Looking at this guy, I feel like hunting isn't the most important thing anymore. He made up his mind. So, would you like to be a member of my blood alliance? Chun Sam grinned. Of course. We'll become the best alliance there is. Damian looked off into the distance, determined. I'll make it happen. I need to adjust my future plans too. And just like that, they formed an alliance. Damian spoke up. Uncle. Jin Sung just shrugged. So? What's next? He summoned his carriage, but a new thought hit him. More important than leveling up right now is, should we catch another spider? Pip tilted his head. A spider? Yeah, Jin Sung said. A plan forming. A bigger one than we've caught before. This was his chance to prove his value to this guy, to get on his good side. As he schemed, night began to fall. They were in the rocky area of Sloth Valley when Jin Sung stopped, determined. It has to be around here somewhere. But it was getting so dark he could barely see a thing. He gave an order. Pip, light it up. Pip chirped back. Okay, you dumb master. Then, the tiny crest on his head began to glow. Jin Sung complained. What is this? Can't you do better? Pip shot back. I'm doing my best, you dumb master. Just then, a virtual screen popped up. Geographical information recorded. Current location. The land of Blackstone. New coordinates locked. Tritch was giving it his all, but after getting called out, he sulkily switched places with Chun Sam. Is that good enough, you mean, stupid master? Chim Sung couldn't do anything about it. Was there really no other way? But then, he caught a scent on the wind and started following it. Seeing his weird behavior, Chun Sam asked his nephew what was up. He just answered, yeah. So the uncle pressed. Why do you keep sniffing around like that? Chim Sung explained. There's not much light, so it's hard to find. I'm using my sense of smell to track it. He said with total confidence. Don't worry, it's in this area. I'll find it soon. Chun Sam, still confused, asked, Hey, Tritch, can you really find monsters just by their smell? Trick shot back. I don't know, you dumb human. Hearing that, the old man started sniffing the air too. Well, come on, my nephew must have a reason. After a deep sniff, his eyes went wide. What is that smell? Just then, the system started blasting notifications. Warning, warning, you are sensing a strange gaze from your surroundings. Chun Sam ran over, shouting, Nephew, I suddenly smell this weirdly sour odor. Chim Sung grinned, full of pride. Told you so. I found it. He thought to himself, even the reek of rotting corpses makes me happy now. Chim Sung remembered this feeling. It was so strange. Before he went back in time, he came here with a whole party. Now, it's just the two of them. He summoned his dual blades, saying, Let's get ready for a fight, uncle. Chun Sam got the message, shifting into his stance. Got it. Another notification popped up. A powerful, deadly aura has just enveloped this area. Suddenly, from the ceiling above, tens of thousands of monsters began to appear. The disgusting stench was overwhelming as the system announced. The residents of the den are revealing themselves. Chim Sung activated his skill, Necromancer's Undead Revival. He raised his voice. Trick, are you ready? At that moment, Trick activated his own clone ability. Undead Revival, Level 1. A summoning type skill. It lets you summon creatures at the same level as the user, with the number based on your mana and intelligence stats. Some of your own abilities can even be used through them. Countless copies of Trick spoke as one. We're ready, you stupid master. Chim Sung gave the order. All right. All units, concentrate your fire on the ceiling. Instantly, every Treach clone took aim as he roared. Fire! A volley of shots rained upwards, hitting countless monsters clinging to the ceiling. They lost their grip and fell, some dropping down to attack while others scrambled for defense. Chun Sam roared with excitement, swinging his hammer right into them. Chim Sung wasn't losing out either, fighting anything he saw, even stomping on their corpses. The uncle yelled, "What the hell are these things? What kind of spiders are they?" Chim Sung replied, "Ah, these are just low-tier spider minions," he explained. "They're the children hatched by the queen and serve as this place's guards. Sometimes, they even become food for her. Red soldier spiders. Minions that protect the queen's den. They reach maturity just 1 week after being born." He continued his explanation. "They move only to serve the queen." He figured, "I think they can communicate with each other, too," and they looked seriously pissed off. Losing his patience, he yelled, "You're all way too loud. Who's in charge here, huh? Not that I can understand a word you're saying, but are you guys just openly cursing me out right now?" He fired another shot into the horde. "Get out of my sight." One of them got hit and shrieked, and he shot back. "How dare you insult me so openly?" But his distraction left him open. He was trapped. From above, another squad of them leaped down. Chun Sam's voice boomed. "Nephew, duck! Whoosh!" The sound of a hammer smashing into the monsters echoed through the cave, leaving nothing but pulp. Chim Sung let out a breath. "Damn. If it weren't for my sixth sense, my head would have gone flying." He called out, "Uncle, they're just gonna keep coming non-stop. Watch my back for me." Chun Sam agreed. "All right, nephew." Chim Sung activated another necromancer skill, summoning a volley of arrows to meet the horde. The arrows of hateful souls flew as one, straight towards the monsters. Arrow of Hateful Souls is a level 1 skill with the soul attribute. It lets you fire an arrow at a target, dealing 300% magic damage to the enemy. A notification announced that a ton of red spiders had been wiped out, but just when they thought it was over, another wave jumped out. He thought, "This is endless. I can't let this go on." He gave a command. "Trick, form up and give me covering fire." Trick replied, "Got it, you dumb master." Chim Sung directed the clones. "Everyone, formation number 3. The Trich clones shouted in unison, ready for action. The original ordered, "Fire, you little brats." The combination of Trich's bullets and Chim Sung's arrows tore through the horde, dropping them left and right. He was hyped. "Nice. This is definitely gonna work. It's a good thing I trained Trich with so many different tactics." That's when he remembered Chun Sam. The uncle was still having the time of his life. "Get lost, you runts." He activated his blacksmith skill, Thunderhammer, and slammed it down, wiping out an entire group of monsters. Their colorful fluids mixed with his skill, creating a brutal, vivid masterpiece of chaos between him and the swarm. Chim Sung watched in awe. That's insane. He's not a monster. He's basically unbeatable. Their bodies were piled up everywhere. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed out. Chun Sam asked, "What's that noise?" And that smell is back. A new army was being sent out. The uncle asked again, "Nephew, what was that?" Chim Sung warned him, "Be careful, uncle." He noticed something was off. The spiders were getting into formation. He started putting it together. The queen usually prioritizes her own survival and doesn't move herself. He continued, "But if a huge number of her children and minions are killed, she gets stressed out and becomes extremely aggressive." The system alerts started flooding in again. A spider army is approaching from the front. Announcement, "Prepare yourself. Face the wrath of the ruler of this den." Chim Sung grinned. She's finally coming out to play. From behind the army, a massive spider slowly began to move forward, human from the waist up, spider legs from the waist down, with a horrifying mouth full of fangs. Announcement, "The Forgotten Spider Queen is appearing." The system warnings went into overdrive. Announcement, "The Forgotten Spider Queen is appearing." Announcement, "Prepare to face the wrath of the ruler of this den." Chim Sung was thrilled. So she's finally showing herself. From behind her army, a giant spider crawled forward. Human torso, spider legs, and a terrifying, fang-filled mouth. The Spider Queen, Eye Lion. One of the many queens who once led the ancient spider kingdoms, she was defeated by one of the 12 pure-blood princesses. After her defeat, she lost most of her royal power, leaving her with only base survival instincts compared to a few hundred years ago. She's weaker in many ways now, but she still has a powerful acidic fluid that can digest most creatures, and a terrifying obsession with her prey. Chun Sam was bewildered. "What is that, nephew?" Chim Sung replied, "You can think of her as our free ticket to getting our adventurer licenses." He was pumped. She's exactly like I remember. We have to be even more careful now. Chim Sung analyzed the situation. The moment we make a move, she'll charge at us with insane speed. A new notification popped up. A group chat has been created. An idea sparked in his mind. But I have a plan. On his virtual screen, a new message group appeared. Chin Sung glanced at his uncle, asking, "You saw that conversation, right?" While Chun Sam, confused, wondered why he was texting instead of talking. When you're facing Alian, Chin Sung stressed, "You can't afford a single reckless move." He warned him, "If she moves, be ready with your strongest attack." Chin Sung was confident. "One critical hit is all we need." Chun Sam was shocked. "That's it?" His nephew's reply was firm. "That's it." But then Chin Sung noticed a strange look on his uncle's face. He could practically hear the gears turning. What's he thinking? Knowing him, he's definitely got a plan. One hit to take down that monster? Meanwhile, the Spider Queen was casting a skill Alien's own power. Chin Sung spotted it instantly. An acid explosion, aimed right at them. He read her move and launched a counter skill. The two streams of magic slammed into each other, creating a massive explosion mid-air, just like a fireworks show. Chin Sung activated his damage mode. The Spider Queen was furious. As he blocked her attack, he muttered, "So unfair, attacking without a single word." Chich was just as mad. "No manners at all, stupid master." Chun Sam panicked. "When did she get so close? Can my nephew even see her attack?" Chin Sung's voice cut through the chaos. "Whatever you do, focus on that one shot, uncle. I'll hold her off while you get ready." His uncle agreed. "Got it, kid." The Spider Queen was absolutely seething with rage now. Chin Sung taunted her. "Hey, I asked you nicely, so don't stare at me like that." Then he charged forward, shouting, "Before I gouge those eyes out myself." The battle was completely one-sided. The odds were clearly tipping in Chin Sung's favor. The Spider Queen launched another attack, but Chin Sung deflected it with his sorcery skills. "You shameless beast," he yelled, activating his bloodthirst skill. The attack slammed into the spider, creating huge, booming sounds like firecrackers. Chin Sung had her figured out. It's the same attack pattern as before. An average player would have been trapped, helpless in the dark cave, but not him. He boasted, "Thanks to my sixth sense, I can see everything." Suddenly, he called out, "Chich." His companion understood immediately. "Got it, you stupid master." Chin Sung kept his sorcery skills active, coordinating perfectly with Cheech. Cheech commanded his clones. "Everyone, ready?" A chorus of tiny voices chirped back, "Cheep." Their flawless teamwork created a storm of weapons, the arrows of hateful souls that rained down on the monster queen. But the Spider Queen wasn't giving up. She sent hordes of red spiders to counter them. When they clashed with Chun Sam's hammer skill, the whole scene looked like some grand, chaotic work of art. Chin Sung calculated his next move. Now she's even using her own kids as shields. I need to pin her legs down before my uncle finishes charging his final blow. Chin Sung unleashed another sorcery skill, the Plague's Fury. A massive swarm of locusts flew out, covering the Spider Queen. They bit and chewed, slowly eating away at her legs, one by one. Chun Sam yelled, filled with excitement, "Kid, I'm ready." "Perfect timing," Chin Sung exclaimed, amazed. "Incredible. Is that really your true power, uncle?" A brilliant red light surrounded the warhammer. If he hits her weak spot with that, no monster could survive. Filled with hype, he yelled, "Let's go, uncle." Chun Sam roared back, "All right, kid." The old man activated his blacksmith skill. Unnatural demise. The Spider Queen panicked, letting out a terrifying shriek. A notification popped up. "The forgotten Spider Queen alien is roaring." Another one followed. "Alien has spewed a powerful acid gas." Chin Sung cursed. "Damn it, that poison fire costs a ridiculous amount of mana." "She's already resorting to that?" Chin Sung shouted a warning to his uncle. "Uncle, if that hits you, you're done for. Dodge it, now." The old man hesitated. "Dodge? Damn it, change of plans." He activated his blacksmith skill Gravity Stance, followed by the downward strike. Then, he slammed his hammer into the ground with world-shaking force. Rocks rained down from the ceiling, crushing the monster spiders below. After clearing the mobs, he muttered, "Damn it, I was too focused on killing her." Chin Sung was pumped. "Uncle, that was an insane move." But his uncle sighed. "Kid, what do I do now? I'm not good at dodging, so I used my strongest attack." Chin Sung thought to himself, "Yeah, it'd be a lie to say that wasn't a waste." He calculated, if he had just hit her head, she'd be dead already. He turned to his uncle. "It's okay, uncle. From now on, just focus on staying alive. I just need you to be ready for the finishing blow." Chin Sung made a decision. "I'll handle the rest. Can I count on you?" His uncle just laughed. Huh? Of course you can. Chinsung analyzed the situation. Thanks to gravity stance, one of the best blacksmith skills out there, most of the red soldier spiders are dead. But he knew this would only make the queen even angrier. Chinsung activated 2 skills at once, one in each hand. Bloodthirst and Plague's Fury aimed directly at the Spider Queen. A series of notifications appeared. Danger! The Spider Queen alien is enraged. The battle was finally reaching its climax. All right, he said with determination. Let's end this slowly. He activated his sorcery, compressing water into a sphere, then activated his Arrows of Hateful Souls skill, times 100. The Spider Queen went berserk. And on the other side, Chinsung was charging at her with just as much fury. They rushed toward each other like moths to a flame, creating a hauntingly beautiful clash of 2 opposite extremes. A red warning flashed. Danger! Spider Queen alien is enraged. The sorcery skill activated. He thought, good. Let's finish this nice and slow. He compressed the energy gathering from the air around him. Arrows of Resentful Souls was now at 100 stacks. The monster was getting closer. With a final shout, disappear! Chinsung hurled the magic at the monster. The attack hit its mark and exploded. Alien was bombarded by a relentless barrage of magic. She couldn't use any of her usual traps or wide-range attacks. A sinister smile spread across Chinsung's face. I wonder if I can use my range expansion skill. He instantly dashed toward the Spider Queen's position. That's right, you're out of second chances now. Chinsung leaped into the air, preparing to unleash his final skill. Dark, sinister energy swirled around his hand. Chinsung sneered, you're nothing but a puppet for me to test my sorcery on. He activated his skill, area change and expansion. The range of his attack grew even wider. The Yin Heaven spiritual fruit was unleashed, a pure source of destructive light. The evil, dark energy was slowly pushed back. But something was moving within the smoke. Chinsung took a deep, satisfying breath after the battle. A new thought popped into his head. So I can use Rampage Outburst this way, even if it's not the normal expansion method. A message from his uncle appeared. The old man was clearly worried about him. He'd be surprised, Chinsung thought, so I won't let him know what's coming just yet. He quickly replied to the message. They were preparing for one final, devastating blow. With a mysterious smile, he left a simple message. Leave the rest to me. He glanced back. Something was happening. That spider wasn't dead yet. It was roaring in agony, its whole body coursing with poison. Chinsung wasn't worried. He just kept cleansing the monster's debuffs. How does it feel, huh? Dying from status effects after stepping into my domain? The system notifications flashed. Alalone's defenses were weakening. The Spider Queen's magic resistance plummeted, and she went ballistic. Her body was enveloped in a sinister purple aura, consumed by pure hatred as she prepared to attack. But Chinsung, still completely unfazed, getting ready to counter. Good. I don't have much time, so let's end this fast. He dashed toward the monster, wondering just how far he could push her all by himself. Just me, alone. The Spider Queen unleashed a skill, knocking Chinsung back. He grunted, You damn pest. But wait, this felt different from the blood explosion she used before. A wave of green, toxic fluid erupted from the spider, all alone. Since she didn't have any underlings to sacrifice for materials, she was using her own blood for the attack. She gathered the energy in her hands, ready to fire. This attack was like tearing off her own skin to fight. Chinsung immediately charged in. Hey, you think this is enough to stop me? He raised his fist, rushing the spider. Let's have a real fight. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks. Chinsung had walked right into a trap. How could she create such a sophisticated trap? Chinsung twisted his body, barely managing to escape. He closed the distance instantly, moving in for the kill. That's right. If it's right here, I can close the power gap between us. Chinsung sent the monster flying. No, I'm not sure. Her health dropped as he landed back on the ground. He was absolutely furious now. If he could keep the pressure on, she wouldn't have a chance to heal. He rushed all alone again, relentlessly. The Spider Queen took more poison damage, then activated a desperation skill. The monster started hemorrhaging, about to unleash a devastating blow. A notification popped up. Battlefield Survivor title effect, activated. Chinsung channeled his magic. I can feel it. This is bad. Another alert. Luna's greedy reservation effect, activated. The monster's health and mana were being drained away. All the effects I've gathered, they're all activating at once. He unleashed his attack, and a massive explosion rocked the cave. Chinsung was panting, completely exhausted. Is it over? But then red notifications filled his vision. The monster was getting back up. Again, A powerful energy radiated from its body. Chinsung was horrified as that energy detonated in a flash. The entire cave began to crumble, the shockwave blasting outside. The people waiting outside braced against the terrifying force erupting from within. Is it over? Is the barrier down? The Spider Queen emerged, but Chinsung was nowhere to be seen. Why did she come out alone? System alert. Al alone is about to release immense energy. Just before she could touch Senator, the spider was frozen solid. That light. Wait. Has the barrier been released? A dark figure appeared, and Senator and Trick just about jumped out of their skin. It was Chinsung. I heard you loud and clear. I'm right here, old man. Senator and Trick were ecstatic to see him. My boy. You idiot master. He appeared with an arrogant smirk. Good to see you too, but let's chat after I punish this scum. The spider was heavily wounded. Chinsung lifted his foot high off the ground. He stomped down, hard, over and over again. It's over, you miserable insect. Al alone was finally, completely annihilated. Chinsung then hopped down, landing right in front of Senator. She was nothing special, just made a big fuss, Chinsung said. Senator and Treek were worried about his condition. Are you okay? I thought you died in that light flash just now. Chinsung explained he used a special skill, though it was my first time using it. Just as the spider's energy had erupted, Chinsung had panicked. A new skill window popped up instantly. Chinsung activated it without a second thought, dodging the massive blast. The skill was called Soul, right? There's still one more thing to do. Chinsung summoned something. He held a potion in his hand, saying there was important business left. Senator seemed to recognize its effect, his jaw dropping in horror. What are you doing now? Chinsung casually poured the potion directly onto Alalone's remains. I figured she'd just die if we left her like this. As the potion worked its magic, Alalone's body began to recover. As the last drop fell, Chinsung turned to Senator. Old man, is your attack ready? Senator glanced at his hammer, hesitating. Chinsung gave a mysterious smile. You need to land the final blow. Senator was unsure, asking, but you did all the work. Is it really okay for me to deal the finishing blow? Chinsung smiled back. Yep. This is a gift I prepared for you. You'll die if you keep going like this, you know. Hurry up and hit her, you silly old man. Senator approached the monster, which was slowly losing its strength. He swung his hammer a direct hit, with lightning crackling across the impact. The Spider Queen Alalone has been defeated. Senator felt an incredible rush from the blow. He yelled, "What an amazing strike! This feels incredible." A shower of items dropped from the monster's body. Whoa, the rewards are insane, you idiot master. This is amazing. Look at all this crazy loot. Chinsung leveled up to 71. He didn't get anything from killing the Spider Queen himself. Chinsung used his mana to create a three-pronged light, then followed it with a Yin Heaven Spirit fruit. Basically, he was creating his own custom skills. Chinsung praised Senator. Nice one, old man, which made him blush. Haha, well, you did most of the work. He reached into his pocket for something. He pulled it out a red crystal. Senator held it out to Chinsung. A few of these popped up in my inventory. It's a bloodstone. A flood of item information updated. Chinsung thought to himself, a bloodstone. A gem found only in named grade bosses or higher. And they're mana stones that hold the boss's original abilities and traits. These were rarer than ones made through alchemy. They were completely natural. That's why they're so rare and expensive here. Chinsung advised Senator to take it to the Adventurers Guild for a gold grade card, which would earn him a fortune. But getting the certification from the guild for free would be even more profitable. Senator's eyes lit up at the possibilities. But Chinsung was worried. This took way longer than I thought. So what should we do now? Your friends are probably waiting. Senator just waved his hand dismissively. Those old geezers will be fine playing amongst themselves. Why are you worried about something like that? Senator reassured him, giving Chinsung a playful shove. The push actually hurt, and rubbing his arm, Chinsung thought to himself, this fight was so much fun he completely lost track of time. A series of thoughts ran through Senator's head. It's all thanks to him guiding me so well, with his talent. Thinking this, Senator spoke up. My boy, what do you think about traveling with me from now on? The question caught Chinsung completely off guard. Excuse me? What do you mean? Model. He held out his hand. Do you want to join my guild? And just like that, before the dust even settled, the system flashed with Senator's official offer. Now, Chinsung had a decision to make. Do I accept or not? We cut to a new scene, sunlight gleaming over the Pharma Kingdom, where a shopkeeper is waving goodbye to a customer, and that customer is Chinsung himself. The Lich, seeing his new look, piped up. "Silly master, did you buy new clothes already?" He sighed. "Yeah, the old ones were completely trashed after that fight with Alalo." But then, a satisfied grin spread across his face. "Still, that was one hell of a fun battle, I'll give it that. But the biggest reason for all this? It was all thanks to Senator." Shinsung thought to himself. "Honestly, I have absolutely no reason to refuse his offer. This is exactly what I wanted." Maybe I felt a little guilty for everything he'd already given me. He remembered what happened right after they took down that giant bird monster. Shinsung was stunned. "Wait, you're really not taking any of this?" Senator had left behind every single treasure dropped by the boss. "What would I even do with this stuff? Just take it all." Shinsung felt a bit awkward. "But, isn't there anything I can give you in return?" Senator just waved it off. "Hey kid, do I look like someone who needs any of this?" He let out a hearty laugh. "We'll just use it to fund the new alliance." Snapping back to reality, Shinsung had a thought. I can't just accept everything for free. I should get him a gift. Following the map, he set off. After a long walk, the Lich finally spoke up. "Seriously, how much farther do we have to walk, silly master?" But as they passed through a final gate, the Lich pointed. They had finally arrived. Towers stretched into the sky before them. "Finally, we're here." The system updated his location. This was the main road to the legendary Tower of Truth, a place where you could buy some of the most insane items imaginable. This was the center of all knowledge and magic, a place dedicated to studying the depths of mana itself. One tower, the Tower of Vision, focused on magical purification and experiments. Another, the Tower of Perspective, studied adventurers from other worlds. They even developed theories on parallel universes and alternate dimensions. Then there was the Tower of Aspects, dedicated to understanding monsters completely, and their evolutionary trees. The towers here were wild, but Shinsung? He only had one destination in mind. The Lich cried out again. "Silly master, what's that tower?" Shinsung's attention was locked on it. A tower, covered in blindingly bright gold. Why in the world is that place covered in gold? It was just like the rumors said. The tower was so dazzling it hurt to look at, known as the Tower of Alchemy, and it was said to hold all the treasure in the entire world. He thought to himself, back before I regressed, they just called it the Gold Tower, a place where only money-obsessed souls gathered, crazy for alchemy and transformation. The rumors also said if you went inside, you'd come out completely broke. A system prompt appeared, asking if he wanted to enter. The doors swung open, and Shinsung stepped inside. This is the place. He scanned the area, searching, when a man in glasses greeted him. The man spoke. "Welcome, adventurer from another world, seeker of truth." He introduced himself as a Quen, an apprentice alchemist. Both the Lich and Shinsung were surprised to see him here. An apprentice? Shinsung thought. This guy's an apprentice, but he's dressed better than a high priest from one of the 6 major sects. A Quen asked what brought him here. Shinsung got straight to the point. "I want to see Mr. Xenos." A Quen's face immediately tightened at the mention of that name, so Shinsung clarified, "I'm here to meet the one they call the Golden Hand." Suddenly, a Quen started rubbing his chin, stammering, "Oh, well, about that." Seeing this, Shinsung smirked internally. This guy's acting is so bad, he's trying to look conflicted, but he couldn't even get a bit part in a play. A Quen finally announced, "Mr. Xenos is currently occupied. It will be very difficult for any guests to see him right now." Shinsung just showed a mysterious smile. He could read the guy like a book. Forget the business smile, this guy, a Quen, was sizing him up and decided he was poor. Xenos was a huge deal in this tower, after all. No VIP status, no entry. A Quen continued. "If you wish to see Mr. Xenos, a deposit and an invoice are required." In response, Shinsung pulled something from his inventory. He slammed a heavy pouch right on the counter. "Is this enough?" The move left. A Quen completely speechless. Shinsung thought, "They're all the same when it comes to money." A Quen stammered, flustered, "Sir, my apologies, but our magic doesn't accept bribes or lobbying." Annoyed, Shinsung just told him to open the bag already. A Quen nervously opened it, and was completely blinded by what was inside. The bag was overflowing with a mountain of priceless, high-tier gems. A huge invoice, Shinsung stated flatly. A Quen was stunned. This is 1,000,000 gold. Glad the guy finally got the message. Shinsung pressed his advantage. "If you want this 1,000,000 gold," Shinsung stood up, his whole demeanor changing. He commanded, "Take me to Xenos. Right now." It worked perfectly. A Quen was completely manipulated and agreed immediately. As they headed for the top floor, A glowing crystal caught Shin Sung's eye, and he instantly became alert. It's moving. That's dangerous, so stay still, he warned. The Lich just stared in awe. This is amazing. Can you really make anything you need here, silly master? Hearing that, Shin Sung laughed. Yep, and that might be the most important part. He was certain he could create that thing here, he thought. Just seeing those 100 ephemeral stones tells you how advanced the magic here is. Both his and the Lich's eyes sparkled. They were thinking about the value of those crystals. Each ephemeral stone was crafted by fusing a high-quality mana stone to its base. Just one of those stones was worth an absolutely insane amount of money. They finally arrived. Floor 50. As Shin Sung stepped out of the elevator, he called out, "Ah, here we are." An announcer warned passengers to exit carefully. Shin Sung walked toward a pillar in front of him, where something like a glowing mountain of light appeared. The system confirmed it. Room of the Golden Hand, Xenos. A powerful magic circle existed within. An activation prompt appeared, and Shin Sung eagerly accepted. The magic circle lit up, preparing to teleport them. In a flash, he and the Lich were transported directly into the room. Shin Sung looked around as the Lich asked, confused, "Where are we, silly master?" Shin Sung wasn't much better off. "Not sure," he replied. "We're inside his room, that's for sure." A mage was staring out a massive window. Shin Sung approached him. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Xenos?" The man turned, staff in hand, and pointed it at Shin Sung. "Your face is full of worry," he said. "You, a pilgrim seeking the truth." Shin Sung flinched. "I will guide you, lost one." The man introduced himself as the great mage, Xenos of the Golden Hand. "A pleasure. I am the master of this magic tower, Xenos, the Golden Hand of the Pharma Kingdom." Xenos got straight to the point, asking why Shin Sung was here. Without missing a beat, Shin Sung replied, "I came seeking the wisdom of the greatest alchemist, and so, I had no choice but to request an audience with you, Lord Xenos." Xenos was intrigued. "My wisdom?" Shin Sung smiled. "Yes, if that's all right." And just like that, the old mage chuckled and agreed. "Of course. I heard you made quite the contribution to our research fund." Shin Sung waved it off with an air of generosity. It was nothing much, just a formality. But inside, his thoughts were ice cold. "Oh, you'll be bothered all right. Those gems are worth millions in gold." A dangerous glint appeared in Shin Sung's eyes, which means, he thought, I need to get every penny's worth of value back from this. Besides money for his friends and family, he refused to waste a single coin. That was his motto. "Don't waste a single cent." Xenos' voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Shin Sung pointed to himself. "Yes, you called for me, Lord Xenos?" Xenos narrowed his eyes. "Why are your eyes like that?" He'd already sensed that Shin Sung was nothing like the other adventurers. Confused, Shin Sung asked, "Forgive me, what do you mean? Even the way you sit so casually before me," the old mage continued. Hearing this, Shin Sung was a little stunned. This guy's no fool, he thought. He saw right through me. It was only for a split second, but revealing his true intentions now would be stupid. So Shin Sung quickly stood up, feigning respect and making an excuse. "Oh, my apologies. I just couldn't hide my excitement after finally meeting you in person. You're a living legend, after all." Xenos' gaze turned thoughtful. Is that so?" Shin Sung felt a chill from that piercing stare. Maybe he'd used too much mental energy talking to that VIP yesterday. Xenos decided to cut to the chase. "What is it you want?" Shin Sung began. "Well, it's not something that can be made easily." This instantly angered Xenos, who felt his skills were being questioned. He slammed the table. "You dare say it's merely difficult to make? Do you have any idea who I am?" But his anger faded as Shin Sung began to shower him with praise. "You are the Golden Hand, the man who creates things beyond imagination, the living symbol of alchemy. You are Lord Xenos. Flattery, it always works." The old mage's chest puffed out. "Correct. You seem to know your stuff." Xenos' tone became challenging again. "So, you still think I can't create whatever item you're thinking of?" That was the cue. Shin Sung's eyes lit up. He clasped his hands together. "With your skills, is there truly anything you can't do?" Xenos was hooked. "Of course not. Now hurry up and tell me what it is." He thumped his chest with confidence. "You've paid me a handsome sum, and I'm the type to always repay what I receive." Shin Sung's face twisted into a cunning grin. "Wow, really? In that case, have you ever heard of the World's Eye Tear?" At first, Xenos was all confidence. Then he heard the name, and his face fell. The World's Eye Tear? That artifact was a hero-grade material. Just seeing one was nearly impossible. Guarded by fairies, it was said to be formed from the crystallized sprouts of the World Tree itself. the old man demanded. What could you possibly want with something like that? He wondered if this kid was trying to get his hands on sacred crystals with just a few nice words. An absolute impossibility, something that shouldn't even be attempted in the 6 lands of Asia. Chinsung's gaze was a pure challenge. You can make it, can't you? He thought to himself. Not without some seriously advanced alchemy, you can't. Xenos paced with his hands behind his back, deep in thought. The world's eye tear. Chinsung got curious. Of course, he mused. Even with top-tier alchemy, it's insanely hard. But just how hard? Then, the old man stammered, It's not that it's hard to make. Well, no, it's a little hard, but there's a problem. Chinsung thought. Even Xenos himself admits this is one of the toughest things he's ever made. But hearing there was a problem just annoyed Chinsung. He decided that wasn't his issue. Xenos, looking nervous, leaned in and whispered something in Chinsung's ear. He then spoke aloud. Now you understand the situation, right? We simply don't have the materials here in the Magic Tower. Even if I wanted to make the world's eye tear, it's impossible. My code is to repay what I've received, but what can I do? Of course, if I had the ingredients, I'd make it for you any time. Chinsung completely ignored his rambling. He opened his system inventory, preparing to bring something out. A massive bag materialized in front of Xenos, who looked utterly bewildered. You're not human. You're a... Before Xenos could finish, Chinsung cheerfully patted the bag. Hey now, don't worry about it. Just open it up. The old man opened the bag, and what he saw inside nearly gave him a heart attack. A flood of priceless treasures spilled out a pendant of light, awakening beads, shimmering fairy dust, the horn of an abyss snail. Wait, where in the world did you get all of this? Chinsung just shrugged. I bought it. That answer only made Xenos panic more. You bought these things. With money? Chinsung scratched his head. Yeah, I figured I'd need them. The old mage was becoming genuinely terrified of the man standing before him. This kid. This was his plan all along. Anything Xenos said now was completely meaningless. Consider it a gift, Chinsung said with a smirk. For our dear golden hand, Lord Xenos. He then grabbed the old man's hand in a mock show of respect. So, you should be able to make it now, right? Xenos was speechless, stammering, What? And with that, business was concluded. Chinsung turned and walked away, leaving a stunned Xenos behind as he slammed the door shut. Sealing the room off, Chinsung turned back with a dangerous look, the world's eye tear. A look of pure terror crossed Xenos' face. You're going to stay here until I finish it? A blood-curdling scream echoed from the tower. Later that night, at a tavern in the city, a voice boomed, Oh, come on, you're exaggerating. Chinsung and Trish were having a celebratory drink after getting what they wanted. It just took a little push to get him to make it, right? That's right, you idiot master. Chinsung, picking at his teeth, mumbled. It'll take a while, but I think I got my money's worth. Suddenly, a conversation from a nearby table caught his ear. Hey kid, you hear the rumor? It was 2 adventurers. What rumor? About that high-level killer. They whispered. Some psycho hiding under a Brazilian hood, and he's been going around, shaking down the tower masters. The other guy added. The ones who got hit were Lord Xenos and Lord Golan. Chinsung let out a few coughs, drawing their attention. The 2 adventurers looked at him with pity. Geez, so young and already got a bad cough. Poor kid. Never seen you around here before, but you should be careful. You never know when you'll become his next target. Chinsung patted his chest, reassuring the 2 men. Yeah, you're right. You 2 stay safe as well. He then said his goodbyes and left the tavern. Trish asked skeptically, They were talking about us, weren't they, you idiot master? Chinsung grinned. Probably. It seems the 2 adventurers were unknowingly warning Chinsung about himself. He just earned a nasty reputation, but hey, he also got exactly what he wanted. This was the result of draining countless masters from the Magic Tower dry. Chinsung threw on his new totemic wolf set, ready to head to the next location. The system immediately displayed the new skin's features. Chinsung picked out his new skills, laughing to himself in the alley. Haha, what an insane choice. Well, okay, he thought. Including the money I gave the masters, I spent about 100 million in real-world currency. So yeah, it better be this good. I need to spend at least this much just to get through the central zone. He glanced at his palm and started muttering, Man, it would be great to get rid of this damn curse before then. Seeing this, Pip chirped. Pip, is something stuck to your body, dumb master? Chinsung replied, completely fed up. Yeah, the master's words from before replayed in his head. Revenge is important, sure, but he had a much bigger goal to worry about. The memory of the curse that hit him after rewinding 15 years into the past resurfaced. It was tied to the identity of the Overlord system. But here's the thing, without this curse, he never would have felt this insane pressure to power himself up. A system notification appeared. If Jin Sung fails to enter the game, he will be erased. Back in the present, he knew this system was his biggest problem. I'm tracking Alita Corsoli, he recalled. I suspected and chased the 10 Evil Society, but no, I can't get ahead of them. Deciding to stay calm and play it cool was absolutely the right move here. Jin Sung slowly approached the castle gate. He figured if he just did what he could right now, the results would come naturally. Jin Sung was sure of it. But man, this was a long walk. Pip couldn't take it anymore, whining nonstop. Dumb master, how much longer do we have to walk? Jin Sung told Pip to shut it. He was looking for something. I'm positive it's just around here. Pip flapped his wings everywhere in protest. It's getting pitch black out here. Suddenly, Pip spotted something. A flash of red light. Jin Sung immediately sprinted towards it. Pip started freaking out. Dumb master, what if a ghost pops out? Jin Sung completely ignored that nonsense. What ghost? As they got closer to the forest, Pip was convinced a ghost was about to jump out at them. What are you even talking about? Jin Sung snapped, then decided to mess with him, saying Pip was a ghost himself. The little bird puffed up his chest, offended. Jin Sung flicked his forehead. I'm not a ghost, you idiot. I'm a spirit. Pushing aside some grass, it looked like Jin Sung had found what he was looking for. Yeah, whatever. Just wait a little longer, he said. I'm sure it's here, he thought. If I didn't have my sixth sense, or the experience from before I returned, I'd never find this place. Found it. A cave entrance, hidden in the grass, pulsing with a strange light. Jin Sung used a tree root to climb down into the cavern, a place completely disconnected from the world. You couldn't even set up a normal teleportation gate here. He moved closer to the energy source, the kind of place where you'd die instantly if you weren't strong enough. This is it, he said, excitement in his voice. A place where an ancient monster lives forever. Jin Sung paused, thinking about a being that transcended race and age for a single purpose. He continued forward until he reached a massive magic circle. A system notification popped up. Secret route found. Current location. Older's Forge. Pip was so hot he felt like he was melting. He groaned, This is for real, dumb master. I feel like I'm about to become chicken soup. The mana here was incredibly pure. Jin Sung's mind was racing. Of course, this place is blessed by the heavens. It's so rich with mana, you could call it a dragon vein. But something was off. Jin Sung looked around, suspicious. Huh? Is no one here? Pip agreed. It's way too quiet, you damn master. Then, a sound. It came from the cave up ahead. No, Jin Sung thought, if you listen closely. He moved toward the strange noise. Sounds like something's coming from over there. The monster appeared. It looked at Jin Sung and demanded to know who the hell he was. The moment Jin Sung felt that overwhelming pressure, he knew. He breathed out one name, Lord Lesa. Lesa's eyes sharpened, his voice a low growl. What? A human? How do you know my name? The raw power radiating from him was terrifying. Jin Sung thought, just as I expected, his presence is as overwhelming as ever. One wrong move here and it's all over. Jin Sung immediately showed respect, bowing his head. How could I not know of you, Lord Lesa? You, who commanded the Mace Spider Alliance. The sole successor to the great death god, Lord Dokta. The orc hefted his hammer, ready to strike. Jin Sung kept the flattery going, and the master of the immortal Mace King. But that was hundreds of years ago, Lesa mused. I was quite the monster back then, though it's been decades. Lesa looked at Jin Sung, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. You're pretty knowledgeable for a human. This was going exactly as planned. Thank you, my lord, Jin Sung replied. In the world of orcs, calling Lesa a living legend wasn't an exaggeration. After the War of Gods and Demons, he was the orc who single-handedly defeated the rampaging Black Dragon. After that incredible battle, Dokta sacrificed himself to the Black Dragon. In his place, Lesa inherited the immortal Mace King, a weapon holding the power of heroes past. He combined that power with his own incredible strength and charisma to create the legendary Mace Spider Alliance. His very existence was like that of a demon god. But then he disbanded the alliance, went into seclusion, and spent the rest of his days here, in Older's Forge. Jin Sung looked around. Something didn't add up. But why is he all alone? They were deep inside Older's Forge. It was obvious. Suddenly, Lesa spoke, cutting through Jin Sung's thoughts. So let's just say that's how you know who I am. Why would a human dare to come here? Jin Sung put on his friendliest smile. He knew he had to answer this very carefully, or he'd set the orc off. He decided to go for it. Well, you see, I have a proposal for you, Lord Lisa. The orc took a step closer. Hey, human. Jin Sung answered cautiously. Yes? The orc's eyes glowed red. Are you looking to die? Pure terror shot through Jin Sung. I'm sorry. Why would you suddenly ask me that? Lisa absolutely exploded with rage. A mere human dared to set foot in this place, and now, you have the nerve to offer me a deal? He swung his massive club straight at Chinsung. You want death? Then keep talking. Chinsung just stood there, completely frozen, unable to react. He raised his hands to block, thinking, I seriously miscalculated. Lisa kept hammering away at him. And then, a powerful voice echoed through the chamber. How dare you raise your voice in this sacred place? Shut your mouth, you filthy orc. Chinsung recognized that voice instantly, his eyes sharpened. This voice, a massive surge of power erupted. The other masters of the forge had finally appeared. Mujadin, the first dwarf king, showed up furious, his presence overwhelming as he lectured Lisa. You damn orc, you dare swing that disgusting weapon of yours in here? To stay alive, he quickly bowed low, greeting the two old gods who ruled the forge of Uduin. Hearing a voice from below, they leaned down to look, pure shock. A human was standing before them, a human who somehow even knew their names. He didn't answer their questions directly, instead weaving a story. He'd come here after hearing the old legend of Tubok, Oilen, and Vukalat. A tale of a contest to decide the best smith among three races. A battle lasting 1,000 years, with the winner being hailed as the greatest craftsman on the continent. The elf king was intrigued, then suddenly burst out laughing. King Carlos, now that's a name I haven't heard in ages. Has my legend really spread to the human world? It was just a simple story, but for some reason, Muzadin whipped around to curse at Obazan. He said my name before yours. You brainless elf. Maybe it was just the ancient feud between these gods talking. Obazan wasn't having it and fired right back. He had to get a jab in. What was that, you short, drunkard midget? Lisa, seeing these two overgrown children taking things way too far, roared at them both. You immature bastards. Are you here just to cause trouble? We have work to do. Shinsung was already over it. These three were just as insane as ever. Didn't they ever get tired of bickering every single day? But then he answered his own question. This chaos. This was the very reason the Forge of Uduin existed. It was a place born from the eternal rivalry of these three gods. This rivalry could lead to the creation of a random, legendary item of incredible power. And because of that, all three rulers poured their entire being into their craft, which, yeah, meant their social skills were zero and their tempers were explosive. Just as Shin Sung figured, their anger was reaching a boiling point. It was completely out of control. A three-way battle was about to break out, right here, right now. Obazan raised his weapon, winding up for a devastating strike aimed at the Dwarf King. I can't take it anymore. You're going down first. Muzadin just as quickly lifted his own mace to fight back, but in his haste, he accidentally smacked Lisa right under the chin. The air instantly grew hot and silent. The two old gods, ready to brawl, froze in place. They looked over. Lisa was furious. Blood dripped from his nose. His eyes burned with pure killing intent, a silent threat to his two rivals. All right, if you want to meet your ancestors the hard way. Little Chick sensed disaster. It turned and glared angrily at Shin Sung, chirping, Master, you idiot. Before Shin Sung could even process what was happening, Lisa swung his immortal king's mace with savage force. He attacked the two old men who were wrecking his forge. Then, all three maces crashed together, unleashing a powerful shockwave. That's when Shin Sung realized how bad this was. He scrambled, running for cover. Three immense sources of power collided, creating a massive explosion inside the cave. Who knows how long the battle raged, but when the dust settled, the winner was the Orc King, Lisa. He casually kicked the bodies of the other two aside and invited Shin Sung to talk. So, you have a proposal for me. And these two idiots? Shin Sung nodded on the outside. Yes, that's right. But inside, he was skeptical. This was all wrong. The Orc King was clearly stronger than the other two. Yet the three of them were bound by a pact. They had bet their lives, forced to serve the competition's winner as their elder brother. Thanks to that pact, that curse, they couldn't die. They were trapped in this endless, exhausting war. He knew he was right, so he stood tall and said it straight to Lisa's face. He knew exactly why the three of them were here. It's because of the 1,000-year pact. Lisa looked surprised, a small smirk playing on his lips. You even know about that? Shin Sung bowed respectfully. Yes, and that is why I came to see you three. I know how to end this war for all of you. The Orc King's shock deepened. With total confidence, Shin Sung presented a glowing red stone. Lesa stared at it, his composure cracking, and he yelled like a madman. Firelight! The eye of the fire dragon! The Orc King snatched the stone, examining it closely while sizing up Shin Sung, wondering how in the world he got his hands on it. The title, Demon Tower Slayer, didn't come from nowhere. Shin Sung said it with pride, his chin held high. I have my ways. That attitude made the other two gods, still groaning on the floor, struggle to their feet in protest. They called him a human with no manners. They lectured him about respecting his elders, saying if something like this existed, he should have offered it to them first, not just to Lisa. Looks like Shin Sung wasn't done yet. He smirked at the two of them. Of course, I have something for you gentlemen as well. He then ordered Little Chick to bring them out. Little Chick produced two sparkling treasures, happily presenting them to Muzaddin and Obazan. The two old gods held the items, their faces lighting up with fascination. Shin Sung's expression brightened. Finally, the plan was working. All three of them were hooked by their own self-interest. But they were still suspicious, demanding to know why he was giving them these gifts. He stood up boldly. You three are considered the greatest smiths of your races. You need to leave your mark, your legend, across this entire continent, right? Muzaddin nodded in agreement. That's right, Shin Sung pressed on. And you've competed for 1,000 years to find out who's the best. Obazan couldn't argue. It was true. Now Shin Sung went for the kill, starting to reel the old gods in. So, isn't it strange? You've been fighting for centuries, yet there's still no winner? The words hit Lesa like a lightning bolt. Doubt began to creep into their minds, and they hung on his every word. From the secrets I've uncovered, the items you've all created over the years. You evaluate each other's work and then score them together. Muzaddin lost his patience and growled. So what? Shin Sung shot back. That's the entire problem. You three have completely different standards, and you're all competing against each other. So how could any of you possibly judge the others fairly? Realization dawned on the three kings. Immediately, a new, furious argument erupted. So that's why their scores were always so low. They started blaming each other, pointing fingers. Anger once again filled the chamber. Another fight was about to start. To stop it, Shin Sung clapped his hands loudly, cutting through the noise. But this wasn't going to end in a brawl. Lasa was smarter than that. He didn't join the fight, instead turning to Chinsung and asking what he proposed they do. Chinsung tapped his own chest, speaking with total confidence. I can be the one to make a fair judgment. Mujahideen and Obazan were not convinced. They weren't sure he could be impartial, or that a human even had a decent sense of aesthetics to begin with. To prove his worth, Chinsung pulled out a massive sack from nowhere, filled with priceless treasures, and laid them out as a bargaining chip for the three masters. They stared at the pile of precious items on the table, completely stunned. These were all essential materials for alchemy, and every single one was of the absolute highest quality. Well, that definitely got the attention of the three kings. Chinsung asked confidently, Do you all agree these are materials of a similar grade? Obazan thought for a moment, then nodded. That's right. They're all of the same tier. Seizing the moment, Chinsung explained the competition he had in mind, same time, same materials. Let's compete, but with one added condition. The three of you will use these exact high-grade materials to create a piece of equipment for me. As the one who will use it, I will judge fairly to decide the winner. This sudden competition proposed by Chinsung completely blindsided the three masters. Before they could even process the shock, he pressed them for an answer. So, what do you think? Are you in? A narrow path between high cliffs, with dense trees on both sides and faint light filtering through. A lone figure walks. Chinsung found a cliff to sit on, sighing, Man, I'm exhausted. As he rested, he thought back to Obazan, Mujahideen, and Lasa, and couldn't help but shudder. Just looking at them is enough to drain all my energy. He propped his head on his hands with a heavy sigh. But then, a series of notifications popped up. The hidden place, the Underforge, has been activated. Random crafting item unlocked. You've earned 2 achievements. How dare you enter and the threatening song of fire and iron. A small smile crossed his face, looking relieved as he read the system messages. I'm just glad we got out of there in one piece. Chinsung stood up, chuckling to himself. Now, the next problem to solve. A new quest appeared on the screen, the terms of the vow. Open the quest window for details. Elsewhere, Obazan rested his chin on his hand, intrigued. What an interesting proposal. However, there is one thing that's bothering me. In a smoke-filled room with pillars of fire behind him, Mujahideen questioned the others present. He pointed a finger straight ahead. Isn't focus the most important thing for this contest? Obazan crossed his arms over his chest. His suspicious gaze landed on the orc. But we have a troublesome distraction here disturbing our concentration. So yeah, I'm feeling a little hesitant about this whole thing. Mist swirled around as the Orc King's voice rumbled. Well, if one of us catches them, it could be a good way to settle the score, couldn't it? Obazon's face lit up with a grin. So, if you catch them, we'll accept the match. The system window updated, the terms of the vow. Chinsung stroked his chin, thinking, that's the old elf's quest. Crafty bastard. Chinsung stared at the glowing ring on his finger, lost in thought. So there really is something out here. Ever since I entered that cave, the tester ring has been acting up. He stood up, frowning. But if it's a Lauder or the Genesis Cross, I have no way of tracking them down myself. He clenched his fist, pure anger flashing across his face, remembering when Sokka took the fragment of the destruction orb as a gift. No, not a gift. He stole it from me, and claimed it was a gift from me to him. Chinsung grabbed his hair in frustration. Nothing is ever going smoothly. Chinsung's brow furrowed in anger. As far as I can remember, there's nothing really troublesome around here except for a few dungeons. He stared ahead, worried. Is anyone nearby? I don't sense anyone. His fluffy companion pointed out. Are you playing around too much? Master is not smart. Chinsung couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, you're right. That little brat is probably just eating and pooping somewhere. He cheerfully raised his fist, his spirit renewed. Now, let's focus on this again. When I left the duchy, the tester ring pointed southwest, but right now it's pointing due west. That's because the farm duchy is to the north. It means the target isn't in a dungeon, but it's something that can move. Chinsung closed his eyes, sensing, which means his eyes snapped open, suddenly tense. Is someone following me? He whipped around in an instant, his sharp gaze scanning the area. Cheap, his companion chirped in surprise. A dark, cold aura radiated from his body. I have to check. He used his sixth sense to scan his surroundings. Suddenly, somewhere else, a man kneeling on one knee slammed his hand to the ground. Chehan gritted his teeth as crimson lightning erupted from his arm, electricity swirling around his hand. He roared in pain. Chehan clenched his fists as a golden light spread from his palms. He channeled his power, energy surging all around him. Chehan's eyes shot open, staring at his now covered hand. What the hell? If it wasn't for this divine magic, I would have been burned to a crisp. He scowled. His expression darkened. He used divine magic, and now, I've completely lost the trail. Just then, two figures rushed to his side. Chehan, what happened? Chehan, Che Hook, and Che Dong ran up, their faces tense. What's going on? Who did this to you? Chehan just laughed confidently. It wasn't an ambush, so you don't have to worry. Che Hook frowned. Che Dong stood beside him, asking, Are you sure? Then what happened to you? The man looked annoyed, and a little defeated. I lost the target. A voice echoed back. What did you say? Che Dong grabbed Chehan by the collar. Give me the details. What do you mean you lost him? Che Huck stood behind them, his gaze hardening as he stared at Chehan's grim face. He said nothing, just gritting his teeth. It seems the target realized he was being tracked. Judging by how the tracking magic was completely shattered, Chehan held his hand out in front of Che Dong, who flinched back. He seems to be an expert, not just in magic, but in divine magic too. His eyes went wide with horror as Chehan's hand burst into violent flames. The intense heat radiated outwards as he stammered. What was that? Chehuk pulls back his hand and smirks. So the target isn't overwhelmingly strong, but he's no pushover either. If anything, our little clash just made him way easier to track. He scowls, his anger rising. We can't rule out a third party finding our tracking spell and destroying it, but I'm betting he's still close by. Che Dong watches him, his expression grim. No matter how you slice it, this is not good. Chehan nods in agreement. That's right. Then, a voice cuts through the air. We have uninvited guests. Che Dong jolts in surprise. All eyes snap toward the sound. Chehan and Chehuk tense up, instantly on guard. Chehuk shouts in rage. Who's there? Chehan looks at him frantically, his voice urgent. Che Dong, hurry. Che Gyong roars. Get your head down. He activates his skill, a golden light erupts, covering his entire body. The divine warrior technique. Che Jiang lunges forward, his fists blazing. One punch after another unleashes devastating power, shattering the stone plates. Any monster caught in the blast is blown to pieces. A massive beast appears, red eyes burning, a wide mouth revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, pure killing intent. The three of them are completely surrounded. Clenching his fist, Chehuk growls. Where the hell did all these monsters come from? Chehan gets into a ready stance. Get ready for a fight. Chehuk tightens his grip, muscles bulging. A loud growl echoes as Che-Han raises his hand, energy flooding the area. Whoa! A brilliant light. Che-gyong stares at the glowing beam, his eyes wide with shock. He clenches his fists, his body now covered in a radiant aura, his gaze determined. Che-hook lets out a battle cry, raising his hands high. His body glows as raw power explodes from him. Che-Han places his hands in front of his chest, electricity crackling around him, his eyes shining brightly. Oh, Almighty One, please, have mercy on us. Please, forgive our sins. His hands tighten, and a torrent of energy bursts forth, and grant us eternal salvation. The monsters caught in the holy light begin to convulse, screaming in agony as the energy burns through them. Che-Han spins, swinging his arm and unleashing a blinding beam of light. Divine combat skill, ferocious dragon's might activated. He grits his teeth, his face taut with effort. Che-gyong looks over at Che-Han in alarm. Just try to hold on a little longer. His friend shouts back. Got it, Che-gyong. He clenches his fists, eyes burning with fury, activating his divine warrior skill. I'll wipe out every last one of these freaks. And with that, Che-gyong charges in. Anti-demon advanced illusion activated. He throws a relentless barrage of punches. The monsters struck by the blows twist in agony, their red eyes flaring with pain. Bodies are torn apart. Che-hook exhales, his eyes sharp. Did you get them all? Che-gyong scans the area and says, I think that's every single one of them. He doesn't even finish his sentence before a new voice echoes out. So, you are the servants of that false god? Che-gyong's eyes narrow with suspicion. Suddenly, a swirling darkness erupts from the ground, the voice booming from within it. The three of you weren't my original targets. But, the voice continues, I suppose you could entertain me for a while. Che-hook, Che-gyong, and Che-Han look up at the sky in pure terror. Alistair, red eyes blazing, body cloaked in shadow, towering before them. It's a complete shock. Then, 3 notification windows pop up. Cannot confirm opponent's identity. Opponent is high level or possesses unidentified special magic. Recommendation: use a detection item or skill. Che-Han's eyes are wide, sweat beading on his forehead. This means he's either on a whole other level or has a power totally incompatible with the temple's priests. Alistair floats in the air. The pressure he gives off is insane. Servants of the false god, so clever. He lets out a small laugh. Heaven is approaching, and the day of the Savior's return will soon be upon us. The 3 heroes stand back to back, eyes filled with fear and caution. His voice booms, repent and confess your sins. If you do, the Savior will redeem you, even if you were drawn here by the call of a different path. Alistair looms above, his crimson eyes glowing. If you truly accept his holiness as servants of the false god, well, that doesn't mean you're completely useless as a vessel. A fierce wind whips up as Alistair keeps talking. Prove to me that you are a worthy vessel. Che-gyong spins around in panic, eyes wide. Damn it, we've been tricked. Che-Han shouts over the roaring wind. We're trapped inside a domain he created. 2 more monsters appear, red eyes glowing in the dark. They charge with a terrifying growl, followed by countless other grotesque creatures with razor-sharp teeth. Horrifying screams fill the air as the monsters close in, trapping the 3 of them in a circle. Then, his voice rings out once more. Or, are you just useless trash? The system chimes in. Guidance to target location. 732 meters remaining. The light from the distant towers grows stronger. Chim-sung walks through the dark forest, observing his surroundings with a thoughtful look. Strange, why are there so few monsters here? He raises a hand to his nose. He catches a weird scent on the air and frowns. Why does this smell like blood? A sharp glint appears in his eyes. Just then, a creature dives from above at incredible speed. Its arms are spread wide for an attack. Chim-sung twists, dodging the blow. The monster smashes into the spot where he just stood, but he's already clear. A smirk plays on his lips. Too slow. Oh, now I get it. He remembers the Goblin King. And that cryptic smile he had. That old man, he thinks, he's testing my abilities. The mission was just an excuse. A horde of deformed test subjects rushes him, their movements fast and full of killing intent. He thinks, there are a lot of them. A grin spreads across Chim-sung's face. And their temperaments are just like mine. One lunges, only to be sent flying back by a powerful punch. A notification pops up. You have defeated a deformed modified test subject. He looks at them, thinking, the name says it all, doesn't it? They charge with blinding speed, and his eyes focus. Clearly, someone created these things. Another notification appears. Wolf totem set, heroic grade. He slams his hand on the ground with immense force. A spectral wolf materializes beside him. With a vicious snarl, it leaps into the fray, tearing the creatures apart one by one. He stands in the middle of a bloodbath. All around him are the corpses of the test subjects, pools of red blood everywhere. The corner of his mouth lifts in a slight smile as he makes a casual remark. These guys really were weak. System notification. Greed rune effect activated. His body begins to absorb the blood and mana from the fallen creatures. He smiles confidently, his sharp gaze fixed ahead. All right. Now I just have to find him, right? He tilted his head, looking annoyed. His master wasn't the brightest. Something was definitely off over there. Chi-sung simply raised an eyebrow, his eyes scanning the scene. Over there. In the dead of night, a massive energy vortex swirled to life in the middle of the forest. He muttered, I don't even have to search for him anymore. Chae-hook gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. He threw up his hands, channeling his power and shouting, Chae-han, I can't hold on much longer. Chae-han, carrying Chae-dong on his back, looked on in horror, blood dripping down his chin. He screamed, Chae-dong! Chae-hook! His face twisted in desperation as he yelled, Just go, run. He clenched his jaw, thinking, when did everything fall apart like this? I knew this wasn't going to be easy. But system notifications just kept popping up. Warning. Immense evil energy detected nearby. The mutated test subjects are spreading. And fast. Chae-hook looked up, his expression tense as he maintained the defensive barrier. He stammered, Is this a monster wave? A system message appeared, sent from Chae-hook to Chae-han. Chae-han, when I give the signal, get out of here with Chae-dong. You should be able to break through the dome then. Chae-han messaged him back. What about you? The final grim reply came. I don't think I can stop him. There's no other way. Chae-han. As Alatar's form materialized from the black mist, his voice echoed, how utterly pointless. The figure appeared, pointing at the images he was showing them. Even though you've taken a part of my humanity, that was nothing more than a mistake born from my own pride and vanity. This is the final step toward salvation. Consider this my last act of mercy for you. Alatar's face was a mask of pure evil. Chae-hook was still fighting back. He roared as he channeled his power, his face filled with grim determination. He unleashed his skill, Way of the Mountain guiding Tiger Monk. As a spectral tiger slammed into the barrier, Chae-hook screamed, Go! Get out of here now. Carrying Chae-dong, Chae-han gritted his teeth and ran. But when they reached the edge of the woods, monsters surrounded them. He desperately used his temple monk skills, wielding a holy spear. He fought hard against the monster horde. All while Alatar, still holding Chae-hook by the throat, watched the scene play out. A notification appeared. Party member Chae-hook has logged out. Alatar spoke calmly, I told you it was useless. He then flew straight toward Chae-han and Chae-dong, who were still running for their lives. Chae-han clenched his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. He whispered their names, Chae-han, Chae-hook, Chae-dong. No, this is the only way. He set Chae-dong down. He leaned over, placing a hand on Chae-dong. I hope, at the very least, you can make it. He screamed, his eyes burning with rage. I'm sorry, Chae-dong. Chae-han then threw Chae-dong with all his remaining strength, and he froze. A system window appeared. Party member Chae-dong has passed on. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with despair as tears streamed down his face. No, this is really the end. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. What the hell? I thought that was a monster. You scared me half to death. The master isn't very smart. Another notification popped up. The endless dark abyss is encroaching. Chae-han looked up to see a colossal shadow taking shape. It was a dark star, a malevolent being capable of devouring everything. He stared at it, whispering, the dark star. Alatar's true form. This guy was the evil star who inherited the legacy of the Calamity Star, the same dark entity that had logged out before, along with its core essence, which we only knew about from the constellation's command. As Chae-han tried to process this, the voice continued, Hey, what was this guy even saying in the first place? I'm not really sure. The master isn't very bright. Chi-sung walked up from behind, looking at him. I know who you are. You're Chae-han, one of the 3 Chaes that have been making a scene lately, right? Chae-han turned to look at him. How did you? Chi-sung just laughed, scratching his head. I just figured you guys would all get dragged into this mess with me. A vortex of wind erupted. Alatar floated in the center, his red eyes glaring down. Chae-han, still on his knees, looked up at Chi-sung, who stood before him. He held out a hand toward Chae-han. Get up, Chae-han. Chae-han looked up. Yeah, he's right. A warning flashed. Intense magical energy is enveloping the area. The two of them stared at the system windows floating in the air. Due to the formation of this domain, your magic power will continuously decrease. Be careful of the impending monster attack. Chi-sung frowned, his gaze sharp as his hand felt the bizarre flow of energy. It absorbs the life force of living things in this space to summon specific monsters? Is this some kind of infinite magic summoning circle? Chehan clenched his fist, his eyes fixed on Chi-sung. Hey, watch out. This thing is on a whole different level. Chi-sung just shrugged, his voice completely calm. Oh, it's fine. We've met before, his voice echoed. Met before? What do you mean? Chi-sung smirked, a sharp glint in his eye. It means we've fought before. Elater's eyes flew open, a red light flaring within them. He was silent. He stared at Chi-sung. You? Chi-sung crossed his arms with a cocky grin. Long time no see. You dried fish head. No, he corrected himself, his smirk widening with amusement. I should probably call you Elater, shouldn't I? Elater's eyes bulged with rage. How dare you? Elater roared. Die, you filthy creature. The magic vortex raged violently, unleashing a crushing pressure that surged directly towards Chi-sung and Che-han. Chi-sung just raised a hand to scratch his head, looking completely bored as monsters swarmed them. Che-han clenched his fists, watching them. Chi-sung chuckled. You're really all talk, aren't you? Shadows coiled around his feet. Chi-sung slammed his foot into the ground, creating a violent shockwave. The dark creatures were instantly sucked into a vortex of power. Technique. Darkness annihilation. The shadow beings shrieked as an invisible force blasted them away. Che-han stared at Chi-sung in utter disbelief. What kind of power is this? He looked at the system notification. Defense and magic resistance are decreasing. Che-han stared at Chi-sung, clenching his fists as a thought ran through his mind. I can't believe this power. Not even while seeing it with my own eyes. He looked at the man's face. The three of us combined, we were barely able to fight back against him. And yet this guy handles it with a single kick? What kind of power does he have? Che-han had already stopped paying attention to Chi-sung's fight. He touched the notification screen. No, this isn't the time for that. He raised his hand and pressed the record button. I have to record this incident. He looked at the recording screen, this monster, and the constellations we found. This is our first encounter with a creature this formidable. Comments from viewers began to flood the screen, all asking Che-han what was happening. Elater charged forward in a rage. How dare you? Chi-sung just held out a hand. Is now really the time to be worried about that? A notification appeared. Rune of Greed, the ambitious hand, has been activated. Absorbing blood and mana from Elater. He smiled. With a wave of his hand, a roaring green flame explodes into existence. Spectral wolves materialize from the fire, howling as they charge straight for him. He stumbles back, his eyes wide with utter disbelief as the wolves of fire lunge. What is this power? He glares, seething with rage. How dare you use my own power against me? But the man just scoffs. Your power? Oh, you mean these cheap little puppies? He looks up, watching his opponent dive down from above. Chi-sung just smirks. Show me something better than that. Down below, Che-han watches him charge forward, while Elater's face goes pale with shock. Che-han just stands there, frozen, his eyes blown wide. A fatal wound, from a single attack. Against a guy that none of them could even touch. A screen pops up in front of him, and a thought crosses his mind. A live broadcast right now could bring in some serious cash. The comment section exploded, with viewers losing their minds. Wait, what? Is that Damian? Why the hell is Damian here? Che-han stayed silent, his eyes sharp. The comments kept flooding in. What's with the dude wrapped up in a blanket? Another one popped up. Whoa, the viewer count is breaking records. The power of Damian is something else. Che-han was genuinely surprised reading the chat. It really is him. He glared at Chin-sung, who was sporting a cold, sharp smile. Damian? A dark energy swirled around Chin-sung as he took a small step back. He looked up at Elater and said, Hey now, you haven't changed a bit since back then, have you? Suddenly, his gaze darkened, and a shadowy aura erupted around him. Chin-sung stood opposite Elater, who was floating in a vortex of pure darkness. Chin-sung frowned, his mind racing. What the hell are those tentacles with mouths? The space filled with shadow, disembodied sets of razor-sharp teeth floating in the air. A giant maw opened wide, a blinding light erupting from deep inside. Chin-sung threw up a hand to block, thinking, Damn it, I have to dodge this. The blast sent him flying, and he crashed hard against the barrier. He collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. His eyes darkened with pure rage. Son of a bitch, he's pulling his weird tricks again. Suddenly, His eyes shot open in horror at the sight of a massive, swirling vortex of darkness. It was moving right for him. Chin Sung watched it, his gaze sharpening. This is insane. The vortex was so powerful it was ripping trees right out of the ground. A brutal impact sent him flying again. A system notification appeared. Battlefield debuff has been removed. He stared at the window, fuming. Recovered from abnormal status. Alator looked down at him. Looks like you've gotten a little stronger. He held out his hand. But this time, it's over. A colossal vortex of energy began to form. As it moved toward Chin Sung, he unleashed the spiral of Nihut Tan. A text box appeared, a serpent that lives at the foot of Golgotha, the mountain of skulls. A being that symbolizes pure greed. They are a powerful demonic entity, somewhere between a true demon and a malevolent spirit. It can't maintain a physical form for long in the mortal realm, but its power depends entirely on the summoner, so get out of here before it's too late. Alatar appeared, his eyes burning with rage. This won't be as easy as last time. The massive Nehut Tan coiled and let out a deafening roar. Chehan was pinned to the ground, thinking, there's no way we can win this. Even if the elders were still alive. The beast bared its ice-cold fangs at him. He looked up. Even if all three of us went all out, this thing is just on another level. So terrifying we can't even think about fighting it. Chehan looked defeated, blood streaming down his face. We're nothing compared to this. Suddenly, Chin Sung appeared, standing right on the red serpent's head. His voice dripped with contempt. Oh, is this the new eel you're raising? The taunt made Alatar furious, but he couldn't say a word. Chin Sung just laughed, his eyes ice cold. Just the food bill for this thing must cost you tens of millions of gold, right? Pip, perched on his shoulder, glared with total disapproval. Buy more seeds and other stuff, you cheapskate master. Alator stretched out his hand, dark energy swirling around it. I never planned on giving you an easy death. You heretic! Nehut Tan roared, its eyes locked on Chin Sung. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, Chin Sung just jumped to the ground with a smirk. Nah, I really don't get it. He looked up at the three of them, shadows clinging to his body. But if you really think that, then aren't you the one who's completely wrong here? Not me. Alatar's brow furrowed. His eyes went dark. What are you babbling about? Chin Sung just laughed, his lips curling into a sneer. No, seriously. Wasn't the Demon King you worship from a lowly background too? All that stuff about the Lord of the Underworld is just a fairy tale. And is it really worth acting so high and mighty when you don't even have a worthy opponent? His voice echoed, infuriating Alatar. Please, just know your place. You're nothing but a foolish fanatic. He glared down at Chin Sung. His eyes were cold as ice. And then, the darkness will creep in, whispering into the ears of the faithful, deceiving their eyes and their ears. His own eyes began to glow with rage. My faith is not so easily swayed by your filthy words. I will tear your body from your soul and offer you as a sacrifice to the coming savior. The massive Nehut Tan threw its head back and roared. Alator continued. The crow of the rooster will signal that our great plan is near. Chin Sung stood his ground, facing him in the swirling chaos. And that will be the proof of my absolute faith in the savior. Sharp fangs glinted in the void. He stood surrounded, his expression completely unfazed. Pip puffed out his cheeks, totally annoyed. Chin Sung smirked. Man, dealing with this fanatic is going to be a pain. He activated the skill Illusionist, and a blue light enveloped his body. A unique soul skill for mages, allowing instant teleportation to a designated spot. Within a 10-meter range, he appeared directly behind Alatar, whose face tensed up. The guy whipped his head around in shock. What? Chin Sung delivered a brutal uppercut from below, giving him no time to react. He landed gracefully, glaring at Alatar. Where do you think you're going? Then he added, hey, that was just the warm-up. He shot forward, unleashing another combo on him. Alatar's face filled with shock and fear. Chin Sung backed off, landed, and shot him a smirk. Suddenly, a powerful roar echoed. A warning window popped up, startling him. Nehut Tan is using Death Echo to disrupt your mana, preventing spellcasting and activating a self-stun and damage skill. The notification warned him to be careful. But he just stood there, smirking at them. Would you look at that? He then charged forward, getting right in Alatar's face. Do I look like the kind of fool who falls for the same trick twice? He powerfully channeled his magic, turning the sky a burning red. Chin Sung bared his teeth in a grin. He had activated Bloodthirst. This causes the target to bleed continuously in exchange for a berserker state, boosting attack and movement by 300% for 180 seconds. Health drops 1% per second, but not below 1%. All attacks now have a 33% chance to cause bleeding and absorb health to create a blood shield. He unleashed a furious barrage of attacks that brought Alatar to his knees. Chin Sung landed softly. I told you. Strike first, win fast. No matter how powerful your summon is, if the master is weak, it's useless. Pip flapped his wings, chirping excitedly. That's how it's done, master. Chin Sung glanced at the crimson tentacles erupting from the ground, twisting through the air. He thought, even though he summoned Nehut Tan, if we can control the master, we can naturally stop Nehut Tan's movements. He turned to leave, but then stopped short, looking back over his shoulder. Ah, he turned back to see Nehut Tan growling, preparing to fight him with its sulfur breath. Chin Sung's jaw dropped. Crap. Its breath spread through the forest, turning it into a barren wasteland in seconds. Chin Sung and Pip hit the dirt, terrified, as a notification popped up. User Che Han has logged out. He gritted his teeth. What is this crazy eel thing? He stood on a cliff's edge. His sharp eyes gazed into the deep abyss below. This is why you should log out from a safe distance. Why were you hanging around here? I guess I'm heading home too. His face darkened, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. He stood there, staring down into the bottomless abyss. What kind of sick joke was this? Down below, a mountain of misshapen, lifeless creatures was piled high. Chip trembled with rage. What the hell is this pile? Are you planning to dig up the entire cemetery or something? That master of his. Jin Sung stared down into the pit, his expression grim. He took a slow step onto the dark, desolate ground. Would you believe me if I told you this was a burial ground? He stood before a massive grave filled with creatures returned to dust. His eyes were tense. Even for a 15-year veteran like me, this is the first time I've ever seen corpses like these. Even if some necromancer was messing with mutated beings, these things were different deformed creatures with multiple twisted faces, their gaping mouths full of sharp teeth screaming in the darkness. Shouldn't it just be a simple matter of suppressing and strengthening monsters like some patchwork predator? Jin Sung thought of Nahutan, the beast circling in the sky. This alone wasn't enough to summon the Fairy King, the lord who rules the underworld. A voice echoed from the shadows. Indeed, you are different. Alexander rose from the ground itself. Even the seeds of those false gods couldn't catch my eye. He appeared, turning to face Jin Sung. You not only carry my power within you, but you've made it your own and stabbed me with it. Truly, a despicable greed worthy of the supreme king of darkness, a power that even the 6 false gods were wary of. He stepped closer. However, even with all that, the power you hold is still far too weak. Just a star that once died at the hands of those false gods. Darkness swirled as Alexander continued. Only the Savior resurrected from the dead can save this world. And our mission, which began at dawn, will continue until the very end. He frowned, his dark eyes revealed. Watch this, you heretic. Shadows gathered, as Alexander stared down Jin Sung. With your body as a vessel, we will rise up and create an army. Jin Sung calmly met his gaze, letting the villain ramble on. And we will tear down the false god from on high. Jin Sung's eyes narrowed, killing intent exploding from him. Get ready, you little snack. Chip just frowned. Understood, you cheapskate master. He combined his skills, Aura Mage, Calamity, and Bloodthirst. Activating his power, he stood tall before Nahutan and Alexander. Dark red energy swirled around them as one red and one blue serpent attacked his position. He dodged instantly, leaping into the air. He was shattering their attacks and even collapsing the formation of their dark domain. I have to face both of those serpents and Alexander at the same time. One lunged forward to swallow him whole, but he dodged just in time. An extremely difficult challenge, but he just smirked, his eyes burning with fire. Let's try facing death head on. He flew up with a massive shout, slamming into the blue Nahutan. It roared in agony as a notification panel appeared. Nahutan's defense, magic resistance, and status effect resistance have all decreased. Jin Sung clenched his fist. With cold eyes, he used a critical hit. First, I need to start by spreading a plague. Power erupted around his fist as the undead battlefield title effect activated. Soul arrows were created automatically. From above, Alexander's red eyes burned with rage. How dare you? Jin Sung's face went pale as warning notifications spammed his screen. He stood on the blue Nahutan's head, reading the message. Nahutan is releasing magical energy. Be careful of status effects and incoming attacks. It roared in pain. Jin Sung flew up as the red Nahutan attacked. Its mouth gaped wide, but Jin Sung just smirked. Hey now, isn't this attack a little too predictable? It shrieked, breathing out a cloud of sulfur. He landed and looked back, his eyes full of doubt. Damn it, they're using that kind of strategy. He jumped, having no other choice. To survive, a man is forced to choose. He flew high, with Nahutan's open mouth waiting below. But, he thought, getting zapped is better than being burned to a crisp by sulfur fire. A massive bolt of lightning instantly shot through his body. Jin Sung screamed in pain, cursing through the agony. "You absolute bastard!" But in his head, he thought, "This really feels like I'm about to die." Because the limit on his senses had been released. His body trembled in the current. But if I can just endure this. He managed to clench his fist. He screamed as blue light exploded from his body. Die! The lightning bolt shot straight into Nahutan's head. It roared as Jin Sung landed on top of it. The effect of Greedy Worm activated. He placed a hand on its head, absorbing blood and mana directly from Nahutan. The narrow escape from death title activated, and his body began to glow. Suddenly, he dove down, his fist charged with energy. The punch landed squarely on Nahutan's head, knocking it unconscious on the ground. Jin Sung landed softly, letting out a faint breath. He stood there, looking at the downed Nahutan. What kind of creature is this? How high is its magic resistance? After all that, it's still this strong. Jin Sung tightened his fists. He looked at the red Nahutan roaring before him. The techniques it's used so far seem more like innate abilities than unique skills. Then, a blaze of red flames surrounded him as he stood his ground. He activated Mage and Bloodthirst. The two Nahutan serpents clashed against each other in the sky. Alexander watched him. "Now what tricks are you planning to pull?" He took flight. Alexander coiled in midair, chasing Jin Sung. Jin Sung gritted his teeth, bracing himself on the ground, his eyes sharp. He immediately leaped towards Mahutan, yelling, "Hurry up and get out here!" Alater saw this, his eyes staring straight ahead. High above, a strange, giant spider flew towards them. It was Chip and Ungolan. They landed gently. Chip stood on Ungolan's body and spread his wings. "I am here, master." Jin Sung stood proudly before his own legion. Eye for an eye. Tooth for a tooth. Minions versus minions, is it? Alexander stood before Mahutan, his red eyes cold. "You think you can fight me with lackeys like these?" He waved his hand, and Mahutan immediately roared. A notification popped up. Mahutan's health has decreased. Alater looked at them sadly. Not far away, Jin Sung's eyes were sharp. "This is exactly why I prepared the seasoning in advance, right?" He stared at his Mahutan. He explained the bloodthirst effect. Attack and movement speed increased by 300% for 180 seconds, but at the cost of a bleed effect that drains 1% of his health every second. Alater waved his arm, releasing a cloud of black gas. But Jin Sung's voice echoed, "In this situation, our advantage is to simply stand our ground." Chip responded to him, "Master, you're a genius." Jin Sung looked forward, his eyes filled with determination as he faced his enemy. Behind him, Chip gave the villain a secret smirk. Then boom! A massive bolt of lightning cracks the sky, blindingly bright. Damian, standing on the Ungolem, just smirks. "So what? If you're that confident, why don't you try fighting me yourself?" He grins at the masked man. "But you'll probably die before that ever happens." Alater just scoffs. "Right, just more of your pathetic little tricks." He glares, his face twisting in disgust. "Copying me, absorbing my life force. Such a cowardly move fits you perfectly." Damian lunges forward, teeth bared in a wild grin. "Is now really the time for you to be saying that?" A punch slams right into his face, explodes on impact. Damian smirks. Good thing he'd already started spreading the plague. The bloodlust he used on the first Nahutan has already infected the other one. He charges in again, relentless. His opponent's high magic resistance makes any kind of spell useless. Damian flashes back to before his regression. The spiral had dealt with thousands of Nahutan and demons. A fight on this level? It's not too difficult for him. He tightens his fists, getting ready to strike Alater. He thinks to himself, Nahutan belong to the spiral. It's strange this guy can summon one. Could the 10-Cross Origin Society really be connected to the 7 Great Demon Kings? With that thought, he throws a lightning-fast punch at Alater. The 7 Great Demon Kings, Arasat's followers and the 7 Deadly Sins, the ones under the Goblin King could be the very same entities. He remembers. The 7 Deadly Sins, the Goblin King's underlings, and the 7 sources of evil. But unlike the Goblin King, who's trapped in hell, these guys are clearly here, in this world, and they're definitely plotting something big, using their apostles to try and pull him out of the abyss. He remembers a conversation with his master. All you've done is bring them to the surface. After that, you'll have to defeat them one by one and absorb their power. So what happens when he actually accomplishes all that? You'll gain power equal to the Lord of Hell himself. But of course, you have to be careful not to be consumed by what's inside you. Back in the present, his gaze hardens. The darkness was originally created for him. He looks up at the Nehutan, roaring in pain from the Ungolem's attack, and at Alator's cold, emotionless face. He thinks, they get stronger by devouring, even devouring each other. Power erupts from Damian's entire body as he launches himself forward. He delivers a crushing blow straight towards Alator. The mask on his face starts to crack. Alator can't contain his rage anymore. You bastard. A massive wave of power surges from Alator, aimed right at Damian. Countless energy orbs appear around the masked man before he unleashes another devastating attack, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Damian stands there, completely unfazed, and taunts him. You really think a little firepower like that is enough? Then he leaps high into the air, shouting, Get ready for a fist to your temple. Just then, a new system notification pops up. Nehutan, breath of sulfur, breath of thunderstorm. An incredibly intense clash erupts. Two opposing energies collide. Damian can't help but curse under his breath. Seeing this, even little Trish cries out in panic for her master. The collision triggers a massive explosion in midair. Trish trembles, covering her eyes with her wings as countless summoned beasts start running wild. Master, where are you? Your energy. It's fading. Suddenly, a demonic figure appears right before Trish's eyes. From that monstrous form comes a familiar voice. I win. In the middle of the chaos, that voice is especially haunting. As expected. You didn't disappoint me. He looks at the leftover fur on the ground with a sigh. I knew from the beginning your body wouldn't just vanish so easily. The masked man's shadow falls over the ground, especially since it's a vessel that holds the remnants of a forgotten god. It's obvious your body would be far superior to those fake deities. He stretches out his claws, speculating, therefore, you will be a living sacrifice for the coming savior. Enjoy the endless glory of having your body and soul completely consumed. The monster bares its vicious claws, gloating. Clearly, you couldn't overcome the 9,999 lives I possess. Your body is mine now. Suddenly, countless chains shoot up from the ground. Caught by surprise, he screams in rage. How dare you? Damian, now transformed, roars back. Open your mouth. The system announces. Mage Damian has surpassed his limit. The creature screams. What are you doing, you bastard? Blood curse. But he doesn't even have time to react. What the hell is this? The masked man is furious. This scum is pulling another dirty trick. But Damian just looks at him with contempt. Damian gives him a cold stare, sneering. This thing is just so annoying. Just then, Trish arrives. Munchie was really startled. Master! Damian rolls his shoulders and complains. That mutt just grabbed me out of nowhere. The system displays a notification for the blood curse. He's actually kind of impressed. The system board shows a full description. When the target's health is below 25%, use half of your current mana to cast a body-binding curse. If successful, it restricts the target's movement with a massive amount of magic and controls their body for a set period of time. Damian walks closer to the masked man. You know, thanks to you, I don't need to create a puppet anymore. The system warns again. Depending on the caster's will, it will cause blood spikes to grow, dealing damage proportional to their health. At the same time, each spike heals the caster for 1% of their max HP. If the number of spikes exceeds the caster's max health, the remaining damage converts into a blood shield. Seeing the guy struggling, Damian doesn't mind explaining a bit more, but it only activates when your health is below 25%. That's a bit much, isn't it? What's the use of a skill on a guy who's about to kick the bucket? The man trembles, trying to curse him but having no strength left. Damian warns, don't move. He applies more pressure. If you don't want to die, that is. He asks curiously, how much did you have to spend to survive after using this? The system announces, absorbing HP from Alator. As he's slowly absorbed, Alator gets out his last words. What you're doing is barbaric, I swear. Damian just scoffs. Come on, it's not like you were a good person to begin with. System notification, absorbing HP from Alator. The screen shows another update for the blood shield. Its total value has increased. Damian finishes his thought. I was just asking out of curiosity. He narrows his eyes, warning Alator. Are the heretics you worship things like the 7 great demons? The thing you summoned. It was raised by one of the 7, wasn't it? Damian applies more force, making him tremble. Answer me. Alator replies weakly, as the sun begins to rise. He mocks him. No matter how great your vessel is, don't get arrogant and think you're special. Then Alator reveals a chilling truth. The grand plan is already complete. We will rise from the darkness. A new army, forged in shadow. We are the forgotten gods, the ones who failed. And you? You will learn to fear us. Your pathetic faith has brought this world to ruin, and Elator's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. All of that dark energy was sucked back into the mask. Damian gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, that thing's about to transform again. The system alert started blaring. Warning, a powerful magic remnant is approaching. Be careful. One wrong move and you'll be forcibly logged out. A vortex of demonic energy swirled in the air. Then a wave of pure darkness crashed down, surrounding Damian. He immediately took a combat stance, ready for whatever was coming. That ferocious look? It only made the presence more menacing. How dare you? Everything was engulfed in a crimson-red flash. After the shockwave passed, Damian was forced to his knees. A system notification popped up. You have defeated Alator's clone. Another one followed. You have defeated a powerful magic remnant. Experience points gained. Level 72 achieved. He wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth. Quest complete. Conditions of the pact. Damian couldn't help but click his tongue in annoyance. Another notification appeared as he looked around. Return to the Elf King Obazan to receive your reward. In his head, he was already doing the math. He'd leveled up and finished the quest. But I can't be happy about this. He replayed the last few moments in his mind. That suffocating aura from Mahutan, that terrifying glare. Damian was sure of it. He was only able to survive because of the remnant. The power Sokka had given him was immense. But as he turned to leave, a thought struck him. Even with all that strength, I only barely won. This is where I'm at right now. And here I thought I'd finally reached a high level. He called out to Munchi. Let's go. The little guy scurried over. Yes, master. A lone figure stood in an empty void. Back in a secret passage, Damian sighed. Somehow, I made it back alive. He glanced at the items on the ground, thinking, but who would have guessed that I'd get myself into this mess all over again? Suddenly, Obazan's voice cut through the silence. What are you doing? Stop dawdling and start the evaluation. Damian jumped, startled, and quickly got to it. The system window appeared. Randomly crafted item creation complete. The alert continued. Assess the completed items and determine which is the most outstanding. Chip's voice whined in his head. I was about to go to sleep. And you're pulling this now? Me? Damian was sweating bullets too. No. I wasn't pushed into a corner that badly. He thought to himself, I literally just came back from a fight for my life. And this is the first thing I have to deal with? Just then, Lexa chimed in. You better drop any tricks you've got planned, human. Someone else roared. What are you waiting for? Get on with it. Then bam. He slammed his hand on the table. I'm about to lose my mind here. A crack instantly spiderwebbed across the surface. Damian thought back. Last time, I managed to talk my way through this weird group. He sized them up. But I never expected them to be this direct, just demanding I pick one. Damian tried to calm himself, remembering what happened before. Okay, relax. This is different. Last time, I died before I even made it to Uzua's forge. I can handle this now. He told himself, no more running. So Damian spoke up. All right, I'll begin the evaluation now. Damian reached out, touching the dagger to inspect it. Its stats immediately filled the system window. When using explosion skill, triggers an additional explosion. The skill's blast radius will spread. Damian was shocked. This is incredible. Lexa immediately shot back a sarcastic comment. You seem pretty surprised. Damian had to admit it. This is the first time I've ever seen a weapon with a fire attribute that has such a crazy high damage multiplier. From attack speed to the bonus stats, there's nothing to complain about, is there? He let out a laugh, still thinking it over. Plus, a randomly crafted item with indestructible and explosion properties? Not just physical classes, but even mages would kill for this. He gave his official assessment right away. The black Izagan crystal is known to be ridiculously hard to craft with due to its purity and unique magical properties. The smith who made it let out a sigh of relief. To think you could tell just by looking. Your skill is unbelievable. But Lexa just sighed again. Exactly. It's an insane weapon. If you two weren't here, I would have declared Lexa the best smith on the continent on the spot, Obazan said with a smirk. Why are you praising a damn skinning knife? What's so great about it? Mujahideen immediately shot back. You idiot, I swear. If you can't evaluate things properly, I'm going to deal with you myself. Hearing that, Damian couldn't help but laugh. All right, I get it. Time to continue. The pressure coming from Lexa was so intense Damian could feel his legs go weak. Please, be merciful with your judgment. If not, they're always watching. He thought, I'm going to make them both angry. Damian trembled as he moved on to the ring. Well, each of these is incredibly well made. Not even the best craftsman on the entire continent could come close to this level of perfection. Then Damian's eyes narrowed. Without thinking, He threw the ring and yelled. Seeing this, Mujahideen's face turned red with fury. You crazy human! How dare you throw away the masterpiece I poured my sweat and syrup into? Damian quickly caught the ring, trying to explain. I was just so surprised. He rushed to continue. To engrave all 12 zodiac signs onto this tiny ring. Damian's voice trembled with awe. And more than that, these zodiac symbols. They're from Azaza's harmonic text. At the same time, the system displayed its stats. He complained out loud. Of course they are. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of this. The immense power hidden within these incredible ancient runes. Damian thought to himself, Mujahideen really is the second best smith. Just like they say, no one can even compare to him when it comes to using ancient runes. In this world, that's not just some old country's language. It's a transcendent system of writing. The power within the ancient runes is often way stronger than normal magic. Sometimes, depending on its origin, it can unleash absolute power. Whether it's the language of a supreme god or a demon king, only the language of a transcendent being can truly affect this world. That's why the ancient runes are called the origin of all magic, the language of the gods. Damian looked at the two items before him. The star scythe of myriad forms only has a fraction of the Gaina ancient runes on its blade, but it perfectly captures Gaina's destructive power, the power to erase anything from existence. And the zodiac ring contains the ancient runes of 12 gods from Azaza's text. Carved into symbols, the zodiacs hold the power of multiple elements. Watching the two creators glare at each other, Damian realized something. The problem isn't about which one is superior, it's about their completely different methods. He gave a forced smile and continued his assessment. Not only are all 12 ancient runes perfectly carved, but the ring itself is designed to withstand their immense power. I've never seen a ring like this, not even back on Earth. The way they were looking at him sent a chill down his spine. He let out a nervous laugh, trying to explain. We can't keep an elder like Obazone waiting any longer. And thankfully, the old man seemed satisfied with that. You're a clever one. One more word, and I would have cut you down. Damian thought to himself. Obazone is the most dangerous person here, hands down. He had to admit it. Obazone's masterpiece was definitely here. Damian recalled what he knew Obazone was famous for using any dirty trick in the book to destroy his enemies. Even the demon lord Balak and the 7 deadly sins were stunned by his methods. Looking at that terrifying face, Damian knew. Obazone, the merciless, cold-blooded fairy king. That was this creature's other name. Damian tried to calm himself. Get a grip. Lose focus here, and you're dead. The old man finally spoke. Now, judge the final piece. Glancing at the system screen, Damian couldn't hide his shock. Displayed there was all the information on the pendant. His hands trembled as he held Obazone's creation. What is this? What are you talking about? Mujahideen demanded, getting impatient. Am I seeing things? You're comparing my work to this piece of trash? At the same time, Obazone started using his aura to intimidate Damian. I was looking forward to your critique, but hearing you compare my masterpiece to such ordinary things, I can't stand it. Leysa raised her hammer, taunting him. My opinion of you is changing. You're no ordinary human. No, you're just like that monster I once faced. The pressure from all three of them was immense. Your dark soul is just like the black lizard whose head I smashed with this very hammer. Damian cursed internally. I'm screwed. With things getting this bad, he made a split-second decision. Time to get the hell out of there. Run, he thought. Already moving and gasping for air, he shuddered at the memory. I almost died back there. Just thinking about those three gave him chills. Lucky for me, that pact keeps them locked in the forge. Without it, I wouldn't be standing here right now. I'd be on a one-way trip to the underworld. He summoned his dagger, and it materialized perfectly in his hand. Good, I got everything. All he had to do was list them on the market. He'd make hundreds, no, millions of one in an instant. Damian thought about the three of them again. He got lucky, plain and simple. He imagined what would have happened if they caught him. A truly gruesome death. Gripping his weapon, Damian told himself, I need to get way, way stronger. He collapsed onto the ground, commanding the system, status window. Now, a long panel of his information popped up instantly. Damian tapped a spot on the screen, and the stats for his moonlit machete dagger appeared right beside it. Damian sighed in frustration. What a total mess. He never thought things through, just randomly allocating stats and shoving items into his inventory. What's the point of trying so hard if this is the result? His eyes shot open as he started calculating. If this were me before I regressed, he thought, remembering his past self, I would have planned everything meticulously for the fastest possible growth, and I actually did it back then. Damian threw a powerful punch into the air. Even with my unique abilities like Explosive Rage or Annihilate the Dark, I studied them all night, practicing on an ancient stone until I mastered them. Back in the present, he started complaining again. In a situation where even hiding away to max out my skills isn't enough. Instead of studying my own class, I just wandered around wasting money. Suddenly, a voice snapped him out of it. It seems you understand that much, you foolish disciple. Kei-jun appeared, startling him. Master? His master greeted him with a not-so-friendly kick. Long time no see, my student. A single stomp from Kei-jun was packed with power, and a system notification for the Apocalypse Priest popped up. Black and white energy swirled. The sheer force of that one move made Damian realize just how powerful his master was. Chich, on his shoulder, was in agony. Help me, master. And then, Kei-jun's angry warning came. You've got some nerve, lying around in front of your master, huh? Damian quickly tried to explain. No, that's not it. I was just about to greet you. But Kei-jun sent him flying with another merciless blow. Damian cried out in pain. Seeing his pathetic state, his master looked disgusted. How did I ever raise someone like you? Damian shot back, completely fed up. Why are you doing this? Where have you been all this time? Kei-jun warned him. You're asking why? I'm teaching my idiot disciple what real power looks like. Damian staggered to his feet. Master's as reckless as ever. Still, he had to admit it. He's just too strong. Even my old self, before regressing, I'm not sure I could have beaten him. Only then did Kei-jun speak calmly. Your outfit is still weird, but you've changed a lot since I last saw you. Damian fired back a sarcastic reply. That's not something a guy who vanished for ages and then randomly reappears gets to say. His master just clicked his tongue. Still got that sharp tongue, I see. You know, you only survived this long thanks to Sokka. Damian completely rejected that. I did all of this on my own, you know? There was no real help from Sokka whatsoever. Sensing the tension, Chich tried to calm him down. Just let it go. Kei-jun, not wanting to waste time, cut to the chase. All right, that's enough. Prepare to fight. Damian was taken aback. He scratched his head, forcing a smile. Are you angry or something? Beating up your only disciple is a bit much. His master replied bluntly. What are you talking about? Shouldn't we test just how much you've grown since then? Kei-jun waved his hand dismissively. Stop talking and come at me. He then reminded him. And that includes those strange things you've picked up. Show me everything you've got. Damian froze for a second, thinking, seeing the old man talk like this. I guess risking my life in that forge wasn't for nothing. He declared boldly to Kei-jun. I won't back down, even if you beg me to. Hearing that, his master just laughed. How many times are you going to make me repeat myself? The system window for bloodthirsty drug master flashed, and at the same time, he activated his dagger. Damian narrowed his eyes. Here I come. Kei-jun looked thrilled. Bring it. In a flash, Damian shot forward with incredible power. He unleashed a furious storm of attacks on Kei-jun. But as he got close, his master just scoffed. So noisy. Kei-jun evaluated his attack without even flinching. You're just like your mouth all flashy on the outside, trying to hide what's really underneath. Damian pushed his power even further, a system notification announcing the activation of Catastrophe Aura. But Kei-jun blocked Damian's attack with ease. He gave a slight smile. Too predictable. Even a sneak attack from behind was effortlessly neutralized. The Catastrophe Aura flared to life, and the sheer power from their clash lit up the entire area with terrifying cracks of energy. The system kept flashing notifications as Damian activated one weapon after another. Mana swirled around his arm. Damian aimed at Kei-jun and attacked once more. The system displayed the damage levels simultaneously, but through it all, his master remained perfectly calm. Didn't I tell you? You're supposed to use your full power, but Chiron moved with blinding speed, swatting him away with a single, devastating blow. The sheer pressure from the old master was insane. Damian had to retreat, but it still wasn't enough. Just a little more. Damian pushed his power for another attack as the system chimed in. He was about to pour every last ounce of strength into this next move. The system confirmed it. Attack power increased by 300%. Damian took a step back for momentum, but a thought hit him. Even with Iskandar's blessing and the zodiac rings, was he just wasting time against his master? On the other side, Chiron was completely unfazed. Now that move, he mused, is actually worth learning. The power behind it isn't half bad. He activated the energy in his bracer, launching a punch. To him, this was just an old man's pastime. He glanced up at Damian with a click of his tongue, like he was just kicking a pebble for fun. Damian remembered what happened before, even when he focused all his power into the Calamity Aura. but it was blocked. That meant there was some kind of defensive barrier, or his master's level was just ridiculously high. At my current level, he realized, it's totally useless. He closed his eyes, thinking. A surge of dark power erupted from him. At the very least, I can tie him down. His master seemed to read his mind. Is this everything you've learned? K-Run scoffed. All flash and fake power. It's just pathetic. So disappointing. He lectured him coldly. You still have a long, long way to go. The one thing you're missing is… Suddenly, K-Run's eyes darted upward. A massive magic sphere materialized in the sky. Damian gave a wry smile. The thing I'm missing. Is this? The powerful red orb was his own creation. K-Run just laughed. You cheeky brat. The old man admitted he underestimated him. I expected something like this. But your timing is perfect. A cold sweat dripped down Damian's face. Of course it is. If he can read my moves, then I have to read his. Damian steeled himself. I'll keep attacking without a single break. I can't let him push me back. But the old master just calmly parried his strike. Is that your plan? Damian shot into the air again, rushing K-Run head-on. He tried everything he could. But his master? He caught the blade with just 2 fingers. It's not interesting if you're always on the defensive. Damian pushed with all his might, ignoring the stream of system warnings. A destructive energy began to envelop the entire area. Fast. That power started to take shape, and the system began blaring warnings about a world-ending force. As Damian fought, the system alerts kept coming. Abnormal system status. Your character's speed has been reduced. Your character has been shrouded in darkness. And another warning, be careful. Do not be destroyed by the coming apocalypse. Damian froze for a second. The gravity around him intensified. His vision blurred. K-Run looked down from above. You have 5 minutes, he said calmly. If you can't defeat me in 5 minutes, you're toast. Damian was stunned, but his master cut him off. You need a little motivation, don't you? Damian gritted his teeth at his master's words. This is nothing compared to my real power. He launched himself forward in a rage. This crazy old man. You'd blow away the entire Utah mountain range just for this? But K-Run just blocked his attack with one hand, explaining calmly. If you don't like it, then give it everything you've got. Damian shot into the air again, right in front of him. The system announced a new skill. Demonic Apothecary. He unleashed a barrage of intense magical vortexes. The system's chime echoed as he activated skill after skill. Damian threw everything he had at him, but K-Run didn't even flinch. The old master just mocked him. Is that all you can do? Suddenly, bam! Damian was sent flying by a single strike. K-Run just watched calmly as he got wrecked. Damian coughed, blood sputtering from his lips. K-Run walked towards him, step by step. Remember this, he began. Sometimes, blocking is impossible, and that can lead to getting completely wiped out, he continued, especially when you're facing an enemy that's leagues above you. With that, K-Run turned his back. He looked up at the immense power gathering in the sky. So this is why you've been clinging to me so desperately? Just then, Stitch started cheering Damian on. Master, are you all right? Damian wiped the blood from his mouth. Do I look all right to you? He glared up at the sky. Those things in the sky, they were getting bigger. Just standing up was draining his mana. He roared with everything he had left. Attack! Stitch got the message. Right away, Master. Immediately, Stitch gave the order. Everyone, are you ready? All of them focused their power on K-Run. Save the Master. The old man just stood there, a slight smirk on his face. Now, you're finally showing some potential. Only 3 minutes left on the clock. Damian teleported in a flash. Stitch rallied the troops again. My brothers, attack! Just as they did, Damian appeared right behind his master. A strike from the shadows. The system chimed, Apothecary's bloodthirst. But just like before, K-Run blocked it, effortlessly. Just as I thought, the old man said. Someone with your talent would pull a move like this. Are you planning on using that power to amplify it instead? And then a critical hit landed squarely on Damian. The effect of the 9 lives title activated. At the same time, system alerts flooded his vision. HP critical below 10%. And yet, K-Run still looked at him like he was nothing. I already told you, his master said coldly. Your life is hanging by a single thread. Damian was blown away, writhing in pure agony. He commented offhandedly, trying to stop your body from falling apart with mere techniques. K-Run didn't hold back at all as he threw another punch, and is nothing worth seeing. It's just a pathetic way to commit suicide before I finish you. Damian took another brutal hit, making Stitch cry out in panic, Master. But K-Run just kept on lecturing. Listen well. Even if a nobody adventurer like you has shown some impressive grit, Thinking that'll be enough to save you every time? That's just pure arrogance. Damian launched himself one last time. As his hand was about to make contact, K-Run spoke, his voice ice cold. Time's up. And just like that, Damian coughed up a torrent of blood and collapsed to the ground. It's just a shame your opponent had to be me, K-Run declared. You haven't collapsed yet because the power of the apocalypse is protecting you. But then, his eyes shot wide open. Somehow, Damian was trying to stand up again. A twisted, demonic smile spread across his face, his laughter echoing through the horrifying scene. Damian suddenly lunged at K-Run head-on, catching the old master completely by surprise. K-Run instantly blasted him back with force. How dare you reveal your true, evil nature? Damian's form vanished into the darkness, leaving his master standing alone. K-Run gritted his teeth in pure rage. By now, Damian's entire fighting style had changed. That's it. Your body must have been enhanced, so Sokka's power couldn't destroy it. He looked at K-Run, who now had a dead serious expression. But the thing inside you isn't you anymore. It's a vile monster. K-Run snapped his fingers. There's no other choice, he declared. I have to restore everything to how it was. And with that, he began to redirect the flow of immense power. I have to try and fight it. But I have no idea what will happen to your perfect body after this. K-Jun's eyes sharpened, ready to unleash absolute destruction. Damian braced himself for the final blow, the 4 void circles of the earth. Night falls on the mountains, and Damian is sprawled out on the ground. He wakes up in a daze. Wait, did he pass out? Damian tried to remember. He was sure he took his master's attack head-on. He recalls struggling against the impact, but after that, nothing. Just a complete blank. He slumped down in a corner. I gave it everything I had, but I still blacked out. Suddenly, a sharp smack from behind snaps him out of it. It was K-Jun, who demanded angrily, "What do you think you're doing? If you're awake, why haven't you gone to see your master immediately?" The old man was furious, his mana flaring up as a warning against Damian's disrespect. He scolded him, his voice booming. "Looks like you didn't get beaten enough, huh?" Damian quickly tried to explain. "No, that's not it. I got thrashed pretty badly." Damian scratched his head, asking, "So, in your opinion, how was my performance?" K-Jun spat out a single word, "Garbage." Damian just froze. Did he hear that right? He replayed the entire fight in his head, all the skills he'd shown off to prove himself. All of it. Summed up with one word? Garbage? Just then, K-Jun began to speak again. True strength lies in using limited resources to control an opponent most effectively. For someone like me with infinite power, the concept might be different, he warned him. But you, who isn't even as strong as an ant, why are you trying to show off your power like a raging bull? K-Jun mused for a moment. It's as if you've always fought like this. Or as if you once reached a level comparable to my own. The old master recalled a time long past. Besides, without understanding the darkness sleeping inside you, your current state is nothing more than a castle made of sand. What's the point of building a sand castle if it crumbles with a single touch? If that's not garbage, then what is? Damian fell silent, letting the harsh words sink in. He had to admit it to himself, everything the old man said was true. He sized me up more accurately than I ever could. Damian reflected on his own actions. The only reason he could fight so recklessly was because of his past life and, he admitted with a bitter smile, the ridiculous stats and perks of being a demonic apothecary, a hidden class. He was fighting with habits from his previous life, relying on those abundant resources. It was inevitable that he couldn't unleash the full potential of his new power. He thought back to the moment the seal was broken. I was trapped in my old habits, never changing my fighting style, just forcing my special abilities to fit those old patterns. K-Jun advised him, "What you need right now isn't to push your power to its absolute limit. What you need is a single, perfect poison guaranteed to take down your opponent." The master's lesson continued. Your power is immense, and your ruthlessness towards enemies is more than enough. However, not thinking about how that power works is a fatal weakness. K-Jun warned him about their spar. It's not just about overwhelming your opponent in a one-sided beatdown. K-Jun demonstrated by forming energy in his palm. It's also about how much energy you have left. He was teaching Damian to understand his power and use it efficiently to win, and to win as fast as possible. In short, you need to think tactically. Speaking as a seasoned veteran, he commanded, "Stop showing off your brute strength. If you can suppress an opponent with the least amount of resources for the maximum effect," his master's words hit Damian like a bolt of lightning, "then maybe you won't reach my level. But you'll at least grow far more than you have." As he left, K-Jun gave one final, chilling warning. Don't focus only on the abyss, because if you stare into the abyss stares back into you. He advised Damian, be wary of the beast within you. Be careful when fighting monsters, lest you become one yourself. And just like that, he was back in the real world. Chin Sung stepped out of the capsule, muttering, if only I could understand all of that. The system announced right on cue, you have logged out. But those last words echoed in his mind, be wary of the beast within you. He frowned. That had to be about the guide and Azaza system, the very thing that sent him back to the past. He felt a sense of unease. Maybe something happened when I lost my memories, like it tried to take control of my body. He grabbed a drink, his mind racing. The whole series of events was just unbelievable, from start to finish. Going back in time 15 years was already insane enough. Chin Sung took a sip of his soda. But at least the 10 Crosses Genesis or Chi Zone aren't causing trouble in the real world. No restrictions from the system here. Overwriting in the real world, not just in the game. Suddenly, a strange sound buzzed in his ears, making him jump. The noise gave Chin Sung a splitting headache. What the? My head. He fumbled for the phone in his pocket. The next second, Chin Sung collapsed to the floor. He tried to reach for his phone, feeling like his head was about to split in two. Through his hazy consciousness, he thought he could feel someone opening the door. That strange voice was still ringing in his ears as he faded out. Next thing he knew, Chin Sung was being taken to a hospital. Chin Sung, stay with me. A familiar voice, Dahi's, asked with concern, do you recognize me? He slowly looked around the room. She explained, we're at the hospital. You've been unconscious for 2 whole days. Dahi told him she was on her way to the convenience store when she stumbled upon the emergency team. She continued, a bit sheepishly. The doctor said, it seems like you fainted from a vasovagal syncope. They need to run more tests to be sure. Chin Sung thought to himself, great. Looks like I've been gaming way too hard. Luckily, she's my neighbor, he replied politely, trying to sit up. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I'll make sure to compensate you for everything. He gave Dahi a grateful look. Why would you say that? Dahi pouted, looking a little hurt. I was really worried, you know? And the first thing you say after waking up is about compensation? She blushed a little and suggested, if you really feel bad, you can just buy me a coffee sometime. He agreed with a refreshing smile. Sure, coffee's no problem at all. Dahi quickly gathered her things. I have to get to work, it's already 8. Call me if anything happens, okay? Chin Sung hesitated for a moment, but we don't have each other's phone numbers. So how could I possibly contact you? She blinked, realizing he was right. Oh, true. Dahi then held out her hand. Well, give me your phone then. Chin Sung was a little surprised. She explained shyly, so I can give you my number. Her awkwardness was kind of contagious. Dahi handed the phone back. There. It's saved. Oh. And your phone has been ringing non-stop. Chin Sung felt a bit awkward himself. I'll check it. After that, she said her goodbyes. Get some rest, Chin Sung. He waved back, thanking her again. Just then, another person stormed into the room. He looked furious, demanding, why haven't you been answering my calls? If you were sick, you should have called me first. Chin Sung just offers a weak laugh. Buddy, why are you shouting? We're in a hospital. But that only made Min Chu even angrier. Shut up. Do you have any idea how worried I was? He yells, reminding him, you didn't answer any of my calls, and somehow you logged out of the game. Your brother was going crazy, so I had to come all the way to your apartment and check your room myself. Min Chu clicks his tongue. I seriously thought a pro wrestler had broken in. Chin Sung flinches at the memory. It wasn't that serious. They brought me straight to the hospital. His friend sits down, his tone serious. You need to cut back on the gaming, man. Do you even know what happened while you were so absorbed in that world? Now Chin Sung was curious. What happened? Min Chu shoves a phone in his face. A news alert is on the screen. The famous gamer and streamer, Damian, hasn't logged on in days, and it's become a huge topic. His fans are worried, and what about his management? Chin Sung is a little stunned. All this just because I didn't play for a few days? Min Chu crosses his arms. Just how much have you been playing for this to happen? Just then, his phone starts ringing. Chin Sung is suspicious. Why am I getting a call all of a sudden? He picks it up. Hello? The voice on the other end leaves him totally confused. Yes? Min Chu leans in, curious. What's up? What are they saying? His friend's face turns dead serious. Dude. Chin Sung looks nervous as he replies, I think I'm screwed. What? What's wrong? Min Chu asks, worried. He's completely baffled. The moment Chin Sung answered the phone, the voice on the other end had asked, Damian, are you feeling better? The person knew everything. I heard you were in the hospital. Chin Sung forces a laugh. Wow, news travels fast. But the person just keeps talking. To be safe, it's better if you travel with a professional security team for a while. Hearing that, he freezes. The caller adds one more thing. They'll be there soon. I'll explain everything when we meet. Chin Sung is even more confused now. Who's coming? And then his phone screen changes. Hello, this is Do Young-ha from the Korean Mage security team. We will arrive in 10 minutes. Chin Sung hands the phone to Min Chu. Dude, I'm screwed, right? Later, in a high-rise apartment, Chin Sung is looking over a contract. So, this is the entire schedule? The agent confirms it. Yes, he reports. The situation was so urgent that we had to get you out of the hospital immediately. You can take your time to think it over. Chin Sung skims through the terms. Honestly, I'm not sure if I'm the right person to be receiving these kinds of offers. I've already filtered these options for you. The agent explains. It's only about a third of the offers you received, but this contract's terms are way above the industry standard. Chin Sung hesitates, not ready to agree. But should I really sign an exclusive contract like this? These terms, they're so good it's making me suspicious. The agent just laughs. You don't need to worry so much about it. He clarifies, you'll only have to wear this brand's exclusive products during official events, and you'll get all the perks of being their brand ambassador. The agent continues, pushing the contract forward. Plus, the president of this corporation is the younger brother of our main branch's director. Hearing that, Chin Sung immediately asks, wait, the president of Under Armour is the SU president's brother? The agent confirms it. That's right. And he's also a massive fan of yours, Damian. The news is mind-blowing. No way. Chin Sung thinks of the muscle-bound Under Armour brand, loved by gym fanatics and one of America's top 3 sports brands. His jaw drops. The director himself is a hardcore fitness enthusiast. Under Armour, the owner of my favorite brand, is Alan's brother, and he's even a fan of mine? He thinks it over. I just wish the partnership contract had fewer restrictions. The representative praises him. Your style seems to perfectly match their preference for masculinity. Chin Sung looks a little proud. I get it. That's my style. Both sides seem incredibly happy with the partnership. Please take your time to review it and let me know. Okay, I will. Thanks for everything. The rep then starts a new topic. Have you heard? He says cryptically. For the 100-day anniversary of the beta launch, Everett Hill is preparing a new event. People are throwing money around like crazy, even though Everett Hill has strict rules against user interference. But this was designed by a super AI. The fact they're officially confirming an event is pretty unusual, and the online communities are going wild. Chin Sung starts thinking. Now that I think about it, a lot of big-name players were made during Everett Hill's first event. He asks the agent if he knows the name of this new one. The agent remembers. The name was so cool, I'll never forget it. His answer has Chin Sung on the edge of his seat. It's called Battle Island. If I remember right, the name has to be. He tries to recall more details. Although nothing's been revealed, it's rumored to be a survival event. The homepage will post the guide soon, so it's happening fast. Chin Sung thinks to himself, I have no idea what's going on, but this is going to cause another massive controversy. That night, in a private villa, Go Dong is monitoring data. Strange. He thinks to himself, Everett Hill definitely can't control the Akashic records. The fact that there haven't been any accidents since Everett Hill opened is almost a miracle. Go Dong starts considering other forces at play. Still, the super AI's true intentions remain a mystery. Players are constantly being thrown into a world created by this AI. He's worried about the situation, and now there's a huge update called Battle Island for the 100-day anniversary. What is Everett Hill really trying to do? With a tap of his finger, he speculates. If an event gets hundreds of millions of users to act, who knows what kind of variables it could introduce into the Akashic records? Go Dong writes with his stylus. Or maybe, it's aiming for those variables from the very beginning, or just watching the data they generate. One thing was certain: this was no simple update. He was concerned. Others might be fooled by it, but not me. He called out, Nace. Alan. Go Dong asked, could you two check something for me? If you can, do it now. Dawn broke over the villa. Chin Sung, now logged in as Damian, saw a notification. The Asian Chronicles 100-day anniversary update was live. A promo video played on screen. Defeat the monsters pouring through the gate. Forge new equipment. The Island of Chaos had appeared. Survive the battle against the primal giants, Umbala and Tagon. Guard the dimensional gate. Explore the new western land of Ano. Pass the highland city of Boca and uncover its ancient mysteries. Damian couldn't help but notice the subtle differences in this timeline. He reviewed the events leading up to now, sure. Some things were the same as before his regression. But this new event? It never existed. The location, the details, everything was brand new. And Damian's mind immediately jumped to one specific region. The Kujiat Mountains in the western Ano Kingdom, a place rumored to be far too treacherous to conquer. With the Boca Plateau City update, tons of adventurers would be planning their expeditions soon. He ate while his mind raced. The existence of Nuelica might be discovered way sooner than he expected. After this update, players might even be able to reach Chushin. Trish saw him lost in thought and got curious. "Master, what are you mumbling about?" He snapped out of it, answering, "Looks like I need to change my plans and head south." Damian figured it was better to focus on grinding the new updated content than to keep following the main story. I need to move fast, dominate the content, solidify his position on his social channels and YouTube. He let out a sigh. With things moving this fast, he thought, I'm going to be insanely busy. It reminded him of his master's warning. Damian recalled Kyrun's words, "Be careful of the beast inside you." What he was really trying to say back then was, "Don't act recklessly," Damian concluded. Thinking about his master's warning and his own lost memories, he knew he couldn't ignore this. He thought of the person behind all this with a hint of concern. After checking the risks from the system logs and Azathoth, he knew one thing. If he didn't want to end up in a hospital bed, he had to be careful. He looked at the system screen, thinking to himself, I can't just sleep on this. I need to get it under control, step by step. A hand closed around a glowing orb. Damian then asked Trish, "Did you hear what my master said?" A strange alien language echoed from the orb, giving him a headache. "I heard something." Then, a low groan came from the other side, followed by a curse so foul it almost made Damian jump out of his skin. He blinked, confused, and spoke into the orb. "Maria?" The sphere was still glowing brightly in his hand. He tried again, even more bewildered. "Can you even hear me?" Maria's ice-cold voice shot back from the other side. "So you finally decided to call?" Her voice dripped with fury. "Why haven't you contacted me all this time?" In her own room, Maria touched a communication orb showing his face. Damian was taken aback as she added, her voice softening just a bit, "I really missed you." But then she immediately cranked the pressure back up. "Answer me. Clearly. Before I fly over there right now," Maria threatened coldly. Damian was a little flustered. She cut straight to the point. "You want to know about the strange incidents recently, don't you?" He had to admit it. She pushed up her glasses. "Well, it's the talk of the town lately. Based on the intel sent by the JP team." She began her report. "Newly formed distorted gates and unstable magic stones can't coexist. They're going haywire, and it's happening across all 6 continents, not just in one specific area." Hearing that, Damian immediately asked, "So you're saying it's happening in multiple places?" "At the exact same time?" Maria confirmed. "Yes. It's almost as if someone deliberately caused this chaos." Just then, a system notification popped up. "Quest alert. Distorted gates have appeared." Damian's suspicion grew as the screen filled with information. Newly formed gates were causing regions all across the world, across all 6 continents of Azathoth, to spiral out of control, creating strange rifts in spacetime. Objective: protect the 6 continents by destroying the monsters, emerge from the spatial rifts and close the distorted gates. Next to that were the mission parameters. And a warning from the system. Difficulty increases rapidly depending on the region. Pay close attention to the gate's level, Damian thought. The day the gates can be sealed will be different for each zone. I'll need to contact the allied guilds and teams. He tapped the screen. This was just like before he returned to the past. He remembered these legendary creatures. They used to be weekly surprise quests, but the levels and monster types were all different. It all depended on the location and level, making them nearly impossible to clear without a solid strategy. Maria's voice cut in. "Shall we continue?" She kept explaining, "Right now, there are 365 out-of-control distorted gates across all 6 continents. The Adventurers Guilds will handle 172 of them," Maria continued. "The rest will be handled by the 6 knightly orders, including Slenet, and the Academy students. The Emperor's decree has been issued. They should be on their way already." Damian was a bit shocked. 170, 2 gates? The Adventurers Guild is taking half? She nodded. "That's right, we have the most mercenaries." Damian clicked his tongue. "The Adventurers Guild, where lives are the cheapest and easiest to buy." Maria's voice was grim. "Exactly." She then added, "But this problem is bigger than you think. According to the decree, all guilds and knight orders must share all information with each other until the gates are sealed. If necessary, they have to cooperate, regardless of their different ideals or beliefs. Damian took the chance to ask, "How's the association holding up?" Maria reported. "The spawn rates are different for each gate, so it's hard to assign them to individuals. We've received reports that even gold-rank adventurers from the High Guard were completely wiped out." Damian put a hand to his chin, calculating. The eastern and southern regions of the 6 continents will have higher levels. Near Terra, silver ranks might be able to handle it, but I wouldn't recommend it. That one sentence made her suspicious. "How do you know that? Did you hire a spy?" He quickly deflected. "Let's just say I have my own information channels." Damian thought back to his previous life. "More like I grinded these spatial gates every single week before I came back. I know their patterns by heart." He gave her some solid advice. "You'll need at least platinum rank adventurers for the east. And for the 8 or 10 plains and Totoke Forest in the southern Ano Kingdom, you need to send diamond ranks." Maria was curious. "Can I really trust this information?" "The decree was issued less than half a day ago." Damian just replied calmly, "It seems you don't believe me." He pressed just a little. "I'm only sharing this information with you." Hearing that, Maria's expression softened into one of pure adoration. "Then I'll trust you." Not missing a beat, Damian decided to tease her. "By the way, Maria, has anyone been dispatched to Agiante's old castle yet?" She recounted. "Agiante's castle? You mean the Forgotten Castle?" "As far as I know, it seems no one has been assigned to that area," Maria added. "Gold-rank adventurers are guarding the outer areas, but they're having a hard time getting inside." Damian let out a sigh of resignation. "I figured as much. That place is even more dangerous than the ones I just mentioned." At the same time, she reported, "We just received a request for aid from our branch in the Ano Kingdom." Maria explained the situation. "They said they don't care who it is, even a rookie, as long as they can get through the Whispering Island." Damian immediately grasped the key point. For them to be that desperate means the situation is already critical, Maria asked, a hint of excitement in her voice. "Are you interested?" Damian leaned on his hand and gave a small smile. The system chimed in with another notification. New terrain data acquired. Current location, the Forsaken Land. In an instant, the scenery shifted around him. Damian rolled his hips, stretching a bit. He could have easily used mana to teleport there, but the thick smoke rising from the island, impossible to ignore. Damian glanced over, intrigued by the rising chaos. "What is that?" A single figure leaped above the crowd, making him guess. "Looks like a massive battle. The 7th monster wave." And just like that, a dimensional gate ripped open. Pure chaos erupted as everyone below panicked. A swarm of demonic beasts poured from the portal, flooding onto the island. A massive monster charged straight for the crowd. Its colossal shadow made one young man's face drain of color. With a single swing, the monster sent him flying. Just then, a woman rushed forward, and deep gashes appeared on the monster's body. It only made the beast angrier. "This is bad. We have to fall back." But first, she had to jump in and try to control it. The monster unleashed a devastating kick right at her. She dodged back, her eyes fixed forward with fierce determination. Not a chance. Suddenly, the monster roared, and for a second, she faltered, overwhelmed by its power. "I have to give the order to retreat." And then, a voice called from behind her. "The front line is collapsing." She froze, hearing that voice from a distance. "The glorious Saturn Knights," a young man on horseback yelled dramatically. "It's time to purge this evil and save the kingdom of Ano." The whole group of knights charged forward. The entire army aimed for the Forgotten Tower, their morale soaring as they rushed in. This just confused the woman. With no one blocking their path, the young knight became furious. "Get out of the way!" His horse's hooves kicked a bystander right in the stomach. But it was no use. The monsters had the upper hand. The attack line was being decimated. Still, the commander was pissed. Doesn't the defense line know its job? He even attacked his own men. Useless trash. Seeing this, the woman stepped in to stop him. His horse reared back, startled, throwing the commander to the ground. The man trembled with rage. "How dare you?" Her expression was one of pure condemnation. "You're using everyone as bait. Have you lost your mind? We need to retreat." Just then, a red shadow flashed past. She looked behind her in absolute horror. A massive figure loomed over them, making her gasp. She recognized the ferocious wolf in the corner instantly. A Lycanloth. The commander just sneered. "Lucky you." He picked up his sword. He even gave her a warning. He'd deal with her after he killed the monster. She suddenly realized he could easily wield a weapon infused with demonic energy. A swordmaster? Just then, the Lycanloth lunged, ready to strike. Before she could even react, the man activated his power. What? He grabbed the other young man and threw him directly into the monster's claws. The beast swiped a few times, its red eyes burning with fury. Meanwhile, the commander raised his weapon to greet it, and just like that, he took down the Lycanloth with incredible style. Adventurers really are useless. Immediately after, he turned his attention back to the woman, asking with fake generosity, "What do you think I should do with you?" He sized her up. "A low-rank adventurer like you probably just stood there watching, right? You're not bad-looking, though." Hearing this, she pressed her lips together tightly. What is this guy talking about? Should I just abandon the quest? She quickly sized up the situation. Most of the expedition members were already dead, she realized. But more importantly, she refused to help a man like this succeed. She was furious, and the situation was already a disaster. She remembered the monsters pouring from the gate, replaying everything that happened. A new wave of monsters arrived every hour. This was bad. With 3 defensive lines, the army barely held out until the 7th wave. But now, the lines were broken. We can't win this. If we're going to retreat, now is the time. Just then, someone from behind shouted, "Fall back," but the arrogant commander wasn't having it. Who said we could retreat? Before he could finish, a monster snatched him up, its murderous eyes scanning the terrified crowd. The system identified it. An armored lizard, mutated by a special energy. Its iron-like skin provided immense defense, and its grip strength was in the hundreds of kilograms. Its 2-meter-long tail was stronger than a knight's lance at full speed. The species level also came with a warning. Stats depend on the lizard type. They can use skills like a breath attack. Extreme caution is advised. The woman's face went pale. What the hell is happening? The monster immediately leaped toward the main camp. When the news arrived, everyone was stunned. What? The commander-in-chief's face twisted in anger. What are you all doing? He furiously questioned them. You're dragging my reputation through the mud. A subordinate quickly tried to calm him down. Please, sir, be calm, young master. Just then, a hand pulled back the tent flap. Damian stepped inside, exposing the ridiculous scene. So this is the command center. No wonder you all haven't cleared this place yet. Instantly, countless swords were pointed at him. Who are you? How dare you enter? Damian just casually picked his nose. Interesting. At your level, shouldn't you all be on the front lines helping? Or were you really planning to use the Night Order as cannon fodder? They demanded. Identify yourself. Immediately, in response, he tossed them a piece of paper. Who else would be here? The group of knights was stunned. I'm the one who came to clean up the mess you made. An official letter of authority from the Adventurers Guild headquarters confirmed Damian's identity. A platinum rank adventurer. The letter was addressed to them, sent in response to a request for aid from young Master Malagud. The Saturn family is involved in the defense of the Crescent Moon. Aid was sent with the hope that reinforcements would solve the problem. Please use them carefully. The knights passed the letter to their superior. This letter is legitimate, issued by imperial decree from Emperor Adelachia through Clinton, a No-Kingdom Adventurers Guild, branch president Colin. This made the young master tremble with rage. What the hell is this? His subordinate knight spoke up. But young master, the seal is truly from the Anno Kingdom and the guild president. Young Master Malagud crumpled the letter in his fist. You're the only reinforcement they sent? Are you telling me you have the power of an entire army? Damian just laughed, his presence becoming overwhelming. I really don't think so. He didn't have time to be angry about stuff like this. The island was engulfed in smoke and fire. How did it all turn out like this? The lizards were just drenched in blood. This time, the girl was clearly overwhelmed. The system flashed. Vampire Lord. Power exploded from her in a bloody massacre, but the strain left her coughing, completely helpless. Exhausted, she finally collapsed to the ground. That should have been enough to take down one lizard. A shadow shot past her, but if it was an armored one, then it would never withstand her power. Before she could even finish the thought, it sent her flying. System warnings started flashing like crazy. The alerts just kept coming. Warning. Your armor has been shattered. The durability of your blade is critically low. Her consciousness began to fade. No, that was her strongest attack. The monster lunged again, aiming right for her. System warning. Armored lizard. Destructive roar. In a flash, it slammed her into the ground, its massive claws pinning her down. It reared back for another punch. But this time, she caught it. Got you. Her eyes shifted as the system announced a new power. Vampire Lord. A weird syrup started gushing from its arm. The lizard basically became a giant bag of goo. The system announced, Bloody Massacre. And just like that, she had survived the fight. She glanced over, thinking to herself, it's finally down for the count. I need to get out of here before another armored lizard shows up. And then, a shadow appeared in the distance. Plenty of time before it regenerates, I should be fine. But then a chill ran down her spine as she realized. The lizard struck with a fatal blow from behind. Its body was already mangled, making her doubt her attack had even been enough. She was at her absolute limit, but it wasn't enough to finish the monster. The beast lifted her effortlessly, then hurled her through the air. She was in a free fall, but thankfully, Damian caught her just in time. He immediately used her momentum to launch himself upwards. Damian spun around, surprised to see the lizard had already turned to face him. He let out a small sigh. Long time no see. You rotten lizard! The two of them were about to clash. Damian's voice was stern as he warned her. If I were you, I would have run a long time ago. Stick around and you'll die and lose all your items. Across from them, the furious lizard locked onto its targets. He teleported instantly, meeting its attack with a punch of his own. An even match. Is that how you greet me after all this time? Damian swung his fist as a warning. Let me teach you some manners. Then he aimed a punch straight for its gut. The lizard was sent flying. The girl managed to call out, "Be careful." Damian was a little surprised. You're still alive? He mused. Guess vampires aren't so easy to kill after all. Chich quickly chirped a warning. Master, you should worry about yourself, the creature fretted. That lizard looks really strong. But Damian was brimming with confidence. I'll be fine. The girl just stared, stunned. Did that chicken just talk? A gap opened up between them, and the lizard took the initiative, attacking first. Damian, channeling his mana, just smirked. Don't be in such a hurry. He casually flicked his finger, starting a summon. Dark arts. He aimed straight for the beast. Stupid lizard. The system announced his attack as he launched it, but the lizard just swiped its claws, shattering the spell completely. It leaped like a god, coming straight for him. Damian summoned a storm of power. Then try this on for size. A massive wave of energy shot out from him, crashing toward the lizard. Countless summoned wolves appeared, swarming the creature. Damian then unleashed another power. Divine Beast. Behind them, a huge explosion erupted. What in the world is happening? As the smoke cleared, he let out a sigh of relief. That's more like it. Damian turned to Chich. Now, what's left? He looked over at the girl and asked her directly. So, you really are still alive? Damian walked over, step by step. Can you stand? She struggled to her feet. Yes. He had to admit it. You definitely wore down its strength quite a bit. While Damian was bragging, made it a lot easier for me to finish it. Her face went pale with terror. Behind you. Damian slowly turned his head. Behind me? What about it? A whole swarm of lizards had completely surrounded them. He grimaced, summoning his power again. I am so sick of these things. With that, Damian made a proposal. We'll talk later. Can you fight right now? Before she could even answer, he was already pulling her along. Then let's go. At that moment, a sphere of energy, a massive ball of power, appeared in the sky, shocking everyone. The entire group of knights stared into the distance, completely bewildered. How is this even possible? They realized the enemy had been completely annihilated. Who in the world is he? The people there were overjoyed. We're saved. A fire archer has appeared, but their commander, watching from above, was not happy. Don't be ridiculous, he snarled. The only reason we've held out this long is because of the Satan Knightly Order. Malleus clenched his fist. You dare put the name of some random adventurer above ours? And now this arrogant fool shows up to steal their glory. He gave an order to Tago behind him, forcing him to obey. Malleus commanded, when those adventurers claim victory, you and everyone here will get ready. Meanwhile, a flood of system notifications popped up, making Damian ecstatic. You have defeated an armored lizard. You have received experience. You have reached level 73. He looked at the loot he'd gathered and smiled. They give a ton of experience and even drop good items. Chich was just as happy. I bet this thing will eat anything it can get its hands on. Damian turned to the girl. Are you okay? She thanked him. We actually defeated them, but it gave him pause. Monsters as strong as the armored lizard. It means the game's difficulty has definitely ramped up, Damian added. The Satan team is almost completely wiped out, so I think the Forgotten Tower is empty now. He made a suggestion. The remaining quests might be tough. Maybe we shouldn't split up? But she hesitated. In fact, before Damian could even react, she spoke up. If you're not busy. A deep blush spread across her face. Could I possibly ask you for a favor? Damian had to consider it. Let's see, he asked skeptically. You want me to join your party and finish all the quests? That's it? She finally confessed. Yes, we're the only ones who survived. Let me introduce you to the others. She pointed. This is Violet, a level 85 knight. Next, another player. And this is Jam Dadak, a level 77 alchemist. She continued her introductions. And this is Jui-chan, a level 82 mage. Violet was the first to shake Damian's hand. We only survived thanks to you. I honestly thought we were done for. He replied politely. It was nothing. Damian was curious. Does everyone here work for the Anno branch? The man admitted. We did, but now. We're all that's left. Violet explained. After the Satan clan betrayed us, every adventurer below gold rank was killed in the battle that followed. The few who survived just abandoned the quest and left, he added, feeling helpless. Honestly, we're barely hanging on ourselves. I don't know what else we can possibly do. Jam Dadak scoffed. What do you mean? Those bastards are hopeless. He was still fuming. They didn't even lift a finger when the seventh wave hit. Jui-chan nodded in agreement. He's right. Giving up is the best option. She then held up a card with an ominous design. What the hell is that supposed to be? Jam Dadak provoked him. You can't tell? It means we're all gonna die. Jui-chan chimed in. But they're useful, aren't they? They all had strong personalities. The girl couldn't help but laugh, and Damian chuckled along with them. Come to think of it, he thought to himself, they look familiar. Violet was on the path to becoming an all-powerful archer, basically a walking weapon. He studied each one of them. Jam Dadak was pioneering a new style of alchemist combat, and Jui-chan was a rising star among mages. A rising star. They were all top 1% adventurers, around level 80. Damian remembered now. He was sure he'd seen them on live streams before. If I play my cards right, I might even be able to use them, he told himself. All right, everyone, just calm down. Damian tried to explain. I heard your mission was just to contain the monsters in this abandoned land. That last fight was a perfect example. You can't leave Crescent Cape, that was the original deal. Janda, a bit curious, added. Restoring the Forgotten Tower was the second objective, added after the Satan Knights also joined in. A second objective? And not taking it seriously is the biggest, most naive mistake you can make. Damian paused, deep in thought. Stopping monsters and guarding a dimensional gate are two completely different things. If they didn't solve the core problem with the gate, he argued, the monsters would just keep on coming, and in the end, no one would be able to protect these lands anymore. There's a reason the reward for this is 100 million won. Damian did the mental math. That's hundreds of thousands of US dollars. He looked at the group. If you all agree, I'd like to make a proposal. This got Violet's attention. A proposal? Damian grinned. Isn't it obvious? As the sun began to set, everyone looked toward the tower, and he made his exciting offer. So, you guys want to conquer Ariel's ancient castle with me? Janda looked intrigued. You mean you want us to go in there right now? Duchan asked, clearly worried. You want us to walk right into the epicenter of the monster waves? Damian simply replied. I mean, I can still go alone, but I came here to help. You asked me to join the party, and I'm just making a suggestion since you're all in a pretty tight spot. That made Janda agree. He's got a point. Damian pressed on. The 8th wave is already over. Right now, there's no one left in that tower. If we don't go immediately, we'll have to survive another wave of monster attacks. Malagud's the one with the gold, but if they abandon the mission, they won't get the reward. They'll even have to pay a penalty for damages to the Saturn clan. Duchan asked curiously, Boss Damian, you think they would do that, just because we couldn't complete a single mission? Damian was certain. If it was the team's own private mission, no. But the dimensional gates are appearing in 6 different locations, and the Emperor has issued a decree across the entire Khan Empire. So this is a whole different story. He laid it out bluntly. For players, this is just a new update, but for the people living in these 6 places, this is a catastrophe. The woman from before had to agree with him. I also think now is the most opportune time. If the Satan clan has decided to use adventurers as bait, we don't really have another choice. She stressed her point, making Violet focus. This could also be our chance to get out of this stalemate. The man admitted. She's right. If we give up now, we're just asking for trouble. We'll lose our platinum rank, and a whole lot more. That's when Janda finally spoke up. Wait. Hold on. I really don't think this is. Just then, a group of knights appeared out of nowhere. Stop. Drop your weapons immediately. The system identified their leader, Marcello. He was the eldest son of the Marcello family, a house that has served the Satan clan for generations. A loyal subordinate of Malagud, appointed as the head of the guild, the new Knights Guild, founded by Malagud himself. He shouted a warning. How dare you all gather here to conspire? Marcello gave the order. What are you standing there for? Arrest these traitors, Damian thought to himself. Well, there goes my plan. Judging by the situation, he figured they must be seriously pissed off. His group was in total shock. What is this? How dare you slander us with words like that? Marcelo demanded order. He threatened them arrogantly. Soldiers must report to the Satan family and follow orders from their superiors. Based on your reactions, I'm guessing you didn't follow proper procedure. Not only that, he puffed his chest out. I, Antony de Marcello, by order of young Master Malagood, will make you traitors pay the price. He didn't even get to finish his sentence before Damian cut him off. You talk too much. He then issued a direct challenge. Do it. If you're so confident, then go ahead. Just then, a soldier spoke up, earning him a hateful look. He whispered something that made Marcello's face go pale. He's as strong as an entire army on the front lines. What? The soldier confessed. Sir, you should probably treat him a little more politely, at least to his face. Marcello was absolutely furious. What is this nonsense? I am the head of the Knights Guild. At that moment, Damian unleashed his mana as a warning. Listen up, you bastards. I'm busy right now. He shot a glare straight at them. What the hell are you all whispering about? The knights began to panic. Our mana is draining. Marcello reined in his horse. What kind of trick is this? He yelled in confusion. Immediate retreat. Damian sighed. You should have attacked when you had the chance. He asked, annoyed. Why waste so much time talking? A system notification appeared. With that, Damian's immense power exploded outward. Janda was in disbelief. Is that a protective barrier? Duchan shouted a warning. Careful, they're starting to falter. At this rate, we're going to be defeated too. Janda reinforced their rear guard. He just scoffed back. Worry about your own side. The system kept announcing that Marcello's defensive line had been weakened. Damian's group was holding their ground. The system's voice kept ringing out. Marcello's stamina has decreased. And not only that, it warned that he had been poisoned. Marcello grew even more enraged. How dare you use such garbage against me? He tried to fight off the poisonous gas. Stop this at once. Then, Marcello leaped high into the air to attack Damian. I will deal with you myself. The system continued announcing the skills being used as Damian gracefully dodged the attack. The guy was clearly at a disadvantage, yet he was still running his mouth. I've decided to face you. Right after, Marcello commanded his troops. Take them all out. Follow your captain. On the other side, the party made their decision. I think it's way too late to turn back now. Everyone got ready for a fight. All right, everyone focus. We have to attack first. Violet warns them. If we get surrounded, it's game over. Then I'll cover our 6. And with that, Duchan starts weaving a complex magic circle. Don't interfere. The knights immediately lock onto her. Get that girl first. Luckily, their charge is blocked just in time, saving Duchan. But wait, she's activating her gear now. She instantly unleashes a critical skill, yelling, Take this! The entire squad of knights screams in a panic. She glances at Violet. Ready? He's already aiming. Ready. Now, draw your bow and fire. A single powerful arrow soars toward the army. As it streaks through their ranks, knight after knight goes down. And then boom! A massive explosion rocks the battlefield. He smirks. Nice, a direct hit. At the same time, the system window pops up with new info. So, when using the skill, mana automatically forms a standard arrow. The catch? You have to be an archer, and your total power needs to be over 200. The knights are in total chaos. How dare you attack the Knight Order? But they're still charging forward. We have to get him before he can fire again. Violet just scoffs with contempt. You really think that's enough? Have another. And just like that, his sheer power pins them down again. All the knights can do is curse. Damn you, adventurers. You think you can take down an entire army with a few cheap arrows? But then, the 5th squad starts to panic. Is there another way? I'll break the barrier. Duchan proposes a plan. If I draw the Emperor card, we'll have a chance. Kim Saru and I will hold them off. They all steel themselves for what's next. We have to do whatever it takes. Kim Saru, let's go. Xandratik hurls a potion into the fray. The moment it shatters, agonizing screams fill the air as the contents splash out. A massive, gnarled tree erupts from the ground, blocking the knights. What is this thing? Duchan keeps up the magical assault as a new notification appears on her system screen. The skill, Wheel of Fate. Duchan pours all her energy into the next card draw, and freezes. The card in her hand, she recognizes it. The Devil card. Why? Why did I have to draw this one? Meanwhile, Chin Sung watches Marcello fighting through the chaos. Well, you're lasting longer than I thought. Right, Manchi. Manchi warns him. He's stronger than you, master. Just as Marcello breaks free and swings his sword at Chin Sung, he effortlessly leaps back to dodge. Marcello roars in frustration. Who are you talking to? Focus on the fight. He charges in again, relentlessly attacking. Just how little do you think of my swordsmanship? Having to constantly dodge is starting to get on his nerves. Okay, this guy is really starting to annoy me now. The fact they're holding their ground against professional swordsmen means they might even have a counter to his soul engraving technique. But hey, it can't hurt to try. Seeing Chin Sung so distracted, Marcello feels completely disrespected. He snaps. Rushing forward, sword raised, he screams, "You bastard! How dare you treat me, Antonio Marcello, like this, the commander of the great Satan family knights?" But in his rage, he left a massive opening. Chin Sung sees it. One punch. With his bare fist, he sends the commander flying, and he's not done posturing. Chin Sung taunts him. All that power but no tactics. Your judgment, leadership, strategy, strength, and speed are all lacking. How did you ever make it to commander? Marcello is out cold, hasn't moved an inch. Chin Sung walks over, nudging him with his foot. Hey, you asleep? I didn't think you'd die that easily. Still nothing. Man, this is a pain. Annoying, even in death. If he's not getting up, then whatever. I guess I'll just have to drag him. On the other side of the field, the rest of the team is still fighting Marcello's army. The knights are putting up a fierce struggle, screaming insults as they fight. You're all a bunch of cowards. Kill every last one of them. But right after saying that, an arrow zips right past the soldier's face, scaring the soul right out of him. It's followed by a whole volley of arrows from Violet. The knights scramble to defend themselves while shouting, "You shameless rats!" An arrow flies towards one knight, but he just smirks, parries it with his sword, and counters with a slash of his own, taunting them. A simple attack like that. You really think it would work again? The knight raises his sword and rallies his men. This time, we tear them apart for our fallen comrades. As they all charge, Violet gets a little annoyed. His second attack failed. But then, the ground beneath the knights liquefies into a thick, blood-red mud. The horses sink into the sludge, panicking and neighing wildly, forcing the soldiers to struggle just to hold on. Turns out, Seo activated Bloodfield to trap them. Now, their horses are useless. A soldier named Elliot jumps down, calling for help. "Doji, give me a boost." The other guy immediately kneels, linking his hands to create a springboard. Elliot uses the boost to launch himself high into the air, trying to escape the Bloodfield's range. Zandratic turns to Dushan, panicked. "Aren't you done yet?" "At this rate, we're all dead," she answers, completely drained. "With the devil card, we can only hold on for so long. I need to draw a new one." Just as the soldier is about to clear the blood marsh, an arrow flies out of nowhere, aimed straight for the chaotic creature Zandratic created. He shouts a warning. "Everyone, brace for impact." The enemy soldiers are also screaming at each other to scatter. Every knight that touches the creature sets off a huge explosion. Something flies out of the smoke, and the soldiers yell, "What was that?" One of them recognizes the unconscious body on the ground. He shouts, "It's the captain." The whole squad swarms around to protect Marcello's body, swords at the ready. They start screaming furiously in their native tongue. "How dare you do this to our captain? Look what you've done." Zandratic gets annoyed and asks Duchan what they're saying, but she has no idea either. It looks like they're going berserk. Where did he even come from? Seo tells them to get ready. This is our chance to escape. Their formation is broken. They won't be able to surround us like before. But as she takes a step, a strange sensation spreads through her entire body. It's not just her. Everyone, including the enemy soldiers, collapses to their knees. Something is wrong. No one can control their own body. Violet sees a notification. His defense stats are dropping. And it's not just him. Everyone's defense, magic, and stamina are plummeting. Then, a lone figure slowly approaches from the distance. The system blares a warning. A portion of everyone's skills have been locked by an unknown power source. Blood and mana are draining rapidly. Chiyong appears with a casual greeting. "Wow, you guys look terrible. How hard did you have to fight?" The moment the soldiers see him, they start grinding their teeth in pure hatred. But all he does is mock them. "So this is all a knight amounts to, huh?" One of them tries to sound tough. "You really think you can get away with this? Aren't you afraid of the Satan family? The king will never forgive you." But he doesn't even finish the threat. An invisible force suddenly clamps around his neck, choking him as he claws desperately at the air. It's over in a second. He stood no chance against Chin Sung. That same terrifying power then wraps around the other two knights, and their faces drain of all color. With a chilling smile, Chin Sung asks, "Are we done here? Let's see. Who wants to be next?" He looked like a demon straight out of hell. Meanwhile, back at the estate, a surviving knight delivers the full report to his master, Malagud, before summing it all up. 1. The Satan family must immediately withdraw its forces. 2. The adventurers and their guild are to be held blameless for this retreat. And 3. If you refuse, he said to remember that your family's fate and the safety of the entire kingdom will be in jeopardy. That was his message. Malagud's eyes are burning with pure rage as he seethes. Is that so? The second his subordinate confirms it, he loses control. Bam! His fist smashes right through the table. His entire body trembles with fury as he screams, "Those insects dare to call themselves knights? Why are you even alive to bring me this report? 100 of my elite swordsmen lost to a single adventurer. And you just came back to parrot his damn warnings?" Seeing their master draw his sword, the other knights turn pale. "Young master, please, calm down." But all they get is a roar. "Silence!" as Malagud raises his blade, completely unhinged. "Did I not make myself clear? I told you I would kill every last one of you if you returned without victory." With that, he brings the sword down in a deadly arc towards a knight. The man collapses to the floor, lifeless. Malagud storms away from his seat, muttering, "Has the world really gone this mad? Some nobody adventurer dares to threaten me, Malagud." He moves to strike the dying knight again, but 2 others grab his arms, desperately trying to hold him back. "Please, calm down," they beg. He doesn't even care, threatening them right back. "Get off me before I kill all of you, useless fools." His heart is filled with nothing but pure hatred now. He thrashes around, ignoring their pleas. "Please, young master, calm yourself." "All right, scene change. We're back with Chin Sung and the rest of the crew. They finally reached the Forgotten Tower, and their location updates on the system map." He lets out a sigh. "Took us long enough to get here." Internally, he's thinking that those nights were a huge, unnecessary delay, which means the situation inside the castle is probably getting worse. And right on cue, the system alerts get more frantic. An unknown energy is flooding the castle. A prompt pops up. "Do you wish to enter the Forgotten Tower?" The others read it, and you can see the hesitation. This seems way too dangerous. Sun turns to him, skeptical. "Are you sure we can go in?" Jandatic tries to reassure her. "Hey, it's not like we'll die the second we step inside, so it should be fine." Chin Sung agrees. "We've been delayed enough. It shouldn't be too hard to handle, right?" But Violet, ever the realist, steps forward to warn them. If that's the case, this could easily become a life-or-death situation. The difficulty has likely spiked since the 8th wave. Jandatic just scratches his head. "Well, it's a little late to back out now. By the way, that guy looks familiar. Is that who I think it is? The famous streamer, Damian?" Someone else immediately calls him out. "Oh, so that's why you're suddenly being so cooperative." Jandatic gets all flustered, stammering, "Hey, the chance to party with a huge streamer like Damian doesn't come around every day, you know." Sun thinks it over. With his reputation, maybe we should just trust him and get started. Violet simply confirms, "Let's do it." After hearing everyone out, Chin Sung takes the lead. "So, can I send the party invite?" he asks, already tapping the system window. And just like that, he's a member of the party. The whole group steps into the Forgotten Tower and immediately gets a new alert. The presence of a powerful monster is flooding the tower. Be cautious of the upcoming wave. A timer appears. Just 3 minutes and 44 seconds remain. Chin Sung gets an idea. "Wonder if I can start streaming now?" Jandatic, of course, is ecstatic. He can't believe he's about to be on Damian's live stream. As his hands move to set up the live stream, he thinks to himself, "Even though we're in a hurry and this situation isn't easy, going live might make these people trust me a little more." Damian's live stream officially begins. As usual, he waves to the camera. "Can you hear me? It's been a while since I last streamed, so today we're doing a collaboration." He suddenly swings the camera over to Jandatic. You guys might already know him. "Jandatic, say hi." The guy looks totally bewildered but manages a clumsy wave to the viewers. Yeah, I'm Jandatic," he stammers. Chin Sung turns the camera back to himself. "Today, we're going to be showcasing one of the new areas from the latest update. As you all know, this is a place where monster waves continuously pour out. Just as the timer hits 0, a new alert flashes. A monster wave is appearing from the Forgotten Tower. Immediately, loud, guttural roars echo through the area. Everyone braces for a fight as the livestream shows the first phase, a distorted space gate opening up. A huge swarm of monsters starts pouring out, crawling down the walls. The viewers are already commenting, "Those things look really strong," while also asking if Han Chin Sung is sure he's going to be okay. Seeing him still focused on the stream, Violet warns him, "This place seems incredibly dangerous," but he doesn't show even a hint of worry. The viewers are loving it. What a pro, so much confidence. Jandatic glances at the viewer count on the screen and just gasps. The firepower is insane. Almost 150,000 viewers. The first wave of monsters begins to swarm in. The system immediately provides info. Mutated plague parasites with strong toxicity. They possess strength and intelligence far superior to humans. This level 74 parasite will seek a host when in danger, so be extremely cautious. One of the monsters immediately locks onto Chin Sung while he's still talking to his viewers. Lucky us, this is just a rank 5 parasite. Weaker than an armored lizard, but the toxicity is a real headache. As the monster lunges, he just casually pivots on his heel, and then launches himself forward to meet it head-on. He doesn't even stop explaining to his viewers. To face it, simply aim for and explode its eyes and its core. And with a single punch from his bare fist, he splits the monster clean in two. As the 4 people below watch in total amazement, he gives his viewers another tip. If it's hard to find, you can just burn it or freeze it solid before tearing it apart. Pretty simple, right? The comments absolutely explode. Most of them, at the same time, they're cheering him on, completely confident in his abilities. Jandatic is thrilled. This guy is really something special. Trang is just left wondering how he even knew where the core was. After showing off for a bit, he got serious. Alright, I think that's enough of a demonstration. Then he laid out their first mission, a bet to see who could kill the most parasites. The clock starts, now, and just like that, the hunt was on. In no time, Damian had already taken down 23 monsters, but he still looked full of energy. Nearby, Pip raised a small tube to his mouth, took a deep breath, and fired a dart, taking out another monster. Zandatic immediately ran up, confused. Wait, Damian isn't using a summon cheating? But Damian just smirked. I said I wouldn't go easy. We're judging by results alone. Hearing that, Zandatic reached into his own pocket. He warned him not to back out later. You better start thinking about my prize, because first place is already mine. Then, from his sleeves, he pulled out 2 vials. He took a step back, wound up, and hurled both vials straight into a pack of monsters. A sulfur bomb and an acid bomb shattered on impact, splashing over the creatures as they collapsed, writhing in pure agony. They thrashed on the ground, burning, melting, and poisoned all at once, letting out blood-curdling screams. For a second, only one beast remained. It bared its sharp teeth, ready to charge. Zandatic called it, smirking. All right, that one's marked. Don't even think about it. But from out of nowhere, a high-damage arrow shot straight through the air. It pierced the unlucky monster, as Violet, flying overhead, easily snagged the kill. Zandatic threw his head back and roared in frustration. Where are the rules for this? Violet, you're really gonna do this? But she just reminded him. Damian said no holds barred. Then she fired another gigantic arrow into the monster horde. Up ahead, the other 2 girls rushed forward, teasing him. Looks like Zandatic might just end up in last place, huh? You know about the penalty for last, don't you? The sight of their 3 massive power auras was enough to make Zandatic see red. He pulled out 6 chemical vials. You don't need to know what I'm doing, he grumbled. It's none of your business. He quickly flung the vials far into the distance, where they shattered in midair. The result? A rain of sulfur and corrosive acid. Zandatic was practically glowing with arrogance. The 2 girls could only curse. This is absolutely insane. A chemical storm poured down from the sky, drenching the entire monster horde. He flashed a winner's smile. You guys forced my hand. The girls, Seo and Jui-chan, whispered to each other. Isn't this a little too crazy? Feels like his personality shifted a bit, right? Jin Sung just watched the smoke bombs. His teammate had just unleashed, completely satisfied. This setup seemed perfect for providing fire support and boosting their teamwork. His subordinate confirmed it. It would seem so, Master. Jin Sung stroked his chin, evaluating the scene. Still a bit rough, but they're linking their plays pretty skillfully now. Even Zandatic, who seemed reckless, wasn't abandoning his role of crowd control. And Seo and Jui-chan, instead of just attacking blindly, were making the most of Violet's powerful ranged attacks. You could tell they'd been coordinating for a long time. Zandatic was still laughing like he'd already won. Awesome, because first place is mine. Better get that prize ready. But his joy was short-lived. A new swarm of parasites came crawling up from the ground. His face went pale. He had no idea what was happening. Where did these things even come from? Suddenly, a blinding light illuminated the entire area. The forgotten castle lit up as a voice boomed. Humanity, bow before me. It's Manchi's turn now. A massive explosion ripped through the area, wiping out every last parasite, saving Zandatic's skin. He collapsed to the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. Whoa, that was way too close. But from behind him, a voice spoke. Humanity. You should be grateful, Manchi saved your life. Jin Sung then walked up to inform Zandatic he'd just lost 25 points. When Zandatic demanded to know why, he got the answer. Each life is worth 25 points. If Manchi hadn't saved you, you'd be toast. That's when it finally clicked for him. If his own life wasn't even worth a single point, then were these parasites worth nothing too? The scene cuts to a towering, vicious parasite, raising its hand to strike, lunging straight for Jui-chan. She had no choice but to use her staff. A swirling vortex of light surrounded her, and instantly, a knight with angelic wings was summoned. In the knight's hand was a long sword, glowing with mystical power. This was the 20th card. Judgment. It was here to execute will and justice upon everything, turning the tide of battle in an instant by dealing 1000% damage in a 5-meter radius. But after the attack landed, the monsters were completely unharmed. They just kept charging. Jui-chan's jaw dropped. They're fine. Is this a glitch or something? One of the parasites broke free, charging her down. There was nothing she could do but brace for impact. Just then, a flash of light, Seo and her ultimate skill. She took down 5 or 6 of the massive monsters at once, saving Jui-chan's life. Seo stood in front of her protectively. Listen, even if their limbs are blown off, they can still move as long as their core isn't destroyed. If you don't kill them in one hit, they'll just regenerate. One last tanky monster charged forward, ready to go one-on-one with Seo. She glared at it with pure hatred, locked onto its core, and prepared a final blow. The critical hit landed, completely shattering the rank 5 parasite's core. It was obliterated. Seo gained some experience points for the kill, and Jui-chan stood there, stunned, realizing that was the core her friend was talking about. From behind, another one tried to sneak up on her. She spun around just in time, sizing it up. She couldn't see it clearly, but the core looked like it was right below its head, about the size of a fist. Without hesitating, she drew a mysterious card and took her chance, slicing clean through its neck. Cheers erupted from the audience, watching her live stream. Seeing his teammates pulling ahead, Zandatic couldn't just stand by. He pulled out a few more vials and launched them at the enemy. He was determined to be number 1. Meanwhile, Seo was falling back, letting her 2 teammates take the lead. Jin Sung, curious, walked over to interview her. Seo, what are you doing? Giving up on the bet? Flustered, she replied. No, that's not it. He pressed on. You have a good intuition. Is it different from a legendary rank? She had no idea what he was talking about. He explained that fighting these aberration parasites wasn't supposed to be this hard. This whole bet was just a warm-up. Seo was shocked. You mean, there are even harder stages? Just then, Violet walked over, curious about their conversation, when something made Zandatic and Jui-chan run for their lives, screaming, Save me! It was the leader of the plague aberrations, and despite its massive body, it moved with a speed that defied the laws of physics. Unlike the rank 5 creatures, this thing could use bizarre spatial powers. Its level went from 99 to unknown, and most importantly, it commanded the lower-level parasites. Seo realized it immediately. So this is the real focus of the bet, isn't it? Jin Sung didn't hesitate. That's right. Alarms started blaring. Warning, unrefined spatial energy detected. Warning, unrefined spatial energy is invading the area. Your character is being exposed to spatial energy. Your character has been poisoned. Seeing Jin Sung just standing there, Seo was confused. Aren't you going to dodge that? He was still live streaming, so he decided to explain it to everyone. As you can see, a distorted dimensional gate changes and evolves with its environment. These pioneer aberrations should have appeared in Phase 3, but we took too long. So, the Phase 1 monsters evolved. The audience was freaking out in the chat, telling him, this isn't the time for a lecture. No matter how skilled he was, holding open a distorted space gate was a bit much, even for him. Even as monsters were closing in on his team, Damian was just casually chatting. The creatures we saw at Crescent Moon Cape, they were just an extension of this. So a timed attack right now is pointless. If we hit Stage 3 in this state, something even stronger is waiting for us. The enraged monsters were right on their heels. Zandatic finally snapped, screaming, What the hell are you doing? We're going to get killed at this rate. Trang turned to him, asking, Why did you suddenly rush forward like that? Little did she know, no one had told him to follow her in the first place. Seeing things were spiraling out of control, Violet and Sarah decided to step in. Sarah noted grimly, Their health is dropping fast. We need to move now. Suddenly, Pip leaped onto her shoulder and commanded, "Humans, appear!" And out of nowhere, a literal army of chickens popped into existence, each one armed with a tiny blowgun. As the two women stared in shock, Pip stood on her shoulder like a general rallying his troops. "Now it's our turn, humans. Fire at will, my brothers." At his command, the chicken army unleashed a volley of darts. They flew straight for the monsters, quickly taking down enemy after enemy. Sarah was stunned. They're aiming for the parasite cores. Then, a few wolves appeared at their feet. Damian stepped forward, impressed. "Mandy's doing great." He then activated his power, letting an aura blaze around both arms. "Let's see if I can hit their cores dead on." With a wave of his hand, he sent the vicious wolves charging forward. They tore into the monsters, then exploded, making the creatures howl in pain. The final wolf locked onto a core and dived straight into a monster's head. A blinding explosion erupted with a deafening roar, sending out massive shockwaves. Sarah and Violet threw their arms up to shield themselves, bracing against the blast. Then, the system announcement. Spatial Plague Parasite has been eliminated. The reward, 1 spatial key, and a chunk of experience points. Zandatic, who'd been blown into a pile of rubble, could only mutter, "Unbelievable." Then he realized, he was lying on top of something. He stood up, only to see Trang's head poking out from the debris, dazed and confused. Her entire body was buried, and she looked up at Zandatic, puzzled. "Why are you staring at me?" He just gave a weak laugh and dodged the question. What a mess. Just then, an alert popped up. The unrefined spatial energy had vanished. The monster's energy faded right along with it. Time remaining, 59 minutes and 37 seconds. And now, the Forgotten Tower was on high alert. Damian walked over, clapping happily that they were all still alive. He decided to give everyone an extra 10 points. But Zandatic? He felt this wasn't a bet anymore. It was a straight-up scam. Damian grinned wide and announced, "Time to tally the scores. 1 point per kill. Zandatic, 66 kills. Trang, 55. Sarah, 37. And Violet, 43. After adding life points, the biggest loser was Zandatic. He protested immediately, arguing that the near-death experience from the surprise boss shouldn't count. But Damian wasn't having it. He told him to accept it, since Zandatic was in the most danger out of everyone. To which Sarah just thought, well, seems like a fair scoring system to me. Unfortunately for Zandatic, Violet chimed in too, saying a bet's a bet and he had to listen to Damian. He was getting seriously pissed at these traitorous teammates. His punishment? Getting tied up. Zandatic struggled on the ground, totally confused. Then, out of the blue, Damian asked, "Hey Zandatic, did you happen to pick up any items dropped by those monsters?" He remembered falling into the rubble and receiving a spatial key. "What, you need it?" "I do. We need it for the next stage." Zandatic offered to hand it over if they'd untie him, but Damian just told him to hang on to it for now. Zandatic was now surrounded by a horde of tiny chickens, and he just kept screaming, "What the hell is going on here? And what is with all these chickens?" While he was getting tormented, Damian turned to the others. "For now, let's just leave Zandatic like that. Okay, time for an explanation. From this point on, things like opening the trade window will be impossible. Spatial equipment is great, but to get it, you'll have to clear a distorted space gate, and for that, you'll need at least 200 high-grade HP potions, or something similar, like continuous recovery potions. Either way, you'll earn more than enough gold from the quest. Now, let's move." Damian led them down a dark tunnel. Zandatic, still tied up, was being carried by the chicken army. And of course, another system warning. Unrefined spatial energy is growing dense. Unrefined spatial energy is infiltrating the area. Your character has been exposed. Sarah looked around nervously. The spatial energy here is way too thick. Without potions, we would have been overwhelmed and killed by now. Trang couldn't help but wonder how Damian knew all this. Has another player actually cleared this before? Violet shot that down. No way. The method to clear a distorted space gate is constantly changing. Meanwhile, Zandatic was struggling so much that Pip, busy with a potion, had to tell him off. "Stay still and save the noise for later." Sarah was amazed. Damian had navigated dozens of branching paths without getting lost once, and he was even managing Zandatic's stamina. The poor guy looked pathetic as Pip just unceremoniously poured a potion all over his face. Sarah thought to herself, "Damian, you are definitely no rookie at this." But he didn't answer, simply announcing, "We're almost there." He quickly pointed them to take a left. They stopped in a completely empty room. A new terrain notification popped up. The Abyss of the Forgotten Territory. Damian glanced around, making sure he'd brought them to the right spot. Despite looking a little confused himself, Damian began the briefing. All right, everyone, you can save your potions for now. I mentioned that the space gate is split into 3 stages, right? Well, this next stage has a pretty rare trick to it. And it's the real reason for that little punishment bet we had earlier. Doing this ourselves would take way too long, and it's not exactly a reliable method. The key here is to play it safe. Smart. But then, the air in the room suddenly shifted. Violet was the first one to notice. A terrifying wave of power slammed down from the ceiling, crashing right into Giamdatich and making him cry out in pain. The energy was trying to force its way inside him, twisting his body. Veins started popping on his neck and face as he just laid there, screaming, while his teammates watched on, totally helpless. And that's when Chin Sung finally explains the trick. The first part of Stage 2? Everyone has to survive and make it to the lowest floor of the castle. Next, we use the space key from Stage 1 to open a hidden path. And to do that, we have to fight an opponent cursed by a warped space gate. The warped space gate drives the key's owner completely insane. He holds out his hand with a twisted look. So, please accept your punishment gracefully, Mr. Giamdatich. Cut to some guy's room, watching Chin Sung's livestream. The look on his face is pure excitement as he starts cursing. Holy crap, this is insane, right? The streamer I watch not only hit 1 million subscribers, but is also famous as a top lecturer at AC. They've uploaded clips and written guides, so they must have tons of time. It would be awesome if we could get an interview with him. As he's talking, he suddenly remembers what his friends always nag him about. Why is a programming genius like you making these kinds of videos? It's such a waste of talent, a real shame. He continues. But they can't expect me to just code in a room until I die. Suddenly, a message pops up. It's from Go Dong. He wonders what that old guy is up to, since he's been quiet for a while now. After opening the message, he sees Go Dong wants to partner with him on a project, hinting that the terms are pretty good. He said he worked really hard to find someone as suitable as him, so please reply as soon as you see this message. The guy just scoffs at the nerve. Doesn't he know he already quit? And now he's trying to win him over with flattery. This must be a really tough job. Why else would they send this kind of email to a security programmer? His fingers start flying across the keyboard. Mr. Godong, I'm sorry, but I'm satisfied with my life as it is now. So please, don't contact me again. The moment the message sends, something else happens. Who knows what Godong put in that message, but it leaves his screen flooded with a ton of error notifications. Meanwhile, back on the live stream, the comments are exploding. No way, you're clearing a warped space like this? What are you even doing right now? Chin Sung takes 2 vials and pours them directly onto Giamdatich with a curious look. Is this the right formula for the corrosive solution? He thrashes around from the chemical concoction, which actually makes Chin Sung raise an eyebrow. Oh? I thought you'd be weak since you're an alchemist, but you're holding on. This guy is surprisingly tough. Giamdatich struggles even harder. Trick yells for his underlings to hold him down tight. Come on, boys, tough meat doesn't taste good. Being called food just makes Giamdatich struggle with even more fury. Chin Sung holds out a hand and mutters a few words, summoning the 5th destructive alchemy formation technique. His teammates are in shock. How can he use Giamdatich's own technique, a skill that even Giamdatich himself had trouble controlling? He points his hand towards Giamdatich and yells, Alchemy! Sulfur bomb! It creates a firestorm of acid that engulfs his body, trapping him in a beautiful, deadly blue light. The viewers are all demanding an answer for how he knows and can use another player's class-specific items. Giamdatich is literally knocking on death's door. Be especially careful not to let any team members die. Chin Sung cracks a satisfied smile. Looks like we succeeded. Jui-chan has to ask, did we really need to go that far? I mean, even though they were our enemies, this looks a little. He nods. That's a fair question. Without an explanation, it definitely looks like torture. But this gimmick fails if the cursed keyholder dies. And if a team member dies because of the keyholder, the number of cursed people doubles. The keyholder can only take damage from their own skills or attacks. What's necessary is to lower their HP to exactly 10 or less, putting them into a critical state. The easiest strategy is using reflect-type magic. Unfortunately, our party doesn't have anyone with a reflect-type skill, so as an alternative, we restrain them and force them into a critical state ourselves. Just then, Giamdatich is bathed in a holy light, and the curse is finally lifted from his body. The space key was monitoring the curse of the warped space gate. The gate within him shoots out like a meteor, with a prompt to use the space key to open the location of the warped space gate. Giamdatich finally wakes up after thinking he was about to meet his ancestors. He feels like this is seriously unbelievable. Even I can only use a fraction of that skill, since it's not easy to handle. A few comments praise Chin Sung's skills as pretty amazing, asking how he managed to do it. GM Datish, on the other hand, is crying on the inside. All his years of training, and some guy just copied all his skills in a few minutes. How is this level of power difference even possible? Chin Sung places a hand on the gate. What's more important now is clearing stage 3. From here on, things might get a little difficult. Mr. GM Datish, do you have any time-stop potions left? The kind you can craft with level 5 alchemy? GM Datish replies, it's not that hard to make. Chin Sung then asks if he could craft about 4 vials in 5 minutes. His jaw hits the floor. 5 minutes? Before he can even answer, Chin Sung is already pressuring him to make 4 vials in 5 minutes, turning to Jui-chan to ask her to draw the hermit card if possible. And as he's talking to Violet, GM Datish interrupts. Are you seriously asking me to perform level 5 alchemy 4 times in 5 minutes? Are you insane? He thinks Chin Sung is just forcing everyone to do what he wants, just because he's a famous streamer. But Chin Sung just calmly reminds him, as you know, I can't guarantee we'll clear the next stage, if we don't have those potions. The best option might be to just give up. We're live on a collaboration stream, so it wouldn't be good to ruin the atmosphere. There are a lot of people sharpening their knives just waiting for you to mess up, especially with your big fan base. I'm not insisting on 5 minutes, but let's try to create some good content for the stream. The other 3 see them whispering back and forth and start talking amongst themselves. What are they doing? Are they planning something in secret? I'm sure they have their reasons. They're the only ones among us who can use crafting skills. GM Datish overhears this and can only cry silently in his heart. That's not it, you crazy fools. Even though GM Datish is completely unwilling, Chin Sung still decides to move to the next trial. Alright, let's just say we're ready to go. We're moving on to the next stage. The space gate slowly begins to open. The gate swings wide, revealing the oblivion of the Holy Grail. The effect of the space key has officially expired. 4 minutes and 43 seconds left on the clock. They're pushing into the hidden path, clearing the distorted space gate. Suddenly, new terrain info pops up. This place is huge, like an arena filled with hundreds of columns. They're scattered randomly, creating a maze that's just floating in space. A quick update on their location reveals they're in the Santalia ruins. Jinchun was absolutely stunned. He couldn't believe a place like this was hidden inside Atlante's castle. How could a structure like this be underneath Crescent Bay? Chinsung explains the Santalia ruins are actually an ancient aqueduct system. It was here long before the massive Atlante castle was ever built. In fact, it used to be a breakwater. They also used its maze-like waterways to trap fish. Grand Duke Acacia simply expanded and rebuilt these ruins. Then he built his entire castle right on top of it. That's why the architecture here feels so completely different from the castle they just passed through. And in the very center of this place lies our objective. His hand shot out, pointing to the heart of the ruins. The space gate. It's shrouded in a monstrous aura, with 2 torches burning brightly on either side. Chinsung continued, All right, everyone, you all did great making it this far. Luckily, we've kept our formation intact. The gate looks a bit unstable. It seems the time we bought back in Phase 2 had a serious effect on it. As you can probably guess, the final phase involves stopping the magic stones on both sides of the gate. They've got a ton of health, but it should be pretty simple as long as there are no major interruptions. If you have any skills with piercing abilities, breaking the stones will be a piece of cake. Violet decided it didn't look too far. He immediately drew an arrow, knocking it to his bow and channeling his power straight into the tip. Then he let it fly. The arrow, glowing with energy, shot forward like a missile. It slammed into the gate, triggering a massive explosion. The viewers went absolutely wild, praising the shot. This is insane! That's not an arrow, it's a cannon. Someone joked that the goal was to destroy the magic stone, not nuke the entire area. But Violet realized something was wrong. This gate was tough, ridiculously tough. Its HP bar was completely full. It hadn't taken a single point of damage. Chinsung suddenly remembered a key detail he'd forgotten. Oh, by the way, attacks from a significant distance, especially ranged ones, almost never penetrate that weird energy field around it. It's unaffected by normal physical force. Unless you have a massive area of effect spell powerful enough to blow this whole dungeon off the map. Seo and Jui-chan suddenly screamed for them to look over there. A stream of black energy was pouring from the gate, forming a vortex in the air. Seo wondered, is that some kind of ghost or spirit? Chinsung explained that they were different, but served a similar purpose. Getting close to those? Yeah, that's probably not going to end well for us. The space gate was now on high alert. It began pulsing with raw, unrefined spatial energy, trying to absorb the player's life force. Tendrils of that raw energy shot out, chasing after the five of them. As they got closer, they took shape. They were floating, ghostly apparitions. Everyone started yelling to run for it, leaping down to escape. Only Chinsung remained above, calmly standing with his arms crossed. Told you, they're like spirits. But the ghosts weren't chasing him, they were swarming the other four. The more they ran, the closer the spirits got. They knew running blindly through a maze was a terrible idea. Jui-chan had enough. She spun around to mount a defense. We can't just keep running like this, it'll never end. She slammed her staff down, casting an anti-intrusion network to keep the spirits from touching them. Her plan? Hold the line and buy time for the others to target the gate. But Jui-chan's shield alone wasn't enough to stop these things. Just as the barrier began to crack, Seo rushed forward to provide support. She threw up her own defensive layer with a wave of her hand, quickly asking if Jui-chan was okay. Let's split up and go all out. We'll handle the shields. Sticking together just makes us an easy target. And just like that, their two powers began to merge. They formed a single, gigantic shield. Violet wanted in on the action, too. He drew back 3 arrows at once, unleashing his demon-slaying arrow skill. Meanwhile, the girl's defensive shield had changed. It wasn't just a barrier anymore. The vortex was now shredding any ghost that dared to get close. The power was getting stronger by the second. Watching from above, Chinsung was pleased. Looks like they chose to split up as a strategy. The space gate's current status? Its energy has expanded significantly. Even so, the reason it's attacking so fiercely is that it needs to replenish the resources it's already used. So that thing rushing down now is about the size of its opening, huh? Basically, it's feeding time. The moment we touch one of those unrefined energy globs, a debuff gets applied. It reduces movement speed by 100%. And then it starts siphoning away your resources, like health and stamina. We could be forced to log out instantly. This unrefined energy is way denser than what we faced in phases 1 and 2. Surviving with potions or breaking it with brute force is impossible. Unless you're a spatial type ranker, trying to face it head-on is like throwing an egg against a rock. All of you have about 10 minutes to escape being consumed by the energy in these ruins. At that, Jandatik couldn't take it anymore. He screamed like a child. This is a total scam. A rip-off. Chinsung just asked him calmly, "Did I happen to mention?" The distorted space gate has another defense mechanism. While running, Jandatik suddenly froze, his face turning pale. The distorted space gate was entering a rage mode. It was summoning its guardian. A massive, skeletal hand clawed its way up from the ground below. The guardian was a nightmare, a skeleton with the head of a shark, but the 4-legged body and long tail of a Tyrannosaurus rex. Its name was Reganosid. As it prepared to hunt, Chinsung, still watching from above, decided it was the perfect time to start live-streaming everyone's point of view. Jandatik just barely managed to leap onto a high rock, collapsing to his knees and panting for breath. A chat window from Jui-chan popped up, asking him how he was doing. Jandatik was exhausted. "I feel like I'm about to die. Even with all this bizarre energy around, why aren't my potions having any effect?" She confirmed his fears. "Seriously, if Chinsung hadn't told us about this, we would have been dead for sure." It made Jandatik agree. "Yeah, that guy. He's really something else." The system then detected the unrefined spatial energy converging in one place, but it vanished almost immediately. A warning flashed for Chinsung. A powerful presence has appeared. Gotta be careful. No dying on this run. He stared at the screen, confirming the setup. Jandatik was on the edge of his seat. All he could do now was put his faith in Chinsung. But how exactly was he going to pull this off? Damian must have a plan for everything. Suddenly, a streak of light shot out from the chaos, rocketing into the sky. Chi, perched on a rock, had launched the signal. Time for the counterattack. The flare exploded like a firework, and Jandatik shot to his feet, eyes wide. The long, exhausting wait was finally over. He gripped the vial in his hand, a grin spreading across his face. Jui-chan barked orders at her team, "Stay sharp. Don't screw this up, got it." One shot was all they had to drain the dimensional gate's energy. Violet had her bow drawn, ready to fire a full-power arrow the second Chinsung gave the signal. Sarah's side was ready too, 1,000 sharp spears aimed and waiting to support him. Jandatik, his spirit restored, roared, "I'll use my energy to blow this dungeon sky high with the judgment of the Golden Giant." Everyone was in position. From his spot, Chinsung gave the order. "Attack." All you could see was a flash of blinding white light. A sphere of raw energy spun wildly, crackling with lightning, as the human's sheer power completely overwhelmed Leganosid. The creature couldn't absorb energy from the gate anymore. The magic stones of the dimensional gate refused to resonate with Leganosid. With its connection to that other world severed, Leganosid couldn't regenerate. It just stood there, frozen. Jin Sung let out a breath, man, that was way too close. In its current state? This was almost too easy. He leaped high into the air, ready to give this amphibious nightmare a taste of real pain. The monster let out a heaven-shaking scream of agony. It was sent flying back several meters. As it struggled to get up, Jin Sung started monologuing. I wonder, how long can a monster like you really hold out? So, one of your traits is crisis evasion, huh? A real pain-in-the-neck ability that lets you revive after death. Oh well. Whatever. Before the beast could even recover, he shot forward like a bullet, fist cocked back, finishing his thought. Guess I'll just have to kill you one more time. But as his fist grazed the creature's body, a sharp spike suddenly erupted from its skin, shooting out so fast it sliced right across his cheek, snapping him back to reality. A long cut appeared, with a bit of blood dripping down. That's right. He'd forgotten the horns of vengeance reflect 1000% of the damage back at the attacker, and now its body was covered in them. The beast roared, its power returning. Jin Sung jumped back, grumbling, seriously, this thing's a beast. All its traits are annoying, but I don't plan on getting hit, that's for sure. A red aura exploded around him, the power of the bloodthirsty mage. Right now, Jin Sung looked like a true wolf king, his fighting spirit blazing, ready to take on anyone. Without hesitation, he launched himself into the air again, diving down to deliver a critical blow. The revenge horns shattered instantly, and the ones that didn't quickly retracted in fear. Leganosid tried to defend by sprouting more spikes, but Jin Sung just mocked it. You think I can't dodge that little backlash? And then came the attack. A devastating strike from above, powered by horrifying strength. But weirdly enough, not only did it survive, it actually dodged. Just then, with the monster's defense wide open, Jin Sung shot up from below like a hurricane, landing a clean hit. He even had time to lecture the others. Why are you praising it so much? It's not that impressive, because what came next was Jin Sung's truly spectacular attack. Dozens of afterimages rained down from the sky. His clones split off in every direction, ready to pummel the monster into oblivion. And the scene just got crazier. One wave of clones after another slammed into the beast, delivering a brutal beatdown. Leganosid, realizing it was being humiliated by this army of one, let out a final, piercing roar, signaling a massive attack was coming. But Jin Sung, his fist glowing with the power of Tetra's ring, made his decision. It's time for this thing to die. A massive blast of light slammed into the monster, shaking the very earth and sending debris flying. He'd successfully overpowered Leganosid. It could no longer absorb energy from the dimensional gate. The resulting shockwave spread so far that even Violet had to shield her face, whispering in awe. As expected of Damian, to think he could do all of that by himself. It took the four of us just to clear one of the early stages, but he handled one of them all on his own. I can't even imagine how strong he really is. The gate's magic stone stopped resonating with Leganosid, and its otherworldly energy quickly faded away. The dimensional gate is being purified. You have received experience points. Please return to the royal palace to receive your reward. The scene shifts to King Arthur. He's standing in the middle of some chaotic battlefield. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "You all did well." Arthur turns to an old man with a cane. "You're too kind." The old man praises him, saying his skills are way better than the new blue-haired recruits. This is Gaxia, one of the Empire's 5 master swordsmen and a mage who's lived for over 300 years. He's the only one allowed to act freely, alongside the Emperor, the sole Grand Duke of the Khan Empire. He reminds Arthur to just follow his orders, telling him there's no time for chit-chat. Arthur turns and opens a dimensional gate, taking off his mask and hood to reveal a surprisingly young, clean-shaven face. The old man asks, "Are you all right, young Master Arthur?" But of course he was all right. He wasn't even injured. On the inside, though, he was sweating bullets. That arrogant old geezer, he'd read every single one of his moves. Controlling just one gate had drained way too much of his energy. He asks, "What about my previous order?" The old man clarifies, "Do you mean the expansion into the 6 southern territories?" He wanted to know about that, and everything else. Gaxia bowed. "I will teleport back and report immediately." With that, they both stepped through the portal. They were heading to the Emperor's hidden sanctuary. As they walked, Gaxia reported, "We've achieved some of our goals, but we haven't quite reached what we truly desire." Arthur raised an eyebrow. "Not yet? Does that mean we're close?" "Yes. As per your instructions, we succeeded. We've started a massive war between the 2 alliances in the 6 southern territories. Their forces are wearing each other down, so expanding our land after the war won't be difficult." Sitting on a throne, Arthur asks like a king. How much longer do you think it will take? The old man calculated. 1 month at the earliest, 2 at the latest. In his mind, that really wasn't too long. So, we couldn't secure the Iron Troops? Gaxia bowed his head in apology. Young master, protecting Kim Chun Sam, and acquiring the Iron Troops must be delayed until after we've secured the southern territories. Arthur tapped his scepter, wanting to discuss this in more detail. He demanded to know exactly why Gaxia couldn't make that old fool bow his head. Back at the battle in the Santalia ruins, some were commenting that Jin Sung had changed. He didn't even look human anymore. Even Jiamda Tich was wondering what had happened to him. The screen just showed a berserk Damian. Dai Trang worried, wondering if she should try to stop him, but she got a hard no from Jiamda Tich. Absolutely not. Did you forget what he said before? Violet then reminded everyone. Get ready. Our job is simple. We just have to use that at the right moment. Dai Trang stared intently at the monitor. Leganoseed's health bar dropped to just 20%. Once it fell below 10%. She clutched a vial in her hand. All right. At this point, there's nothing left to lose. He definitely has a plan. We just have to trust in this potion. Meanwhile, Leganosid was still taking an absolute beating from Jin Sung. He could feel it, too, the end was near. He thought, it's thanks to you that I'm finally realizing what my limits are. Facing Leganosid was the right choice. I needed to see how much power I could use without going overload. The beast, now completely exhausted, unleashed one final attack. It let out one last roar, desperately absorbing energy from the dimensional gate. The magic stone of the gate was now resonating with its will. The dimensional gate is unleashing an unknown spatial energy. Warning. A black cloud now covers the Santalia ruins. The hardest part, it seems, has finally arrived. With normal attacks, its health just won't drop below 1 HP. But of course, I was already prepared for something like this. Turns out, he'd asked Zambatic about a special potion before, but the time toxin could only be crafted by a rank 5. He explained that there were no guarantees about what would happen in the next round. Without that potion, the smartest option was to just give up. All right then. I'll handle the rest. He pulls out the vial and tosses it up with a grin. The liquid bursts out, completely covering Santalia. Right at that moment, Violet shields her eyes from the blinding light, trying to get her own potion open. The sister had already doused herself. Zambatic, not wasting a second, just roughly splashes the potion right onto his face. As the last drops fall, reality itself begins to crack. The first streams of water seeped through the fissures. Then huge chunks broke away, letting even more of the flood pour in. And when the barrier could no longer hold, the water surged in like a great flood, washing everything away. News flashes started popping up everywhere. The Forgotten Tower has been cleared. The shocking reason behind the Southern Six Territories attack, a must-read recommendation, and so on. Now, the whole party is sitting outside the tower, bathed in the brilliant glow of the evening sun. Zambatic can't believe they actually cleared it. Yukan asks, "Did you seriously think we were going to die?" He just groans, "Of course I did. What kind of ridiculous strategy was that?" She flops onto the grass, exhausted. "You're not wrong. That was the weirdest strategy I've ever seen in my entire gaming career." The sister asks Han if they're both uninjured. Yukan cheerfully replies that of course, she's fine. The sister sighs, "I'm still in shock. To think they blew up the ruins, defeated the Guardian, and cleared the gate all at once. Not exactly a textbook strategy, right? Normal or not, it definitely wasn't a conventional approach. A single blow powerful enough to wipe out an entire dungeon that stopped being a metaphor. The sister figures the result was pretty good though. The rest of them all agree. Zambatic picks up an empty vial, lost in thought, using a potion's invincibility effect, to outlast an explosion with time itself? Who even comes up with an idea like that? Wait a second, he says. Did we just get a free ride here? Violet teases him. Oh? Has the great Zambatic finally realized? He snaps back that he has a conscience, you know, but Yukon tells him not to worry about it, which makes him turn his head, curious. At her call, the rest of the group gathers around to look at the screen she's holding. The whole group just stares, wondering if they're seeing things. On the screen is Chinsung with his flock of chicks, thanking all the viewers for the huge donations and year-long subscriptions. He promises to use everyone's contributions generously. The donation amount keeps climbing, mostly from someone named Herchin, who doubles the amount with every donation. Chick eagerly asks, "How much is that in total, Master?" "Oh my, Chairman Herchin just donated a grand total of 11,110 gold. Chinsung's eyes suddenly sparkle like stars in the night sky. "I absolutely cannot let this go unnoticed. It's time for a huge reaction." He turns around, getting his baby chick's attention, and starts giving orders. He spins back around and yells, Attention! Then he throws up a sharp salute, sending a greeting to all the subscribers on the front lines. Loyalty! The little chicks follow his command, raising their tiny wings to show their gratitude. Chick adorably chirps its thanks to the viewers, making everyone watching think it's the cutest thing ever. Night has fallen over Santalia, and it's time to end the live stream. Chinsung thanks everyone who tuned in to watch the stream today. He says he'll take a short break before uploading the video of this entire expedition. Once the live stream is off, Chick lets out a sigh of relief. It's finally over, Master. Chinsung stretches, feeling refreshed, and tells Chick it did a great job. And your little brothers, too. But the notifications are still popping off like crazy. Looks like there are still more rewards to claim. A notification tells him to visit the Guild and the Adventurers Association to receive his rewards. You have reached level 80. He smiles, satisfied. Man, getting rewards is the best, even if I didn't have to go through all the trouble to get them. The reason he traveled all this way to the Forgotten Tower, even risking a run-in with Satan, and the reason he almost died to Leganoxit while raiding the dungeon. It was all for the one reward you can only get by being the first person to clear an unsealed dimensional gate, the Holy Legacy of Joshua. Chinsung runs around, searching for the place, but he can't find it yet. It's definitely around here somewhere. Chick, exhausted, asks, Master, how much further do we have to go? He reassures his companion. We're almost there. By the way, this is pretty clever. Even though the historical site is completely underwater, this canal still serves a purpose. The water here must be flowing somewhere specific. Here it is. In front of him is a swirling vortex. This is exactly what he was looking for. He pulls an item out, ready to use it. After he opens the lid, the system announces he's used a drop of Qiqia, allowing him to breathe underwater for 5 minutes. Once used, his entire body is surrounded by a blue energy. He twists and stretches a bit to warm up, then takes a leap, diving straight into the swirling water. Chick clings to his head, screaming, Are you crazy, you stupid master? The moment he's submerged, the 5-minute water-breathing effect activates. Chick thought the energy only protected him, and scolds him for scaring it to death. But he just tells it to hold on tight because they're not done yet. Now, he and Chick have to descend into the deep, swirling abyss. Chick is sweating bullets, wondering if its master has completely lost his mind. He replies, Of course not. Besides, it's not too late to turn back now. Down in the dark tunnel, his time underwater is about to run out. Just as the effect expires, Chinsung opens his eyes and finds himself at the bottom of the sea. A system update announces a new area, the sky-flying sea of Paikyon. He quickly pops another drop of Qiqia, getting another 5 minutes of underwater breathing. Chinsung is still shaken up. He almost died in that dark tunnel. Chick is also dizzy, its eyes spinning. He tells Chick, It's no use. The Southern Six crossing ship can't reach the Sea of Paikyon. If we wanted to get here the easy way, we'd have to buy a ship and hire a crew. Chick reacts wildly. So you did all this because you didn't want to spend money. You cheapskate. My master is a total cheapskate. Of course, the more money you make, the cheaper you get. Besides, how you get there doesn't matter, as long as you reach the destination. Finally found it. This is the gate that'll take us to the final location. At the center of the platform below is a strange magic circle. Chick has no idea what it is. It's the only way to reach Akazia's final resting place. The man known as the Spear God or the Spear Demon for his masterful spear-spinning skills was Acacia, one of the 5 swords of the Empire. Hundreds of years ago, during the war against the 7 great demons that shook the world, he performed incredible deeds, single-handedly holding back hundreds of thousands of enemies. Legends of how he summoned lightning and shattered the earth with a single spear, they've held true for centuries. He was a marquis of the 6 southern territories, and a friend to Leo Lisen, the great hero of the Khan Empire. But unlike Leo, who was seen as the Empire's protector, Acacia was different. Nobody knew where Acacia was. Some even whispered his very existence was sealed away, which is why finding his final resting place took so long. What could be inside? Full of excitement, Chinsung placed his hand on it, reading the ancient characters etched on the surface. The magic circle began absorbing his mana, reacting to his voice. He realized with a jolt, this thing was draining him fast. Any normal player would be sucked dry in seconds. And just like that, it worked. The ancient circle recognized him. A vortex erupted from the center, pulling Chinsung and Chip right into it. We cut to a room lined with weapons. A man sighs. What a pain. He glances over a report on the screen, completely exasperated. Ever since we started the Blood Alliance, people have been panicking. We've had a flood of new applicants lately, but because we're just a guild of blue-collar workers, it seems they're underestimating us. Just like that last bastard. It seems other guilds want to test us now that we're getting bigger, but I have a feeling someone was pulling his strings. Just then, a voice from the door shouts, "Chun Sam, I'm coming in." The man barges in, looking pissed. This is absolute nonsense. He slams his hand on the table, demanding, "Did you make another enemy?" But Chun Sam just denied it. "You don't seem like the type to do that." The man then tossed a stack of letters onto the desk. "Then what the hell is all this? We're getting swamped by bastards who keep harassing us." Chun Sam's face hardened. "Watch your mouth. What do you mean my friends are harassing us? It's why the younger recruits are spreading rumors, saying they can't work with us anymore." This excuse just made the other guy angrier. "My God, are you seriously listening to those rookies?" Chun Sam took a drag from his cigarette. "So who are they? Who dares to mess with our blood alliance?" At that exact moment, Chinsung discovered a secret passage. He'd been transported to the Forgotten Hero's legacy. He looked around for a moment and concluded, "Looks like we're in the right place." Chip was thrilled by the new scenery. "Where are we? This place is huge." Chinsung figured it was a resting place. Chip was confused. "But why would there be a tomb at the bottom of the ocean, Master?" He had to admit it. It was a fitting final resting place for a legendary hero who saved the world. A system alert popped up. An unknown mana reaction was happening nearby. He scanned his surroundings. On high alert. Straight ahead, up a small flight of stairs, was a long chest. A notification appeared. "The barrier of the forgotten historical site has been awakened." Another followed. "The monument's barrier is warning you." Chinsung was impressed. This system is centuries old, but it's still this responsive. Looks like he really was the hero of heroes. And right before his eyes, Acacia's legacy chest began to glow. The barrier's defenses were activated. A volley of lasers shot out, forming a dense wall of light, blocking Chinsung from getting any closer. Chip was amazed. "What the hell are all these lasers, Master?" Chinsung analyzed it. "This is a perfect defense system. It's an infinite matrix that transcends time and space, completely impenetrable, but only to those who don't understand it." The architect of this place was Dagasha, one of the heroes who saved the world alongside Acacia and Quiss. He was originally a hermit, but after his only friend, Acacia, convinced him, he stepped out into the world. He played a huge role in defeating the 7 great demon kings. And now, he's the last great hero left alive, the final protector of this world. To claim this legacy, the heir must understand the heart of its creator. And the only clue was Dagasha himself. He wouldn't build his best friend's final resting place, just any old way. He must have used a secret only he would know. The Nahinian language, an ancient tongue lost to time for centuries, and Dagassia was the only one in this era who understood it. I went through hell to learn that language before I traveled back in time. With that thought, Chinsung placed a hand on his chest. Speaking in the ancient tongue, he recited a prayer. It roughly translates to, "O hero who protects the light from darkness, your noble sacrifice will become the sun that illuminates this land. You shall free all beings from the shadows. May you be honored forever." And unbelievably, it worked. The defensive barrier completely vanished. Acacia's resting place, the forgotten hero's legacy, was finally open. The light that poured out was blinding. The scene shifts to Maria's private quarters. She held a few papers, muttering to herself, "This is ridiculous. I can't believe I have to handle this paperwork at my level. What is this meaningless letter?" The sender, Malibu Satan. She took a closer look. It really was from Malibu Satan. He had furiously written about compensation for damages from the Forgotten Fortress raid. "Although you were ordered by the Great Emperor to conquer the Vortex Gate, your mercenaries caused chaos on the battlefield. Not only did they humiliate my honor as the heir to my family, but they also severely damaged the En Dao, our family's night order. Your guild must take responsibility for failing to manage your mercenaries. Therefore, you must provide that person's private information." Maria angrily clenched the letter in her fist. "Did my darling cause trouble again?" Malibu Satan is the eldest son of Gao Dao Satan. There's no way his father would let him use the family seal for this letter. He must have stolen it. How pathetic. So many people are jealous of my darling. Just you wait. When my darling comes back, I'll make you pay for all the trouble you've caused me. This heartfelt reminder sent a shiver down Chinsung's spine miles away. Chip asked, "What's wrong?" He scratched his head, confused. "I just got this weird feeling someone was talking trash about me." Chip flatly replied, "You think only a few people talk trash about you? Anyway, we've gone down pretty deep. We've been going down these stairs for an hour, Master." He tried to spook Chinsung. "When the coffin opens, I thought we'd find treasure, or maybe a monster. At this rate, I'll die of thirst before we even see the relic." Chinsung cursed Dagasha under his breath. What a terrible friend. First the protection matrix, now this endless space. Even if it's a tomb for his best friend, this is just too much. Suddenly, he got a notification. The white space is canceling out all magic. Warning. Your mana core is at risk of being destroyed. He started walking cautiously, step by step. All right, is there a shortcut or what? When I find this legacy, I'm taking everything. He had barely finished his sentence when both he and Chip slammed face first into a transparent wall. He hit the ground hard, clutching his head in pain. What the hell is this now? It turns out, he had just passed the pilgrimage trial. The forgotten hero was now free from the white space. Before him stood the true resting place of Acacia. Chinsung was drenched in sweat. He knew something was off about this place. He glanced around. Turns out they were trapped in the white space the whole time, just walking in circles. No way a staircase can be this long, he muttered to himself. If this happens again, I swear I'm gonna. Suddenly, Chi yelped, "There's something over there!" But when Chinsung looked, nothing. Just then, a beam of light hit the statue of Azaza, making the spear in its hands glow. Chinsung clamped a hand over his mouth, overcome with joy. This was it. This was what he'd been looking for. The spear radiated a brilliant light, practically overflowing with power. The legacy of Azaza. A system message popped up. This weapon recognizes no master. Anyone who touches it will die instantly. It's incredibly difficult to control, but its potential abilities are insanely tempting. All of a sudden, the statue of Azaza moved, and then it spoke. It has been a long time since I've had a visitor. O traveler who has awakened the forgotten hero from his slumber. You must bear this great responsibility. Are you truly determined enough for this journey? Chi trembled. Master, is that a ghost? A chill ran down Chinsung's spine, too. A talking statue? Creepy. He figured it must be some kind of spiritual projection, and it seemed like it had a lot to say. He grabbed Chi, telling it to stay still, but the little guy was panicking. Listen, Chinsung ordered. If anything goes wrong, you get back to the spirit world immediately. He cautiously stepped toward the statue of Azaza, its stone eyes tracking his every move, and then, whoosh, he was teleported somewhere else entirely. He sat up, completely bewildered. Where am I? This wasn't Sokka's spirit world. But whatever this place was, it felt just as vast and menacing. Totally different from a normal dimensional space. Warm sunlight, a gentle breeze, and not a single other living soul in sight. Who could possibly own such a strangely silent domain? A voice cut through the quiet. You're sharper than you look. Chinsung's senses went on high alert. He spun around. A man dressed exactly like the Azaza statue was standing there, looking impressed. You've got guts, real guts, to seek me out in a place like this. The man held out a hand in greeting. A pleasure to finally meet you. I am Azaza, the one you've been searching for. Before Chinsung could even process it, the man leaped down to face him, raising an arm to the sky. Instantly, a pillar of light slammed into the ground from above. With Chinsung still reeling, Azaza made a declaration. Let's see if the one who dared to find me after centuries is worthy of my legacy. There it was. The legendary spear, his signature weapon. Azaza looked amused. Let's find out if the mortal who found this place after all this time truly deserves to inherit my power. Chinsung was still trying to catch up. Wait a second, he started. You can't just Azaza cut him off. Your presence here proves you want my spear, Burgeonat. But touch it before it accepts you, Azaza warned, and you'll only find misery. So, as the guardian of Burgeonat, I am forced to test you. His next words made Chinsung's blood run cold. And that evil hiding deep inside your body. Chinsung just smirked, just like the record said. After he defeated the demon of gluttony, Azaza slaughtered hundreds of thousands of demons, earning him the title, the demon-slaying Asura. He never backed down from a single fight. Chinsung spoke up. What a shame. Azaza raised an eyebrow. A shame? Why? Chinsung tapped his own chest. Because I have no intention of accepting your test. Azaza lowered the spear of light. Ridiculous. Then why did you come here? Chinsung explained. I was just curious about Burgeonat. The history books all talk about it. How to defeat the hero who wields Burgeonat, he continued. I just wanted to see it for myself. But it looks like you'll have to. Wait a bit longer for its next master to show up. Chinsung said with a dramatic sigh. It's a real pity, oh great hero. Azaza just laughed. So you want to play it that way, huh? Fine. It's been a while since I met someone this interesting. He tossed the spear far away and started walking off. I'll make an exception. Just this once. He called back, offering a deal. If you can touch that spear, I'll admit defeat. He turned. What do you say? Chin Sung could barely contain his glee. Oh my god, it actually worked. Azaza started looking around. Well then, I guess I'll need another weapon. He glanced around. Let's see. He casually snapped a branch off a nearby tree. He turned back. Will this be enough to fight you? He gestured. I'm serious, come at me. Chin Sung was cautious. You can't take that back, you know. He activated his bloodlust skill, leaped into the air, kicked off a tree for momentum, and shot directly towards Azaza. But Azaza just flicked the branch, and it transformed into a whip. Chin Sung was shocked. It lashed out straight for him. He reacted instantly, grabbing the shape-shifting branch. Then he flipped back to his starting defensive stance. Azaza looked surprised. I didn't expect you to control your power like that. He took a fighting stance. Not bad. Chin Sung knew it, one hit, and he was dead. The whip-like branch shot towards Chin Sung again. He tensed up. He had to dodge it at all costs. Foosh! It came again. But this time, Azaza was the one who looked shocked. Chin Sung had used his Phantom Mirage skill. Azaza spun around. Chin Sung was already sprinting for the spear, just moments from touching it, when Azaza saw right through it. Wham! He was sent flying into a wall. The pain was blinding. Azaza looked almost sheepish. Oh, dear. Did I hit you a little too hard? He mused. I thought you were good enough for a serious fight, he added. You don't have to push yourself. He watched Chin Sung, scratching his head. Chin Sung pushed himself up and faced him again. Azaza asked, You still want to continue? He wiped a trail of red from his mouth. Stay calm, he thought. It's just a minor injury. Can't lose focus now. He started analyzing the situation. I don't know how big this domain is, but it's completely filled with his aura. He scanned the area. The fastest way to counter this oppressive energy is... Chin Sung unleashed his black soul art. A sphere of dark energy erupted, and a series of debuff notifications popped up for Azaza. The hero didn't even flinch. You certainly have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. He started powering up himself. To dare release your own energy inside my domain. It's been a long time since I've felt anything like this. He made his decision. In that case, I'll go all out. Azaza's spear breaker, he said. A look of pure excitement on his face. You're quick, I'll give you that. But even so, his overwhelming power was about to end this. Energy exploded from the old man. He saw Chin Sung perfectly and made his move. The grand demolition technique. Two completely opposite energies colliding head-on, creating an epic, almost tragic spectacle. And finally, the inevitable happened. Everything detonated. Through the smoke, the old man's voice echoed. Anything else? You are no match for me. He couldn't even finish his sentence. Right behind him, Chin Sung. He unleashed his plague outburst technique. The old man dodged. I didn't expect you to warp magic to this level. Pure chaos. He was almost impressed. This is... interesting. Focus. He continued. Just for a second. The old man began to channel his power again. You'll see the difference between us. Acacia, radiating the power of a monster, brought down a devastating blow. Chin Sung struggled. I can't dodge this. He knew it. At this level. Before he could think, he was sent flying. The fight was over. A totally one-sided victory for Acacia. He spoke. So, back when I was alive, they called that skill demonic. To be honest, this is the first time I've used it with a tree branch. Suddenly, Chin Sung shot back up, one hand on his chest. No, I have to hold it back. He fought against himself. I can't let it happen. I'll turn into... A dark energy poured out of him, shocking the old man. Watching Chin Sung, he muttered, You're holding on to something far more dangerous than I first thought. Chin Sung groaned. His head felt like it was about to explode. Suddenly, where am I? Why am I here? He wondered. Where's Acacia? And Barionot? Then, a sound. Huh? What was that? He spun around. Who's there? A hand grabbed his throat from behind. He tried to stay calm. What is this? Another nightmare? I have to get out of here. A ghostly figure spoke. Useless. Chin Sung panicked. Damn it. Acacia! The figure's voice was clear. Your body is finally free from its restraints. He slowly approached. Now hand it over. It's mine. Back in the outside world, Chin Sung's body was completely taken over. Acacia didn't flinch. Do you see that? He summoned Barionat to his side. In a flash, Barionat was there. Acacia considered the body. Strange. This energy is different from before. He realized it. Yes, this is definitely it. This feels just like the demons I fought in the past. Chin Sung roared like a mindless beast and charged at Acacia. The old man looked thrilled. Good, he calculated. If I can shatter that shell of consciousness and reach your true self, the last of Barionat's guardians would easily dodge Chin Sung's attack. He continued. Meet its challenge. Shin Sung charged forward again. The old man analyzed him. You're overflowing with energy, and it's getting heavier. Shin Sung took his stance, aiming straight for him. Acacia summoned his spear. No matter what I do, you still have tricks up your sleeve. He raised the spear. Let's see if you can block this. He hurled it straight at Shin Sung. Not even the demon Navaka could stop this. The spear flew in an instant. Shin Sung created a thick cloud of smoke that stunned Acacia, because inside that smoke was the silhouette of Shin Sung, holding the spear. The old man was in disbelief. You stopped Barionat? Besides Hilda Jinzu, you're the first. Without hesitation, he pushed forward, but with a warning. The Spear of Light is a sacred item, protected by divine-level magic. He went on. Which means it's not just a divine weapon that can hunt and kill on its own. It's a relic of destruction that rejects even its master's magic. This is the demon sealing spear. He began his chant. Sixth great demon refining, third demon, heaven and earth, samsara. He scoffed. Foolish. This attack is draining my power. It's way stronger than anything I've used before. Shin Sung was caught in the attack. The old man kept chanting, Begone, dark beast. And finally, a spear of pure energy pierced right through Shin Sung. He let out one last explosive roar. Right before Acacia's eyes, Shin Sung completely transformed into a demon. At the same time, deep in his subconscious, Shin Sung was still fighting back. Is this Acacia's power? Please, just a little more time. The entity was annoyed. An old soul dares to stand in my way? It screamed. Isn't that demon-sealing spear what you were after? It laughed, a sound that grew more and more savage. Humans are all the same. It glared. Remember this, you lingering spirit. It warned. You and I share the same fate, and so do our souls. As it faded, it promised, I will be with you until that day comes. As the mental world collapsed, the moment of ruin arrived. You won't escape my grasp in this world. Meanwhile, at a convenience store, a woman was on the phone. Yes, okay. A man's voice replied, Sorry to bother you while you're at work. The woman smiled. It's fine, my shift is almost over. The man sounded frustrated. I don't get why Shin Sung isn't picking up his phone, he remembered. It's understandable why I'm worried. Thinking about what happened last time. I'll see you later. Her manager walked over. Hyun, what's wrong? She replied, Oh, it's nothing. Her manager teased, You look serious. Is it your boyfriend? Hyun blushed. It's not like that at all. But your expression says otherwise, the manager continued. Hyun quickly changed the subject. Oh my god, is it that late already? I have to go home right now. Hyun said her goodbyes. See you tomorrow, the manager replied. Okay, you worked hard today. Walking home, she thought to herself. Come to think of it, I haven't logged into AC for a while. Well, I have been pretty busy lately. She remembered her manager's teasing. When she got to his door, she muttered under her breath. Boyfriend, my foot. I'm way too busy to even think about a relationship. She knocked. Shin Sung, are you there? She started to worry. What if he passed out? She remembered Min Jun's words. Min Jun gave me the password. Pushing the door open, she called out, Shin Sung, I'm coming in. He was currently inside AC. And in there, Shin Sung's body was next to Acacia. The old man spoke. Somehow, you're still alive. He continued. Barionat has awakened, so it's only a matter of time before those seeking its power swarm this place. Maintaining this virtual world is a huge burden on the comrades who made it for me. He smiled. I can't keep causing him trouble forever. I think it's time for me to leave. He offered one last piece of advice. Remember this. The strength of your body begins in your heart, he said, while starting to fade away. Only by controlling your heart can you protect your body. Of course, I'll be there to help, too. It seems like it's looking for you. Chick, it screeched. Stupid master. The little creature slapped Jin Sung across the face, over and over. Wake up, you idiot. Jin Sung shot up. Buddy, how many times did you just hit me? Pip chirped nervously. You weren't breathing. I thought you were asleep. But then a sound from Jin Sung's side. It was the Spear of Light. A notification flashed. The mind of the forgotten hero, Agasya, is infusing your being. Another one. The Spear of Light accepts you as its master. Suddenly, the spear shot towards Jin Sung. He panicked. What the? Pip screamed. Isn't that dangerous, you idiot master? And then the spear plunged straight into him, shocking them both. He frantically checked his body. What just happened? Pip asked. Are you okay? And that's when a voice echoed in his mind. You have a rather noisy friend, it said. But I suppose it doesn't matter. I like animals. Jin Sung froze. That voice. It belonged to Agasya. This situation must be quite confusing for you, I'd imagine. A spirit materialized before him. Does this help? It was Agassia. I think I'll use this form for now. There, Jin Sung stammered. Wait, how did you do this? Agassia just smiled. I told you I'd help you. You're strong enough to wield Brynhild, and don't you need me to suppress the darkness left inside you? He chuckled. Don't tell me you dislike me residing inside Brynhild. Jin Sung quickly replied, No, that's not a problem at all. He reassures him, Burgenat belongs to you now. Don't worry. It will never betray you, it recognizes you as its master. It doesn't have to like its owner, but it will appear whenever you call. Shin Sung tried to summon Briannet, and in a flash, the spear was already in his hand. The old man advised, it might feel a little awkward to hold it first, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to get used to it. Once you've moved with it, once you've truly mastered it, you'll see results beyond your wildest dreams. I guarantee you won't lose to anyone in your class. But this isn't a weapon just anyone can control. The old man's eyes widened. He's already controlling it. Shin Sung spun Briannet around, and with a sharp flick, it was back in his grip. He roared, slamming it down with incredible force. Incredible, the old man praised. You handle that spear with amazing skill, Shin Sung replied. Yeah. A little rusty, it's been a while. He remembered learning from a Thunderlord Grandmaster. Way back. Before he'd turned back time. He thought to himself, I think the mastery I gained when I earned the Supreme Weapon title is still intact. He checked his status. Its weight was a problem, and so was the insane amount of mana it consumed. Every single swing of this spear was a massive, unpredictable risk. Suddenly, a splitting headache hit him. Is this the price for that risk? He staggered. I think I need to rest, he mumbled, then collapsed. A notification popped up. You have been logged out. Shin Sung sat up, looking around his room. There was a shadow. What a ghost? Then Hyun screamed, making him jump out of his skin. She threw a cloth at him. Why are you naked? Cover yourself up. He was furious. What is wrong with you? I'm the one who should be screaming at you right now. He was about to demand why she was even in his room when his words caught in his throat, and he started throwing up. Now in the shower, he was fuming. Damn it, what is her deal? He remembered Hyun shouting, I came here because I was worried about you, you jerk. She just barges in here and makes me look like a total pervert. His expression darkened. Anyway, I was way too distracted yesterday to think about it. But it was strange. It seems no one could get in touch with him. According to Min Jun, after he finished that Night Demon Company stream, he just went completely silent. Unreachable. I never turn off my message notifications, I'm sure of it. The community boards are still working fine, he thought. That's when it hit him. The problems in the game. They were starting to bleed into his reality. A notification appeared. A system countdown had begun. I'm being pushed to the edge, just like a frog boiling in a pot, not realizing it needs to escape until it's too late. He grabbed his head. All right, let's do this. Snatching his keys, he thought, am I just going to die that easily? Hell no. It was time to move. He walked out the door. I'll do whatever I can. A new location updated. Notification. Hana has entered the Crescent Cape main route. Hana spoke into her comms. Player space separation is complete. Can you hear me? On the other side of the screen was Hyuk, connected online. Have you found any traces of the Akashic Records activity? He asked. Hana replied, the system is still checking, but so far, nothing. The logs have to be there, so it'll probably take about 30 minutes. Hyuk sounded worried. From now on, I'm taking over as the Super AI's supervisor, and as the leader of the top secret division, Oracor. I'm not just the director of ASE anymore. Hyuk's voice was firm. We cannot afford to show a single weakness. Report. The Akashic Records are rapidly erasing all traces of the Azalan ancient castle. The program is tracking the records. It's trying to infiltrate Heaven's Eye to corrupt the copied files. Hana replied, this is definitely not normal. It must be connected to the main scenario. Wasn't it a player conquering the Azalan ancient castle that stirred up the Akashic Records? And that player is tied to the main scenario. The Akashic Records dream right after the Black Code was activated in the final beta test. Everton lost control of the Akashic Records. That's exactly why we immediately created an admin code and embedded it directly into the records. I did everything I could to regulate it. Then I created the Heaven's Eye observation program, which managed to force the Akashic Records into partial compliance. It's impossible to gain full control, but we can at least restrict it to a certain degree. But now, Hyuk warned, the Akashic Records are even hacking into Heaven's Eye. We don't have much time. That admin code won't last forever. We have no idea when it'll detect the moderator's presence, so gather as much information as you can. And use force if you need to get out. Hyuk added, I'm temporarily upgrading your admin code access. Hana joked. Feeling generous today, are we? Hyuk continued. We have no idea what the Akashic records will do next. Trading a few useless command codes to keep you alive? That's a price I'm willing to pay. She replied. You really need to pay attention to the things you say to people. But it's fine. I've been trained extensively for situations exactly like this. Hyuk agreed. That's right. She had been put through rigorous training to handle these kinds of scenarios. She's a member of a specialized group that recruits select individuals and grants them codes to use. The Anti-Akashic Records Special Forces. They never do things by halves. They were created for the sole purpose of keeping the Akashic records in check. Hyuk got to work. All right. Beginning log recording for main scenario file 167. On her end, Hana was granted control. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Shin Sung was waiting when a voice called out. Shin Sung, he turned. There you are. It was Chin Hun running toward him. Shin Sung ordered. Help me get the stuff out of the trunk, Chin Hun asked. What's in there? Opening the trunk, Shin Sung explained. It's for Dad and his caregivers. Chin Hun joked. Really? What about me? Shin Sung shot him a look. Just shut up and carry it. You drop anything, and you're dead to me. As Shin Sung lifted the heavy items, Chin Hun thought, I'm glad things have been going so well for him lately. He gave up college and took on all this responsibility without a single complaint. I'm sure I could never do what he does. And maybe that's why. He seems like a completely different person these days, Chin Hun observed as he followed his brother. It's like he's aged 10 years. Shin Sung called out cheerfully, Hello, nurse. He smiled. It's been a while since I stopped by, hasn't it? Is everyone doing well? The nurse smiled back. Don't you worry. We're all doing just fine. He handed her the gifts. It's not much, but I hope you'll like it. Chin Hun watched, thinking, or maybe he just learned how to flirt with people. Shin Sung turned and asked him, Is Dad still in the old room? Chin Hun replied, He moved to room 113. Let's go. A moment later, they arrived at the room. Shin Sung, you're here. Their mom came to the door. You bought so much. Honey, you bought expensive things again. He replied, It's not expensive, and it's for the nurses anyway. He looked over at his father. How is he? His mom answered, Thankfully, he's stable. In a soft voice, she said, Sit down. I thought he'd get better when we moved him to this nursing home. This place is like a 5-star hotel. She began to cry. I'm so grateful to have a son like you. Shin Sung quickly tried to comfort her. Hey, Mom, why are you crying? She continued. It's because I feel so grateful. And so guilty at the same time. Shin Sung asked. Guilty? About what? Chin Hun chimed in. Yeah, Mom. Big Bro hasn't visited in a while. Please don't cry. Honestly, he wasn't even that surprised anymore. He and his mom had struggled for so long just to get here. Back in high school, he worked at a fried chicken joint, always covered in a thick layer of grease. He'd gotten into arguments with security guards making late-night deliveries. He'd worked at convenience stores, internet cafes, supermarkets, and even a sushi restaurant. And when he'd finally stumble home at 4 or 5 in the morning, he could always hear his mother's muffled sobs. She had been carrying the weight for his dad this whole time. On top of that, she was battling a thyroid disease that threw her hormones completely out of whack. She worked herself to the bone for money, ruining her back, her hands, her shoulders, her knees, everything. The constant exhaustion and pain were just a part of her daily life. She needed to rest, to recover, but she just couldn't. When he left his brother, Chin Hun, to take care of their mom and headed to Seoul, he didn't dare to dream or even think about the future. Every step he took was filled with anxiety, but also a chance for something new. Sometimes, taking that huge risk is the only way forward. Thinking back on those days, he was just so relieved that his mom wasn't struggling like that anymore. It made everything he went through feel totally worth it. He just hoped things would keep getting better from here. His mom's voice broke his train of thought. Oh my goodness, your father's awake. She leaned in close. Honey, do you recognize who this is? Jin Sung smiled. Today's your lucky day, Dad. He spoke gently. It's me. I'm Jin Sung, your eldest son. His father gave a slight, slow nod. I'm late, aren't I? Jin Sung continued. I always said I'd visit more. His brother Chin Hun chimed in. Dad seems to be in a really good mood today. It's been so long since I've seen him like this, his mom added, tearing up. The family of 4 shared a laugh. Maybe this simple moment was all they needed to be happy. Jin Sung smiled. Yeah, just this. But as the sun began to set, he stood up. I have to go. His mom looked disappointed. Already? Why not stay for dinner? It's almost rush hour, he replied. And I've got a few things to take care of before I head back. A system notification appeared. Countdown sequence initiated. His mom sighed, worried. I'm glad your work is going well, but I'm so scared for your health. Jin Sung walked over to his father's side. I'll try to visit once a month. I'll be back next month. As he turned to leave, his dad's hand shot out and grabbed his arm, startling everyone. Honey, what is it? His mom cried out. Are you okay? His father struggled to form a word. No. He was trembling. Don't go. Don't go, Jin Sung. If you leave now, you will die. Another notification. Player confirmed. Player Jin Sung, initiating assimilation with virtual reality mode. He remembered thinking his dad's warning was impossible. How could he hear those words from a man who had barely spoken in years? It was as if his dad knew exactly what he was going through. But either way, he had no choice. He had to keep moving forward. Begin. Damian wasn't just a VR character anymore. He and Damian were one and the same. The moment he gave up on Damian, his own existence would end. He was risking his life in both the real world and the virtual one. If this didn't go well, he might never come back. He just had to push through. If he could just get past this one last hurdle, he'd finally be free. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, a man sat before a glowing magic circle. A figure emerged from the shadows. You've grown weak, Elator. It seems the red star gave you quite a beating, didn't it? How many more times will you fail before you learn? Elator shot back. Are you questioning my faith in the Savior? The shadow figure scoffed. Never. I'm just questioning your ability to create a proper vessel, because you've never once succeeded. I will not make any mistakes in carrying out this grand plan, Elator insisted. The shadow continued. You sound so confident when you say that. We granted you the power to create vessels. And you used it to create, well, junk. So far, every single vessel you've made has been completely useless. Think about it. You've wasted so much time just dragging creatures here from the outer realms. Was this failure really the result we were hoping for? Elator tried to defend himself. This is merely a minor setback. The man in the shadows exploded. A minor setback? Because of one little worm, the grand plan is in ruins. And you dare call that a minor setback? Even Asus, a tiny little chess piece, has started to make his move. That means they and the ancient archives are even stronger than before. The Forgotten Star has even fallen into the hands of the Red Star. And let's not even talk about the vessel you were tasked with creating. It's still defective. It's too late for the Origin 10 to step in now. I never should have given you that power in the first place. He clenched his fist. We need a much more delicate plan to overcome this. Things were definitely not looking good. Hundreds of years ago, the 7 deadly sins began their invasion of the Middle-earth. The Supreme Beings created the Origin 10 before they departed. The king ordered his apostles to create a body, a vessel, that could contain his holy form, all to stop this land from falling completely into the hands of Asus. The Origin 10 had been preparing that very vessel for his holy form. And in that time, the great demon progenitor, Baal, would finally be summoned to this land. That is my mission, Elator thought. Even if I'm at my absolute limit, I will use every last ounce of my strength to see it through. So, after the vessel was destroyed in the showdown with Red Star, we were all set to regenerate it at the root of Duda Mountain. But here's the real problem. Red Star. He's gotten way too strong. It's unbelievable he's absorbed the power of Sokka, the King of Darkness, and the Holy Spear of the Forgotten Star. The guy has become a threat to both light and darkness. Elator speaks up. So, we're going to need a pretty sophisticated plan to get around this obstacle, right? I have a plan, Robert replies. Oh yeah? Well, that plan had better be reliable. Meanwhile, Chin Sung has finally logged back into the game into the Santalia historical ruins. Axisha's voice rings out. So, you finally decided to come back. What in the world were you doing in that other world that took you so long? One minute you collapsed, the next you just vanished. I haven't seen you in days. Seems to me like you need more practice. How can someone who calls himself a master of Brianot just collapse after a few swings? Let me tell you, back in my day Chin Sung cuts him off. Aw. Are you pouting because I left you here all alone? The old hero freezes. What? He yells. How dare you think that about Axisha? All right, let's head back to the village. Agassia chugs a mug of beer and lets out a huge sigh. Man, that's refreshing. His little companion, Pip, chimes in. Heck yeah it is, you big oaf. Jin Sung just watches, thinking to himself, I still don't get how this guy eats or drinks. Absolutely delicious. Agassia roars, prompting Jin Sung to finally speak. I'm surprised you like it that much. Agassia just smiles. Well, why wouldn't I? This is the peaceful world my descendant created, after all. Jin Sung adds, and yet, there's not a single trace left of the hero who made that peace possible. Can't complain, Agassia replies. It was my choice. He pauses. To be more precise, it was a choice I made with a good friend of mine. He was the one who made sure every trace of my existence vanished, all to protect my sacred relics. The Spear of Light and Brynhild. My relics aren't something just anyone can get their hands on. You went through hell and back for them, didn't you? Jin Sung just nods. Yeah, you could say that, but I didn't just get the spear. I also earned a ton of new titles fighting monster waves and distortion gates. Leveling up is a serious grind now. Getting even one level up in a day is a huge win. I've been so focused, I haven't even checked the community boards. But then, a voice cuts in. Excuse me, are you the commander of the Black Rose Guild? The mysterious man continues. Maria sent me. Jin Sung gets it immediately. Okay, let's talk somewhere more private. A magic orb suddenly materializes. What's that? Jin Sung asks. The man replies, just a little something to block eavesdroppers. Don't worry. He then gets right down to it. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Philip, a high-ranking member of the Acno Kingdom. Jin Sung shakes his offered hand. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Jin Sung. Thank you for coming all this way. We had to take some precautions for security reasons. Jin Sung cuts to the chase. Is the situation really as bad as they say? It wasn't at first. But the incident at Crescent Moon Cape? Yeah, that made everything way more complicated. Guru is back. He returned from another mission through a distortion gate, and apparently, he heard the news about his eldest son disgracing the family's entire knightly order. Some people say Malibu has completely lost his mind, but the rumors about his father, Garu, are even worse. They say he's a man with a heart of ice who treats his own sons like hunting dogs. And this is the guy, Guru, who just summoned the guild treasurer and a branch manager as witnesses for a corruption case. He calls them witnesses, but trust me, they're being treated like prime suspects. The organization supposedly behind it all is some ghost company no one's ever heard of. The whole thing feels like a huge orchestrated show. And even though the accusations are baseless, he refuses to back down. Jin Sung thinks for a moment. I understand the concern, but if he's as smart and emotionless as people say, he'll do what's best for his territory, which means cooperating with the Adventurers Guild. Philip continues the thought. He probably would, but I've gotten reports that the distortion gate isn't fully sealed. It's not as dangerous as before, but the creatures nearby, they're being mutated by it. And closing it for good isn't as simple as just wishing it away. Jin Sung smirks. Actually, this works in our favor. As long as that gate is a problem, the Acno Kingdom can't afford to threaten our guild. They need our help to keep it under control, right? Yes, that's the truth, Philip admits. Meeting you in person was the right call. This helps set our path forward. Jin Sung replies, glad my advice was helpful. Enough small talk, Philip says, cutting him off. He holds out a pouch. It's time we get to the main event. Jin Sung takes it. He opens it. Inside, countless Gyerli gems, transformed from high-value bloodstones. Philip's voice gets serious. It seems your friend is in a major crisis. They must have taken a huge risk to offer something this secret for a quest. Chun Sam, the commander of the Blood Emperor Alliance. He needs your help. Gyerli gems where a single gram is worth a kilo of gold. There's no way he'd risk that for some old quest. Philip leans in. Doesn't that seem a little odd to you? A man like Guru, entrusting the entire Knight's Order, including Lavenzo, to a fool like Malibu? Guru doesn't trust his son one bit. He'll do whatever it takes. That includes using his own kid as a pawn, and then throwing him away. He used the incompetent Malibu just to sacrifice the Knight's Order, and to stir up chaos among the guilds in Acno, all to draw attention. Jin Sung interrupts. So you're saying there's a specific reason he wants all eyes on him? Exactly, Philip confirms. Something big is going down in the Acno Kingdom. The Blood Emperor Alliance commander has intel that King Arthur is prepping for a battle with the Iron Guard. And what's more, they say he's looking for you. He must think you're a threat to his grand plan. As Philip prepares to leave, he gives one last warning. When you cross the Minot Fields and the Giozaka Mountains, do not enter Tavi. Go straight to Luquiola. You'll know what you need to do when you get there. And that was the end of the message. Fast forward, and now Jin Sung, Pip, and Agassia are on the move in a horse-drawn carriage. Up ahead is Tay Castle, one of the most prominent cities in the Acno Kingdom, and its #1 hub for trade. The castle itself is built into a mountain, forming a basin known as Luquiola. Agassia is confused. Why are we crossing the mountains instead of taking the easy road through a city that big? Trying to find one person in there would be nearly impossible, Jin Sung explains. Tay Castle is controlled by the Satan family. If the Crimson Knights spot us, we'd be walking right onto their home turf. Even with my bayonet, I can't take them on alone inside their own fortress. But no matter how impossible this mission seems, I have to be the one to finish it. Jin Sung pulls up his stream. Time to go live. Hey everyone, Jin Sung here. The chat immediately explodes. He continues. I'm so sorry. I know it's been way too long. I can't tell you all how much I appreciate your patience. So, to make it up to you, I'm planning a 24-hour, non-stop live stream to answer all of your questions. Let's see those comments roll in. A break this long will never happen again. I never once gave up on my goal, so get ready. He looks right into the stream. I'm on my way to Luqueola now. Just then, a notification pops up. Title, Lone Hyena has been activated. Jin Sung is stunned. Wait a second, that title only activates when a valuable item is dropped nearby. What's another player doing way out here in these remote mountains? He activates his skill, Panoramic Sixth Sense. Instantly, threads of energy shoot from his arm, spreading out like a spiderweb. It's a great scouting skill. But this terrain is super rough. I have to control my mana perfectly. Got him. And the source of the signal? A voice. It's Azisha. There's definitely something here, Jin Sung thinks. I can feel a life force. It's faint, like it could flicker out at any second. That's the energy of an adventurer, he says. They're still alive. His mind races. There's no way someone just stumbled into this mountain range by accident. Northwest? No, it's closer to the west, pretty far from Luqueola Castle. And with that, he takes off, sprinting west. Can't just turn a blind eye to this. He leaps from one cliff to the next. Even though he's not sure what's happening, Jin Sung picks up the pace. Someone's life is on the line, so saving them has to come first. I can't ignore this. It's down there. I don't know who you are, but just try to hang on a little longer. Wait for me. On the other side of the mountain, a man is running for his life, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I can't believe they found me this fast. I need to call for help, right now. And then twip! An arrow sinks into his leg. He crashes to the ground, and a strange voice echoes out. A masked man appears. How long do you plan to drag out this pointless battle? Even a wild animal knows not to run straight to its own death. He grinds his boot onto the man's neck. I don't know how many more of my men that old geezer from the Iron Guard wants to send to their graves. But maybe this will help you understand, right? The Iron Guard is pinned down in their own fortress. Luqueola. This is where your story ends. Unless, of course, you choose to serve our master. Suddenly, a noise. Kaboom! An explosion rips through the air like a bolt from the heavens, stunning the masked men. How is that possible? That's Damian, the Silver Wolf. The masked men are in shock. The Silver Wolf. It looks like he's the player the Blood Emperor warned us about. The injured young man struggles to sit up. Are you really the legendary Silver Wolf? Jin Sung just looks confused. Silver Wolf? And then a series of clones of Trick start mocking him. Jin Sung says it out loud. You guys keep saying Silver Wolf. What is that? The Blood Emperor Alliance even gave him a special name. This guy with the clueless face? One of them asks, shouldn't we report this to the Blood Emperor first? The other scoffs. That's not necessary. Our forces are more than enough. But the rules of the Blood Emperor Alliance take priority over everything. Forget the rules, he declares. Actually, this will be perfect if we finish him right here, right now. Even the Blood Emperor won't be able to look down on us then. Jin Sung sighs. Looks like these idiots are asking for an early grave. Trick chimes in. So are you foolish master. Jin Sung then turns to his audience on the live stream. Let me just apologize in advance. I didn't think things would turn out like this. For the record, I'm not the kind of person who supports ending other people's lives. Should I stop rambling? Anyway, this is all just self-defense, you get it? The masked man cuts him off. I have no idea what you're thinking, but this only ends one way. Nobody survives the Diozaka Mountains, so fight however you want. You're not getting out of here alive. Jin Sung grins. Is that so? I guess there's no other way then. Are you really in that much of a hurry to meet your ancestors? At that very moment, back at the Blood Emperor's headquarters, Chun Sam of the Iron Guard speaks. Still no information? No, but some people were dispatched in secret. How many members does the Blood Emperor have right now? The man asks. You mean besides the dead? Or including the ones we've lost contact with? Chun Sam's expression darkens. I never thought things would turn out like this. Just a few months after getting settled here, everyone is forbidden from leaving the base, under the excuse that it's under the kingdom's control. All cooperation and funding for the Iron Guard has been cut off. I never imagined setting up our base in this mountain castle would become such a problem. How can we possibly hold out? Suddenly, a messenger bird arrives. Chun Sam speaks. A bird. The other man asks, "Is that a letter?" "I think so," Chun Sam replies, "but this cloth is completely blank." They both stare at it, startled. The bird itself is drawing a magic circle on the cloth, which then erupts in a puff of smoke. "What is that?" Chun Sam asks. Inside is a message about a completed mission. He will arrive today. Chun Sam's voice is tense. It's a letter from Jonao. He clenches his fist. The money we spent was worth it. The other man asks, "What are you rambling about? Listen to me," he says. Elsewhere, Dongshit is talking with men from the Kim and O families, as blood allies, no matter what happens. Dongshit interrupts. "What? Are you insane?" Chun Sam argues. "Do you have any idea how important their mission was? After being pinned down here for so long, I want to reclaim some of our pride, at the very least. Based on the silence until now, the efforts of those two were probably meaningless." He gives an order. It's time to act. Back with Chin Sung, he's completely surrounded by the masked men. They charge in to attack, but Chin Sung just watches. In a flash, he's above them. He thinks, "I can sense them with my panoramic sixth sense," but it turns out most of them are speed types. My eyes can barely keep up with them, but if that's the case, it means their defense is as thin as paper. He unleashes a technique, creating a massive tornado. The young man he saved just gasps, "Oh my God." Trick chimes in, "Shut up, you stupid human." Chin Sung analyzes. The hostage is secured, but these guys are too fast. They have the ability to hide and move within this chaos. Chin Sung makes his move. If those cowards don't have the guts to show themselves, then I'll just take out their leader first. With that, Chin Sung attacks. The masked man's eyes widen and he explodes. Viewers in the chat are going wild. Chin Sung watches carefully. The masked man speaks, "Are you trying to use cheap tricks?" With a slight glance, Chin Sung sees he hasn't moved an inch. The spirit lance couldn't hurt him. It wasn't magic. It was more like the attack was nullified by a time delay. He countered instantly and completely neutralized my attack. Suddenly an ambush. His attackers swarmed in, a coordinated assault. But Chin Sung was calm, his mind already mapping it out. One enemy moving from top left to bottom right, two more closing in from the upper left, while the guy straight ahead, just a feint. The real attack would come from the ground, right on his flank. And 4. The 2 support units in the back, clearly a higher skill level. 1 down, 2 down, a third sent flying into a tree. 4. Chin Sung lands a single devastating blow, and their formation just stops cold. Then, out of nowhere, another one dives from above. Chin Sung read him like a book. First things first, let's get rid of that troublesome arm. He summons his executioner's blade. Before the attacker's dive was even halfway complete, Chin Sung was already behind him. "Huh. You should be honored to see my executioner's blade." The man's eyes widened. "How?" Chin Sung just swung. No time to dodge. The blow was fatal. "Really? Did you actually think you had a chance?" Chin Sung presses forward, and the man can only desperately defend. His buddies try to regroup, surrounding Chin Sung again. He just smirks. "Mind if I borrow this?" In one swift motion, he smacks the guy's hand, sending his sword flying, and catches it mid-air. It's been a while since I've used a good alloy blade. He gives it an expert twirl, knocking the other attackers back. The disarmed man shouts a warning. "Watch out, it's the Silver Wolf." Chin Sung lunges forward, one clean slice, and the guy gets taken out by his own weapon. Chin Sung casually inspects the sword. Not bad at all. The others were now on high alert. "That bastard just killed one of our own. Get him, aim for his legs." But as soon as he screams the order, the man starts coughing up blood. He collapses, shocking all his allies. What's going on? Then, they all get the system alert. Defense weakened. Multiple stat functions are declining, and one by one, they all start to fall. Chin Sung watches, amused. "You guys actually held on for quite a while. I knew it was over the moment my phantom bolts passed through you. Just a bunch of small fry. But you were definitely reckless. What a waste of your faction's resources." From the shadows, the leader finally speaks. "You absolute fool." In a flash, a sphere of blinding light appears before Chin Sung. "I'll make you regret ever setting foot here." Chin Sung just smiles. "So, you want to fight this to the bitter end, no matter the outcome?" And that's where this recap ends. That's the summary of what happens in this chapter. If you have any thoughts, be sure to leave them in the comment section below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and ring that notification bell for more awesome videos. For now, peace out, and see you next time. Bye-bye, model.